This old man is a sword saint who sacrificed the last 4 years of his life just to train a wild child raised by magical beasts. Just because the kid was marked as a sinner from birth. He is a mate. Amon unfortunately carries the seed of darkness within him. That is why. Right after birth, the boy was abandoned in the primeval forest, a place where no one has ever survived, and returned unexpectedly. Hamon was lucky to be taken in and raised by Lega, a warm-hearted leopard. Thanks to Lega's help, the boy eventually met Dian, the only human living in the forest, to help Mutt grow stronger and leave the forest on his own. The old man started training him to become a real human, especially mastering swordsmanship. Will enter me be able to leave the primeval forest by himself? What challenges await him ahead? Let us all set sail together to find out. My friends, in a meeting of some mysterious people, they kept talking about the primeval forest. Anyone with magical power inside that forest can get past the barrier. But what is worrying is that the forest itself is saturated with magic. It is a problem that we can use such a vast land. The leader boldly suggested that if the forest is full of magic that traps people inside, why not send the condemned there? Only the most cunning can survive. And besides that forest, there is no better place to eliminate them. The meeting quickly ended with 100% approval. If that is the case, we will proceed with it. Suddenly, a woman screamed echoed through the primeval forest. Please leave. The seed of darkness has already sprouted inside this child. 4 mages continued to channel their magic toward the mother. The mother, dragged away, kept shouting her child's name at the top of her lungs. Mutt explained about the primeval forest. It is a forbidden place where no one can survive. Not even genius scholars, brave commanders, or rebellious mages can make it out. Prisoners are thrown into the forest by magical force. If they survive, their crimes will be forgiven. One day, a child was born carrying the seed of darkness. Its very existence was a sin. It was thrown into the demon realm, and no one has ever survived. The forest is full of magic, and the child suffered from cold and hunger. But inside its body, a seed was growing in its heart. Energy from that seed rose up and enveloped the child. 10 days passed, and the child stubbornly survived. A big leopard discovered the child and quickly grabbed it to take away. That day, the child's fate was sealed. 10 years later, Hermit chased his prey. Furious, stop right there, you damn rabbit. After catching it, he happily announced, Lega, I got it. Hermit said after killing the prey. Lega hurriedly asked, Hermit, have you gotten used to hunting yet? He nodded and confirmed, yeah, but I have only managed to hunt rabbits so far. Lega knew it was time to teach Hermit more and got to work. Look closely. This is called a magic stone. All magical beasts have them. If you eat a magical beast, you will get stronger. It also restores your energy and extends your lifespan. But this rabbit is small, so its magic stone is small too. Hearing this, Hermit quickly guessed, because this is from the prey I hunted. Unexpectedly, Lega tried to snatch it away while muttering, not so. Seeing Hermit throw a tantrum on the ground, no way. Lega insisted, refusing to give up the magic stone. Come on, you are human, not a magical beast. If you eat this, you will turn into a magical beast. And if that happens, you will be stuck in this forest forever. But Hermit confidently smirked, even if I do not eat it, I am already stuck here. Wouldn't it be better if I eat it and get stronger? I am still too weak to leave your territory. Lega, I did not expect you to come up with such a surprising answer. You can get out of here. I am telling you, you can escape this forest. Faced with the boy's question, how do you know? Didn't you say no one can get out? Lega quickly responded, I have never seen anyone escape before, so I thought no one could, but someone told me it is possible. This made Hermit even more curious and kept asking, who told you that? Lega did not hesitate to confirm, a person I met before. Seeing the hope in Hermit's eyes, Lega quickly warned him, what? You are thinking about finding that person? Don't even dream about it. He is probably dead somewhere in this forest. Still, the boy stubbornly believed that person might be alive. Did you see that person die with your own eyes? Lega recalled the man's appearance and calmly explained, that guy was old, but he used to be very strong. But no matter how strong a person is, they weaken because they can handle the forest's dark magic. It is just that you can feel it, because you have the seed of darkness. The last time I saw him was a long time ago. He must be about 90 now. That story did not discourage Hermit. He kept asking, didn't you say people can live past 100? Where did you meet that person? Lega suddenly felt a bit disappointed. I raised you, and now you are determined to leave. That is disgusting. Seeing Hermit still would not give up, Lega gave a reasonable reason. Didn't I tell you to take care of yourself? If he is not there, then just go back. Knowing he could not hold the boy back, Lega left it to fate. Fine. Go then. Do whatever you want. Head east from here. Without a second thought, Hermit walked away, leaving Lega helpless. What? If you die on the way, that is on you. But Hermit did not care much. He just hoped to meet that man. Yet, there is someone in this forest, and a very strong one. Someone without the seed of darkness. Someone like me. After running toward the direction Lega pointed out, Hermit's eyes widened in amazement at the scene before him. There is a place like this too. I am sure only humans could build something like this. Before he could finish, a tall figure attacked him from behind. It was an older man urgently demanding to know who he was and who sent him. In that moment of confusion, Hermit hesitated before answering. Lega told me someone lives here. Hearing that name, the man calmed down and lowered his voice. I understand. He released your body but kept questioning. Why are you looking for me? If you just want to meet a human. You are looking for the wrong person. His coldness made Hermit restless. So he got straight to the point. That is not it. I want to escape this forest. After understanding everything, the man introduced himself. My name is Jin. What is yours? He asked, receiving the reply. Hermit, he deliberately emphasized. So you want to get out of here? Right. Hermit did not hesitate to explain further. Laga told me you know how to escape. Jian understood his intention and sincerely advised him. Why do you want to leave? The outside world is not as peaceful or beautiful as you think. People out there do not just have sharp claws and fangs. They have weak bodies too, but they are much more patient and cunning. They cooperate or betray each other when it suits them. You born in this forest? Hearing Hermit's answer, no. I was sent here after I was born. Jian easily guessed it was because he has the seed of darkness. Those born with that seed are usually killed at birth, but since you were spared, you must have a tall lineage. At least you are a noble. But Hermit wants him to satisfy his curiosity. What exactly is a noble? Jian firmly believes so. Things like that probably do not matter anymore, since you have already been sent here, and I have to repay that leopard. Listen carefully. The reason you were left in this forest is because of the dark seed inside you. If it still exists, even if you leave here, you will always be hunted, and eventually, you will die fighting others. You still want to leave this forest? Ames nodded without hesitation, leaving Jian no choice but to go along with it. I understand. Wait, fine. The boy, while being pulled along, panicked and questioned. Wait. Jian quickly smiled with amusement. It is pretty hot today. If you want to go to the human world, you have to master being human first. Wait, let us go. I will make you human. You have to cross the boundary of this forest. But for now, just forget about that. You need to get stronger first. Then you have to meet someone who knows how to cross it. Get stronger. Just do as I say. The two of them entered a primitive rundown house. Amit could not stand his demand and shouted, Jia, why do I have to do this? Seeing the boy's annoyed expression as he dropped the branch, he calmly replied, that is how humans live. Amit just complained a bit. You live like that too? This place is so dirty. Then Jian deliberately reminded him, so you want to keep living in the forest? Then he brought the boy close to a common human item and introduced it. This is your forest. Amonit flopped onto the bed and confidently asked, I think I have got it. Right. But before he could finish, Jian deliberately scolded him. Easy kid. You still have a lot to do. Get up, put this on. Humans have to wear clothes. I do not have many. So do not ruin it. The ill-fitting outfit made Aitavit a bit uncomfortable. Then Jian took him outside. Because of a special lesson. You need to know one more thing. I will teach you about what you can and can't eat, and how to make the inedible edible. Every living thing has a heart stone. Even if you remove it, there is still spiritual energy left. But there is one thing without spiritual energy, and that is water. You can cut off the heart stone and wash away the spiritual energy from a creature with water. Try eating it. After tasting the plant, Hamid nodded in approval. The plan is edible too. That is great. Moving on to the next lesson. Hamid showed frustration again. I really need human knowledge. But what does that have to do with fetching water? He's been making me do weird stuff for days now. Isn't he this a bit much? Unexpectedly, Laga appeared right in front of him, and even teased him on purpose. What are you doing? Trying to be funny. Why are you listening to that human? You never listened to me. Facing Hedramet's explanation, he said it would make me stronger. It made Laga sink into that overwhelming feeling once again. Now that you are stronger, what will you do? Are you going to leave the forest? You said I am not a beast. Then I have to go to the human world. If nothing good will happen. I'm leaving now. See you later. Right now. Laga can only comfort himself. That kid will probably be fine. Suddenly, Hermit moved on to Diane's next training session. He kept pushing him relentlessly. Straighten your back. Hermit just complained a little. Diane, I am so. Lean was awakened by him. You do not want to leave this forest. Do you? Diane was acting quite strict, but deep down, he quietly acknowledged it. The kid is holding up pretty well. Maybe those who survive in this forest have to be different. The kid was born with more than just the seed of darkness. He is worth teaching. It was not until the sunset that Diane took the initiative to speak. Hermit, come sit here. Knowing he was struggling with hunger, Diane deliberately prepared a tasty dish to encourage him. He even taught Hermit how to hold chopsticks properly while eating. In note, his hands were skillfully scooping up food, and he did not break his promise to praise it. This is delicious. What is this? Scooping it up really good. Diane would not focus on eating, and instead gave the next reminder. Listen while you eat. Hermit, you came to me to leave this forest, and now, you are trying to get stronger. But you are not a beast in this forest. You are just a weak human without fangs or claws. No matter how hard you work, human strength has limits. That is why I want to teach you swordsmanship starting tomorrow. But before that, I will show you what a sword really is. Dazen gripped the wooden stick in his hand with a proud and majestic stance. He slowly approached the large rock ahead, then carefully reminded Hermit to watch closely. The guy focused all his attention on Dazen, not daring to blink. Meanwhile, Dazen began to try some basic sword moves. The crucial moment arrived. Dazen's eyes lit up as he locked onto his target. He put all his strength into his arm and decisively swung the stick hard onto the ground, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere. The heavy friction between the stick's tip and the ground sparked tiny little flames. Hermit's eyes widened in amazement. I just saw sparks fly from that piece of wood, but it did not stop there. Dazen unleashed another skill. This time, he used his wooden stick to physically strike the massive rock standing before him. It was truly amazing. Just a stick could shatter a huge rock into hundreds of pieces. Hermit stood there stunned, motionless, watching everything unfold before his eyes. The more he watched, the less he could believe this was real. A heavy silence enveloped the entire place. Dazen struck the ground repeatedly, and Hermit stood there stunned, motionless, watching everything unfold before his eyes. The more he watched, The less he could believe this was real, a heavy silence enveloped the entire place. Dazen calmly explained to Hermit. This is how humans survive. Hermit, still amazed, said. Just now. That thing, the wooden stick in Dazen's hand, began to radiate an incredible power. He introduced a new technique to Hermit. It's like how beasts have their magic power. Hermit, still amazed, said. Just now. That thing, the wooden stick in Dazen's hand, began to radiate an incredible power. He introduced a new technique to Hermit. Just like beasts have their magic power, imagine humans also have a powerful source of strength they can use the same way. Even though the dark seed inside him is dormant and different from everyone else's, it shares the exact same source of power. Hermit excitedly thought to himself. Writing. So this is the power I got when I met Liga and later Dazen. Hermit grinned and said to Dazen. That is awesome. I want to learn how to use that too. Suddenly, Dazen flicked Hermit on the head, making him fall backward. Don't lose patience like that. Your body is not ready yet to handle writing right now. What is important for you is to understand the way of the sword. While Dazen was explaining to Hermit, he lay on the ground in pain. Dazen stared at Hermit and warned. Training will be tough, stressful, and sometimes painful. But you have to stick with it till the end and never fail. As long as you give your heart to it, the sword will reward you accordingly. Hermit respectfully reached out with both hands to receive the wooden sword Dazen handed him. Holding the sword firmly, Hermit smiled shyly and replied confidently. Yep, sir. A few days later, Hermit was still diligently training under Dazen's guidance. They also sternly reminded Hermit to stay focused. The guy annoyedly argued back. It has been days already. My stance is perfect. Dazen was speechless at Hermit's stubbornness. So you have already learned to talk back to me. And I am sure I told you to be respectful. Hermit sighed and said. I have been doing it right. Dazen flatly rejected. Not all. Hermit asked curiously. Then what is the problem? Dazen sighed deeply and commented. This kid. Just having the right stance is not enough. Think it over. Hermit stood there and asked again. Then Dazen started to get frustrated with Hermit's cluelessness. Do I have to explain everything for you to get it? Seeing him being so vague, Hermit got really angry. Of course. Why did not you just say it all from the start? If you keep beating around the bush, how am I supposed to understand? Dazen stood silently thinking about Hermit. The more he observed him, the stranger he seemed. He had zero self-discipline in learning, yet he was improving faster than expected. The dark energy greatly affects people, making them more violent, and he even grew up among demons. Yet, unlike the first impression, he was very rational and truly different somehow. After a moment of thought, Dazen slowly walked over to Hermit and said, All right, let me teach you. As soon as he finished, Dazen swung the wooden stick hard against Hermit's hand. Seeing him in pain, he smirked and said, You are getting weaker. And so, Dazen kept hitting Hermit's hand with the stick, making him hurt so much he almost cried. Why did you hit me twice? Dazen stopped and asked. Do you see the difference now? Hermit thought for a moment and honestly answered. Not yet. Seeing Hermit still stubborn, Dazen threatened. Answer like that, and it looks like you do not want dinner. Realizing he might get starved, Hermit panicked. What? He quickly changed his tone and said to Dazen. Wait, I think I am starting to get it. Hermit hesitated and shared his feelings. Some hits hurt more, some less. The speed and position you hit are also different. Thousands of why questions flooded Hermit's mind. Why is that? I do not get it yet. The movements are almost the same. Strange. Seeing Hermit pause as if understanding the hint, Dazen spoke up to explain. Got it. Just copying the outer form is not enough. The tiny differences in muscle use, the subtle finger movements, the flow of your motion, and the harmony between your mind and the sword. You have to consider all of that. Only then can you say you have truly learned it all. You have to put your whole heart and soul into every move. When you do that, you will truly understand. Hermit gradually felt enlightened, his mind expanding. Seeing Hermit's mind drifting off like he was floating on 9 clouds, Darren snapped his fingers on Hermit's head and continued. Right now, you are just spinning your arms around for no reason. You are not a swordsman, just a woodcutter. After saying everything he needed to, Darren sternly told Hermit to try again after the training session ended. Hermit went alone to the stream, muttering that resting is also part of training, but swinging the sword like this now just feels boring. At that moment, Liga appeared out of nowhere. Surprising Hermit a bit, had not seen Liga in a long time. Liga looked at Hermit with a thoughtful expression. It has only been a short time, but you have already grown bigger. Hermit paused and asked. Really? Liga stepped closer and said, Well, I am just like a kernel of corn that has grown into a full ear. He confidently declared. I will definitely get bigger. Do not worry. Now that I think about it, Dadan said he owes you something. Right. Hearing that, Liga suddenly remembered. Dadan is the name of that human, is not? He said he wanted to stay here, so I specially allowed him to. Hermit was a bit curious. But Liga, you do not like living with anyone, right? You really do not want to fight him. Hearing that question, Liga was startled and exclaimed. Living with a human seems to have made me dumber. Liga put on a fierce face, showing sharp fangs as he introduced himself to Hermit. I am the master of this central part of the primeval forest. Liga. Anyone who dares to bother me, I will fight back while trying to look cool. Liga suddenly changed his tone to a thoughtful rant. Actually, maybe not everyone. I am really just trying to be cautious in case that poisonous snake attacks. Hermit eagerly asked. The poisonous snake is in the southern part of the forest, named Nahani. Liga revealed to Hermit that it is that two-headed snake. It is targeting that human. If we two keep fighting each other until we are exhausted, we might miss better opportunities. Hermit suddenly asked. So if you have to fight Dazan, are you confident you will win? Liga looked sharply at him, then calmly replied. Who knows? Because beasts like me usually show our magic power right away. So instinctively we can tell. But humans never naturally reveal their abilities. What I mean is, they can hide their power. Hermit, surprised, asked again to be sure. So you won T-win. Liga lay back on the grass and confided in Hermit. I am just saying I can T be sure. Even though Naho does not like that human either. He can T just attack him right away because of that. Hermit's curiosity shifted again. Wait, why does Naho hate that human? Liga explained. Because that human destroyed the area Naho had built. And Hermit, not knowing, immediately asked. What area? Liga leaned down and asked. Curious. Hermit crossed his arms. Annoyed. Of course, I am so curious I can stand it. So what is it? Seeing that, Liga gave in to Hermit's wish. Alright, as soon as he said that, Liga used all his strength to leap high, swiftly jumping from branch to branch. Sitting above, Hermit was so scared his face turned pale, sweat pouring down nonstop. This is, Liga quickly continued. That is the area I mentioned, where humans have to work themselves to exhaustion, endure beatings from the rulers. Those heartless people treat humans worse than animals. Liga took Hermit to see a human-style farm so he could witness it firsthand. Liga and Hermit stood on a high cliff looking down at the farm below. Hermit was still confused, seeing a human farm for the first time. Down below, a muscular young man was carrying wood when he suddenly collapsed flat on the ground. As he struggled to sit up, a manager came over and yelled, You idiot. Work properly. The manager even whipped the young man with a rope, saying, Do not act like you are hurt. Get up right now. Hermit felt upset seeing this scene. He seemed to be in a lot of pain. Why did that guy hit him? Liga spoke up to explain, saying it was because he did not work properly. Women who love like that are easier for these arrogant people to bully. What are you looking at? Get inside quickly. All the girls lined up in a long row and slowly went inside. Everyone was nervous and scared but could not resist. Hermit was a bit puzzled when he saw those faces. They looked like us but also a little different. Liga blinked and asked, Are you talking about human women? The more Hermit looked, the more confused he became. Even though it was daytime, they went inside the tent. Liga calmly explained in detail that those women were food. Although they are human, their gender is different from you. You are men, and they are women. Nahor prefers women because their meat is tender and less muscular. But if they are too small, there is nothing to eat. So they have to wait until they are grown up. Women have to be food for Nahor, and men have to be slaves for life to maintain this land. Hermit gradually understood the problem. So this place is basically a farm. Liga confirmed. Yep. People think Nahor is protecting the farm, but humans are the ones maintaining it. And of course, they have a leader. Coincidentally, the leader just showed up. The leader asked irritably, What is all this noise about? Seeing him, the manager quickly ran over to greet him. Sir, you are here. The day has come. The day of Jugo. A slave made a mistake, and Jugo suddenly changed the subject to ask, Forget it. Have you gathered all the sacrifices yet? The manager hurriedly replied, Yep. They are over there. Jugo turned his face toward the hut to observe. Suddenly, Jugo walked over and stared intently at a girl's face. Then he gave a sly smile and said, I will find a way for you to live longer. Saying that, Jugo roughly dragged her away. Hermit's eyes widened in shock as he asked, Is that human the village chief? Liga revealed a bit of info about him to Hermit. Yep. I do not know how, but he is really good at finding people lost in the forest. If you are unlucky, you could become one of them. Down here, Jugo grabbed the heads of the women and tortured them mercilessly. Hermit shared his feelings. I know. You did not treat me like that. Why not? At Hermit's question, Liga looked a bit embarrassed. After hesitating, Liga finally said, I do not really like the idea of raising fattening animals like Nahor does. Hearing that, Hermit just chuckled. Sounds like something you would do. Liga then made a clueless face as if not understanding anything. Hermit sat back thinking. Come to think of it, training humans is even more. Liga suddenly interrupted Hermit's thoughts. Alright, let us go back. Suddenly, a strange scent wafted into Liga's nose. Small world. Naho appeared out of nowhere in front of Liga, looking amused, saying, Well. Let us see who we have here. A face I once missed, Liga said with a scowl, baring his fangs and calling, Naho. Liga tensed up and asked Naho, Were not you sleeping? Hermit was startled and terrified seeing such a huge monster for the first time. It simply stood up and created a heavy pressure. Naho asked curiously, Is this the human child you are raising? Men are best when they are young. Let me take a bite. Liga flatly refused. No thanks. You do not eat men anyway. Right, their meat does not suit your taste. Naho laughed loudly and said, that is right. The human meat Jugo prepares for me is extremely delicious. But this sent Hermit's face darkened. He seemed to sense something bad was about to happen. Naho circled a few times, then slowly approached, staring at Hermit's face and demanded, what is your relationship with Dazen? Hermit was so scared that tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, Liga's palm swiped past Hermit's face. It turns out Liga is trying to use his strength to protect Hermit. Liga's rage keeps flaring up. Damn it. Who dares to drag that filthy face in here? Now shows no fear. Just stands there laughing with delight. Donnie gets so worked up. You know I am a peace-loving guy. I just wanted to check why I smelled that nasty scent on his clothes. It has only been a few years since he destroyed my farm. So of course I am on guard around him. Liga quickly calms Hermit down, saying it has nothing to do with Dizan. It was just mixing clothes to wear. Now happily confides. Well then. That is a relief. If you were not here, I would have tortured him. Liga switches to aggressive mode to warn Naho. If you dare lay a finger on him, I will tear you to pieces. Naho replies with a challenging tone. Oh man. That is old school. Just kidding. I do not want to fight you guys. Anyway. We have known each other for quite a while now. More importantly, once you are done, can you leave? I hope you never come back here again. The dragon beasts roam my territory. I do not like that. After saying all he needed, Naho turns and walks away. Meanwhile, Hermit is still trembling with fear, overwhelmed by tension. Hermit collapses unconscious on the ground. After a while, Hermit finally wakes up, and the two walk back home together. On the way, Hermit keeps rubbing his head, complaining nonstop. Oh man. What a mess. Liga seriously warns him. Since Naho saw you, you are not allowed to go alone anymore. You have to stick close to those humans. Now is watching me, so he won't come here. But you never know, Hermit replies sadly. Alright then. Seeing Hermit's strained face, Liga asks worriedly, what is wrong with you? You have to be careful with things like this. There is no other way. You are still young. Suddenly, Hermit calls out, making Liga a bit startled. Wait. Do you think I could ever be as strong as you and Dazen? Liga does not know how to answer that tough question. Seeing Liga's hesitation, Hermit gets even sadder. Is it that hard? Liga honestly shares. That human is very strong. I do not know exactly how strong, but he is on a level most normal humans can reach no matter how hard they try their whole lives. Hermit is surprised by the whole lives part Liga mentioned. Liga tries to encourage Hermit to lift his spirits. It is not easy, but everything will change depending on what you do. If you really want to get stronger, if you want to get out of this forest, do everything you can to become stronger. Both fall into a quiet moment. Liga takes a deep breath to calm down, then slowly leaves. That human is coming. See you later. Liga's guess turns out to be right. A few minutes later, Darren appears carrying a bundle of grass on his shoulder. He stands seriously and tells Hermit, I guess you went out with that leopard again. Hermit is startled and turns to look. Darren gently says to Hermit, the sun's about to set. Let us head back. Hermit stands silently with a gloomy face. Now, Hermit seems caught between two choices. One side is humans. The other is the leopard that raised him. Liga sneaks a glance at Hermit, then silently promises himself, I will watch over you. Hermit's eyes are vacant, staring off into the distance. Like a telepathic bond, Hermit feels Liga will always be by his side. So he quickly regains his spirit. The sun slowly sets behind the mountains. Hermit and Darren hurry home, while Liga quietly slips away alone. One evening, Hermit keeps crying out in pain. He curls up, clutching his stomach tightly with his hands. My stomach hurts so bad. I do not think I can hold on. Earlier, Darren gave Hermit a handful of wild herbs and gave careful instructions. Hermit, eat this before bed tonight. Holding them in his hand, Hermit awkwardly asked, what is this? Darren answered bluntly. Poison grass. Hermit was startled and panicked. Are you telling me to eat poison? No sooner had he spoken than Darren slapped him. Just eat it and do not complain. I will help you control the power of the shadow seed. Remembering Darren's words from earlier, Hermit could only guess. Maybe it really is poison, but why did not he say it would hurt this much? Hermit was in so much pain. His whole body was drenched in sweat. The pain kept getting worse. What exactly did you make me eat? Darren, at the same time, Darren took advantage of the night to go out to the cliff nearby. He stood looking up at the night sky, muttering to himself, 550, maybe about 4 years. Day after day, Hermit kept practicing tirelessly. Now, Hermit could perform a few skillful sword moves. He kept using a tree trunk as his training tool, so the trunk was always covered with slash marks. Darren stood arrogantly watching Hermit train. He carefully observed every move, every hand and foot technique. Then he praised, you are starting to handle the sword more skillfully now. Hermit took a deep breath and called back, Darren. He confidently assessed himself. Lately I feel my body is much lighter, and my vision has improved a lot. Could it be because of the poison? Darren guessed. It might be the effect of the demon soil. You have not felt any pain recently. Right, Hermit answered firmly. It feels more like the spirit energy comes early in the morning now. Darren nodded and continued. I see. It has been a few months since you started absorbing the demon soil. I guess the time has come. Hermit, do you remember what I said about the writing? You can see the power, but that is also why you can make it surge without limits. However, if your body and spirit do not reach the basic level, Training the writing is pointless. The reason I have not taught you writing is because you have not reached that level yet, but your body now seems ready to receive the writing. Then let us begin. I will teach you how to train the writing. Darren stood proudly like a hero. He extended his hand to the side, still gripping his sword tightly. He took a deep breath, absorbing all the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. In an instant, Darren's whole body radiated an overwhelming power. The strength inside Darren was so intense that even Hermit could not withstand it. Darren patiently guided Hermit step by step, harmonizing the energy in the air, leading it into the body, controlling it freely, and through your sword, materializing it. That is how you can control the writing, and what you must do from now on. Here, raise your sword. Hermit focused on following Darren's instructions. He warned, breathe deeply while facing me. You will absorb natural power into your body, simplify your thoughts and move calmly. If you lose this flow, the energy from Darren's sword shot out fast toward Hermit, freezing him in fear. Acting on instinct, Hermit barely managed to block with his weak sword. Meanwhile, Darren kept warning, if you forget the writing, your body will shatter first. Darren's power was so overwhelming that Hermit's resistance was nothing. He was thrown into a nearby tree. Darren did not stop. He raised his hand again and dashed at Hermit at lightning speed, startling him. This life or death moment, Hermit quickly dodged to the side, causing Darren's attack to hit the tree instead. Hermit's face turned pale as he realized his life was hanging by a thread. Wait, does he really want to kill me? Darren calmly asked Hermit. Why do you lose your cool so fast? I never taught you to be like that. Hermit was starting to feel tired. He tried to breathe evenly to calm himself down. A few seconds later, Hermit gently lowered his sword down. He glared at Darren as if he held a grudge against him for 1,000 lifetimes. Every deep grudge inside Hermit surged up. He gripped his sword tightly and charged at Darren with all his might. Hermit wildly struck at Darren, but Darren easily blocked every hit. Use all the corpses, absorb more energy, and you will be able to feel all the power. Suddenly, Hermit's face twisted in pain as if he was going through unbearable agony. Darren pushed Hermit back forcefully. No one could execute it perfectly from the very first time on. From now on, we will keep training like this even if it takes time. It is taking advantage of Hermit's momentary lapse. Darren tried to land another blow. Luckily, Hermit reacted quickly and used his sword to block it. The two stared at each other, then smirked with a knowing look. Darren calmly told Hermit, just show me your willpower. Hermit gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, then used all his strength to shove Darren's sword away. Darren stood beside him, constantly urging, don't stop. Keep moving. Don't break the flow. A little faster. A little faster. Absorb all the energy into your body. Hermit tried hard to follow Darren's instructions closely. Hermit closed his eyes tightly to feel the power around him. He poured all his effort and dedication into practicing swordsmanship. Hermit's body gradually changed noticeably. Muscles bulging. Time flew like a dog running wild. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. On a day when snow blanketed the whole forest, Hermit ignored the harsh weather and trained intensely. An ancient tree was split in two by a single strike from Hermit's sword. He stood looking at his accomplishment, then let out a relieved breath. All right. Can I call it a day for training now? While talking to himself, Darren approached and said, it has been 4 years already. And Hermit turned around. Surprised, Darren stood with arms crossed, seriously commenting, you have improved a bit now. Hermit blinked, saying, improved? I still feel like I am missing something. He took the initiative to ask, anyway, wanna spar today? Darren demanded. First, show me your power. Hermit refused at first. I do not want to. Last time I did. And then you refused to fight me, saying I still lacked skill. Darren insisted on seeing Hermit's power no matter what. Forced into a corner with no way to resist, Hermit reluctantly complied. He closed his eyes tightly and began to feel the flow within his body. Darren stood nearby, watching Hermit intently with a thoughtful gaze. I have said it before, but to be able to manifest power this clearly at such a young age, the kid is growing stronger unbelievably fast. Though he carries the seed of darkness, he truly has talent. After a while controlling his power, Hermit started gasping for breath. Exhausted, Darren had already predicted Hermit's future fate. This kid was destined to overturn the world's order, whether in prosperity or burning in hellfire. Deep down, Darren hesitated, wondering if it was time to let the kid go. Darren quietly called Hermit's name, while Hermit remained innocent, unaware he was about to leave the teacher he had bonded with for so long. After some thought, Darren finally decided to tell Hermit, looks like it is time. Hermit's eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean? Could it be? Before he could finish, Darren confirmed, yep. I am saying it is time to leave this forest. Hermit worriedly confided, but I do not think I am strong enough yet. Darren also warned you, if your dark seed grows even a little more, you won't be able to get past the divine trial. Now's the only time. Listen carefully. I will explain. And Hermit, do not stay silent in your anxiety. Darren used all his knowledge and understanding to guide Hermit. The human world lies south of the Yuangsin forest. You have to pass the divine trial to get there. And I heard there is an area where the divine trial is pretty weak. In theory, you could get through there to reach the human world. even if you have the dark seed. A person who can handle the weakened divine trial could make it through, Hermit curiously asked. Where is it? But even Darren has never tried to find it himself. Still, he knows someone has done it before. In the two-headed snake's territory, there is a human village. Surely the village chief, Jugo, knows where it is. That panther knows the human village's location. Hermit vaguely realized that by two-headed snake, he meant Nahor. And Jugo is the one who governs the humans in that village. That is him. Darren hesitated before continuing. In the end, you will experience countless things in the human world. Who've only lived in the forest might find the outside world loud and bustling, but tragedy always happens quietly. Hermit felt a bit unsettled hearing Darren's somewhat scary warnings. Darren kept sharing what he knew with Hermit. It is not something easily stopped, and you want to be able to avoid it either. When that time comes, you will feel helpless and in extreme pain. You might go through anger and despair, or maybe even reach out to the darkness for help. But whatever happens, do not lose yourself. Darren put his hand on Hermit's shoulder, passing all his trust and strength to him. That is all I ask of you. Any questions? Hermit clenched his fists, holding back his emotions. Then asked, You said you do not intend to come with me. Right. Darren suddenly coughed harshly, weakened by old age, then gently replied, That is right. A cool sadness showed in Hermit's eyes as he looked at Darren. Before leaving, Darren reminded him, If you have nothing more to say, I am going to sleep now. I have something to give you. So remember to come back in the morning. I want to be alone after a long time. After Darren left, Hermit was left alone standing in the cold forest. Night began to fall. Hermit stepped back to sit by the riverbank. His face always looked sad. And at that moment, Liga came over to him. He asked curiously, You do not look too excited. Isn't he tomorrow the day you leave? Hermit slowly turned and called, Liga. He hesitated before answering. Yeah. Finally I can leave this place. But I feel complicated. I do not know why I feel this way. Liga's condition was not much better. He glanced at Hermit secretly. Proof that he was slowly becoming human. And so, the whole night, the two of them clung to each other. Early the next morning, Hermit went to Darren's house as promised, gripping the door handle tightly as he pulled it open. Seeing him hesitate, Liga stood behind and urged, Go on. Hermit slowly opened the door and looked around, feeling a bit surprised. In the middle of the room, Darren was already sitting, waiting for him. In front of him were a satchel and a fine sword. Seeing him just sitting there with his head down, unresponsive, Hermit nervously called out, Darren. But all he got back was heavy silence. Hermit tried calling Darren once more, but still no response. He stood there, deep in thought, sensing something bad. But he guessed it was really time for him to leave. Hermit stepped forward, took the sword and bag Darren had prepared for him. Before leaving, Hermit lingered to look at Darren one last time. I will remember you. Hermit's eyes shimmered as if about to cry. He closed his eyes, trying to take in this place. The image of Darren's dignified figure was forever etched in Hermit's mind. Hermit stepped out of the cozy little house. Liga walked over and told him, I guess his time has come. Hermit asked in surprise, How do you know? Liga explained. He told me before. Seeing Hermit's mood drop, Liga stood beside him trying to encourage him. Do not look so down. Every meeting was already meant to be right. He lived and left as life had destined, so you do not need to feel guilty. Looks like I can finally give this to you. Hermit reached out to take the piece of cloth Liga handed him. What is this? It tells the story. When you were left here, you were wearing this. Take a look. You might need it when you leave here. Inside the cloth was a gold-plated pendant. Liga continued. It is made from Dong gold, a rare metal. You must be the child of some noble family. Hermit opened the pendant to take a closer look. Sure enough, inside was engraved the name Margaret Fenner. Liga used his detective mind to guess. Is that the name of the one behind this? Hermit thought maybe it is his mother's name. Liga carefully advised. Once you get out of here, go find her. No matter what happened, she might be able to help you. You are planning to go to your farm. Right. That damn jerk is in hibernation, so he won't come out unless there is a big riot. But even so, if I enter his territory, he will find me. Hermit said firmly. Do not worry. I can handle it myself. Liga urged him quickly. Okay. Hurry up. This is your only chance. Hearing that, Hermit grabbed his things and set off to make it on time. After a few steps, he sent his regards to Liga. Take care. Liga watched him leave, then nodded and replied. You too. Hermit, you take care as well. It is already dark at your farm. A man wearing a black tank top returned to his room. He approached, opened the door, stepped inside, then quickly laughed, showing the black tank top over his skin. That man was none other than Jugo. Hearing a strange noise, he quickly turned his head to check. Seeing nothing unusual, Jugo used his magic to light a candle. And just as the flame flickered, Hermit appeared, pressing a sword against Jugo's neck. Do not move. Dark magic is a source of demonic energy that can even make a weak wizard powerful. Among countless wizards, some have crossed the boundaries fate did not set for them, gaining infinite magic and power. Jugo used to be a wizard full of envy and jealousy toward others. He craved to be the strongest, and feeling he lacked talent, Jugo chose dark magic. To achieve his goal, Jugo needed to gather dark human emotions through activities like kidnapping and illegal human trafficking. The necessary materials were easily collected. The suffering and fear from those materials made Jugo stronger and more ruthless. However, during a manhunt, Jugo's crimes were exposed to the light. Jugo was arrested and sentenced to death or exile. To avoid immediate execution, Jugo chose to flee to the primeval forest. There, he finally met the two-headed snake. He was allowed to stay in the snake's territory as a reward for his submission and worship. Jugo used magic to gather all the exiles in the forest to avoid being killed immediately. They tamed the demon beast, and that is how the farm was created. Jugo became the farm's leader, while the others were treated no better than animals. The true owner of this territory, Naho, never bothered with what Jugo did, as long as he kept offering tributes. While serving Naho, Jugo's ambition grew. However, every winter, he can't help but worry, because once Naho enters the winter break, the wild beasts around will attack the farm every day. But even amid such meaningless crisis, Jugo still somewhat feels satisfied with this new life. Back to reality. After being subdued by Hermit, Jugo just stood there silently cursing. Winter is always the source of deception. What do you want? Hermit seriously demanded he reveal the way out of the primeval forest. Jugo still boldly insulted Hermit, saying he was much cleaner compared to that brat. I heard Daizan took on an apprentice. Hermit ignored Jugo's off-topic remarks and focused on the main issue, telling him to give the way out of the forest. Jugo still bluntly asked, "Why should I do that?" Hermit lightly slashed his neck, then threatened, saying if he did not talk, he would send someone to torture his family. Jugo showed no fear. Instead, he threatened Hermit back, saying if I leave, the Lord Naho will wake from his copper sleep and come here. If that happens, you will be the one getting tortured instead of me. You think you can just pick another Lord Naho? You are just an ordinary human. Nothing special. Hermit calmly asked back, can Naho bring back the dead? You will definitely burn to ashes. So I have nothing to worry about. Don't try any tricks. Jugo is extremely valuable now, so he is still very arrogant. I am the only one who knows how to get out of this forest. If you kill me now, you will never escape. Hermit stayed calm and retorted, how ridiculous. I have heard mages always die along with their belongings. I will find it anyway if I turn your house upside down. I just want to simplify this process. Jugo started to struggle facing a tough opponent like Hermit. You really are a tough one. Fine. I will tell you how to get out of the forest. Saying that, Jugo led Hermit down into a secret cellar. While walking, he took the initiative to start a conversation. What is your name? Hermit bluntly replied, none of your business. Jugo had to give up on Hermit's stubbornness. Fine. But I will reveal a few things to you. The method I found is only theoretical so far. No one has ever tested it or had the ability to test it. The results might not be worth what you are doing now, but it should work eventually. Seeing you still here means he has no intention of leaving. What happened to him? Hermit went silent when he heard Jugo's question. Don't just stand there silently. Jugo laughed and asked again. No answer. Probably went to meet the king of hell. He took out a book and laughed with delight. Seeing that, Hermit reached out and demanded, hand it over. Jugo quickly pulled the book out of Hermit's reach. Calm down. Hey. What do you think about becoming my successor and living here? Hermit said just 2 words. Meaningless. Jugo grinned and praised Hermit, saying you totally deserve it since you are Daizan's apprentice. Everyone here is too weak. I will give you everything I have here. Hermit sensed something was wrong and tightly gripped his sword. Then he pressed it against Jugo's neck, saying I will survive and get out of this hellhole. So shut up and hand it over. Faced with Hermit's steel threat, Jugo did not dare resist. Fine. If you are begging, I have no choice. This is the book I found hidden on a mage before settling here. That mage's idea was about invisibility magic. Unfortunately, it seems he never escaped this place. According to the book, on the south side of the forest, there is a big waterfall. The water and magic simultaneously weaken the divine power. You might be able to break through the barrier here. Of course, even though it is weakened, there is still a powerful formation around the primeval forest. Anyone with even a little magic will be reduced to dust. That is all I know. After learning what he needed, Hermit sheathed his sword and put on a righteous look as he spoke. All right. I will end your life. Still, deep down, he did not really like Jugo, but then he remembered what Daizan had taught him. Don't take life lightly. You only survive because that rat showed mercy. After some thought, he clenched his fist and punched Jugo hard in the stomach, sending him flying. After Hermit's powerful blow, Jugo's eyes rolled back, and saliva kept spilling from his mouth. While he was unconscious, Hermit tied Jugo to a pillar with a rope. As soon as he woke up, he realized he was restrained by Hermit. Before leaving, he reminded him that he would be released soon. From now on, do not do bad things anymore. Watching the rainstorm leave, Jugo's frustration kept rising uncontrollably. He could not control himself and kept cursing nonstop. I can't use magic, you arrogant bastard. You think you can survive and escape this forest? Hermit stopped in his tracks. Hearing Jugo's insults and taunts, he smirked, glanced back at Jugo's miserable state, and said, of course. Now, in this huge room, only Jugo was sitting here. He bared his teeth in anger. How dare that bastard? Jugo's whole body radiated a strong magical aura. That confidence of yours, I will shatter it into pieces. He shouted with all his might, calling for help from Naho, begging him to wake up. His scream shook the entire farm. The cracks began to form all over the ground. Hearing Jugo's cry for help, Naho immediately emerged from underground. Naho asked, Jugo, you do not usually wake me up for no reason. Right. He put on a pitiful face and said, "This time it is a matter of life and death. I am sure you will understand once I explain. Daisen has been knocked out, and his body is here now." Naho was shocked and panicked upon hearing this shocking news. He bared his sharp teeth. Then he laughed confidently. "Get it? This is a perfect opportunity. To escape those tailing me that I hate, I will find him," he said abruptly. Naho burst through the ceiling to chase after Hermit. Jugo sat there smirking. "That damn bastard. You think you will get away unscathed after treating me like that? Nothing in this world is free. Figure it out yourself." Outside, Hermit is still struggling through the forest and streams to find a way out of the primeval forest. Hermit sped through the trees, leaping from branch to branch, wondering if he should just finish it. Suddenly, he noticed the magical beasts fleeing without even glancing at him. They were scared. That meant what Hermit feared chilled him to the bone. He immediately pushed himself to full speed, running like hell. After running for a while, Hermit stopped. No matter what, he still had not left this territory, and magic covered the entire area. Quickly, Hermit sensed something dangerous approaching and gripped his sword tightly. A two-headed black dragon, as big as a mountain, appeared before Hermit. "Hey kid, I knew you would come back to my turf. You are a long-time guest of mine. I can't just let you leave so easily. With things as they are." Hermit had no choice but to prepare to fight. "Looks like I can only leave after killing you." The dragon laughed loudly, mocking him. "You are braver than last time, like a weak human. What can you do with that puny body of yours?" Dante resisted as useless. "Just crawl into my belly quickly." The dragon used its two big heads to attack Homut. The shockwave echoed through the forest. Luckily, you dodged just in time, but the dragon's strike kicked up a cloud of dust, blocking Homut's vision. While you were still trying to see through the dust, the big dragon surrounded you. "You move well, kid. Keep trying to fight back." Under the black dragon's attack, Homut closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and told himself, "Stay calm. The enemy is strong, but there will be a chance." When he opened his eyes again, he was more determined. "I want to submit to any two-headed creature." The black dragon opened its sharp-toothed mouth and shot a large energy ball at Homut. You gripped your sword tight and quickly moved to the side. "Now." Homut noticed the dragon's wide-open mouth was a weak spot and immediately attacked. You ran fast along the dragon's body and approached from above. "No matter how strong it is, there is always a spot where I can get in." You swung a long sword strike at the dragon's head, right at its eye. Homut successfully slashed one of the dragon's eyes, causing it intense pain. You silently told yourself you were only buying time. "It would be great if I could beat it, but this is the best I can do with my skills right now. I used too much energy on that attack. If I keep fighting, I won." "Hold up." The other head of Naho angrily cursed. "You useless buck, get a grip." While they argued, Homut quickly ran away. "I have to hide from the wound." The head that Homut had just cut off slowly grew back. This surprised Homut a lot. Before he could react, Naho attacked again. "I just dealt with one useless thing. Now it is your turn." The dragon's head attacked directly. Homut used his sword to defend as best as he could, but Naho's strength can't be underestimated. Very quickly, you were seriously injured. After smashing the ground with its head, creating a deep hole, the dragon spun around but could not find you, trying to escape after that attack. "Ah, I lost one head, so my vision's worse now." The dragon angrily searched for Homut. "Where are you?" "Damn kid." Meanwhile, behind a big tree, Homut sat panting. "I know it is strong, but I still dared to face it, and all I could do was slash its eye." You held your wound and stood up. "At least I managed to buy some time. This is the only chance I have to run fast." Just then, Naho's voice rang out right behind Homut. You felt Naho's power spreading around. It used magic to suppress Homut's breath. The dragon laughed slyly. "Finally found you. Little brat, you think you can escape me in this forest?" Then Naho immediately approached the tree where Homut was hiding. It opened its mouth wide, ready to bite Homut. You had nowhere left to run, so you gripped your sword tight. "Damn it, I can't die like this." Homut used all his magical power to take a desperate chance. At that moment, an old acquaintance appeared. Liga's large body stood between Homut and danger. "Long time no see." The white leopard's arrival surprised Naho as well. Liga's magic flared up, clearly showing its will to protect Homut. "The white leopard told you. I am glad you are still alive." "Good. Now let me handle this." Liga's magic was so powerful it made you a bit dizzy, but Homut still wanted to stay. "Wait, maybe I can still help." In response, Liga insisted you should leave. "You have something more important." "Right. Go find it. Your freedom, do not waste my effort." While you hesitated, Liga let out a loud roar, urging you to go. Homut paused for a second, then bowed his head in agreement and said thank you, before immediately running away. Liga unleashed magic, approaching Naho to block the path of the main force. Main force saw Homut fleeing and got furious, cursing the poor stray cat. "How dare you block the way in my own territory?" Liga bared sharp fangs, not scared at all, replying, "I am just doing what I need to do." Naho laughed. "What kind of friendship is this? It is so touching it almost brought tears." Then his eyes filled with contempt, like looking at a disgusting species. "Actually, I should thank you for coming here on your own. I will bite you immediately and swallow that rude little thing whole." Liga looked at Naho. "There is no one else here but you. Do you think anyone else could do what you just said? Let us see what you are going to do." The two beasts started attacking each other, one using its head, the other its claws. Hard to tell who would win. Time passed until one morning Homut sighed, sword in hand, So it is finally over. After crossing Liga's territory, I have been running nonstop for 2 days. As long as they are not on a host level, I can handle them without any problems. I remembered the friends who helped me. Without Liga and Dazen, I would not have survived here. I only have one chance left. For Liga and Dazen's sake, since they gave me this chance, I have to succeed in leaving this forest. Homut looked at the huge waterfall ahead. This place was so different from Liga's territory. I could barely sense any magic here. Even the shadow like how was reacting. I wondered if it was responding to a god. Luckily, I was protected by a spell. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Just then, Humut caught a white feather falling through the air. This feather was, soon after, a large bird appeared from the sky. What is a human boy doing in my territory? Looking at the big white bird, Humut recognized it immediately. I knew the sorcerer had told me about this, but I did not expect a magical beast near such a supreme formation. The white bird raised its head and introduced itself. My name is Isel. What is yours? He was Humut. Who thought he would heard that name before? This is Isel, the ruler of the north. Liga said Isel is very curious about everything around him. True to his curious nature, the white bird kept asking questions. I smell something familiar on you, but the scent of blood masks it, so it is unclear. Still, I will never forget this scent. You carry the scent of Nahor, and there is a faint, older scent on you too. Is that Liga? Interesting. Very interesting. Are you Liga's child or Nahor's? Humut honestly replied. I am family of Liga. Azel nodded. Is that? Then he suddenly grew much angrier. So Liga's family is invading my territory. But Humut shook his head. I was not sent by Liga. I came here for my own reasons. Azel flapped his large wings lightly. Your reasons? What reason could possibly make me forgive you? Tell me then. Humut thought for a moment. Then said, what I am trying to do might mean something to you. This time he caught Isel's attention. He continued. Yep. This is the perfect chance to satisfy your curiosity. Because I will be the first to pass through that formation and leave the primeval forest. His words made Isel laugh. A weak human kid. You really think you can do it? The shadow seed inside me is telling me you are just like a magical beast. Humut stood firm. Then let me try. Because I am the first human to reach here and want to pass through that supreme formation. Azel still doubted him. It has been a long time since I have seen a human you want me to use as a guinea pig and get burned up in that formation. That would be such a waste. Humut persuaded him. Many others will come to this forest, but the first to pass through that formation will be me. Humut declared confidently, looking at your determination. Azel tilted his bird head thoughtfully, finally accepting it. All right. You are a very smart person. I also want to see you follow through on what you said. It is fitting since you are the only fool crazy enough to risk your life to leave this forest. Anyway, whether you live or die does not concern me. But if you succeed, you will be the first person to ever escape this area. Humut nodded and added that Isel would be the first magical beast to witness that happen. The white bird looked pleased. You are starting to make things interesting for me. Fine. Since I want to see if you can actually leave this place, I will protect you until you reach the formation. If anything unexpected happens and you have something to say, just tell me. I will pass it on to Liga if I meet him. Humut then said, if so, tell Liga that I survived and escaped this forest. Azel looked deeply into Humut's eyes. That means, no matter the outcome, you still want me to say that? Right. The big bird agreed with you. All right. I will tell Liga exactly that. Liga's a special child. Humut closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After calming down, he slung the monster on his back and jumped into the stream. With only one chance left, he used magic to create a protective barrier around himself. Then silently sank to the bottom of the stream. The formation immediately activated when it sensed someone approaching. Humut was determined not to back down from leaving the primeval forest. Gods, grant me the power to cleanse evil and protect humanity. The self-respecting formation fired a blast of energy straight through his chest, a pain I had never felt before. I could not keep my consciousness. Magical beasts turned into humans. And a human turned into a magical beast. Where am I supposed to go now? The transformation pendant glowed underwater near Humut. That evening, a group of mercenaries passed through this area, which was close to the primeval forest. Why are we resting in a place like this? If the captain calls the logistics kid Pin, you know, if we rest, we can go further. Right. Even a mercenary like me can fight against that. So stop complaining and go get more water. Pin grumbled. Oh man. It is almost dark already. The female captain, with sharp hearing, still heard her anger and told Pin to hurry up and get the water. The other team members did not dare argue, saying, just listen. Move your hands and feet fast, or it will be dark soon. While Pin was carrying the water bucket toward the river, he felt something strange. He sighed and thought, just scoop the water and head back. But then he noticed his bucket was scooping up a long, dark mass. What is this? How can there be seaweed in a mountain stream? When Pin looked down, he realized it was not seaweed, it was hair. A strange man was lying motionless by the stream bank. He panicked, shouted loudly, and ran back to the group. Someone in the group asked, what happened? Did you just see a ghost? Pin panicked, unable to speak clearly. There is someone floating in the stream. Someone had stopped breathing there. But the others did not believe Pin. No one could be here in a place like this. That guy is just scared. Probably mistook a log for something. Only the captain stayed calm and asked, "Where did you see him?" "I will go check." Pin nervously pointed toward the stream. "Over there." The female captain followed Pin's lead. "Don't he just lead the way? You still need to get the water." Pin had no choice but to lead the captain. "I swear he is somewhere around here," she warned him as they walked. "If you mix him up with something else, I will make you regret it." "I swear I am not lying," Pin said, but then suddenly noticed something. There. Over there. "Madam." The two approached the man Pin found. Looking at his battered body, the female captain sighed. "There really is someone here," Pin nervously said. "I told you. I am serious. Let us hurry and get back. I do not want to look at him anymore." But the captain suddenly noticed something. "Wait. Do you feel that faint breath from the person lying there?" The girl hurriedly called Pin over. "Come here quickly. This is not death yet. He is still alive." It was actually the two sisters, who pulled Humut back and bandaged his wounds. After a while, Humut slowly opened his eyes. Hearing someone calling nearby, he was waking up. "He is awake," the female captain announced. "Sorry to bother you. But are you fully conscious now?" Humut rubbed his pounding head, looking around confused about where he was and wondering if he had escaped the primeval forest. The female captain reassured him. "Don't be afraid. You are safe here now." She pointed to Pin beside her and explained. "This guy went to get water and came back. But seeing you okay like this really puts my mind at ease." Besides his name, Humut said he could not remember anything else. The captain guessed he had no serious injuries except a head bump. She introduced herself. "I'm Tan, a third-class mercenary from the Silver Army Corps." They shook hands, marking Tandai as the first new person Humut had met besides himself. She said this was a rotten forest, and since he did not remember where he passed out, it must have been serious. "Do you remember anything at all?" Humut was silent, then replied, "I only remember my name and how to use a sword." With that info, Tanda guessed his physical condition was stable. He just needed a doctor to check his head. "We will help you until you can walk on your own, so trust me. From now on, taking care of you is my responsibility." So Humut accepted Tandai's friendly help without hesitation. Thanking her, after settling things, Humut sat alone by the stream, calculating he was still alive but needed more time to fully recover. "Right now, I am in worse shape than when I first started training. I thought the shadow seed would disappear, but it is still here," he sighed. "Honestly, if I did not remember it, I probably would be died already. This is the human world, so I can let them know the shadow seed is inside me. From now on, I will pretend I have amnesia and have to find the owner of this." Humut clenched the pendant tightly in his hand. "Don't rush. Take it slow, this is just the beginning." After washing up and changing clothes, Humut appeared, surprising the mercenary team. "Is that the skinny guy from yesterday? He went to bathe with Bine, and now he looks like a completely different person. Just bathing can change someone that much. No way, he must be a noble." Bin looked him over and asked, "Are you a noble or the son of a wealthy family?" Humut shook his head. "I do not know. I told you, I have amnesia." Tandai slapped his shoulder. "Who cares who he is? He is our new member of the mercenary squad now. How do you feel? After washing up? You look way better." Bin teased Tanda. "The moment he looks handsome, you turn all gentle." Seriously. Tanda punched him hard, covered his mouth, then went to help Humut. "We will be heading to a village soon, so stick close to us until then. When we get there, I will introduce you to a doctor." Humut obediently agreed. The female captain patted his head happily and ordered the team to prepare. "Everyone, get ready, we are leaving soon. New place. Old habits, one's warm and kind. The other just punches you." Bin worried seeing Humut had to walk a long way right after waking up. "Are you really okay? You just woke up. Walking is good for your health. It warms up your body." After talking with Bine, Humut turned to pet the local horse, which seemed very pleased. Seeing him so happy, Bin got curious. "You really like horses?" Caught off guard, Humut answered casually. I guess his indifferent answer did not discourage Bin. It only made her more curious, seeing how much he likes the horse. He is probably not a noble, but there is definitely something unusual about him. Maybe he is just strange. But suddenly Humut staggered, his body feeling unusually weak. Standing nearby, noticed something was off, and immediately told him to get in the carriage and rest. If he kept going this slow, he would be left behind. Humut refused right away, saying, "I am not going to be left behind." Long then was cut down, and Bin sighed deeply, feeling disappointed. "Then do whatever you want. Geez. He really does not think about those who worry about him so heartless." Humut ignored Bin's scolding. His body was exhausted beyond words. "It is strange. How could I possibly recover so fast?" Humut hesitated for a few seconds, then decided to keep walking. Sure, he would get better soon. The whole group went to the doctor's house. After a quick check, the old physician made an unbelievable decision. "It seems like you do not show any abnormal signs. Your physique is strong. People like you recover really fast. The doctor's confusing words left Tanda puzzled. Are you sure you examined him thoroughly? The doctor's face turned red with anger as he shouted loudly. Why are you doubting me? I will prescribe some medicine. But I already said he just regained consciousness recently. At least do a proper examination. You two are just quacks. Right. Being accused out of nowhere made the doctor furious. He snapped back. What do you mean quack? He just has a physique that allows him to recover quickly. He has no problems at all. No matter how much you check. You won't find anything. Bin hesitated but jumped into the argument. So when do you think his amnesia will go away? The doctor, already annoyed, shouted and kicked him out. The doctor threw a bag of medicine and bluntly kicked him out. Take the medicine and get out of here. Damn brat. So young and naive. And she even called me a quack. Hearing that, Tandai's anger flared up. She rushed at the doctor, ready to give him a beating. The others in the group had to step in and hold her back. By dusk, Tandai and Homut went for a few walks around. Are you okay? Homut. Fiend told me you are having trouble walking. Homut suddenly remembered and reassured Tanda. You said you know how to use a sword. Right, you must have been trained by some master. You can tell just by looking. Homut caught Tanda's hint, but neither accepted nor denied it. Just holding a sword makes me feel familiar with it. Tando immediately suggested a one-on-one duel, hoping to convince Homut. Don't he feel pressured? Just think of it as a way to warm up your body. Who knows? What if your memory comes back? We have got nothing else to do until tomorrow. What do you say? Homut estimated that Tanda, after all, was a mercenary with a third-class silver medal. Someone talented like that was quite respected in the human world, so Homut agreed. After all, he wanted to know how strong he really was. They both returned to the training area to prepare for the duel. After hearing Homut wanted to duel Tanda, some kind guys reminded her, take it easy on him. Tanda, you will ruin that pretty face of his. Oh yeah. And I am definitely talking about his face. You jerk. How dare you tease Tanda like that? But I gotta admit, it is. Tanda heard those teasing words and got so mad she almost lost it. You jerks. Then she punched one of them hard enough to knock both out cold. After dealing with the troublemakers, Tandai threw Homut a wooden sword and said, we will duel with this. There is only one rule. We fight until one of us falls. Come at me with everything you have got. I may look like this, but I am the deputy captain. Despite that confident stance, Homut felt a bit hesitant since his body had not fully recovered. I can just charge in. Instead of going all out, I have to fight while redirecting her attacks. I can let my guard down. Homut took a deep breath, boosting his confidence. Plus, he got some encouragement from the guys who just got punched by Tanda. Hey, look at that stance. This fight's gonna be fun to watch. Good luck. Homut quickly lunged to attack, and from that stance, Tanda easily predicted his opponent's sword path, blocking the strike and countering to knock Homut back. Homut realized Tanda was stronger than him, so he could not just charge in like before. He decided to try a different move. Dodge first, then strike. But Tanda still overwhelmed him with a flurry of strikes, hitting his ribs and stomach repeatedly before Homut could react. His body would not move as he wanted. It felt like he was underwater. Tanda noticed the worry on Homut's face and warned him, thinking Homut was running out of breath, then landed a close-range strike to the head and stomach. Homut could not dodge and fell backward. The onlookers outside worried about Homut's condition as he crawled, ready to admit defeat. Tanda smugly said, looking at your eyes, I can tell you are pretty disappointed. Homut answered, catching his breath. Of course. I got hit way too hard. I blame myself a lot. Damn it. Compared to Darren, she still has a lot of weaknesses. Her swordsmanship is not that effective either. Could Tanda be stronger than I thought? Maybe second tier, or even third tier. After losing, Homut clearly looked down, until a man appeared to comfort him. Tandai is a very strong swordsman in the mercenary team. It is no surprise you lost. Don't let it distract you too much. Then the others who had been watching also came over to offer support. That is right. Homut, I was pretty surprised to see how strong you were when you tried to break through her defense earlier. If you had just a bit more strength, you could be done it. You are definitely different from Finn. Everyone has got their own style, he said, patting Homut on the shoulder. Homut was still surprised, not knowing who the man in front of him was. So the man introduced himself. I am captain of the mercenary team and a second-class gold medal mercenary. Well done. Homut, you passed the test. But I want to keep you guessing. I will explain right away. We saved you, so we do not want you wandering outside without your memories. We thought, why not take you with us? So we tested you, of course. Our mercenary team is not some random group anyone can join. That is why when you arrived in town, everyone kept their distance and just watched you. Now Homut understood why only Tanda and Finn approached him back then. They could be just left me behind. But these guys did something complicated instead. He immediately pulled out a piece of paper and proudly looked at his sister, saying, but you actually do not have many problems. Some people tried to hit on Tandi's sister, but you did not. So everyone agreed to let you join. He handed the paper to Homut. This is a level 4 mercenary certificate. This is your temporary number we created. So remember to register officially with the mercenary guild later. He stepped forward, slapping Homut on the shoulder and declared, now Homut is one of us. Everyone. Get to know each other. Everyone introduced themselves in turn. Born. U4 level 3. And finally Jock. All silver rank 3. Except for Finn. Everyone's rank 3. Finn. Teased by his teammates. Did not get annoyed but joined in the fun. Alright. I am bronze level 4. Humut said sincerely, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. The teammates warned him not to trust humans too much, hoping he would be okay. Humut then turned to the man, wanting to clarify something. If I join the mercenary team, how long will I have to stay? Maybe I will find my memories and have to leave somewhere. The man thought for a moment, then proposed the opposite. You can leave whenever you want. But if you accept a mission, you have to stick with us until it is done. Humut agreed immediately, with the deal made. The man patted him on the shoulder to encourage him, while Humut had his own thoughts. Maybe this is a good thing after all, instead of wandering aimlessly. Maybe this will help me find my roots faster. And I want to know what it means to have teammates. However, Humut's joining this mission did not get the approval of Sir Miley. I said this is an important mission, not something a level 4 mercenary can take part in. We already agreed to add your runner. But you are acting like this. My team stands firm on this decision from our close friend. I trust Air Meta and want to put my faith in Miley too. Miley, this kid definitely understands. We have worked together for a long time. You must know we did not just bring him along for no reason. Miley felt really awkward but in the end had to go along with the mercenary captain's decision. I hope you take responsibility for what you said, because you guys are the mercenary team. So I will agree but only this once. My team sincerely thanks Miley, but it is not over yet. Miley gave a price to my team. But since I was not informed about adding someone, I will only pay a third of the price for that rank 4 guy. Besides, you know our mercenary team will be accompanying you on this mission. Right, I know. Alright. We will set off at 7 tomorrow. See you then. After hearing Miley's words and leaving the room, my team finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tun approached to encourage his older brother. At least everything was still going smoothly. He also glanced over to ask about Heterometis' condition. Are you still okay? Vying is. My team got serious again and immediately laid out the plan for tomorrow. Even if we get ambushed, rank 4 members do not need to fight unless it is an emergency. So do not worry. Tun gave a light warning. But rank 3 members should prepare themselves. I am not sure exactly what we will be escorting, so it is hard to predict the strength of the ambushers. Make sure you all get enough sleep tonight. Ametite and Finn are the only 2 rank 4 members on the team, while Etrim stayed calm. Finn was so scared his face went pale and sweat poured down. Suddenly, 2 other team members reminded Heremet of a few things. If our team offends you, just ignore them. Our relationship with them is not great. They do not like us having a good reputation. After the team members talked it over, my team dismissed everyone to sleep. Under the quiet night sky, Amun stood alone in the wide yard, looking up at the stars, unable to stop feeling frustrated. Every punch from Tun was still deeply etched in Etrimut Ace memory. Saying I am not fully recovered is just an excuse. There are definitely many weaknesses. I just can T-strike faster than 10. My current self is not strong. Right now, I can T-use the wrench. But that is okay. I will start by training my leg muscles. Mumit drew his sword and began training. This was his first time practicing in the primeval forest. Just like back then. Night turned to morning. The mercenary team set off, and my team led the way, reminding them not to forget. The mission starts now. It is very important, so be careful. We are getting paid a lot for this. So let us finish it smoothly. The whole team replied in unison. Yep. Of course. We will earn every penny. At that moment, Finn felt awful. His face turned pale. His stomach kept growling, and he was clutching his belly in pain. Did I eat too much this morning? Wait. Weakling, are you okay? From today on. He is looking down on you. He replied half-heartedly. I can handle it. Seeing Etrimet's serious face, Finn patted his shoulder and explained. Hey. Do not be like that. I am just worried about you. Why so is... Whatever. Just do your best. This is our first mission. Finn laughed heartily. Despite Finn's relaxed mood, Emethan coldly responded with one word. Fine. Finn was disappointed but just chuckled a few times before falling silent. The mercenary team arrived at the meeting point with Miley, who gave them the mission. These are the items you will be escorting today. The mercenary team will protect the rear. Rao and Fai immediately ordered the whole team to line up at the back. At that moment, they passed by a group of strangers. Finn guessed they might be from our team. The gaze of 2 of them accidentally caught the attention of one guy in the group, who immediately shouted loudly. Hey. You scrawny kid? What are you looking at? You look so skinny. How are you gonna swing a sword? Finn got so mad he wanted to explode. The guy did not stop and even insulted Heteramit. Who is behind you? A woman. That is ridiculous. You 2 can just sneak behind and follow. Amumit not defending his name is not good. Are they testing me? Both humans and beasts do this to size up their opponents. Was that guy the team leader? He does not look very strong. Once this so-called mission ends, I will have to keep an eye on him. A few days later, that same guy deliberately tripped Finn and laughed it off with the others. Sorry. I mess up this same mistake every day, so stupid. Finn was so furious his eyes almost popped out. Those jerks, how long do you plan to drag this out during every break? The blue-haired guy laughed loudly, casually daring him. I told you, I am the boss. If you are that mad, why do not you hit me if you can? Despite his bold words, weak Finn did not dare fight back. He just shut up and ignored it. At that moment, Hamid stepped over to help Finn up, and the blue-haired guy did not leave him out, throwing more teasing remarks. Next Hamid said. You really have to patch yourself up like a girl. Next time I see you, I will buy you some floral fabric. Hamid gave him a glance and then turned away, not bothering to pay attention to the jerk's words. Ignored. The blue-haired guy sneered. Poor guy. One of his underlings noticed Heteromet ignoring him, and another teammate asked worriedly, he is kind of special. I am worried, should we keep teasing him like this? Everyone's watching. 2. The blue-haired guy snapped. What can he do? No matter what, rank 4 is still rank 4. I am rank 3. But I am temporarily weak because of a hand injury. Even with one hand, I could take those guys down. Another guy immediately shot back. It is not because your hands hurt you got drunk and got banned from going out. Called out. The blue-haired guy's dark temper flared. He grabbed the other guy by the throat to shut him up. Shut your mouth. Say another word and I will kill you. The blue-haired guy fell silent, but did not forget this lifeline. It is all my brother's fault. Honestly, this is the truth. The brother he mentioned was none other than Bao. If you cause trouble again, you will really be kicked off the team. He could only say it to get past the issue. But inside, he was not convinced just because he is rank 2. He dares to look down on me since day 1. He has annoyed me with his attitude. Today he even blatantly ignored me like that. I want to kill him. He threw the guy he was holding to the others, then called out, guys, you will have to help me later. I will put on a show for you. I am so pissed I am about to lose it. It has been 3 days since the last mission ended. Why are they tormenting me nonstop? That so-called Kali is not human. And why is there a damn rank 3 among us rank 4ers? Isn't he that cheating? Something shady is definitely going on. Everyone is starting to worry. And I can't even babble like a kid in this situation. Those jerks probably think mercenaries are a joke. So pissed with no way to vent, I grabbed a bucket to get water and cool off. I swear, if they provoke me again, I won't care. I am just talking now. But when it comes down to it, I do not know if I would dare. I am trying to hold on as long as possible until tomorrow. Living with beasts in this forest is tough, and going out at night is even harder. Just like I said earlier, the collie guys really came to see him this time. You are here. This spot's nice. I turned back, looking pale as a ghost. They came here with only one purpose, to mess with me. Sure enough, after a while, I was lying at Kali's feet. He asked about Hametit. Your friend. Have you ever heard a human say that? I did not understand them either. So Kali said he would take Hachimut to check it out. I reluctantly agreed. Just as we mentioned it, one of the underlings brought Hachimatu over. He obediently came, and Kali was very pleased. Amita glanced around and immediately realized the situation just as he predicted. I knew something was up. Even though the beasts are in the primeval forest, fighting to level up through strength. Now there is no difference between humans and beasts anymore. Are these the people Dadan said I should not trust? They started surrounding Hamat. Although he is recovered, he still can't use his power. Humat was a bit worried, but he had fought Naho in the forest before, so as long as he stayed alert, he would be fine. Plus, Finn said these guys were all rank 4. Definitely weaker than Tanja, who is rank 3. Humat calculated in his head, I will stay on defense and attack the weakest. If I can't hold them off, then I will use Dyson sword skills. Kale ordered to capture and strip that guy. Tanja's group charged at Humat, not giving him a chance to move. Tanja showed up just in time to stop the chaos. What is going on here? By the way, she just punched a guy so hard he went out cold right there. Tanja's arrival not only startled Humat but also shocked Kale beyond belief. She asked them straight up, why is Tanja's mercenary team causing trouble with my team like this? Kale quickly tried to change the subject, but Tanja saw right through it. I heard it myself. You gave the order to take it. What do you know about this? Just a woman. That answer made Tanja angrier than ever. Hey, can you use your brain when you talk for once? After telling Humat to get up, she kept talking to Kale. You are rank 4, Kale. But you are still denying it. I am a proper rank 3 mercenary. Tanja did not hold back with a few taunts to bruise his ego. But now you are rank 4. Right. Kale was pissed to be insulted by a girl like this. But what could he do against a rank 3 mercenary now? Before leaving, Tanja kindly warned Kale, it is best if you do not purposely cause trouble with my mercenary team again. If there is a next time, I want to leave this peacefully. Now scram. Kale waved his hand, signaling his men to retreat immediately. After they left, Humat's axe was a bit steadier, and Tanja sighed with worry. Our mercenary team is too naive. There is an unspoken rule not to clash with rank 4s. But they should still help each other so they do not fall apart. Night came again, and Humat kept training steadily. When he reached a certain point, he stopped to check, is this enough for today? My body feels okay now. I think I spent the whole week since the mission started just focusing on recovery. But the problem is, I do not think I have recovered enough to use VIT yet. VIT still can be used if your body does not meet basic standards. What is the point of training VIT? Humat knows that. But right now he can train the way he wants. Just need to build as much strength as possible. That should do it. Everyone, pay attention from this area on. Wild beasts will appear frequently. Avoid doing personal tasks alone. Don't go to the bathroom alone either. And if you want to get water, take a rank 3 with you. Finn sighed deeply after hearing this, worry showing on his face. Not only that, Humut was equally concerned. I can't even train alone right now. All I can do is hope Fit comes back before the shadow seed goes into a rage. Suddenly, Finn turned to Humut and asked if he would ever seen wild beasts. Then recounted the threats from 2 rank 3 squad members. They are just like what Sun and Bond said. They really look terrifying. So I have to be prepared. Remembering the threats from those 2 guys, Finn was scared out of his mind but said he was not afraid. While his hands and feet trembled, Humut replied without thinking, there are many wild beasts like that. But some are not like that at all. Finn finally breathed a sigh of relief but suddenly felt something was off. Luckily, Finn's intelligence is low, so he is easy to trust people like that. The team kept moving. 2 guys were talking about drinking water and the reward money, dreaming happily about finishing the mission and having plenty of cash to drink dark beer. The other agreed right away. But maybe fate did not want them to dream too much. The front row was still chatting and laughing, but in the back row, one of them had already been torn apart by the beast and sent straight to the underworld. On the battlefield, the monsters were tearing each other apart so fiercely that smoke was rising from their skin. That guy was so angry he could not speak, just shouting at the damn monster. This huge convoy was still fighting hard. What the hell is this? Where did this disgusting monster come from? Fee did not expect to be so complacent, never thinking a monster would show up where there were so many mercenaries. That monster, with its powerful white body, made everyone fall before it. Those who stepped up to challenge it all ended up terribly battered. Seeing this, Tanra immediately warned his teammates that the monster had allies and told everyone to get ready. The whole group heard the order, drew their swords, and prepared to fight. Humut just stood there stunned, watching as everything was about to end. Humut shouted, brother, you have to go now. Get far away. At this moment, Humut was silently telling himself, I still can't use it. And there are still many monsters hiding here. If things go wrong, what will happen to everyone? Humut, what are you doing? Hurry up and go. That voice cut through Humut's thoughts. This is going to be really tough. The 2 quietly slipped away and hid behind the carriage to avoid being spotted. That giant monster is not as strong as Lega or Naho, but it is definitely not to be underestimated as a leader among the mercenaries. I think only the level 2 soldiers can fight it. Monsters are like moths to a flame, they will just keep coming. Everyone worked together, each taking a side to distract it. Fear also felt it was really tough. Look at that number. It is truly impressive, just like a captain. Don't he worry. Just focus. The smaller ones are coming closer. I am level 3. So this is nothing. After struggling for a while, Fear found hope and decided to keep going. Let us finish this off. Right from the start those monsters are spreading out. Fear moved closer and immediately aimed straight for its head, causing the monster to writhe in pain and scream. Humut lay in a corner, wondering what was wrong with these people. They were stronger than he thought. The level 2 mercenaries knew what they were doing, using the sword to draw the monster leader's attention. The others fought in their own ways. This is how humans fight, just like the saying, you can't underestimate people. The monster was slowly stopping, feeling intense hatred for humans. Now I am only worried about the kids. Is Fear still okay? I think one more try won't hurt. One beast flew up high, grabbed a branch, and soared into the sky. Fear was very puzzled, did not want to escape. It could have done that any time. Tanjay asked if they should chase after it. Forget it. Our mission is to transport goods, not to go on a crusade. Take care of the wounded first. Fear joked. Hello, my little chicks. Are you 2 still alive? You can go outside now. Finn, still in the carriage, cried out desperately. Humut, pull me out. I think my leg's been crushed. Good job. Everyone did great. After checking the carriage, just deal with the monster corpses. Make sure they are all completely dead. Humut asked. Deal with the bodies. Fear confirmed. Stuff like monster skin and shadow seeds can sell for a high price. Look, here's a shadow seed I tried. Who knows? It might come in handy later. Humut thought it over. He never imagined there'd be shadow seeds here. According to that boy, from what he heard, the seed destroys a person's mind when inside them and gradually turns them into a monster. But there is no way we would see people like that around here. Usually, they die before Shingako, or they get sent to the primeval forest if they want to survive, but you can never be sure. So it is better to be careful. Those people could turn into monsters anytime. People outside think that way. They used to say that when someone becomes a beast spirit, it means they will turn into a monster and attack humans later. The reason for teaching me how to use the screw was also to control the seed inside me. Even if my screw comes back, I should hide it at all costs in crowded human places, because a lot of trouble will come my way if they suspect my power is linked to the seed of darkness. Fai also spoke up when he saw a level 4 mercenary trying to do something, which reminded me of my past. Tanra agreed that Fai has grown a lot since that guy in Nam, but now he said something weird. Then Humut got close to that beast and told Fai to wait. Are you scared? Yeah. This is the first time I have seen the beast up this close. Don't worry too much. Just think of them as cooking ingredients when you have got a mission to cook both monsters and beasts. It seems like something terrible is about to happen. A monster started to rise, scaring the boy. Humut quickly drew his sword and cut it in half. That situation really freaked out the blonde boy. That was the truth just now. Thanks, Humut. Right now, The feeling of overcoming that is very different from when I was training. It is like something inside me has been unlocked. Maybe I have regained some energy from the scar. Please smile brightly. There is still one survivor. You did it on purpose. Did not you? Ever since I saw you fight, I was sure you are not like the others. Well, thanks. From now on, I will put more effort into helping you than you do for me with that soup. It is the best flavor in the world. Tanra quietly stood behind, observing the situation. Could it be that I was wrong? From the way Homut drew his sword, Tanra seemed to have realized something. In the forest right now, Homut is focusing on training his spiritual energy. Homut is sure he has regained his scar. Turns out, just buying a sword instinctively lets you use the scar a lot. Anyway, I have recovered the lost scar energy in 3 days. If I focus a bit more, then it is a bit tight. So just bow down quickly. We will take turns guarding in pairs, divided into 3 shifts. Homut with Tanra, Fin with Meja, Sin with Bon. Just follow that order. One person is seriously injured, so let him rest. Bon turned angrily and said, if I would known, I would have tied my hands already. Are you jealous? Just say it, and I will tie you up properly. The captain's voice rang out. Good night, everyone. Guards, be careful. The one who escaped this morning is still unknown, but Homut can sense it. Thanks to COVID, my senses have improved a lot. Tanrai asked from somewhere, aren't you tired? Homut, let us go now. But Homut thought to himself that the beast spirit is waiting for us to all fall asleep. He will watch over himself and recharge his scar energy at the same time. Kale, sitting nearby by the fire, saw Homut standing guard refusing to sleep and smirked, as if plotting something. Right now, Homut is training hard and getting better. By tomorrow morning, he will have fully recovered quickly. Suddenly, Homut sensed footsteps approaching. It did not feel like a beast spirit, nor did he sense any magic. It was a human. Kale started acting aggressive. Hey, Brad Homut, he ordered. Homut replied, no beast spirit here. Go away. Kale continued. I do not think you get what I am saying. Do you think someone will save you like last time? Seems like you have a habit of messing with others. Has anyone taught you proper attitude yet? By the way, I will teach you now. If you break an arm or leg, it won't be a big deal. You only get smart after getting hit once or twice. If something happens, do not be a coward. Homut replied to Kale. Is that all? Why are you talking so much? You want to fight? Kale looked a bit confused. Everyone in the mercenary team helps each other, but you act like a beast spirit instead. If you are human, live decently. You are a level 4 mercenary in our team. After all, Kale felt extremely angry and unhappy. Like a beast spirit. Live decently. Maybe you do not know humans get stronger by stepping on weaker ones. You think you are a level 4 mercenary. So I should just bandage your hand and leave it. It is healed already. You bastard. I will show you who is really in charge. I will make sure you never look down on a woman again, by gugging out your eyes and crushing them. That guy Kale is insanely fierce. Kale felt sharp pain right after because Hamet twisted his arm. Hamet said his eyes are even worse than theirs. If they want to settle ranks, they should pick a tougher opponent. But Kale is still stubborn. I want to accept that. Who cares if you like me or not? Hun drew his sword, trying to stab Hefmet, but failed. The more he fights, the more Kale's weaknesses show. Hamet started using his power boost, multiplying his strength, catching Kale off guard. Before that, Mehmet had no intention to use the boost, but it got triggered in the heat of the moment. Kale lay motionless on the ground, covered in wounds. Hamet hesitated, wondering if he should kill him. It is like darkness maybe, because the boost has not appeared recently. For a moment, it felt like I was turning into a beast. Amomate was trying to calm himself down. When he looked down, Kale was nowhere to be seen. Han had escaped. Kale saw his pain turn to anger. How could a guy like him use the boost? Could he be stronger than the captain? No way. He is just a low-level punk. I have to run farther. I have to survive on this side. A mutt suddenly heard a noise and quickly realized it was that beast. Adrian Mutt noticed the beast looked very different from the first time he met it. Now he could beat it. Time to get ready. And Permeet used his boost energy. The beast looked aggressive when it saw someone moving. It could sense others' strength. Definitely not an ordinary monster. Step down, or you will die by my hand. The beast seemed scared, having sensed Etremati's power, and quickly flew up into the sky. Pathetic. It will come back. So I need to figure out how to explain this first. The captain still has not recovered. Does that mean Kale is dead? Amest confirmed. Yep. He followed me during the mission to bully me, but got killed by the beast. That jerk got what he deserved for bullying others. Fine. Since you were also in danger, on behalf of the mercenary team, I apologize. Wait, you think an apology is enough? You rushed in recklessly. He almost died because of one of your mercenaries. You did nothing even though you knew exactly what that punk was doing. Watch out for that guy. You are talking about my brother. It is unfortunate, but if you had supervised him properly, this would not have happened. So you are trying to insult the whole mercenary team instead of just me. Enough. Both of you calm down. Now's not the time to argue. We need a clear plan. Our mercenary team admits fault in what happened, but you should also consider your words. We can bring back the dead, but we will give the remaining mission fee to this kid. Fine. Let us do that. The atmosphere between the two mercenary teams is really bad. We need a safer plan to face the beasts. 3 people are gone already, so we have to be extra cautious. Met was getting hit hard and shouted in pain. It is right to blame. Kid, you just barely escaped. If you had told me while we were on guard, I would be followed to protect you. Why wander alone in a place like that? That is why I am being more careful now. Do you know how close I was when only you knew I was gone? I guess I should focus on what is coming next instead of yelling after that fight. From now on, do not go out alone. Okay. Don't worry so much. Hamid felt a chill but also warmth. Alright. From now on, be more careful. This is what it feels like to be human. Last night, a mercenary was ambushed and killed by the beast. Those guys attacked it first. It was an ambush by the beast. Everyone, save your strength so we can get out of this forest as fast as possible. We can't afford to lose anyone else. At this moment, the monsters appeared in packs. There are just too many of them. We might have to fight them for a day or two like this. But since everyone's exhausted, things will only get more dangerous. They can sense the beast's energy. But it is not clear. It is standing quite far away while scouting around the mercenary squad and slowly sending the beasts in waves. Meanwhile, the Taji team sat by a tree, tending to wounds. Today's been an incredibly long day, and no one's gone unscathed in days like this. Indy, do not go spouting nonsense like that. How did you get bitten on the leg? Were you that slow? What? Are you some kind of weakling? You think I wanted to get bitten? I was trying to avoid them just like you. Maybe I should really hit you. You are way too full of energy. Fi and Tanja stood outside watching. It is unbelievable the beasts are targeting individuals, attacking us day and night like this. We should be glad no one died. Humut and Fi went out to pull back at night. That was better than I expected. Humut knows a bit of swordsmanship, so he can watch over Fi. And Fi's good at dodging thanks to survival instincts. Tanja worriedly thought about what she had seen earlier. More important than the current situation is that those beasts are only targeting our mercenaries. I do not know why we are doing this, but Fi has not thrown a single punch today. Anyway, the Tazi mercenary team has already lost 3 people, and just a few days ago, we were at odds with them. They probably want to help us. It is better if we just protect ourselves. We have to do whatever it takes to survive. That goes for all of us. Night fell inside a small garage. You probably already know this, but for some reason, the beasts are only focusing on each of our sides. I think the beast leader is strategizing. Given the situation, maybe all we can do is wait patiently. It is just a matter of time before we reach our immediate goal. I know you are at odds with each other, but do not you think Tazi has even more people who need protection? I do not think so. You mentioned it yourself. If we leave things as they are, we will reach our immediate goal. Instead of choosing safety, we should choose the option with better chances. Bao smiled cruelly and said, instead of safety, we aim for effectiveness. Lord Mill panicked, unable to believe his ears. Stammering. Effectiveness. Bao continued. It is simple. When the frontline mercenaries distract the beasts, the rest can quickly escape the forest. After all, the Tazi mercenaries have all the important supplies. Mill shouted in shock. So can't he do that? Do the Tazi mercenaries have no morals left? With a serious face, told Lord Mill. Now is the time to keep a cool head. Morals and faith. Those are beautiful words, but not what matters most. What matters is surviving the beasts threatening us. They could wipe us all out. They are just waiting for us to tire out. If all the mercenaries and merchants die, you won't be able to compensate them for their losses. Of course. If you, Lord Mill, have a better plan, we are willing to follow. I am just pointing out some possibilities. Lord Mill decided to leave. He nervously put on his shoes, sweating, deep in thought. The next day, as they prepared to depart, Tamra sighed. It is exhausting. Just thinking about having to fight again in a few days. Both the men and horses are worn out, and we still do not know how far we have to go. Tanra looked ahead, frustrated. Those bastards we killed obviously want to help us. They have been watching us all morning, and even though we have clashed before, they should know not to cross the line. Fi sat on his horse, looking sad. I know. If this keeps up, when the beasts come, something really bad will happen. Tanra asked in surprise. What the hell are those guys doing? They suddenly sped up. Our mercenary forces suddenly sped up, leaving the crazed mercenaries far behind. Tanra angrily shouted. What the hell are you guys doing? Wait. Where are they going? Fi widened his eyes and said, hold on a second. Because our team kept focusing on the monsters, they planned to openly use us as bait. Baotun urged his horse to speed up and ride away. Fi angrily shouted. Damn it. They are chasing us down, and we have been left behind. Ahmad silently stood watching everyone, thinking quietly. Is this how it is going to end? Too late to catch up now, and the monsters have surrounded us. Amidurati frowned and said they were using another squad as bait to save themselves. Emivu thought, if it all ends like this, I wonder how many people in this squad will survive if I act now. The crazed mercenaries formed a circle, surrounded by monsters. Fi seriously said the monsters would keep regrouping as long as our forces were outnumbered. Everyone get ready. The monsters leapt down from the trees and attacked the group of crazed mercenaries. Fi shouted in shock. They are coming. The crazed mercenaries struggled to fight off the monsters. Tanra swung his sword continuously at the monsters. Fi panted heavily, fighting back against the vicious monsters. Hamut wondered if they did not care about his identity at all. 2 mercenaries fought the monsters while talking. Damn it. Being a mercenary means dying like this. Nonsense. If you die here, it is a meaningless sacrifice. We can make it out without you. Hamut still stood there, wondering who he really was. The two mercenaries kept talking. Thanks to the noble death of this guy. Yeah. The noble mercenary's death. Hamut remained confused, thinking about where he came from. Tanra looked back at the two and smiled, saying, these guys just mess around however they want. Havu thought, what if I were someone like them? Bin saw the scene and started crying. Major Metz silently thought that things like this would not be a problem anymore. He placed his hand firmly on his chest, thinking, I do not want these people to die. The mercenary squad fought desperately against the monsters. Hamut stepped forward and said, slow down. I remember you once said. Hamut looked at his teammates and firmly said, this time, I will trust humans. Hamut quietly said, everyone, what you are about to see now is all a secret. His sword emitted a purple glow. The mercenary shouted in surprise, wait, what is that? Frozen? Then let out a dry laugh. The ape-like monster screamed and charged from afar. Hamut jumped high into the air, swinging his sword with purple light, striking the monsters. Empathy spun in midair, delivering sharp sword strikes that knocked the monsters flying. The monsters fell to the ground, and the mercenaries watched in shock, eyes wide open. The blonde guy gasped, is this a dream or reality? Vi panicked. No way. How could this be? Amazon coldly stood on top of a monster, sword glowing purple, stabbing straight down. He pressed the sword into the last monster. After finishing, Hamut coldly looked around, then slowly stood up and held the sword in front of the monsters. Seeing this, they fled in fear, but they had not gotten far before Hachazamit swung his sword and cut them down. Some monsters exploded. Others were sent flying. Aminade held his sword coldly and looked at a monster that tried to run, but it was too late after dealing with the fleeing monsters. Oh my, that was a miracle. Hamut silently thought. That ape monster ran as soon as it saw its pack die. What a coward. Scared, ran over from afar, calling out, Amite, why are you here? Amity glanced at Bun and said calmly, it is nothing. I just healed up. Tanra looked on in amazement, thinking, Tanra fearfully recalled the suction technique he just used, thinking he had seen something he once saw, and considering that possibility, Suction asked faintly, is everyone okay? Bin and Tanra turned pale, both thinking at the same time that they had just picked up something that made them young again like that guy, and wondered how he could do that. Fia stammered, where did you learn swordsmanship? Suction stood watching the mercenary group, thinking they seemed trustworthy, but it was best not to mention the primeval forest. Suction replied faintly, I lived with my master in the forest, but I do not remember clearly. Fia held his face helplessly. What else? Right. Your memories. Those damn memories. Suction spoke up. What do we do now? Seems like the danger's gone. Fia looked at his hand. First, we leave the forest. If they come, I will kill them immediately. Fia suddenly called out to Suction. What are you going to do? Suction answered. I do not know what we will do after leaving the forest, but I will follow you anyway. I do not have any money. The blonde guy asked in surprise. Why does this practical attitude feel so strange in such a tense situation? Tanra punched him and said, hey, shut up. Get it? Fia turned around. All right, let us follow those who left earlier. This is the best way. At this time, the mercenary group had gone some distance, laughing and chatting noisily. I rested well yesterday, so I feel light now. I think my wounds are healing. There are many footprints here, but I do not hear any noise or tremors. Looks like they ran all night. They must be on the outskirts of the forest now. Fia looked sadly at Tanra. According to the original plan, they will rest at the first village after leaving the forest. Maybe we will meet them there. The silver-haired guy raised his fist. The first village. That will be the perfect stage for revenge. The moss-haired guy smiled coldly. They will be shocked to see we are still alive. I am really looking forward to seeing that bastard. Runri. The young guy smiled wickedly. I am ready to take them down. Bin scratched his head. The reward is really good. What should we do with this mission? The two guys turned back and replied. Right. We have nothing left to protect now. Tadit already took all the important stuff. Only the food cart is left. Suction stood silently watching them, thinking, what is that noise? Suddenly, Suction turned and ran in one direction. Bin saw this and called out to him. Suction did not answer and kept moving forward. Tanra asked, can you sense anything? Someone in the mercenary group shrugged. Sense. I do not feel anything, Suction said coldly. I sense demonic beast energy nearby. This is a battle. I think Tadit's mercenaries are involved too. Elsewhere, a group was trying to fight back against the demonic beast monkeys. Hearing Suction, a guy in the mercenary group said excitedly, those bastards. How far are they? Suction replied coldly. At this speed. About an hour away. The leader is there too, Fia asked in surprise. Wait. You can sense something that happened an hour ago. What is your rank anyway? Suction strode forward firmly. If we hurt, it will save time. Tadit will hold them off until we get there. The silver-haired guy dodged an attack from the blonde guy. Damn it. We have to face those monkeys again. Why can't we just go now? The other guy replied. You idiot. We have to secure our position first. Fia looked at them and said, we are mercenaries, not spirits guarding the dead. The most important thing is to complete the mission. Focus on the job before thinking about those Tadit bastards. Tanra smiled slyly. Ah, we are mercenaries. But we are nothing like those selfish, cunning Tadit bastards. Fia led the group loudly. All right. Protect the clients and the goods. Meanwhile, Tadit's mercenaries were struggling in a fight against the demonic beast monkeys. Bao shouted in panic. Right side. Hold the line. With a fierce face, swung his sword down. Ba thought angrily. Damn. It has only been one day. Behind Bao, a huge demonic beast monkey stood frozen. He could not move. Bao slowly turned around. Scared. Thinking about one problem after another. I did not think they would be so persistent chasing us like this. Isn't one team of mercenaries enough to satisfy them? The demon monkey licked its lips cruelly and slammed its hand down hard where Bao was standing. But luckily Bao was quick and light on his feet. Bao struggled, thinking he had to run. After that thought, he immediately ran down to his teammates. Ba called out. Confused. What is it? Bao said with a troubled face. At this rate, everyone's going to die. If we push through, we might be able to kill a few of the little ones. But not the leader. Look at their strength. I think the mercenary team is done for. Matt hesitated before speaking. Ba said harshly. Yeah, if we run now, all the witnesses will disappear, and our reputation will be safe. Matt smiled and said, that is a good idea. Matt shouted loudly. Disperse. The mercenary team was shocked and turned around. Confused. Shouting. What are you talking about? Disperse. What do you mean? Without waiting for anyone to finish, Matt and Bao dashed off quickly, leaving their teammates behind. Inside the car, Miley turned pale with fear and called out. Matt. There was a voice calling Sir Miley. At that moment, Miley was terrified. Shouting. Oh my. The car shook violently. Miley silently lamented, realizing he had misjudged the situation. The moment he trusted the mercenary team was the moment everything went wrong. I should have known this would happen when we abandoned the mercenaries. He thought. Suddenly, the car's wooden panels started breaking and falling apart. The demon monkey laughed cruelly and approached the people inside the car, stretching out its huge hand toward Miley. Miley cried silently in fear, thinking he was doomed. He stammered. Everyone is dead. We are all going to die. The demon monkey grabbed someone to put in its mouth. But suddenly, more than one person rushed over, shouting, put him down. Humut used his strength to fiercely attack the demon monkey. Humut skillfully swung his sword at the demon monkey, creating a dazzling flash of light. The demon monkey, angry from being hit, flew up and showed terrifying power as it lunged toward him. Humut angrily said, I said put him down. The demon monkey still held the person tightly in its hand. The demon monkey angrily tossed the person without mercy. Humut caught the person who was thrown like trash. Humut frowned, recalling earlier when Fai told him, why do not you go ahead and check the situation? I am a little worried. If the mercenary team all gathers, it will be better. But if they betrayed us once, they might do it again, Humut said with a serious face. Unable to respond further, Humut silently agreed. Fai's right. If we are late, that merchant will be dead too. Standing on the carriage, Humut said, my sword spirit is back. Now all that is left is to fight. I will give it my all. Demon beast. Humut skillfully swung his sword at the demon monkey. The monkey screamed and growled in pain from the heavy blows. A few other demon beasts ran toward Humut, who looked at them coldly with steel in his eyes. Humut coldly unleashed sharp sword strikes. The demon monkey was hit in different parts of its body. The demon monkey screamed in pain. Humut thought quietly, this is the strongest demon beast I have ever faced outside the forest. But I can still fight it, just can't let my guard down. Humut's sword lengthened. The demon monkey and Humut stared at each other coldly. Humut skillfully struck the leader monkey's horns, knocking them off one by one. Humut's eyes were cold and sharp as he targeted the demon monkey. The demon monkey screamed in pain, spitting out blood. Humut stepped back in shock, saying, what is this? He silently sensed the demon's power growing stronger. It is absorbing all the nearby energy. That is why it is getting stronger. The mercenary team is almost here. If they rush in to help, they will definitely be in danger. I have to end this quickly. The demon monkey's body glowed blue as it screamed. Humut ignored the demoness screams and leapt high, swinging his sword down. The demon monkey fought back fiercely, but Humut nimbly dodged. Unfortunately, Humut's first strike was blocked by the demon monkey. Humut thought in surprise. Normal strength 1T work. I need more power. Humut angrily gripped his sword as the demon monkey charged at him. Humut swung his sword powerfully at the demon monkey. Humut thought to himself, it will be over soon. Humut stepped back forcefully, thinking to himself that its claw had changed. If I do not kill it in one strike, this is going to be a real hassle. The demon monkey beast roared in pain. The demon monkey beast and Humut charged at each other like moths to a flame. Humut stepped back and said, no way. I am out of gear. I will have to head to the market to get new stuff. The demon monkey beast angrily unleashed its unique power, creating a pillar of light that pierced the sky. The eye in the middle of the demon monkey beast, forehead opened wide, and Humut stared straight at it. The demon monkey beast's face showed blue streaks. Humut coldly remarked, in the end, it is just like the other demon beasts. When the demon monkey beast leapt high toward Humut, he looked up and muttered, I have seen that move somewhere before. As the demon monkey beast slammed its two arms together preparing to attack, Humut smiled slightly, thinking the attack resembled Naho's style. Humut gripped his sword tightly and said seriously, even if it absorbs all the magic power, It is still weaker than a human. When the demon monkey beast swung down at Homut, he raised his sword upward, and both clashed in a terrifying explosion. At that moment, the mercenaries rushed over urgently to find Homut. Bin was both worried and scared. Unsure about his condition, the scene before them was horrifying. All the enemy soldiers had turned to gold. The others stared wide-eyed in shock. They did not expect Homut alone could wipe them all out. When asked, Homut bluntly confirmed it without hesitation. This made the others suspect that the reason the enemies were killed so quickly was because their formation was disrupted, making them unable to hold their ground, meaning their leader was dead, which caused them to collapse so fast. But Tan had a different thought. She believed they were just a bunch of lousy demon beasts acting in packs. Suddenly, a panicked voice called out, "There is a survivor." It was my. The others looked at him with exasperation, thinking it was a stroke of luck that only the client survived. Let us get out of this demon beast zone. Anyway, we should see who is still alive. After being helped, Miley slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if he had crossed over to the other side. When he heard the others' voices, he stammered an apology, admitting he should not have abandoned the mercenary group or blamed Ba for threatening them, which caused this mess. Hearing this, the others almost joked, "I am kind of glad I can finally apologize to you after death." But Miley still did not get their meaning. Suddenly, the others sternly ordered him, "Get up. You are not dead yet." Miley, confused, insisted, "How could I still be alive? What about that demon beast?" They replied, "It is gone to the afterlife. You can forget about dying now." Meanwhile, Homut was listening from behind. Puzzled by their behavior, was the group keeping a secret or up to something else? At that moment, Miley gratefully bowed his head in thanks and looked up. The others immediately brought up settling the finances. Miley internally screamed. Reality hit hard as he held the commitment paper in his hand. He was shocked and panicked when he saw the profit share was 80%. The others explained bluntly, "We only asked for 80% because you have already suffered losses. You should be grateful for that given what happened during the mission. Not only were we betrayed, but we also saved your life." Homut stood there hearing everything. Miley tried to negotiate down to 70%. That would be more reasonable considering compensation for those who died, but the others did not care much. "That is your problem. If you do not want to agree, go ahead. We already have all your goods. Good luck." Hearing that, Miley was overwhelmed with fear and finally helplessly agreed since all the merchandise was in the mercenaries' hands. The others took this chance to ask about the contents of the goods and why they faced so many dangers. But Miley hesitated about leaking this information outside, knowing it would mean the end for the Bhutan merchant group. The others replied grimly, "We are the Fey mercenary team, so you do not have to worry about that." However, Miley still asked suspiciously, "I really can trust you guys. Your mercenary team will be in danger too. Do you really want to know the truth even if it is dangerous?" Our side just said, "If this is a mission we know will face obstacles, should not you have told us clearly?" Miley was silent for a long moment, then sighed, thinking that even if he said it, it would not help at all, because the person we are preparing to meet is a sorcerer named Edo. Hearing that name, everyone was surprised. "That is the great sorcerer Yu," Miley pondered. "That is right. Our side seemed to have guessed this. Indeed. He is the one who asked the merchant caravan and mercenary team to pass through the demon beast forest. I guess he could not rely on the sword clans." But Miley corrected the fact that the origin of the goods we are transporting is place where sorcerers are forbidden to enter. That place is the Loom Temple, which once held immense power. This temple has a dark history of using divine power to control sorcerers and the kingdom, leading to countless tragedies. While they were busy fighting each other, the sorcerer found an object to study, aiming to fight back if they found out the Bhutan merchant caravan had delivered it. The whole caravan would be destroyed, not just them, but anyone involved would be in danger. Especially under the temple's influence, no one could escape. We initially did not want to take this mission, but since Sorcerer Edo saved the caravan leader before, we could not refuse. Hearing this, Homut asked curiously, "Is Sorcerer Edo really that famous?" "That is right. A few years ago, the holy barrier was almost destroyed." Homut was shocked to hear this. The truth is, to keep demon beasts out of the city, they had to create a holy barrier. But maintaining it consumed the sorcerer's energy. The temple controlled most sorcerers for their own purposes, so the holy barrier was almost secure. You would not have seen demon beasts running around the city after the barrier was broken. Because of that sorcerer, it was chaotic for a long time. And of course, the temple hid all of that. Umut thought silently. Edo is a sorcerer strong enough to affect the temple's barrier. The temple could not get the dark seed inside him. Maybe that is why they sent me to this forest. If divine power can't do it, can magic? The so-called sorcerer I have seen in the forest is not that strong. Umut really hopes this sorcerer will be different. By sunset, the mercenary team finally escaped the demon beast forest and decided to camp at the forest edge, waiting until morning to meet Sorcerer Edo. While thinking, Fire came over and asked to talk. Homut immediately nodded, and Fire suddenly pulled out something special, making Homut quite confused. Fire quickly explained it was something swordsmen eat when they are exhausted. Hearing that, Homut did not hesitate and popped it into his mouth. Immediately, his energy surged, and his body started warming up. Fire was pleased. Hermit admitted it worked really well, but he wondered why Fire gave it to him. It turned out Fire wanted to thank him for protecting the mercenary team's honor. Without him, everyone might have given up already. However, Fire was still very grateful for Hermit's efforts, so Fire promised to help him anytime in the future. After leaving them, Fire swore on the mercenary team's honor. He was extremely grateful, and Hermit opened his arms wide. After all, we are teammates. Teammates Hermit always trusts. Hearing that, Fire sighed in relief, then nodded in agreement. That is right. We are teammates. The next morning, as planned, the mercenary team set off again. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Mill looked ahead and informed the group they had arrived, but looking at the map, Fire was puzzled. It was just a path, not a village. Delivering the item to a place like this, how could it get it? Mill denied that, saying no. We have to deliver it to Edo's residence. Hearing that, Tanra was surprised. So you mean this is Edo's Hedia? Mill did not say anything more. He just said that instead of explaining it 100 times. Everyone should watch for themselves, it will be faster that way. After saying that, Mill used magic to send some creature into the tree trunk. And everyone watching was left speechless. This is crazy. Jiang Hecher and Mach watched closely to see what he was about to do. It turned out to be a space portal. Fire had only heard rumors before, but seeing it in reality was beyond imagination. So this is the power of a grand mage? Hamid asked curiously. How do you know? Maybe it is just an illusion, but Fire insisted. If it were just an illusion, the temperature would not be dropping this fast and this noticeably. We must be heading somewhere very far. Suddenly, everything dissolved. Look over there. Someone is coming. A tall, sturdy man appeared. Finally, they had arrived. He greeted the guests from the Buden Merchant Association warmly. After checking the goods on the wagon, he found some rare items and was very pleased. On the other hand, seeing the survivors and the signs of people all over the wagon, he asked, did many people die? Mill respectfully replied, yep. That is right. Many died at the hands of the giant ghost beast we encountered on the way, and only about a third of the members are left here. Hearing this, he sighed. You must have had a tough journey, and thought he sensed a huge amount of magical power from the ghost beasts inside the wagon. Mill responded immediately and said if they wanted to buy, they would be very happy to sell. He pondered for a moment, then miscalculated. In that case, add the mission fee and raise it to 150,000 marks. This shocked the whole group. After he smiled, he told Mill to unload and take the wagon back. Hermit suddenly had a thought. This guy is really strong. He is different from Ego. And not only that, he completely hides his mana as well. So this is the Grand Mage. Surprised, he turned to see Hermit. How interesting, he said. Mages can always see the truth. And especially a mage like me can see the hidden truths inside. Hermit glared at him and denied it, which made him laugh heartily. You are a brave kid. Don't you want to keep that secret? I am a mage who has learned many secrets of this world and respects fundamental truths inside and out. The space has been completely severed. What you are worried about will never happen. The mage. Adu's magical power amazed Hermit, especially the chains wrapped around him. Ada said those were mages' vows. Promises made by mages that, if broken, would cost them mana. Now, ask me what you want to know, special young man. Hermit was quite puzzled since this was not what he expected. But seeing the chance, he had something to ask. Adel said, is what you are asking about related to the dark seed deep in your heart? Hermit immediately confirmed and wanted to ask if there was a way to remove it. Ado thought deeply and concluded that it was impossible to explain in detail. The dark seed is closely linked to your life. That seed holds the power of the abyss, hidden in babies who should have died in the womb. They are born thanks to the dark seed and must be its host for life. So the dark seed is no different from your heart. If you remove it, you will die. Hearing this, Hermit thought a grand mage like Ado would know how to solve it. Ado quickly defended himself. I'm not a... And this is the first time I have met a human who can control the dark seed. Hermit listened carefully as he said the dark seed usually demands mana from its host. The more you avoid mana, the more your mind gets twisted, and you will unconsciously commit crimes. Eventually, you will go mad because your mind can take it. Or the mana will twist you into something no different from a ghost beast, but you are very different. According to theory, you can suppress the seed by using another power, but that power can only be mana or willpower. Both require exceptional talent and a lot of time. But a seed that does not get mana attacks the mind much faster. Yet you have been training while absorbing enough mana to keep the seed calm, and have not been detected by the temple either way. That is very interesting. It is no surprise to Hermit. The man did not even consider that he came from the primeval forest. Ado also said that even Loom's monks would have a hard time tracing the seed unless they thoroughly examined his body. Even if it were me, a great mate, I would only detect it because it reacts to the dense magical energy here. Otherwise, I would not notice it. Hermit immediately thought he had to avoid areas with strong magical energy as much as possible. Ado confirmed that Hermit no longer had a bright future, but would grow stronger and become a powerful individual. If he could avoid the temple until then, that is what he would become. But like those with dark seeds who become criminals or monsters, that seed will eventually consume him, and his power will destroy this world. his hands taking countless lives. That is the inevitable fate of those who possess the dark seed. But Hermit objected, saying that would not happen because he is human. That made Ado burst out laughing. Right. You are right, humans can predict fate. But they are also the ones who change it. It has been a while since I have been this interested. I will be watching you. Special boy. If you can overcome it, I might have to stop you. And who knows, if you reach a far higher level, even darkness will obey your will. After meeting the mage Edo, Far handed Hermit a bag of money and said, "Here is 3/4 of the reward. Your share." Fire felt a bit reluctant to give more. But the others had done their best and deserved their rewards too. Then Fire went back to the cart to look for something and asked Hermit if it belonged to him since the owner had not been found yet. Hermit had not expected the item he brought from the primeval forest to still be here. So he took it and expressed his gratitude to Fire. He humbly said returning someone else's belongings was only natural and not worth mentioning. Fire also thanked Hermit for helping the mercenary guild and wished him a safe journey. Suddenly, Pin's voice called out to Hermit, saying the mission was complete. He was excited to take Hermit to the mercenary guild headquarters to explore, since there were many interesting things there. But Hermit flatly declined Pin's invitation, leaving him utterly confused and trying to persuade him to come along. However, Tanja intervened and informed Hermit that he could still use his guild certificate, and that his rank had been raised to level 3. Hearing that, Hermit seemed satisfied and said that was enough. Suddenly, Tanja hinted at something important Hermit had to do, more important than your memories. Right. Hermit did not respond, just silently looked at Tanja, feeling the awkwardness. Tanja retracted her words and instead reminded Hermit to take care of himself. Hermit nodded and thanked her for everything. The mercenary team members happily wished him a safe journey and a happy reunion. Pin looked very sad and begged Hermit to promise to visit. Hermit comforted Pin by praising his cooking. Suddenly, Fire called out to Hermit and said if he ever needed the mercenary guild, he could drop by any time. They would definitely keep their promise. Hermit accepted the kind offer and continued on his way. Suddenly, at that moment, Hermit felt a slight ache in his heart, like skin slowly peeling away, and as he left, he realized that if he kept working as a mercenary, he would have no choice but to face monsters, and each time, the dark seed would absorb magical energy. He had not expected it to sprout so easily even in that forest. If that seed swallowed him, it would not end well, of course. Being a mercenary does not always mean facing monsters. But whether he could stop what O mentioned was still a question. If that is the case, there is only one way. After careful consideration, Hermit decided to become stronger. He wanted to reach a level of power that the dark seed could not control. Meanwhile, a secret conversation was happening between Bao and another person. He suggested rebuilding the guild and encouraged Bao to step up since all the Fey mercenaries had been wiped out, giving them full advantage in the mercenary field. As for what happened with Caleb, it was really unlucky, but the rest was not anything special. So let us take this chance to recruit a few more people. While talking, he suddenly called out Bao's name in shock. At that moment, Bao did not expect they were still alive. While Bao was panicking, he told Bao to run and hide first. Bin heard the conversation and immediately turned to look beside him, but saw no one. Bin hesitated a bit because he clearly heard a very familiar voice just now. The person hiding with Bao was both scared and stunned. He worried that if they were discovered, both of them would be done for, so he advised Bao to lay low for a while to gather more info about the mercenaries and wait for the right opportunity. But Bao disagreed, saying we should kill the Fey mercenary guild ourselves. He looked up at the sky, sighed deeply, and said it is probably only a matter of time before our actions get reported to the guild. So this is how our days as mercenaries end. A second-rate mercenary struggling just to get by. Bao spoke firmly that they were still second-rate, then told him to follow him, which made him quite curious. Then Bao decided to act immediately and suggested they steal to make a living. Meanwhile, at a small eatery, a drunk young man was bragging about his skills, laughing loudly as he pushed open the big door proudly. Humuk was also there, sitting alone, lost in deep thought. Humuk could not stay in the mercenary guild because of the dark seed, but he was determined to find clues about the necklace from the primeval forest. Humuk planned to explore the villages first, but realized wandering the world without results was pointless. After 3 days of traveling here, he felt the vastness of the world. Humuk realized you do not always meet good people like the Fey mercenary guild. He remembered the large sum Fear had given him, much more than what he got from Dazen. Suddenly, he found a letter inside. It made him curious whether it was from Fier or Dazen. The letter Humuk received was Dazen's final confession, which said, if the person reading this letter, then it must mean my life has ended. Or it could mean the person has successfully escaped the primeval forest. Surely, the person now struggles to adapt to the outside world, because the way they have lived so far is completely different from those outside. Dazen also denied that this was Humuk's fault, so he should not feel guilty about his grave. Next, Dazen got straight to the point, writing that if Humuk still feels lost without a clear purpose, he should go to a place called Baden. There is a place called Zito Academy where he will meet kids his age. Dazen's wish was for Humuk to learn how to be human, things he had not had time to teach him. It is also a place where both commoners and nobles study equally. No one will pry into where Humuk comes from, and no one will care about him. On the other hand, Dazen reminded Humuk that he can register himself. He must find a man named Ethan. He shows Ethan the sword Dazen gave him earlier. Ethan will know he is Dazen's disciple. To explain this, Dazen said he and Ethan once made a vow, so Ethan will definitely help him. At the end of the letter were gentle words for Homuk, warning that the world out there can be more dangerous and frightening than he thinks. It is not a place where strength solves everything, but since Homuk managed to get through all the harsh training Dazen gave him, Dazen believed he could overcome it. Reading this, Homuk noticed Dazen's handwriting was shaky. He probably did not have the strength to write more. Homuk folded the letter, quietly confirming his next destination. Feeling grateful that Dazen helped him find direction, a few seconds later, the waiter brought 2 plates of food Homuk had ordered earlier. Before he could take a bite, the waiter asked him to pay 15M. This made him realize the meal had some value to him. Then Homuk took out a 1,000M coin and handed it to the waiter, who was stunned. Besides, Homuk also said you plan to stay here overnight, so this money will cover all the expenses. Not far away, a shady guy overheard Homuk's story and started paying attention to him. While Homuk was still fumbling with the 90,000M earned from the mission, the shady guy sneaked over. He slammed the table and shouted, looking pretty annoyed. Homuk just shrugged him off, and more greedy guys started crowding around his table, letting the shady guy show off. Looks like you have got a lot of cash on you. Lend me some more booze. Say 20,000. Homuk just gave him a cold shake of the head. The shady guy got pissed and even knocked over the meal Homuk was really looking forward to. Without a word, the shady guy sparked a fight, but Homuk only blocked it with one hand. His strength was overwhelming, making the guy rethink how can a kid be this strong. Another guy behind saw his chance and jumped in, making the fight even more intense. But Homuk dodged the attack and countered with a punch straight to the cheek, knocking him down. When asked who he was, Homuk kicked the table into the shady guy's face and said, just a hired soldier, beaten badly. The gang of thugs had no choice but to clutch their bloody faces and run away. Just wait. I will make you regret not obeying us. I can't drink in a place like this. Homuk let out a long, wary sigh. I guess there are jerks like this everywhere. At that moment, the server shouted in fear. He insisted Homuk leave this town immediately because of the Black Eagle Gang's declaration of war earlier. The more he spoke, the paler his face became. Those guys are the underground crime lords. They not only have criminal records, but are ready to kill anyone if it makes them money. If Homuk does not leave soon, the West Gang will come after him. Homuk, however, planned not to run but to take them down. Moreover, he carefully planned the next confrontation. The server kept warning him, you do not have time to stay here. I will return the room key for you, so you have to run. Will those guys come back? Of course, Homuk instructed. If they come back, tell them to go to the forest behind the town. Then he left quickly, leaving the server regretful. That night, the morning gang gathered in a dark, empty spot. Are you really going to do this? Of course. You saw how disrespectful he was to us. In this world, honor is life. His partner looked stunned witnessing Homuk's power, making the shady guy even angrier. Wait, what? You scared of losing face? You are useless. Suddenly, hot news came from the informant. He found out Homuk's location from the server. According to the report, Homuk was no longer at the inn but had gone to the forest behind. They kept mocking that Homuk only knows how to run away. The shady guy started to tense up. Kid, you picked the wrong place to run. We know that forest like the back of our hand, so there will be traces left. So let us go kill him. Each of them dressed in black with masks. Facing a kid who had not seen the world yet, we need to make sure he knows that the Black Eagle's shadow is scarier than anything else in this world. Inside the forest, Homuk had prepared a fire and sleeping bag, resting on a tree branch while reflecting. During his time with the mercenaries, Homuk learned that many people act like wild beasts. On the other hand, some are willing to risk their lives to protect each other. Clearly, people are much more complicated than he thought. Suddenly, a warning sound startled Homuk, and he immediately raised his guard. The Black Eagle group heard some rustling in the branches, and when they stopped, they were shocked to find Homuk already there. Homuk spoke up, you guys are lying in wait with weapons, so I can kill you all. Right. After dealing with the Black Eagle group, Homuk felt pretty disappointed because they were too boring and could not compare to Tanra. On the way back, Homuk thought to himself, Tanra seems pretty strong compared to normal people. If I want to know more, I have to fight more people. I need to keep going before sunrise. I will go back to the inn and get some sleep first. Suddenly, the pain in his heart flared up again, this time twisting so badly Homuk had to lean against a tree to stay conscious. Why is the seed acting up all of a sudden? Wasn't I just supposed to stay away from the dark power when I killed the beasts? It was not like this. A bunch of questions popped up, but Homuk still could not figure it out. You only remember that the difference now is you just killed a person, not some beasts. Homuk suddenly realized that killing people might cause the dark seed to grow. The situation was getting more urgent. If Homuk did not leave soon, news of him killing someone from the Black Eagle would spread outside, and then he would have even more threats. Homuk blamed himself. It was stupid to think he could fight humans. If I do not kill my opponents, I have to avoid them as much as possible. Homuk forced himself to move. His top priority was Biden. At the same time, at the Black Eagle Guild, a survivor returned to report. I understand. They are all dead. That is right. If we keep chasing, we might find their exact location. The mysterious man immediately agreed because he would not ignore this. Just follow the plan. Got it. It turns out this mysterious man is Anton, one of the Black Eagle's top commanders. Outside the room came knocking. Then footsteps entering. Anton immediately recognized them as two level 2 mercenaries sent here. Even though he only heard about one before, Anton started flattering them. Surprised they wanted to join. Especially since it is so hard to find good people these days. Thanks a lot. But this sly fox used these 2 juicy bait pieces to carry out his own plan. He said, but right now we are a bit picky. And to join, you have to meet some conditions. One of the mercenaries showed attitude. But Anton calmed him down with a harsh reason. We are quite different from other mercenary groups. As you know, we do a lot of illegal stuff here. So if you are sloppy because of morals, ethics, or justice, it won't work. I need you to prove your skills with a proper job for both of you. Surprisingly, the mercenary was convinced by Anton. He replied, get it? Besides skills, we have to fit in with Black Eagle. Right, that is right. Anton pulled out a small piece of paper that seemed to be a mission for both. Not too hard for 2 level 2 mercenaries. He recounted the event last night between the guild's 5 members and Homuk, but twisted the truth by saying they disappeared in the deep forest. He said the 5 members were killed with a single knife strike, and there was no sign of the weapon. The mercenary asked, a 1-star fighter. Do you have any details about the culprit? Anton described fluently. He has black hair and eyes. About 15 years old. Skills at least level 3. We just have to kill him. Right, of course. After you finish the job and join Black Eagle, you will get tougher missions and much better benefits than your old group. The 2 mercenaries quickly agreed to Anton's deal and narrowed down Homuk's current location to Thanbine village, not far from the deep forest. As for Homuk, he stopped by a big guild hall to hang around. He did not plan to take more missions. But if he wanted to leave without drawing attention, this was the only way. Without hesitation, Homuk met the female clerk at the counter. Hello. This is the mercenary guild. What brings you here? Kid. Homuk showed his license to the clerk and said he was here for a mission. You are from the mercenary guild. Ah. You look young. And you are level 3 too. Is there a problem? I am just surprised there are not many young level 3 mercenaries like you. Alright. You need a mission. Homuk said you do not care about the reward. Just that it is along the route to Baden. The staff brought a stack of missions and mentioned that Baden is a big city, with tons of people wanting to get there. So there are lots of escort and transport jobs. In note, an escort mission was handed to Homuk. Basically, you will escort a noblewoman. The reward is 800 marks. But there is a weird condition. The mercenary must be to the lady's taste. Still in the old town. This time Homuk stopped by a fashion shop for mercenaries. Actually, Homuk had gotten a bad review from a female staff member, who sternly said that when negotiating with nobles, appearance is very important. Either you are famous, or you have a look that impresses others, and at worst, you need to wear decent clothes. She brightened up, saying at least Homuk's face was not too bad, even meeting half of those requirements. The staff suggested Homuk stop by a roadside shop to buy a decent outfit before taking on the mission. That is how Homuk ended up here, greeted by the owner who kept yammering nonstop, looking for the best clothes on earth. You have come to the right place. The first item was presented. What do you think of this set? It is a blend of premium fabric and meticulously crafted stitching made by a top-tier tailor in person. Guaranteed even the devil would feel classy wearing it. Homuk probably froze seeing such a talkative guy. When he did not respond, the owner pressed on. Plus, this fabric has a light rose gold tint. Wearing it feels like floating on the moon. Homuk was convinced. But when he mentioned payment, the owner got serious and quoted 2,000 marks. Homuk immediately balked, since the mission only paid 800 marks. And he was even thinking of quitting to do another job. Shortly after, Homuk returned to the guild dressed splendidly. The staff could not stop praising how much his appearance had improved. Looking closely, you are pretty handsome. I am not handsome. His coldness made her stumble, and she awkwardly replied, I am just saying that because you look cute. Alright, I have sent you the info. Since you are basically the face of the mercenary group, you have to meet all the requirements. It is rare to find mercenaries that nobles like you are practically perfect. Behind them, a butler pushed open the door and stepped in. According to the staff, he was from the Chesingen family. He was here to approve the mercenary chosen for the mission. Homuk himself. Seeing Homuk, the butler immediately came over to inspect. He heard the guy was young, tall, and well-mannered. Glad that Homuk passed his test, he quickly approved and invited him to the palace. Homuk looked puzzled at the staff, who waved as if congratulating him on completing half the mission. Homuk understood and bowed before leaving the guild. A mysterious figure had been watching Homuk for half a day, gathered info, and slipped away before Homuk noticed. The butler introduced himself as Gil Tan, the steward of the Chesingen family. To psych Homuk out, Gil Tan asked if he would ever heard of their reputation. Learning Homuk had not, he warned him it was better not to know. Just know that a marquis is a person of high status. Your job is to act very carefully. Have you ever done an escort mission before? I have escorted transport convoys. Okay. Escorting is like guarding, but this time the target is a person, not goods. If it gets too much, just follow what the knights tell you. Once the mission's done, You will get extra pay. Humut just nodded, so Giltan was pleased. You are quiet. That is good. Minutes later, they arrived at the palace gates. Giltan kept praising that the palace was a must-see for anyone escorting. They entered the grand hall. Humut was a bit overwhelmed seeing the place for the first time. This place is the hotel where the Marquis' wife is temporarily staying. Giltan continued, and Humut blurted out a question. So this is how the powerful live. A tall mercenary greeted them. Asked a few quick questions. Then smirked. You are a hired sword. Ah, still pretty green. Giltan insisted he had checked everything thoroughly, so there would not be any mistakes. If there were any oversights, the mercenary just needed to point them out. He nodded and introduced himself as Ket Dech. Giltan asked Kate Dech about the lady's whereabouts and learned she was having breakfast at the restaurant. So the three of them headed to the restaurant to meet Lady Chiexin Gen. Meanwhile, inside the restaurant, besides the female servants, there were also two noblewomen dining. One quietly enjoyed her meal, while the other kept chatting nonstop. Mrs. worried about me. Mrs. so kind. The food at this hotel does not really suit my taste. The chef back home cooks so much better. If Miss could visit my villa sometimes, that'd be great. When Giltan arrived, Chendia's expression darkened. So it is you. Giltan. What are you doing here? Is this the new mercenary they just hired? I do not even care, Chendia said coldly, leaving Giltan to handle things as he saw fit, then turned back to Miss Ag to flatter her. Unfortunately, Ag declined because they had to leave early, so she needed to prepare a bit. Chendia was a bit disappointed, but Ag still left. As they passed by Hetramite, their eyes met, though feeling strange. Amun stayed quiet to avoid causing suspicion in this luxurious place. Empermet kept watching Agi with a suspicious, judging look. He was sure his suspicions were spot on. Chendia stood up abruptly and asked Giltan to take her back to her room since Agi had left. She missed and was eager to see Agi again. Empermet was also curious if this Agi person was a soldier. Giltan answered his question. Agi was a guest of Miss Chendia and was very famous at the Zeta Academy in Baden. Once, Giltan passed by Agi, but Chendia recognized him and said he had come here. Amet asked Giltan curiously. Miss also enrolled at the academy later. Giltan said she went there for the entrance exam since Chendia was already 14. It was a coincidence because Ahikinotra's original goal was also Zeta Academy. Giltan calculated the time and said there were only about 2 hours left before Miss Chendia's departure. Giltan ordered the servants to prepare for departure and to get a horse from the carriage. He told Hendra Meta that once he was ready, he could come to the spot closest to the carriage. Giltan had to handle personal matters and told him to ask Sir Rick Git Gie if he needed anything. Amitert nodded in agreement. Amunit was riding a beautiful white horse, but in reality, he had to struggle a lot just to stay on this little beast. That horse caused chaos at the carriage station. Since it was the only horse left, Amunit had no choice but to ride it. This horse loved showing off and started acting up whenever it saw strangers. This horse was completely different from the ones in the mercenary organization. Those were calmer and more obedient than this one, but still, Hamit managed to tame this little demon. He rode the horse closer to Miss Chenya's carriage. He heard the lady shout loudly, calling Ag's name and asking him to get in the carriage with her. Chenya saw Ag's face light up with joy, showing no attempt to hide it. Ag stepped forward wearing a hooded cloak and a cold expression. She passed by Hemet, who noticed a mysterious power emanating from Ag. Finally, Amunat solved his doubts. Ag was a mage. Amunat traveled with Miss Chenya's escort. On the way, he connected all his suspicions about Ag. If it was magic, everything made sense and explained why Hedamudrat always felt something strange when around Ag. However, he still did not know what kind of magic it was or how Ag could cast spells on himself. Hamet was very curious about Ag's identity and would definitely keep an eye on him. Inside the carriage, Chenya was talking with Ag. She was curious about Ag's record of always topping the magic class at the academy. Chenya is really worried about her entrance exam, so she chats with Ag to ease the pressure. Ag says that if Chenya prepares well enough, she will definitely be able to do it. Hearing those words from the person opposite her, the young lady brightens up, feeling less pressure but still a bit nervous. Since there is still plenty of time before the academy, Aji tells Chenya to take advantage of the chance to review her practice exercises. Chenya notices Ag's cold attitude but still agrees to follow his advice, though she wants someone to teach her, hinting that she wants Ag to be that person. Academy encourages self-study, so Aji just reminds Chenya to get used to that. Chenya looks pitiful and cries with a desperate tone, saying that is only if she gets in. If she fails the test, she does not know how she will explain it to her family. Chenya keeps looking at Ag with teary eyes and a pitiful tone, making Ag feel helpless. Ag gives in to that look. Since she is the young lady, she agrees to help but one be the one teaching her. Instead, she will recommend a suitable officer and try to find an expert for Chenya's entrance exam. The young lady does not like being taught by someone else and starts insisting that Ag teach her. But Ag flatly refuses because the new semester is coming, and she needs to prepare some things. Ag does not want to be asked for favors anymore and tells Chenya to rest a bit before they arrive. The young lady does not want to rest. She just wants to keep talking. Outside the carriage, Homut tries to sneak closer to eavesdrop on their conversation, but Homut hesitates because Chenya does not seem to have any secrets worth spying on. Still, for some reason, this reminds him of the news. In another scene, a subordinate reports on the movements of the young lady Chenya's carriage group. The subordinate reports they received a small mission and started moving a few hours ago, and notably, There are a few knights and a mercenary among them. Anton orders his subordinate to eliminate the mercenary, because if they mess with the royal knights, it will cause big trouble. Bu is annoyed that Anton hired him just to kill a mercenary. Anton laughs and says he is just being a little cautious. After all, this is the Black Hawk's territory. They have to tear those guys apart until they are nothing but pieces. Anton just hopes everyone here shares his vision. Those words awaken the demon inside Bong, and he really likes the ideas Anton just shared. But what can he do? This is the only den they have. The den warmly welcomes unexpected guests arriving at midnight. Luckily, someone offered the den for a night. Otherwise, the whole group would have had to camp outside, in the forest. Homut is training to increase his strength. The training seems pretty intense. His writing is much better than when he was in the primeval forest, but it feels like something is blocking him. Lately, Homut has not been training his muscles or practicing writing in a suitable place, so maybe he can improve his strength. After entering Zito Academy, will he be able to focus more? More importantly, Homut needs to search for information about the Dark Seed. Homut suddenly notices someone suspicious watching him, but when he looks up, no one's there. No one is in sight, but he sees something else, a strange owl flying overhead. But actually, it is Azzy's hawk. She is using hawk's eye magic to observe Homut's behavior, but she did not expect him to be so quick. He soon notices, if Azzy had watched longer, Homut definitely would have realized it right away. After observing him, Azzy sees that what he is doing is not something an ordinary person could do. He really is a strange guy. To Azzy, it's thinking about the actions she just observed. She has met many mercenaries before, but a third-tier mercenary as young as Homut is very rare. While Azzy is thinking, the voice of young lady Jenny, calling her echoes from outside the door. The young lady, like a stalker, keeps knocking and calling Azzy's name, and the maids have to rush over to stop her, because the girl's father strictly ordered the servants to make the young lady go to bed before 9 p.m. or else they would be punished. Jenny has struggled hard but was still dragged back to her room to sleep by the maids. Azzy was helpless inside the room, itching to speak up. If the young lady got in, she would probably talk all night. Azzy was also extremely annoyed. The next morning, everyone set off early, but since they had not gone far, they stopped to rest and drink water. They stopped by a small lake. This was a resting spot on the way to Biden. They washed their faces at the lake and drank some water. The lake water was cool and sweet, truly wonderful. The captain ordered everyone to stop and eat here. The maids took turns bringing delicious dishes to the carriage for the young lady and Azzy. The knights were jealous of the young lady Chenya's gourmet food, while they only had a loaf of bread and a piece of dried meat. They had to drink water just to get by on an empty stomach. On the surface, Homut did not complain about the food, but deep down he really missed the meals cooked in Biden. He just drank water to hold himself over. But Homut felt something strange. He looked at the water in his cup. The taste was unusual. Could there be poison in the water? But everyone else drank it and seemed fine. Maybe Homut was just confusing the taste with something else. Jilton had finished serving lunch to young lady Chenya, and was now feeling a bit tired. Jilton reported to the young lady an hour before departure. When he looked into the carriage, he saw Chenya had slumped over the table and panicked loudly. Luckily, Chenya was just dozing off. Jilton breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Jilton started showing signs of discomfort. The others did too. He frantically looked around for a way to restrain them, but he collapsed and fell to the ground. Jilton began feeling dizzy, weak, and collapsed just like the others. Everyone passed out except Homut, who had noticed something odd about the water and had not touched a drop. Suddenly, a group of people appeared from the forest. Homut sat still, waiting for these predators to come closer. It was the mercenary group Anton had hired. They intended to eliminate all the nobles, to avoid trouble for killing nobles. They used a poisoning scheme in the water, while planning to leave no trace. They were surprised to see only one mercenary was unaffected. Bao recognized Homut, because they had previously clashed with his mercenary group. Bao realized something. The person standing before him was the one rumored to have destroyed the Black Eagle gang. Homut recognized Bao as a second-tier mercenary of the Tazi mercenary team. When his team was attacked by the Marquis, Homut's group could not find any trace of him, because he had joined the Black Eagle gang. Homut cursed them as traitors. Homut's contemptuous words pushed them to the boiling point. Bao taunted him, saying before opening his mouth, the kid should at least know his place. Assassins from the Black Eagle gang were positioned all around. Now Homut officially became prey for the Black Eagle gang's hunt. Bao drew his sword to start the hunt. Homut showed no fear in front of these mad dogs, but in truth, he was struggling because they were too many. Fighting them alone would be tough. Suddenly, a hidden power surged toward Bao. He blocked it but was very surprised, already angry at Homut. Now someone else interfered. What could he do? Homut looked toward the source of the power. It was the strength of a mage, and that person was none other than Azzy. Bao scowled and muttered, "We sent them off with a hefty price. And here's one who escaped can to sleep." Homut gave a suspicious glance at the mage who suddenly appeared behind him. He immediately reminded you not to mess around and to focus on the enemy in front of you. Wait, idiot. The opponent suddenly split from one into two. Bao angrily placed his sword at his comrade's throat. What is going on here? This guy kept mumbling that we did not consider the possibility of a mage being here. Before he could finish, he got kicked hard in the throat. That is the second one. Forget it. I was stupid to expect anything from the Black Axe. Now you shut up and clean everything up after this is over. I will have a nice chat with that dumb bastard over there. Bao swung a sharp sword toward Homut, inviting him to reincarnate, but he did not expect Homut to still be able to hold firm and block his attack. At this moment, Bao's comrades all stepped forward. The black axe smiled and said to the remaining young mage, "If you do not stay still, I will give you a death as light as a feather." Young mage coldly looked at him and began casting magic. A mage who does not act is a dead mage. Elsewhere, Bao and Homut were fighting while constantly moving through the forest. Bao laughed and asked you, "What is it? You talk a big game. But judging by how you look now, things are pretty bad." Homut blocked the sword while quickly retreating. 2 second-rate mercenaries and thieves. If you were alone, this would be really tough. But you have got Mei. Remember the young mage who suddenly appeared to help? For now, just focus on dealing with Bao. Bao kept attacking relentlessly, swinging a powerful sword at Homut. Luckily, you noticed in time. The sword kicked up dust everywhere. Seeing Homut keep dodging made Bao furious. What is wrong with this rat? He is even worse than I thought. What happened to your usual arrogance? Homut was not fazed by his insults at all. You calmly replied, "Don't worry, we're just getting started." Now Bao sensed something was off. Before he could say anything, Homut's aura radiated out. "Thank you for following me all this way." Bao blushed and snapped, "What are you talking about? I am the one who cornered you here." The purple magic around Homut grew stronger and more intense. "No way. You are not lucky enough to face me." Your contempt drove Bao crazy. "You are a bastard. A fourth-rate trash like you dares talk to a second-rate like me." Bao gripped his sword tightly and charged at you, but Homut just tilted his body slightly and dodged. You jumped into the air and appeared behind him. A sharp sword blade infused with strong magic slashed down at Bao. The distance and speed were too fast. Bao had no chance to fight back and could only take the hit. The overwhelming force crushed him. Bao spat blood and collapsed with a chest wound. Homut landed gently after the powerful attack. Bao could not believe it and asked, "How can a weakling like you use such strong magic?" Homut kicked Bao hard in the mouth, ignoring him completely. "Homut, do not hold back. Just kill me. Better to die than live with shame." Homut looked at him and asked back, "When is it shameful? You abandoned and left all your teammates behind. Isn't that shameful? Is this shame worse than the lives of your teammates?" "That is how it is." Homut said that firmly and turned his back, leaving Bao lying on the ground. Laughing crazily, Homut walked away worried, hoping that idiot was okay. Just as you hoped. The young mage took care of Bao's gang. They were panting and taking hits. "You bastard. What the hell are you?" The mage formed a magic sphere in his hand, surrounded by a highly complex formation. "I told you. The magic in his hand flared up fiercely, causing the bandits to panic. All their swords were sucked away by him. Then he swung his hand to attack. "I do not care what your purpose is, but if you interfere with my business, things will be completely different." The magic in your hands feels alive, powerfully piercing through a nearby bandit. Seeing his comrades gradually defeated, the black-haired guy angrily gripped his spear. "This kid's really arrogant." The young mage asked the guy who still tried to act tough, "You still putting on a brave face?" He shot a magic beam at the black-haired guy, and just one hit knocked him down right there. The mage looked at the remaining gang and declared, "You all have to come with me to Bei Den." He cast glowing magic circles, holding them still. Seeing their leader defeated, they panicked and ran fast before things got worse. Magic was closing in. The young mage waved his hand gently. "Where do you think you are running off to?" The magic circles quickly trapped one bandit, and the rest could not escape being captured alive either. Being a mage really is the perfect job for catching people. His hands kept casting magic circles nonstop. The bandits near and far were all accurately trapped by the glowing binds. The young mage remarked, "They sure run fast." After seeing the situation settled, he nodded approvingly. "Looks like I have taken down the leader." But when he looked toward the black-haired guy, he was nowhere to be seen. "Wait!" He ran off. At that moment, the black-haired guy was breathing heavily, clutching his wound, hiding behind a big rock. How did it come to this? Can T believe Gakung actually targeted a flying kid, and no one even mentioned there be a mage involved? When did everything start going upside down? Just then, he heard footsteps and quickly hid behind the rock. It was Homut returning to the carriage after a break. How come this jerk did not get hurt at all? What about Bao? What happened? Could that guy have defeated Bao? Before Homut noticed anything, the black-haired guy silently held his breath and slipped away to the side. Homut seemed to realize, but did not bother paying attention. Maybe he is pretty strong too. This scared the black-haired guy stiff. The young mage was quite surprised to see Homut return. "You are still alive." The mage tossed him a rope and said, "Tie them up. We will lock them up in Bei Den's prison. I do not want to waste any more mana on them." This place reminded Homut of something. And Tu said Baden is where wrongdoers gather. Is there really such a place? So I do not have to let them go, honestly. Homut just realized he could have captured Bao and the black-haired guy. The young mage asked how people could stay awake. Homut stayed silent, then made up an excuse that he did not drink the water in that place. A warning magic projectile shot toward Homut. The young mage glared at him, thinking, "You think I did not see that?" But Homut had his own reasons and could not explain. The mage asked, "What about you? Why are not you asleep? I saw you drink that water." The young mage simply explained, I can purify it." Homut nodded. "So it is because of the magic surrounding you." The young mage was surprised. "How could you tell?" Homut trapped the bandits again and replied, "I am not exactly sure, but I can sense it." The mage asked, "Then why pretend you did not see it?" He honestly said, "Because I am not curious. And you deliberately hid it. So I know this is not my business." The young mage smirked, thinking Homut was a real pain in the neck. Hugh Tan sighed watching the captured thieves. "We almost walked into a big trap." He looked at the young mage sincerely. "We do not know how to repay your kindness. How should we thank you?" But the mage waved him off. "It is nothing. I am just doing what a fellow traveler should. No need to thank me. Besides, you only went to Humut. And even the mercenaries have already pulled out. I'm not sure what. But I do not think he was ever put to sleep. Humut still refuses to explain this suspicion clearly. That drug just does not work on me. Ju Tan stroked his chin. I have heard of a few people with such crazy immunity before. Thanks a lot. Since you are a mercenary. When we get to Baden, besides the payment promised to you, before she could finish speaking, the young lady Chenia's voice interrupted. The loud shout drowned out the man's voice. Lord Azzy. She ran straight over and grabbed the mage's hand with eyes full of admiration. You appeared and saved me in my time of trouble. Is not this fate bringing us together? Chenia. Want to repay you with this body. No matter the cost, she blushed and hurriedly said, please marry me. But Azzy coldly gave her a cold splash of water. Too bad. I already have a fiancé waiting at home. Once I graduate from the academy, I will marry her right away. The guard held his head in despair. Oh no. We are doomed. The whole forest echoed with Chenia's crying. The guards comforted her. Miss, please do not cry here. We have to keep moving. After a while. Before sunset, Julton wiped his sweat. Thanks to traveling nonstop day and night, we arrived safely. In front of them was a large, bustling city gate. Humut got off his horse, looked at the crowded scene, and sighed. So this place is Baden. Before saying goodbye, Julton called Humut back. Thanks for working hard. I will definitely give you a good review at the Mercenary Guild. Also, he took out a heavy bag of money and placed it in his hand. Here is 10,000 marks. This is not part of the promised payment. Just think of this as a bonus paid with our sincere gratitude. Humut took the bag of money and said, thank you, sir. At the corner of his eye, he noticed Azzy's figure. Humut hesitated for a moment, then walked past Azzy. Humut stopped in front of the young mage and said, thanks for helping me in so many ways. After saying that, they parted ways. Humut wondered if he should head straight to the academy now. He quickly blended into the bustling crowd. This place is bigger than any village I have ever been to. It is even more crowded here. This is what people call the city. This place is so big. It is hard to find anything. Humut quickly strode forward. So this is the Zeta Academy. Right. Entering the academy, Humut hesitated. Not knowing where to find the ma'am named Ethan Kujo, he looked around and decided to head to the reception desk. The girl seemed so focused on paperwork that your arrival startled her. You startled me there. What brings you here? Humut said. I am looking for someone named Ethan Kujo. The girl asked again to confirm. You mean Ethan Kujo, the swordsmanship trainer? He nodded and said, that is right. I am an acquaintance of his. Can I meet him? The girl asked him to give his name, and then led him through a small hallway. This way. She pointed to a large door. The girl asked to wait a moment, then began casting mysterious magic on the door. Humut was surprised, thinking, is this magic too? The large door in front slowly became transparent. The person Dan mentioned made me really curious. After the door blurred, the girl stopped outside and invited him in. Humut entered the room. In front of you stands a tall, imposing man. I have never heard the name Humut before, he said coldly, telling you to get straight to the point. In his office, Ethan met privately with Humut to discuss the Oda matter. He is not as strong as Dagen, but among all the swordsmen I have ever met in the human world, he is definitely top tier. If he is a mercenary, he is surely one of the best. This made Ethan wonder endlessly. He asked if your name was Hetramati. Right. I want to ask again. Why did you come to see me? And Permit smiled and immediately drew out the sword. He asked what that action meant. You replied that he said he would understand the meaning of this sword. Ethan hesitated. He examined the sword carefully, thought for a moment. It looks like it was not professionally crafted, but looking closer, the sword is incredibly sturdy, balanced, and razor sharp. It could be considered one of the best swords out there. It also feels quite familiar. Could it be? He recognized Zazen. Said familiar. Zazen was right. Ethan quickly ran over to you, emotionally said, oh my, you mean he is still alive? But in his mind, he was full of doubts. He did. A moment said he only took his last breath recently. Ethan's face darkened, filled with sorrow. He wiped his face and forced himself to say, I understand now. So that is how it is. He has been missing for over 20 years. I swore I would repay him for saving my life back then, with my family's honor. He looked at you carefully, then asked, does holding this sword mean that you are his last apprentice? Amest confirmed that was true. He seriously asked you to explain why you came to find me. Mimit awkwardly shared his wish. I want to enroll in the Zeta Academy. Ethan calmly said, all right. He nodded. I think I understand why you were told to come here back then. Maybe they wanted you to have a guardian. He asked how old you are now, but you hesitated, thought for a long time. I'm not sure. This surprised him. You do not know your own age. Amito awkwardly counted on his fingers. 14 or 15. Maybe. But Ethan's mind was full of doubts about the boy. Damn it. He has lived all these years without knowing his age. Then he said, all right, looking at your appearance, you do not seem like a 14-year-old student. Let us just say you are 15. Wait, besides, you will have to take the transfer student entrance exam. The other students are probably, Himmat asked. I have to take a test. He thought to himself, could the apprentice of the blue sword really need to take the swordsmanship department's entrance exam? Then explained if you reveal you are the blue sword's apprentice, you might get accepted immediately, because that alone proves your skills. Hamet looked down at the blue sword. He thought this far. Yet he still pulled me out. He has been protecting me since the primal forest until now. Suddenly, he realized something about Dagen and the primal forest. He pieced together Ethan's earlier story about him being missing for over 20 years. What happened to him? Even Dagen's acquaintances do not know where he is. Surely Dagen did not go to the primal forest willingly. So that means someone forced him to go there and hide the truth. Right. In my head, Homut was guessing that if the one who forced Gen into the primeval forest finds out his last apprentice is living in the human world, I will be kicked out immediately. Forget about having a chance to destroy the dark root. Homut stood still, thinking, then said, "No way." Ethan asked in surprise. "Why not?" He shared honestly. "I can reveal all the details. If anyone finds out I am Gen's apprentice, my life will be in danger." Ethan got annoyed. He said loudly in frustration, "What the hell are you talking about? Is there really someone who dare kill Gen's apprentice?" He calmly said at the right moment, "I will tell you everything. Please be patient a bit." Ethan calmed down. He stroked his beard and accepted your offer. He also understood that you and Gen have a complicated situation. Like, if you need my help, just say so. Gen trusted you to me, did not he? Homut nodded in agreement. Then he happily invited you to follow him. Let us get ready for the entrance exam. We'll handle the necessary paperwork. You do not need to worry. First, I need to check your skill level. Follow me. He led you to his personal training yard. Surely, that swordsman did not take you as an apprentice by chance. But for this test, I need to see how skilled you really are. He opened the training room door. Please try to cut the piece of wood hanging over there. As soon as he got the request, Homut surged with energy, quickly drawing his sword. Suddenly the man said, "You have to use the wooden sword behind you. You switched swords to use the wooden one for this challenge. This is birch wood, harder to use than most other types." He thought if you could cut through that wood at your age, it could be considered a great achievement. He was not surprised at all. His eyes followed the boy. He judged this kid was already used to using a wooden sword. He did not know how strong you really were. After witnessing the test, Ethan confirmed you have a strong aura and extraordinary ability. At this rate, passing the recruitment exam is almost guaranteed. He is definitely Zazen Zephyr's student. Homut asked, "So that means I can enroll?" He said, "That is right. You just need to take one more written test." At that moment, Ethan thought your swordsmanship was so advanced he could not even gauge your talent. He asked in confusion, "A written test?" Ethan was struggling with your written tests, seeing your average score was 4, even guessing randomly. It could not be that low. He said there were only about 10 days left until the exam. This was a tough problem for Homut because time was tight. Ethan discussed your current scores with you, saying you would never pass the recruitment. Even hiring a private tutor now would not leave enough time. Asked why he could not teach you. Ethan explained, "I am a teacher at the school. We are not allowed to tutor any applicants. But since the exam is so close, I am pretty sure all the good tutors are already booked." That is bad. Homut was extremely worried. Ethan wanted to find a good tutor to help you, but they are famous mages at the academy. "I think that means you are really outstanding." Homut asked if he knew a student named Ali. He was startled. "Of course I know Ali. When he enrolled, he topped the class with perfect scores. The first time in the academy's history." "But why are you asking?" "Thinking about topping the class. That definitely means he can tutor me. And I do not know anyone else besides him. There is no other way. If you are shy to say it, I will go ask that student myself." Ethan asked if you really plan to just rely on Ali for help. "Homut insists that one thing yes for sure. That student is good enough to tutor me." After hearing that, Ethan was confused too. But how does he even know Ali? Cut to, Moot meets Ali, who is surprised and asks what nonsense he is talking about. "Suddenly showing up here to see me, did we say we would meet again? I do not remember making any promise like that." Ali steps aside and leaves the room, refusing to meet. He mutters about tutoring Iker, calling those idiots beneath him, especially the dumb swordsman. Then suddenly he says, "Wait, at first I thought the person sent to Baksen was someone else. But you came here for the academy. Honestly, I do not know why a mercenary is here. But study on your own if you want to apply. I have no intention of tutoring you." Amit pleads, "I just need to pass. They say you are really good." Ali firmly says, "I do not want to. So I won't help you. Whatever you have heard so far, I do not know. But you should leave." Then Ali turns and walks away, arrogantly saying he has got no time to chat with you. Amit tries to convince him, "I never said you would tutor me for free. I will pay you." Maybe Ali is hesitating. Thinking it over, he reflects that in this world, material things shape consciousness. Ali says, "You want to buy my knowledge with money? Tell me, how much cash does a mercenary like you have?" Amit asks how much he wants. Annoyed, wondering why he is like this, Ali says 10,000 copper coins. No credit. Pay up front. If you think you can pay in installments, forget it. Hamud agrees. "I will get the money ready. So let us start tomorrow." Ali is surprised by his decisive, determined words. "What? You are serious? Are you sure? That is a lot of money. I am asking for 10,000 copper coins. Are you out of your mind?" Amit thinks about the 90,000 copper coins he got from the Swift Mercenary Guild, and 10,000 from the escort mission. "I have enough money to pay." He has decided there is not much time left. "So I will start learning tomorrow. See you here tomorrow then." Ali is stunned. Ali warns, "If you do not have the money ready, I won't tutor you. Come here tomorrow. And if you try to mess around, watch out." Ali opens the door and runs into Sion. He thinks it is interesting Ali actually has a friend. The next day, Amit shows up to meet Ali as promised. Ali glares at him, muttering that this bastard really came. He starts asking for the money. Amit immediately hands him the cash. "Here's the money. Exactly 10,000 copper coin." Ali lowers his voice, saying, "All right. If you are going to do this, you have to go all in. But before that, I told you I would not tutor anyone. So if you are just here to waste time, Do not expect any money from me. Amit confidently says no problem. Ollie thinks he should be just refused yesterday. I only asked for a high fee because of my pride. He sighs and says wait here. I will be right back. He thinks maybe there won't be much to teach anyway. Amit focuses on his work while Ali sits nearby, watching him closely. Ollie thinks to himself, this crow. Looking closely, I realize he has got more problems than I thought. His ability to learn far surpasses all the students in the magic department. Out of curiosity, Ollie asks, hey you. But actually Ollie is very hesitant. Just as I thought. I noticed this during the last mission too. But this mage is not ordinary. I should be more careful around this guy. Then, Homut coldly asked, why are you asking that? Ali stammered. I just noticed. Your focus is really good. Your memory skills are also excellent. And I can see how hardworking you are. But suddenly Ali slammed his hand on the table and shouted, do not you have any ethics or sense of appreciation at all? Look at your ethics test score. It is a total scam. Seriously. It turned out Ali was so angry because Homut's ethics test was completely wrong. Ollie read the answers with a sarcastic tone, asking Homut to respond. Using your father's power to threaten others, Ollie said in confusion. If someone messes with you, is that really how you would react? Ollie swallowed his anger. Trying to hold it in, he sighed and told Homut, hurry up and finish the other subjects. Then focus on this one with the remaining time. Listen. 100,000 marks is a huge amount of money. Someone paid a lot to be tutored by the top apprentice. That means we have to help them get admitted no matter what. It is not about the money. It is about our reputation. By any means, you have to get into this apprenticeship. Got it. After hearing that, Homut froze. His face blanked. He was really confused and thought Ali was a strange person. Next, Ollie patiently explained to Homut. A poor student mixed up your stuff. In that case, how should you properly handle it? Ali looked helpless and sighed, thinking about the ethical solutions many people use. Homut got annoyed. Thinking, solve it with ethics. So no fighting. Right, he said to Ali. I get it now. Ollie asked in surprise. Well, Homut said, I will mix it back quietly. Ollie was so frustrated. Just sighed. What is up with your kid? Then he gave up, saying, I really do not know what to say to you anymore. Looking at Homut's theory paper, he realized he was wrong. Homut asked for the reason. Where's the mistake? I did not fight. I just handled it silently. Ali sighed. You are obviously a swordsman. Back in Homut's classroom, I saw the instructor's close attention. Ollie said things could end quietly. But if your classmates do not learn from it, this will happen again. The best solution is to talk to them so they feel remorse for their wrongdoings and realize how much impact their actions can have. You forgive them, not their sins. That is the Academy's standard definition of justice. Homut still looked blank after hearing that. He felt it was complicated. Being human is tough in this world. You have to learn things like ethics and appreciation to survive. I started learning these basics way too late to become a proper human. I need to handle complicated issues like that. I think it is going to take me a long time to figure this out. Homut followed Ali's teaching eagerly, and gradually his test scores improved a lot. 2 weeks later at Zeta Academy's Fire Institute, the female students' eyes lit up when they saw Ali. They whispered to each other, Lord Ali is doing the inspection. And today's weather is perfect. Who do you think he is waiting for? One girl asked. The other replied, the student he has been tutoring these past weeks. Of course. Seeing Homut step out, Ali sharply asked, finished already? Why does a big academy like this only hold exams in the library? Homut naively answered, I am not sure. Maybe because it is quiet. Ali interrupted. That is a rhetorical question. Anyway, since I became your tutor for this exam, I have put all my work and books aside. So I have to dedicate all my time to waiting. After a long pause, Ali finally asked, is the student good? Homut kept silent, not answering. Then Ali continued, you definitely won't have problems with the practical exam. The lessons from the past weeks were all for today. Then he waved his hand and left, not forgetting to wish Homut good luck on his practical exam before leaving. At that moment, Homut shyly whispered, thanks for helping me. But Ali just glanced at him and said in a mock commanding tone, I already got my exchange fee, so no need to thank me. Good luck. Deep down, Homut was very grateful to him because thanks to Ali, everything ended well. Cut to the waiting room of the swordsmanship department for the promotion exam. Candidates entered eagerly, chatting excitedly. The announcer said, you all need to listen to the instructors here and find your respective groups when your names are called. Homut also entered, feeling a bit unfamiliar, with thousands of questions popping up in his head. Just wait here. And after the exam, what should I do? Ethan told me to just rest. It has been a while since I trained, so maybe I will go practice a bit. Suddenly, someone blocked Homut's way and asked, what are you so focused on? Then he started introducing himself. Hello. I'm the second son of the Yuga family. When his teacher asked for his name, Homut was a bit suspicious, thinking, what is wrong with this guy? I am sure he has some purpose to approach me. The teacher kept going, and Sabat tried to ask, what is this about? Is it because of student regulations? Don't he worry. We have not even enrolled yet. At that point, Homut asked straight up, what do you want from me? Sabat laughed arrogantly and said, you do not need to be so guarded. I am just trying to be friends with a transfer student. Actually, Sabat was plotting something evil. He was thinking, since Hormat is Ali's student, maybe knowing him could be beneficial. Outwardly, he would act obedient, even though he is from a lower class. Knowing him might be useful. On the surface, he would seem like a follower. Next, Sabat even commented on Hormat's name, saying it was ordinary but fitting. Then he asked, what is your family name? It would be better if I knew which clan you are from. Right, but this question made Hormat hesitate and worry a lot. Hormat blankly asked, family. Sabat immediately answered matter-of-factly, yeah. If we are close from before, it would be better. Right, if we are attending the academy, we should know each other anyway. Hearing this, Hormat thought deeply. The only family name he knew was the one on his pendant. Margit Jijin, but since he was abandoned in the primal forest, he probably should not mention that name. After some thought, Hormat finally said to them, I do not have a family. The others were stunned, frozen for 5 seconds. Sabat did not believe it and asked again, you do not? Are you saying you are a commoner? When Sabat found out Hormat was a commoner, he burst out laughing and started mocking him. Even though I did not recognize you, it is ridiculous that I am trying to befriend a commoner first. But even if I can figure out your true identity, how can you act so confidently? The others joined in. Why do you think that is, if he knew his place? Why do you think he asked to join the academy in the first place? They mocked Hormat way more, thinking that bastard probably does not even know what shame is. Maybe no one ever taught him. Sabat acted like a boss and said, hey, commoner, how were you raised from the start? Suddenly, the proctor arrived, making Sabat's group jump. The proctor patted Sabat's shoulder gently and reminded him, we know you are happy your written exam is over, but there are still other students, so hold back a bit. And in this academy, insulting someone based on their rank or gender is strictly forbidden. From now on, please watch your words. Applicant number 15. Then he announced to all candidates, we will now explain the exam for 5 minutes. All candidates, please settle into your seats. Sabat was furious but could not do anything, so he grumbled and left with his friends. As he passed Hormat, he continued his bullying. If you are a lowly commoner, at least act humble like one. Don't act high and mighty around people above your class and make others misunderstand. Transition to the practical exam time. Before starting, the proctor said to all the candidates, thank you for your efforts in the written test. We hope everyone will do well in this practical exam too. This exam will be conducted in groups and divided into 2 rounds. With a total of 4 groups, Adramit could not focus on the proctor's instructions because dozens of eyes were staring right at him. Amut felt like he was trapped in a mysterious black hole, isolated from everyone. Sensing their gazes were just like that jerk from earlier. This place is like a primeval forest, humans and monsters alike, but they are all divided into classes. Even though strength in the human world is not determined solely by power, as they say, family ties seem to matter more than personal strength. Anyway, I am sure I will learn something from this round. Everyone needs to be explained beforehand. The first round of the exam is to chop through a wooden log. Everyone must use the wooden sword provided and can freely use any sword techniques or moves. The time limit is 5 minutes after you raise your sword. Even if you do not manage to chop through the log within the time limit, you won't be disqualified from the next round. So please do your best. Once everyone is ready, you may begin. Hamitrik gripped the wooden sword tightly, silently calculating that he just needed to chop it through. Then Hemeti immediately got to work, striking down hard with a powerful blow that was so strong it made the teacher dizzy and gape in disbelief. I am the supervisor, and even I had to strike several times to break the log, but he managed to split it in one move. That is unreal. Hamit was not too surprised to hear the result. He had passed the wood chopping round of the exam. Back in the waiting room, the other candidates were still chatting noisily with each other. Teacher Etramut walked in. Zabi kept smiling and had to go ask the proctor something. Hamut heard everything they said, but remained calm and patient. Then, the judge announced to everyone that since the last group had gathered, they would explain the next round of the exam. The second round of the exam is one-on-one dueling, under the supervision of the proctor. Everyone will face off one-on-one using their sword techniques for 8 minutes, and your final results will be decided based on careful evaluations. Opponents will be chosen randomly, and your results will be determined regardless of whether you win or lose. So please show us your best skills within the time limit. Sabok sneered arrogantly at the exam rules and said to his friends, this is such an unfair test. Anyone who has to duel that lowlife jerk will automatically pass. No doubt. Hamut still decided to stay patient, just giving him a glare. But he did not get the hint. Honestly, Hamut felt really annoyed. That guy kept pushing his buttons, not knowing his place. I should shut him up, Hamut thought as he stepped closer to Sabok. Sabok flinched slightly but still tried to act noble, saying, if you are so bothered, why did not you just fight me? Sabok kept provoking Hamut, who clenched his fists to avoid making a bad decision. This bastard is driving me crazy. Should I just punch him? Suddenly, the proctor called out numbers 29 and 8 meant 8, and Ngio were the next match. Sabok was furious, muttering under his breath, such a lowleaf. I could easily crush him underfoot. That Ngio guy's lucky. Mdude ignored those words and told himself there'd be a chance to teach him a lesson. In the testing room, judges Aylin, Ethan, and Patchy were already seated. Aylin happily said, "Here are the candidates. Please come in." The proctor bowed and asked, "Are you all ready? We will begin round 2. Aylin recognized Hedmite and turned to Ethan. "Is this the person you introduced?" Ethan nodded. "Yep. So this match will be judged by the two of us." Aylin and Patchy giggled, saying, "This is the first time you have nominated someone. Right. He must be pretty special." Lord Ethan only revealed to them that after meeting him, everyone would sigh. The match would last a total of 8 minutes, with each round lasting 4 minutes. And the match would end when one of the two fighters could no longer hold their sword or continue fighting. Let me repeat. The purpose of this match is not to determine the winner. I hope both fighters do their best. Now, I declare the match started. He felt a bit confident, thinking to himself that he had just heard that Homut was just a weak civilian who could not even break a black wooden stick. Basically, he was just an ordinary guy without formal training, and with his sword skills learned since childhood. But before he could make a move, Ngio suddenly fell flat on the ground. With Homut's quick and elusive speed, he was basically no match. Miss Patchy and Lord Aylin's eyes widened in surprise, while Lord Ethan remained focused, observing closely. Homut's wooden sword pointed straight at Ngio. He lay crouched on the ground, too scared to move. Then the referee announced, "Stop. Number 8 can no longer continue the match." Hearing this, Ngio was stunned, as if struck across the head, his face turning pale. He gritted his teeth, holding back tears, unable to believe this was real. What? Did I really lose? Even a regular guy like that? Miss Patchy had to admit that Homut's swordplay was very fast and powerful. She did not expect a kid to be that good. Aylin was a bit stunned. Lord Aylin noted that these kids were about the same age, but their actual strength was vastly different. It was hard to believe. But if the match goes like this, we can properly evaluate the skills of either side. What should we do? Lord Ethan rubbed his head, thinking it over. This guy's skill level was not ordinary, but he did not expect him to be this strong. Next, Homut asked, "I heard there are 2 matches. Right. So there is still one more. That kid really is good. However, the goal of this test is just to evaluate the candidate's skills." Aylin agreed. "That is right. But if the second match is like this, we want to be able to assess the kid's skills." Then Lord Ethan thought for a moment before deciding. He asked Homut, "Instead of just focusing on defeating your opponent, could you fight him as a coach? Fight like the way you learned swordsmanship." Hearing that, Homut recalled old memories, a past scene replaying in his mind with the judges. "I understand now." Lord Ethan did not forget to say a few words to Ngio. "Status and background are not what matter. What is important is that you can fight an opponent who is on a completely different level than you. Your skills are not inferior to your peers. So be confident and show us what you have got." After hearing the judge's encouragement, Ngio calmed down. Ngio said to Homut, "You are really strong. Sorry for underestimating you. I was just focused on status, but I also have my own pride and determination." But Homut blocked it and frankly told Ngio to strike faster. His movement range was too wide, making his attacks easy to block. Homut continued to wave his hand once, and Ngio quickly sweated. His balance in the center was too weak. If he only focused on attacking, his weight shifted too far forward. Ngio could not believe he was at a disadvantage. Once again, he charged, but this time Homut just lightly dodged, and it was over. Homut, like an experienced fighter, said, "Attacking head-on like that makes it hard to keep distance from your opponent. Don't attack recklessly." Watching the match, Ethan recalled his old friend Dazen. Back then, Ethan was badly injured, so desperate he thought his life was over and was ready to give up. But Dazen rushed over and woke Ethan up, saying if he just sat there like that, he would really die. "Get up." Looking at Homut's current state, Ethan was very happy and told himself, "Dazen is back." The files piled up on the table, and a judge said they had already selected suitable candidates. Though this year's applicants varied widely in skill, female judge Tramtu reviewed and said, "I have high hopes. I wonder how far they will go." Ethan needed Homut's file. He bet this kid would become outstanding. 1 week later at the bar, Dazen Homut was wandering around town. The Geogyak looked around, recalling that last time he came here, Homut was somewhere nearby. Tradden noticed the sign of the weapon shop right in front. A cheerful kid greeted the new visitor, warmly welcoming him to the Three Temples Mercenary Guild. "What can I do for you?" Homut replied. "I am here to take on a request." The kid looked confused and hesitated. "You are a mercenary?" "Really?" Homut answered. Yep. The receptionist spoke up. "I see. I thought you were from some famous family. Can I ask which mercenary guild you belong to?" He introduced himself. "I am Homut from the Swift Mercenary Guild. I used to store stuff here." The kid looked at the paper Homut just handed over and said, "Got it. But sorry. I just started working here." He read the info on the paper. Homut from Swift Mercenary Guild. Rank 3. Confirmed. Again, he asked. "Homut, what request do you want to take?" "I will do my best to help." He pondered quietly. Flashback. Ethan stood in front of Homut, slamming the table angrily at the 100,000 mark price. Even if you are Ali, how did you get such a big sum? Where did you borrow that from? He calmly replied. It is money I saved from being a mercenary. Ethan still could not believe it. If that is true, fine. But I hope that is not all your savings. Humut replied coolly. It is. Hearing that, Ethan sighed deeply and said, maybe first I should teach you how to manage your finances. Now I am your guardian, so do not worry too much. But you won't always have money during tough times. And you do not know when you will need it. Life is tough for someone who can't earn more and has no money left. Ethan glared straight at Humut. If that is the case, you are no different than a wild animal. Humut asked. So I just need to make money. Right, Ethan said. I am just telling you how things work. There is still a month before registration day. Just do what you enjoy. Humut suddenly thought about taking on some requests. Of course. Ethan had no reason to object. But he warned him not to take on anything too dangerous or long-term, like protection missions. Back in the present at the shop, Humut answered the kid's question. A request I can handle within the current 3-gen range. He liked how the kid, both searching and confused, said, that sounds pretty specific. Suddenly, the kid spotted a request that might fit. The kid turned to Humut. But the location is kind of weird. You okay with that? He curiously asked. Where is it? The request paper was handed to Humut. The location was Zeta Academy. As dusk fell, Humut left the shop, holding the request and thinking. According to the kid, there were reports of student ghosts appearing at the school, mostly at night, but this request was definitely to investigate the identity of the student ghost and report after handling it. Humut felt he chose this request to get familiar with the academy's layout. But it was very different from requests he would taken before. Did I pick the wrong one? Humut wondered. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, suspiciously asking, Are you Humut? He turned sharply. A young guy who looked like a student pointed at him, saying, You are Ali's student, so you really transferred here. Humut did not understand what he meant and asked back. The guy replied, This is your first time here. Right. Humut doubted Ali. Shouldn't I let him teach me to know better? He asked the guy in front. So you are a mage like Ali? Yeah. Kind of. But we are a bit different. He answered. For example, he said, and a magical glow appeared in his palm, quickly creating a cute spirit. Humut saw this was not magic but mana. But suddenly it lunged to attack him. Humut clenched his fist, gathering strength. But unlike he expected, his attack was nullified. The kid burst out laughing seeing him try to attack, saying, You were the first one to try that. Hamita watched the Jia-tin spirit flying around him. Wondering what it was, I introduced him. This guy is a light spirit named Jia-tin. It is a bit mischievous but not dangerous. Even if it causes harm, you can't stop it with physical force, because spirits do not have physical bodies. Only a few chosen mages can control them, and one of those few is me. He said his name is Sion, the first elemental mage of Zeta Academy. Humut was still deep in thought about whether he could catch Jia-tin, ignoring Sion when he asked for a response. He was still sizing him up, thinking he seemed like a funny guy. Then suddenly said, I am in the middle of something, so I am out. Hearing that, Sion guessed he was a mercenary. If the task was at the academy, maybe it was the ghost of the academy. Humut turned and asked, You know about this mission too? Sion replied, Of course I do. I am really interested in that rumor. What do you say? Want me to help? At Zeta Academy at night, Sion led Amet to stand in front of the entrance. He asked, So this is where the ghost has been showing up recently? Sion said, Yeah. It is just a normal building in the Swordsmanship Academy. But ever since the ghost appeared, it shows up every night. Creepy. Right. Sion replied, I do not think it is that scary unless it is an evil spirit summoned by dark magic. But if that were the case, the professors would have gotten involved. So they would know it is dangerous. Is that? Well then, let us split up here. Humut said casually to Sion. Would that be more effective? Sion looked confused but chased after him, saying, Searching together is better, is not? But after we find it, what do you plan to do? Of course. Destroy it, Humut answered. Just as they disappeared around the corner, a terrifying shadow stood there, staring at them. Sion and Hedrometis cautiously opened the door to a room and stepped inside, looking around but finding nothing. Could it be that the ghost had moved to another building? Timmy doubted it. No way. There should be more evidence. He glanced at Sion, who was staring intently at something. Humut asked, Did you find something? But Sion said there was nothing, so he suggested moving to another classroom. Hamid did not object. Sion asked Met, When did you say you would finish the mission? Suddenly, he looked scared, glancing toward a dark corner. Hamid ignored the question. About 10 days left. What is wrong? Sion pointed toward the shadowy figure radiating a terrifying energy. Moving toward them, Hamid observed carefully, trying to guess if it was a ghost. He slowly reached for his sword, ready to face it. Jiang, standing behind Sion with arms crossed, shouted, What the hell is going on? Why are you guys here? When the helmet and armor were removed, a very familiar face appeared. It was Ali. After a quick rundown of the situation, Ali asked about the mission. Sion quickly replied, Yeah. Hamiti needs to find the ghost in the academy, and I am helping him. 3,000 coins. If you succeed. Ali looked at the mission paper and teased. Rich guys really do these kinds of jobs. Once you get paid, just go home and sleep. Mercenaries usually do that. Right. I am just killing time, Sin asked Ali. What about you? Why are you here? Actually, I got the same mission. Cyan was even more surprised. So you are a mercenary too, Ali snapped back. What are you talking about? I got this mission directly from the academy. Cyan was surprised. I thought you did not care about this stuff. Does the academy give you some good reward? Ali was curious too but said. You do not need to know. Ajur Mutt listened to their conversation and thought the academy must be sending out missions urgently. Cyan joked. Funny how this all happened. Now the three of us are here together by chance. Let us find that ghost together. It will save time and be more fun. Unfortunately, the other two did not respond as enthusiastically as he hoped. So San quickly added, if you do not want to, we can split up, Ali said. Let us go together. Like you said. The more the merrier. Cyan was happy to hear Ali agree and turn ask him and meet if he was in. Of course, he said. Not minding going together. The three of them sat down at a long table to watch a magical illusion Ali created. Ali explained the recent ghost sightings in the building, including the one we are standing in and the sword training area. The sword training area, the stadium, and the arena. All these buildings have one thing in common. Cyan noticed they were all packed and found out they all belonged to the sword department. Ali was right too. I wonder why that ghost did not show up in the magic area. Could it be because it was created by a mage? Cyan suspected that if that is true, then someone must have heard the spell at least once. There is even a silent spell, Ali said. But a high-level mage would not bother with these petty tricks. Ali continued. If this was not done by a normal person, then maybe the ghost is avoiding mages. Cyan agreed. Maybe the ghost is too weak to attack magic. Hamidrit guessed it is because ghosts can be harmed by physical attacks. Both of them looked at him, wondering how he knew that. Actually, it is from Ethan. He once told Heaven Tice that he had heard about it before. He asked if Ethan knew anything about it. He recalled. Yep. There was a brave student among them. When the students encountered the ghost, that student swung his sword, but the blade just passed right through it. After hearing that, Ali was skeptical. Could it really be a ghost? Cyan was also thinking deeply. But unlike the two who were lost in thought, Hamet was actually quite excited. Thinking back, has he ever been able to share his opinion equally, even in casual conversations? He was either scolded or ignored. Not even with the Rapid Mercenary Guild had he experienced this. They would never thought together like this before, because they had different knowledge. But when combined, they could find the answer bit by bit. So that is what it is like. That is called communication, Ali said, calling out to Hefemet. If it has no form and can be attacked physically, what if you use Vit to attack it? You are good with Vit. Hamit was not sure and asked. Vit, if I meet it, I will give it a try. Just as Edred agreed to use Vit, Xian suddenly shouted, scaring me half to death. Song Yan said he could not think of anything else and suggested they search all the buildings of the sword department tomorrow. But I am tired. I can't think anymore. I am going to rest now. He told them not to push themselves too hard and to stay safe. Now only Ali and Muft were left in the room. She asked if he had figured anything out, though he did not answer aloud. He thought to himself that he had realized something. Formless things like Zeta avoid mages and love to play around. Thinking that, he asked Ali where to find spirits. Ali said, turns out I am a good teacher. But unfortunately, I am not a spirit mage, so it is hard for me to sense spirits. So what should they do? Himmat asked. Ali asked what he meant, acting like he forgot they already had a talented spirit mage. And Hamit and Ali both ran out of the room. He asked Xian where he was going. Ali said he was probably chasing the spirits because he could sense them. Hamet was curious how he could sense them so quickly. Could it be? He reviewed everything that happened when they were together. He bluntly confronted Ali, saying the one who knew from the start was just a spirit wanting Xian to find it. Ali said he got lucky. That was the only explanation he could think of. Amity glanced over, but Ali did not say anything more. As they ran out of the building, Ali suddenly stopped in the middle of the path, making Atred confused. Was she not going to follow? She said they only needed to know his general direction, then placed her hand on the ground and used a technique to track footprints, which led them to the sword department's training ground. Ali was sure Sign would not be able to pinpoint the exact location, so they would follow him. Ali decisively used magic to open the way and brought Atramid inside, warning that not everyone could enter the training ground. The sword department is strict about rankings, so even students are divided into different classes and levels, and she was sure the spirit was hiding in the least used area, because it had to stay somewhere quiet. Besides the training ground, it might hide near the senior students' area. Ali was about to say they needed to look there when she noticed Hedrimeta was staring intently in a certain direction. He asked, "Hey, Amite, what is it?" That is why Hedrimeta thought no one would be using this place. Ali immediately guessed what he meant. Umut did not hesitate and slowly opened the door. Ali was a bit worried whether they could enter without permission. Stepping inside, Umut said, "We are on a mission," and he would probably understand. Suddenly Ali noticed something unusual. Sensing something like Saimut, and told to keep it secure here, he called out to her to confirm if she really got the mission from the apprentice. Ali heard him ask, then quickly glanced at Homut, who admitted that up to now he also need to lie. Actually, I do not like apprenticeships. I only have one elemental mage. Homut understood Ali's intention well and confirmed that someone would capture that soul and study it. Ali firmly agreed, replying that is right, and the person would automatically complete the mission. She snapped her fingers and used a silent spell to erase all traces of the pact. Homut asked what if he refused. Ali did not hold back, saying the mercenary repays debts this way. He did not bring the kid anymore and turned away. But Ali noticed a cluster of dark magic flickering in the corner. Ali looked up at him and asked what was going on. Why did he suddenly stop? Before he finished, a giant magical beast with a drooling mouth emerged from nowhere. Homut immediately knew the academy's ghost had appeared. He saw what they were looking for had shown up. Ali excitedly praised Homut for doing well, then planned to ask it first using a wall walking spell to surround it so it could not leave the training ground. But if she cast the spell, she would not be able to move. Homut said to weaken it but only injure it lightly, so it would not die. Homut agreed, thinking people said swords usually do not affect it, so he would use a hidden sword to weaken this ghost. It did not give up easily and fought back. Homut remembered the plan to use a spear to slash it. A loud noise rang out as the dark elemental was knocked back. It did not give up and angrily charged straight at Homut, who was nearby. Suddenly, a magic circle of fire lit up. Homut was surprised when the attack was blocked by someone appearing between the ghost and him.
What's up?
Just as Homut's spear was about to hit the elemental, Xian shouted, "What are you doing?" Homut was surprised to see Xian, feeling relieved that Xian was using his power to face it. Xian shouted when he saw Homut like this. "Why are you risking challenging that ghost?" In front of Xian was the form of a fierce ghost surrounding Homut. Xian explained carefully, "That is an evil spirit. Very sensitive, so we need to approach it gently." Xian told Homut he would first use a light barrier to block it, but neither he nor the team was sure how long it would hold. Homut also observed the dark spirit's expression and noted it looked a bit angry. Who was practicing magic nearby asked, "So how do we catch it?" Xian suddenly panicked. "You want to catch that kid and experiment on it." Xian's sudden panic made her nervous too. "How can you do that to such a cute kid?" Ali calmed Xian down a bit and explained, "Isn't it because you do not want to cooperate on soul research with me? Plus, you are the only elemental mage at the academy." Xian's face turned pale, recalling Ali's scary look when handling the little elementals. He stammered, "That is because you want to do those scary experiments." Xian sighed looking back at the ghost. "We just found it, and now it is going to be completely sealed off." Xian planned and glanced at the person next to him. "Losing it would be very dangerous. You keep maintaining the barrier." Ali nodded and did not refuse. "And Homut, can you buy us more time without attacking it? I will try to calm it down." Homut nodded and replied, "All right, I will do my best," he added quietly. Homut charged forward with his sword. "But I do not know how long I can hold out without attacking it. The light barrier is still active. The haunted spirit is still furious. And Homut is rushing in aggressively." Feeling Homut coming, the haunted spirit quickly dodged. "It is, but I can still handle it." Homut swung his sword in diagonal slashes, breaking the nearby shards into pieces that fell to the ground. In front of Xian was the scene of Homut's fiercer sword strikes, while the spirit's rage grew more and more obvious on its face. "Homut, you are up." Xian tried to awaken his power, muttering that he just needed to push a little harder. The spirit's anger intensified, becoming more ferocious. The tendrils it created lengthened and flew forward. Those tendrils formed a sharp crescent shape aimed at Homut below. Sensing danger, Homut quickly jumped away. He ran off, followed by a loud booming explosion behind him. Homut swiftly flew onto the spirit's back. This demon knew it could not touch him. Homut, now fully powered, paused thoughtfully. "Should I scare it a little?" "Homut," Xian called out loudly, and Homut dashed downward. Xian's voice still echoed in his ears as he prepared to slash his sword. The spirit thrust its tendrils toward the distracted Homut. This time, he could not dodge in time and only managed to shout once. The spirit's tendrils slammed into Homut, pushing him hard against the opposite wall. Homut could not control himself and let out a painful cry. Xian worriedly moved back, apologizing to Homut, but explaining he had to suppress the spirit's magic since it was already weakened. Homut recovered from the pain. "Weaker now," Xian reassured him. "Just leave it to me." Xian slowed his steps, moving deeper toward the evil spirit. The spirit sensed the power about to consume it and grew fearful. It hurriedly fled, trying to break the light barrier. Ali tried her best, calling out Xian's name. She feared she would not hold on until then. This thing was trying to break the barrier. "Do something." Xian was also trying to get closer. Xian calmly replied, "It is afraid of us, afraid of my magic." The spirit began thrashing, lunging toward Ali. She felt the evil spirit approaching, but did not know what to do as it charged to intimidate her. Xian struggled to grasp the situation and called out to Homut. Homut quickly rushed over, blocking right in front of Ali. She was in danger, and Homut gripped his sword tightly, thinking, there is no other way, he thought, swinging a big sword strike at the evil spirit, but it perfectly dodged Homut's sword. Homut was stunned. The spirit attacked the shield. Ali pulled back her hand, muttering curses. She angrily shouted, creating a stronger barrier than before. But the evil spirit still charged relentlessly. It split in two and lunged at Ali, who felt the extreme danger. The spirit surrounded her, forming a shape like the Chinese character, as if trying to swallow Ali whole. In a panic, it is running away. Humut chased after it, quickly blocking the spirit's escape path. Humut flew up, sword aimed straight at its head. The spirit's face showed clear fear. Humut raised his magic-infused sword, ready to strike, while calling out to Xai. Now, he said, swinging his sword in the sharpest arc. The sword plunged straight down the demon's forehead but stopped just before touching it. Seeing the demon cower, Humut asked bluntly, "Scared?" Xian seized the moment. "Good job," and created a powerful magic barrier. Xian shouted to draw the spirit's attention, then launched a strong magical blast from the barrier straight at the demon. "You have to go back." The demon vanished in the blinding light. Xian was doing his best to control the magic barrier. Both Humut and Ali focused on the thick smoke from the explosion. The smoke is slowly clearing, and something appears in Xian's hand. Xian turns around to show off to his friends the evil spirit he just caught. With a sulky face, only a spirit mage can handle souls like that. Ali sighs tiredly. The ghost's face now looks sulky, floating in Xian's hand. The shop staff points at the spirit. So this is the problematic monster. Mighty not. Got it. Interesting. He pretends to understand a lot. What can a soul even do in a place like this? That is Xian's specialty. He perks up and says there must be many reasons. Xian starts sharing his thoughts, saying maybe it is because of magical influence that at some moment creatures on Earth got distorted. Though unlikely, it could be a trace of dark energy. He finishes with, "Anyway, it all ended well." At this moment, Xian proudly says, "I know Meft got the mission. But if it were not for me, the only elemental mage at the academy." Ali interrupts, pushing him aside and scolding irritably. "Shut up. Why are you explaining so much?" The staff looks awkward as the three of them leave the shop. Xian mutters as he turns back. "We already showed them the dark soul. So why have not they rewarded us yet?" Ali sighs. "You heard what they said earlier." Ali recalls the staff's announcement. "We have to make sure the monsters do not come back. So come back in 3 days. Ali raises an eyebrow and asks, "Why are you in such a hurry? It is not like it is your mission." Xian scratches his head. "What are you talking about? Hamet is already part of our group," he says, then looks at Ademet. "Isn't he that right, buddy?" Hamiti's face stays cold. "Friend." Xian just smiles openly. "Yeah. Friends." Xian even explains that we have formed a relationship where we support each other now. If it is not friendship, then what? I guess fate arranged for us to be like this from the start. Amunat silently contemplates. Xian reaches out his hand. "Come on, from now on, pay more attention to me." Amiti is still lost in thought. "Friends." Old memories with pin flash through his mind. "Alright. Amite. Stop dwelling on the past. Probably not so bad after all." He also reaches out and grabs Xian's hand. Xian beams with joy, turning to show off, "Alia." Shake hands. Elia turns away, blushing. No idiots. The three of them are on the same path. Xian chatters nonstop. "Amite. What are friends of friends?" Alia is really angry now but holds back. And Pamit does not answer. So Xian asks and answers himself. "Another friend. Should we have more rich friends so Alia can buy us meat?" Ilya snaps loudly. "Do not drag me into this. There is no time to eat now. We still have to clean up." Xian suddenly remembers something. "You are right. We destroyed the training ground early this morning, in a fancy room." Hamet looks at the paper in his hand. Confused. "Third floor. Room 301. What does this mean? There is someone else in the room." Wython taps the table. "Guessing. I think that is the dorm room you were assigned to." He continues. "All students at Zito Academy are required to stay in the dorms. Your semester starts at noon." Metit nods in response. Ethan smiles. "Good. The opening ceremony is tomorrow. But since there is still time, let us check out where you will be staying." "That sounds like a good idea." Hamet hums thoughtfully. Looking ahead, the scene of new students waiting excitedly in front of the dorm is lively. Hamet watches while thinking. "Just a few days ago, when I was looking for missions, the whole academy was so quiet. So this is the first time I have seen this scene." The manager's voice calls out, "Those assigned dorm rooms, please come here to pick up your belongings." Herr Met sees everyone getting up and thinks he should do the same. Amani hands over an envelope with a seal. The manager looks at the form. "Oh hello. You have been assigned a dorm room. Please wait a moment." The manager's face suddenly tightened. Third floor. Room 301. Inside the spacious room, sunlight streams softly through the window, making the room glow even brighter. "Have I been relaxing too much these past few days? So tired." A girl's voice rang out steadily. "I swear I won't make friends with anyone because of strange events." She placed the ring on a ledger. "And I have already gotten into enough trouble." "That is right." The girl slowly sat on the bed. "All because of that damn guy." At this moment, Humut was holding the key. Heading to the assigned room, the room number was marked 301. And he stepped onto the third floor hallway, in front of room 301. Humut looked up at the sign. This was definitely the room. The long hair of a girl appeared before his eyes. Ever since meeting that guy, Everything has been chaotic. Ollie was talking to himself. Since the semester started, I do not want to see him at all. Outside. Humut inserted the key into the lock. Turned it. Click. Never. On this side. In the dark alley. Do you think I am just babbling nonsense? If not, that guy is forcing the boys inside the wall. Do you think Black Eagle is someone you can mess with? Not all. His face paled. Right now. The Black family's defenses are too tight. What the hell? This kid, he shouted angrily. A hand placed on his shoulder, calling his name. Damn it. Just kill those lions, acting like Black Eagle's rules are law. He sneered. Eyes bloodshot. That is right. Anyone who disobeys orders should be executed immediately. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp voice rang out. Execute who? What do you think you are doing? Harassing innocent people. Someone. Damn it. A panic, after failing to kill a sick kid. But still, I can easily find you. Losers always claim to be Black Eagle. Behind the two appeared a mysterious shadow, those idiots destroying their own lives. Just like you, turning around suddenly. Startled. Who dares? He swung once. But the guy in black quickly dodged. Blood splattered everywhere. In his eyes was sheer panic. He fearfully called out his name, hoping to make him even more panicked. He looked around nervously. Voice trembling. Who are you? Don't hide like a coward. Show yourself now. Hide. The mysterious shadow loomed right above him. Who is the coward hiding? That shadow appeared behind him, knife at his throat, holding him tight. A spray of blood flew out. The two in front panicked and stepped back. The guy in black sighed. They dare disgrace Black Eagle's name and keep impersonating us. He smiled wickedly but admitted they were lucky to survive this long. He started paying attention to the two hostages from earlier. I forgot I have some questions for you. The guy covering his face revealed a faint scar shaped like a letter on his cheek. Now, can I ask you something? In the dark alley, painful cries echoed. Inside the spacious room, sunlight streamed softly through the window, making the room glow even brighter. Ali sighed. Seems like I have been pushing myself too hard these past few days. Well, now I feel a bit tired. A girl's voice rang out steadily. Even though I said I would not make friends with anyone, but I still do. She placed the ring on the ledger. Always getting caught up in weird stuff everywhere. Ollie slowly sat on the bed. Right then, Humut was holding the key. Heading to the assigned room, he stepped onto the third-floor hallway. The girl with long white hair was muttering to herself. Everything started going downhill after meeting that guy. I should stay away from him when the new semester starts. In front of room 301. Humut inserted the key. Turned it. Click. With long hair and pink pajamas. Shook her head. Never. Humut grabbed the handle. Pushed the door open. In front of him was a room with two beds facing each other. Humut silently watched. This is Dorma. Everything looks a bit worse than the Koger mansion. But compared to sleeping on the floor, this is pretty fancy. Humut looked outside. Talking about beds. After leaving the original bed, I agreed to join the mercenary guild, and now I have been accepted into the Gita Academy. He unconsciously clenched his fists. Finally. It feels like the start of a new journey. Now, I am going to focus on getting stronger. Then, Humut clenched his fist tightly, suddenly hearing a strange noise. He got ready to fight. Humut realized. That is right. Today I did not bring my sword. Ollie stood on the other side. Stunned. Then shouted out, Humut. You are startled too. You are in this room too. Ollie was angry and annoyed. Clearly trying to provoke him. What are you talking about? How did you get into my room? I almost punched you just now. Humut replied calmly. Because I was also assigned to room 301. Ali panicked and shouted. No way. That can't be. Humut did not understand. Why not? Ollie held her face in frustration. Of course not. How the hell did this happen? Wait a minute. Do not tell me. Ollie's eyes darted nervously. She muttered and turned away. Damn it. There are two beds here. Humut did not understand why Ali was so harsh. Where are you going? Seeing Ali confidently walk out wearing just a shirt to the bathroom. Why do I have to answer these questions? Before she left, she muttered a warning to him. Don't touch anything in this room, or I will make sure you regret it. Don't go wandering around. Stay put. Saying that, Ollie stormed out of the room. Humut did not understand why Ali was acting like that. What did I do to be hated this much? Inside Zeta Academy, a large room with 4 bright windows. A man holding a full cup of tea raised it to his lips. Liamwei, the headmaster of Zeta Academy, was leisurely sipping tea. The door suddenly burst open, and Liamwei spat out his tea. Ollie appeared at the door. The headmaster, startled, turned to speak with Ali, who looked furious. What the hell happened? What do you mean? Liamwei pressed for answers. Ollie angrily stormed in. How could you put someone else in the same room as me? Ali brought up the old issue again. I have the right to a private room as the president of Zeta Magic Academy. Surely you have not forgotten that. The headmaster looked thoughtful and awkward. Maybe she already knows. I guess this situation might happen. But, he replied awkwardly. Sorry for not informing you beforehand. Actually, we arranged dorms before the last break, so there are very few rooms left. I hope you understand. Ali still held her ground, snapping at the headmaster. Even so, you still have to keep your promise to me. You know I need a private room. What if he finds out I am a girl? Liamwei did not know how to respond. He thought for a moment, then gently comforted her. You just need to be more careful. You have the magic of a powerful archmage. A swordsmanship student 1T figure that out. Ali snapped. So you are not taking responsibility. I do not want any risks here. Ollie could not calm down. After all, you know exactly who my enemy is. The headmaster was also in a tough spot. He asked her, do not you think having a private room when there are no rooms left is a bit unfair? I tried to assign you a roommate, you know. So please bear with it for this semester. At least for now. Ollie was speechless. Close friends with that guy? Lianwei asked sharply. Is not that right? I mean, you already guided him. You studied together and even hung out with him. Ollie was annoyed, rubbing his head, saying no. I did that just to repay him. I do not even know him that well. We barely see each other, but in her memory, Humut's face appeared thousands of times. The dean gradually softened toward her, saying it is my responsibility as a teacher and guardian to help you with your friendships. I already told you. If you get along well with him this semester, I will make sure you get a single room. I promise. Ali silently watched the dean in the dimly lit room. Din Lianwei leaned back in his chair, finally relieved. Only time would tell if she was truly convinced. He pondered quietly, thinking that kid was destined to be a good person. Ali returned to her room, where that guy was leaning against the wall waiting for her. Seeing her sore expression, he guessed things had not gone well for her. Ali replied with a smirk, clearly proud of her quick wit. She frowned at him. You really want a room with me? He widened his eyes and said, it is not about wanting to, it is necessary. You get that? Right. Ali sighed harshly. I have been alone since I was the head of the Magic Institute. And now this semester, I have to share a room with you. Ali thought it over and said quietly, honestly, I am not thrilled about this. He was silent, then said, I can use magic to help you with a lot of things. What do you think? He shook his head. I do not think Atham will agree. Even if they do, they will find out right away. Ali snapped at him. I have to say this, I am way more difficult than you think. Living with me won't be easy. You still want to stay? He thought for a moment, then said bluntly, for me, you are still better than most others. I am sure of that. Ali suddenly blushed. Actually, he thought, mostly I just talked to him at the academy, which is better than dealing with those other guys at the Sword Institute. Ali covered her embarrassment with her hand, muttering, I probably should not have helped him on that test. Outside the academy courtyard, carriages were pulling in. He got out carrying a huge bag. He thought, all my stuff's moved in, and Ali's already decided on the shared room rules. He slowly climbed the stairs, saw the door slightly open, and peeked in. Ali looked back at him. You are back. Have you made your decision? He asked, tilting his head. Ali nodded. Right in front of you. He stepped inside, taking in the whole room. Next to the wooden desk was a large curtain. As he was looking around, Ali walked over. She pulled the curtain aside and said, this side is mine. Your side's bigger, so I won't accept any complaints. This curtain is off limits, so do not even think about crossing over. Ali warned. He silently stared at her. Ali continued, I have put a protection spell on it, but do not make noise at night. No strong smells. Keep it clean. And no visitors, especially no one from the Magic Institute. He was too shocked to say anything. Finally, she softened. If you need anything, just call me. If I do not hear it at first, keep calling. He nodded. Ali turned back to the curtain. That is it. Go back to whatever you were doing. He watched her quietly, then called out, I hope we can get along. She blinked once. One afternoon at sunset at Zeta Academy, only Sabat and some classmates remained on campus. Azan stood nearby with sharp eyes and a sneer. Talking about that guy. That commoner passed the transfer test. Right, no wonder he is so proud. Think having a rich backer hides his weaknesses. Can't wait to meet him. Sabat did not like that guy either. A slight smirk on his lips. He will soon learn his limits. Luckily, no sword class tomorrow. Let us take him down so he can raise his head. Early the next morning, he stepped out of his room carrying his Zeta Academy stuff. I thought the uniform would be tight, but it is actually pretty comfortable. Ozzy said there is usually not much to do at the start of the semester. After class, I will head straight to personal training. A guy from a nearby room was also getting ready to head to the academy. He looked at him in shock. You just came out of room 301. It is Azzy's room. Do not tell me you are rooming with him. Seeing that confused look, the young guy had no choice but to explain. But Azzy has the right to a private room since he is top of the class. And more importantly, he agreed to let you stay. This is really strange. Favoritism for good-looking people. But not favoring them would be even worse. Anyway, forget it. You are going to have a tough time living together soon. Come to think of it, the first class of the Swordsmanship Institute starts today. You probably won't have any problems. Just remember not to mess with that troublemaker at the academy. Amhuit found it odd and asked again. Does the academy really take in people like that? The guy shook his head in frustration. That is just a nickname. You are probably the #1 idiot in the world. There is a guy named Suka who is top of second year. Last year he punched a few troublemakers without warning. Some even had to drop out because their arms got torn up. And after that, no one dared to mess with him anymore. Since I am new to the academy, There are still many things I can't believe. Is it really allowed? A classmate replied to him. Of course not, because of his talent. The school stopped supervising him. Do you think a short time sitting there will change people's minds? Anyway. Be careful. Do your best in class. By the way, I am in room 307. If Azzy gets mad, just come find me. Hamet's class takes place on the field. You will have to be active the whole time, the strict teacher announced. Second years. Listen up. Line up in 4 rows right in front of me immediately. You guys must have had a great vacation. Today is the first day and also the first class of the semester. I will start with basic physical training first. I am sure the swordsmanship students at Zeta Academy won't waste their break just relaxing. Run 20 laps around the field. Everyone. Bend your knees and run. The group around Hedemati kept chatting about the teacher. But he just thought 20 laps were not enough for his fitness. Running next to Hetrima, Ajahn kept staring at him. Why did he have to stand next to this commoner? He really was very polite. But the more he looked, the more annoying he became. Good. If I put my foot out, he will fall right away. Welcome to school. Dirtbag, said and done. But the result was not what Ajahn expected. Hamed stood firm like nothing happened, no matter how many times Ajahn tried to provoke him. Hamut seemed alert enough not to get tripped the last time. Ajahn decided to be more obvious. He stomped on Hetrumut's foot without hesitation, but ended up paying the price himself. This made Ajahn furious, even more resentful than before. At break time, the teacher and a student went into the equipment room and knocked over a bucket. Outside, Ajahn took the chance to confront Hevermet again. You kidding me? You just tried to trip me. Knowing Ajahn was not a good guy, Amitrit simply said he was the one who started it. The angrier he got, the more he clenched his teeth. A commoner with a big mouth. You will regret this if you want to survive the academy. Remember to keep your life. Know your place. Subbat was not reckless like Ajahn. Running was tiring enough, so do not waste energy on stuff like this. Let him go for now. We will get back him during practice. Hamidrit watched their backs with anger. Weak as he was, he still dared to brag. Can't believe he challenged someone he can't beat. Right now, I do not know if I should teach him a lesson. A gentle breeze blew as Suka appeared. Commoner. Are you talking about me? Ajahn and the others stepped back when they saw Suka. Who the hell are you? Suka stepped closer, his tone not welcoming. Not sure about you, but you are the transfer student. Right, I heard someone complaining about commoners all the time. So I thought you had a problem with me. Asudaba did not understand why the swordsmanship department had so many commoners. No one could stand that chaos anymore. Of course, Suka did not want to tolerate that either. He wanted to challenge those guys' ranks. This angered Sit. He was about to jump in, but Ajahn pulled him back. I do not know what Ajahn whispered that made Sabat stop holding a grudge. But you commoners just keep trying to be clever. Adri Say has been watching since earlier, and just realized Suka is the guy his friend mentioned this morning. You better be more careful. The class continued. The teacher gathered everyone, lined them up in order, and pulled out wooden swords. Suka was not happy being called a fake commoner. He was the first one the teacher called up. When asked why he was late, Suka could only come up with one excuse. He got caught up asking Kachi-Pachi questions and missed the start. But today, Pachi was off, and the teacher threw cold water on Suka, saying if you lie, at least have some heart. Run 30 laps around the yard immediately. That is easy for Hetris Ness. But for Suka, it is unimaginable. Mike C sized up Suka by how he talked and what people were saying his reputation's pretty bad. Even good deeds won to help. The rest will train separately when they get their swords. But the teacher will coach each one personally, so few will get past him. After the signal, Tamaxi focused on sword practice. After just a bit, he was already worn out. Ethan said the first class was not too hard, but something felt off. Wonder what'll change in a few years. Suka just finished running, soaked in sweat and stink, yet still tried to act cool in front of Hetamich. Aren't you gonna thank me? I stopped that fight earlier. Afumase had not even begged, so Suka was surprised. You are so full of yourself. I heard you are just a commoner. I am like you. So let us make a deal. Mitsi slowly watched Suka's every move. He knew that hand was full of bad vibes. Mitsu's instincts were sharp. But Suka said something really strange. But I remind you, do not think you can buddy up with me just because we are both commoners. That is annoying. Saying that, Suka waved and walked off, leaving Atrimux alone. Back at the dorm, Misi thought about what just happened and felt like an easy target. His roommate Azzy said from the start he would have a tough time. They are just bullies acting tough. Prove yourself, and no one will mess with you again. Atan warned Hefjimase that picking fights won't help, but Azzy honestly wanted to give advice. Depending on how you handle it, try to make them start trouble first. It will be easier. Amitre was not good at that. He was not like them. But if he wanted respect, he would have to endure until the showdown. Before HMC enrolled, Ozzy already beat them up badly once. Luckily, no need to do that now. Epimix said if he led a department, he would not have to endure but fight them directly, as he kept lying more, because Epimix noticed there was someone he did not quite understand. Back to Soup. He brushed past the Azone group. Sabat, still holding a grudge, kept teasing, now with a commoner friend. Must be. Let us see how long you can act high and mighty with that high score. You will soon be a good little dog. Suka hates holding back. He slapped Azone's cheek on impulse. I was so hyped my hand just went wild. I was hoping you would make me obedient without waiting for the first meal fight. How do you feel now at Zeta Academy? Once it comes to studying, there is no class distinction, but one rule can change a century-old social custom. Underneath it all is the attitude of superiority and bullying. Nobles use this to treat commoners. But when it comes to Suka, they do not dare, all because of his top student title and unusual personality. Suka looks scary. Do you think just looking like that means I will obey? Only now is Sabat surprised. I heard about last year's incident. True to that nickname. You lost it. Right, Suka just threw out a challenge, saying Sabat's scared of him. But he is not an easy target either. After that suspension, he kept quiet. That is not like him. Don't tell me you are reckless. If you get suspended again, you will face serious trouble. Suka looked unhappy. Try punching me first and see. Of course. You better be ready to face the punishment. It is not me who will hit you back, but society that will punish you, no matter what. Suka can take it seriously. Even though you really want to argue back. If you do, you will be the one at fault first. Sabat sneered at Suka's classmate. Looks like this crazy guy is now scared of getting kicked out of the academy, but Suka grew serious. Losing patience. He had to teach Sabat a lesson. Just as the fist was raised, both got hit at once and were knocked off their feet. The teacher stepped up. What is this? You dare to gang up and fight on academy grounds. Unable to hold back, Suka tattled right away. But professor, he started it. And I am not ganging up with anyone. The more he talked, the more wrong he sounded. The professor hit Suka on the head. I have told you many times. Swinging your fists at others like that won't help at all. As for Sabat, he is no better. As long as you are a student at Zeta Academy, you are only judged by your real ability. Sabat nodded to let it slide. Got hit again. Then the female student told Sabat to get ready quickly, while Suka followed the teacher. Suka did not understand why he had to go but got scolded. Don't talk so much. Just follow me. After this whole thing, Sabat left too. When Suka blinked, the professor smacked him again. Suka felt so wronged. What else is wrong? Madam, I am really upset about this foolish act of mine. You are just plain stupid. Can't he control your temper? And now you want to cause more trouble. This is your first suspension. And you still have not learned. You got away the first time because of the top student. But next time, I can promise anything. Of course. I know it is hard to hold back now. But after a year, you will be recognized. You are a very outstanding student. Do not lose your chance over stuff like this. After hearing that, Suka did not know what to do. If he kept holding back like this, they would just walk all over him. The professor talked about Hedramati. He is a new student. Right. Studying here without any trouble with the noble classes. Meti is also a commoner like you. So treat him well. You two might become close since you are in similar situations. Suka immediately thought of Amite. Before the professor's question, he quietly turned away. I already said I do not want to be close to anyone. Besides, he is a cocky brat who can take care of himself. Probably, at the next class, everyone lined up neatly in front. The class started checking who was absent. When Chepmi reported that Etramat had not arrived, the professor asked if he would clearly told him where the class was. He nodded right away. The professor ordered someone to find Hedramati, but it probably was not necessary anymore since Suka saw him arrive. Hedramat walked in through the door and was questioned by the professor. He said he did not know the class location, so he was late. But Chai asked if anyone had told Hedramit where the class was. Chapimi immediately interrupted. I told him very clearly. Madam, Bachi frowned. Ignoring her. I am asking Met. Not you. Then Chaichimi shot a cold glare at Ethermite, and he felt it. Everyone turned to each other and laughed mockingly. The professor concluded that Ethermite had received the wrong information and asked him to be honest, not wanting to make a big deal. Amhumi changed his story. I think I misheard my friend's message. Madam. Both Baichai and Suka were surprised to hear that. While HME looked smug, Bachi decided to drop the matter, whether she liked it or not. He was already late and had to take responsibility. Run 10 laps around the yard. Then she said to the class. Let us start the lesson. Suka had not smiled once all this time. Hamite was not any different from those commoners, but she picked up a ball. Today, consider this a basic training exercise. We will spend time developing your physical strength. When using a sword, your stamina directly affects the stability of your moves. I will give each of you an almond-shaped ball. Your task is to balance it on your sword tip without dropping it. Anyone who can keep it for 30 minutes can leave class early. So I hope you all try your best. Professor Baichi called Hedramit up to help, and Suka could not help but be suspicious. Yesterday, when Suka saw him, he thought Hedramite was tough. But actually, he is just a scared little fish who is afraid of authority. Taku feels different from guys like Ephraimament. Even if he is hesitant, he won't bow down to these nobles. Spinning the ball in his hand for a while, Hamit aimed at Chimi and swung hard, the ball flying fiercely. That hit caught Chimi off guard, and he took a painful blow. The professor, Suka, and everyone else were shocked. Chimi clutched his stomach and dropped to his knees in pain. Amunite brushed off his hands and said, Sorry, I did not mean to. You were just too far away. After one surprise after another, Suka looked at the situation in front of him in shock. What kind of person is this guy anyway? Someone in the training room was hitting the wooden frame. The young man's figure appeared in the mirror at chest level. A big bruise showed clearly. Chimey angrily looked at his injury. Sighing. Man, I wish this bruise would heal fast. This one's gonna take a while. That arrogant commoner dared to do that to me. Sabiyat wiped sweat and said, You are way too worked up over just a ball. Chanami snapped back. Try taking a hit and see. It is like he threw a rock at me. Chimi grumbled. That damn Suka, that commoner trainee. Sabite. Are you gonna let this slide? Sabit sighed while wiping sweat. Chimi sat down, holding his face in frustration. Suka's always like that. But what was that new guy thinking? Daring to mess with us. This is bad. More and more people are forgetting their place. Sabiyat looked up. Silent. Suddenly Sabi dropped his towel and said, Donnie gets so worked up. Starting tomorrow. Treat those guys well. Everyone in the training room was shocked. Whispering loudly. What? Sabite. Did I hear that right? Are you serious about making friends with those commoners? Sabi could not stand the noise and shouted. Shut up. You idiots. Since when did I say you had to be friends with them while training? Sabi added. You won't have to see them much anymore. So be nice while you still can. Chichimi seemed unable to believe his ears and asked. Sabite. You mean? Sabit sneered, holding the wooden stick and said coldly. Just wait and see. The next morning at Zato Academy, Sign walked in smiling. Joe Hermes. I heard the news. So you got punished. I thought I would go meet the new transfer student, only been 2 days and already in trouble. Hermes smiled in agreement. That is how it goes. Sign froze, unsure how to respond. Then asked. Is that about outside? I did not think what happened. Ali snapped. What deal? Donnie just barged into my room like that. San put an arm around Hermes and said. Come on, do not be so mean. Why are you like this to us? Anyway, I came to see Hermes today. So do not worry about it. Ali sat on the bed. Annoyed. Who you meet is not the point. The point is, do I ever let you guys into my room? San blushed. Hermes gets it. So why can... I have been alone in my room all these days. Now I just came over to hang out. And it is such a hassle. What does he have that I do not? Look, this is his true nature. Did I do anything wrong? All was silent. Angry. He could not take it anymore and threw a pillow at Cian and Hermes. Yelling. You two get out right now. After they ran out, Cian sighed and said, Is that what social anxiety looks like? Who knows what he is thinking? It is exhausting. Sorry, man. For getting you kicked out of the room because of me. Hermes, smiling with flowers all around him, looked at Cian, who nervously said, You still make that face. Stop it. It does not suit you at all. The two walked down the hallway together. Cian asked, Got any good news? Something to be happy about? Hermes replied, I guess I am just proud of myself. Ondernit happily thought to himself that the problem would not solve itself anymore, since he would thrown the ball a bit too hard. But no one was seriously hurt. So it is fine, at least I still have some humanity in how I deal with that loser. Cian looked at Hempy Mutt's overly cheerful face and said, Proud? By acting like that? You are tougher than I thought. Please, do not turn into someone like Suka. Hunter Mirit replied, I did not mean to do anything reckless. It is something I had to do to teach them a lesson. Cian stammered. Right. You look so relaxed now. Hantamukrit said, From now on, I want to just stand by and watch whatever they want to do. In the end, according to Ali, that issue can only be solved with force. Talking 1T work. I have to make it clear and set boundaries with them. Cian looked at him in surprise, then smiled and said, Hemet, are you planning to hang out this weekend? How about going to the city center with me? Hemet, with a cold expression, replied, Not really. I am planning to go home to see Ethan. Then head out for a meal and have a chat. Cian crossed his arms, grunted, and said, Got it. Cian turned back excitedly and smiled. If that is the case, can I come along? Hemet asked in surprise. To the Kuadi mansion. Then what? Cian cheerfully said. What do you mean what? Visiting a friend's house does not need a reason. Sun continued enthusiastically. Personal connections are really important, especially when things get tough. I bet Professor Ethan will appreciate what you are doing. Mehmet was silent, then looked up and said admiringly, That is great. Cian happily gave an ox sign and said, All right. It is settled then. San ran off and called back. See you this weekend. You promised. Do not stand me up. Embit paused and said, But Hamant stood there dumbfounded, wondering what he had just agreed to. Time shifted to evening. A man wearing glasses opened the door and entered a room. Dumem respectfully held up a stack of papers and said, Sir, here is today's request letter. Anton sat down, took the papers, and asked, What is this about? These spoiled rich kids, clueless about the world, send requests like this. Well, since they have paid, we might as well handle it. Anton opened his shirt and continued, Not long ago, some people impersonated us to blackmail others. Maybe because of that, the Black Eagle gang is now known as scammers around here. I will prioritize looking into that. You can step back now. Dumem respectfully replied. Understood. Anton looked at a paper Doom handed him. Wait. Doom. Have you ever heard of this person's name? Doom held up the paper and said, I am not sure. Why do you ask? Anton pondered. Focus on that name first. As for this one, take your time. Also, investigate this guy's background. Report anything you find to me. Doom respectfully replied. Understood, sir. Amant looked at the paper with his own name on it. Silent, feeling uneasy about this. On the weekend at Zeta Academy, students went down to Baijian town to socialize and unwind. The schoolyard was noticeably quieter. Hummet gripped the sword at his side tightly, standing in front of the carriage. Waiting, San called out loudly. Hemet. Is that all your stuff? Amemps replied flatly. Is there a problem? San looked at him and said. Not really. But since we are only going for 2 days, you are bringing pretty little stuff. Amem thought about his Stone Age self, believing that keeping his body as light as possible was the key to surviving in the wild. I guess I still have that habit here. Amem led the way onto the carriage. Cyan followed, asking if Ali was in the room. Amem turned back and replied. Probably. After settling into the carriage, San said he only occasionally visits Baigen when he has time. I rarely see him go out. I wonder if he ever visits home. Maybe it is because his home is too far. Even I only visit mine every 3 months. Maybe he plans to go during the holidays. Don't get me wrong. I am not chasing him. He's my rival. So usually when I pay attention to him, that is right. I do not like tailing anyone. Empermet looked at Sign with a cold gaze. With a scary face, Ahmet said. If you are that curious, should I ask him for you? Seeing that expression, San shouted in fear. Did not she? In Baijian town, Suka held a skewer of grilled meat, took a bite, and finally felt more at ease than those awful nobles who could not beat him. Then why risk everything like that? Is honor really that important to them? I just do not get it. I would rather die than bow down to them. Thinking about it. What the hell did Hamet do? I would rather die than bow down to them. Thinking about it. What the hell did Hamet do? Most of the time he obeys. But that time he resisted. Does that mean he usually has a high tolerance? Seeing him lying on the floor after being hit by the ball made them happy. But I was not planning to be friends with him. I just wanted to talk to him a little. Suka seemed to sense someone behind him and turned to look. The bustling 3-generation town. Suka kept holding the grilled meat, walking and eating. Then felt someone watching him and turned around to look. Just after finishing eating, 2 people blocked Suka's path. Annoyed, Suka asked, Who are you guys? Who sent you? 2 people blocked Suka from behind. He thought to himself, did they send these guys to get me? Ni and Nut spoke up. Let us. I do not know anything. If you want tea talk. Suka seriously thought. My sword is still being repaired. Hesitantly, Suka asked, all this just over some kids' fight? I do not know which clan they are from, but they sure have a lot of free time. The others did not answer and slowly drew their weapons. Frustrated, Suka muttered. You bastards. You better say something. Suddenly, Suka shouted, Coach Alan is here. The others all turned to look. Taking advantage of the moment, Suka rushed forward, clenched his fist, and punched one of them hard in the shoulder, making him pale. Using that momentum, Suka jumped back and landed safely, then ran quickly. The 3 people looked shocked and whispered, How is he so fast? Hey, what are you standing there for? Chase him. Suka dashed into a narrow alley but was blocked by another group, effectively surrounded on 3 sides. Annoyed, Suka cursed. Green beans. I am gonna have some fun with you all for a bit. Time shifted to evening at the Koger mansion. The host sat at a lavish dinner table and said, Thank you for joining us today. Xian. I hope you like the food. Xian shyly placed his hand on his chest and said, Of course. Dear Koger, the food is excellent. Just as the Koger mansion's reputation says. I am truly impressed by the generosity here. Ethan laughed loudly. You can just call me coach instead of all that formal stuff. Ethan smiled happily, thinking to himself, I can't believe Etramati has such a normal and polite friend. I was worried for nothing. Hamet looked puzzled, thinking, I taught myself, how can someone change so much? I will have to ask later. Xian happily ate and said, Wait. Amite. Since it is the weekend, do you want to visit by John while we are here? Amas replied. I plan to train. Ethan heard this and said, Sounds good. Began is a big city. Visiting it would be great. Amet was silent, speechless. After eating, Hamita and Xian went for a walk together. While walking, Amana thought quietly, I guess this is why Zazie brought me to study at Vitnai. Xian glanced over and said, That guy must have had a hard time leaving such a great home and moving into a dorm and sharing a room with a picky person. And Hamit said disdainfully, Ollie has no problem with me. Xian did not believe it and asked, Really? Do you know why? Xian said fearfully. Because he started calling me I instead of you. He calls me early before dawn to help with his research, and makes me endure more spirits than I ever have in my life. A moment answered calmly, But that is a lot. You have gotten better. Xian said with teary eyes. That is the only comfort. Thanks to that knowledge, Ollie seems to listen to you. So why do not you speak up? Suddenly, a shadow appeared, and a wound showed up. Xian panicked and screamed loudly. Amite, unfazed, said, Wait. You are. Suka. clutching his severely injured arm, struggled to say, "Speaking of Kaka, you two have to help me." The three were staring at each other when the group that chased Suka this morning arrived. Weapons drawn and cruel, Cyan asked in surprise. "Who are they?" Hamet looked at the red gem and sighed. Ethrizang. Suka used his inner power to heal his wounds while cursing, "Damn these bastards. Wait until I am without my sword." Cyan gasped. "They dare attack a student right here in Baizhen. I have noticed you causing trouble everywhere." Suka angrily asked, "What did you say? What do you know to say that?" While Cyan was still stunned by the news he just received, Hamet stepped forward firmly. Just in time. "I have a question for you all." Hamet quickly drew his execution sword. Hamet stood firmly, blocking the two others. Cyan worriedly asked, "Amite, what are you suddenly talking about?" Hamet thought to himself that Black Hawk is an organization that, as long as the price is right, is ready to take someone's life. But since the victim is just an academy student, there is no way Black Hawk would be after them without someone behind this. Not long ago, I took down a few guys from Black Hawk. If they have info on me, that would not be surprising. But I thought that while I am a student at Zeta, they would not dare touch me. Hamet gripped his sword tightly, lost in thought. Still sure that was true, but he had to find out more. The group blocking Saku's path looked at each other nervously and asked, "Leader, what do we do now?" The leader replied, "Just take out our target. That is not enough. We have to think about the consequences. We can't leave any more witnesses, even if they are just a few students. There are only 3. Kill them all immediately, starting with the one who drew his sword." As the leader spoke, the group drew their swords, ready to attack. Before they could strike, Hamet quickly swung his sword. A cold slash cut off the leader's arm, sending it flying. After dealing with one, Hamet rushed at another sword-wielding guy behind, angrily saying, "You brat." Hamet sat down and kicked the villainous sword out of his hand. The sword flew into the air. Through the sword's reflection, we see Hamet single-handedly taking down the villains below. Hamet swung his sword rapidly at those blocking Saku's path. After a while, the villains lay injured and scattered on the ground. But when Hamet let his guard down, a sword wielder swung at him. After the sword dropped, Hamet quickly turned and swung his sword at the attacker. The one-eyed guy fell down in pain. Hamet just stood there silently. Cyan and Suka watched in shock, speechless. Hamet stood confidently while the villains lay sprawled below. Hamet looked down coldly. Suka thought in horror that in just a moment, Hamet defeated them without even using his skills. How good was this guy? And why was he like this? Hamet casually sheathed his sword. Hamet raised his hand and silently thought that the dark seed showed no reaction, as long as he did not kill them. It seemed fine. Cyan crossed his arms and said, "I have not even started. And you are already done." "Who are these big guys anyway?" Hamet replied coldly. "Black Hawk." People from Black Hawk took advantage while everyone was distracted talking. Dun Dun held his sword. Hamet said, "They will target anyone if there is money involved." As he spoke, Hamet stepped on that guy's hand. Suka, injured, said, "I need to hear it from them who hired them. But I already have a rough idea." Hamet looked in one direction and answered, "They won't reveal anything easily. They have been trained. But by chance, I have a question for them." Hamet said coldly and loudly, "No matter how much you shut their mouths, if we cut off their fingers one by one, in the end, they will have to talk." Cyan and Suka were terrified. Speechless, San shouted in panic, "Hey, what are you saying? You are planning to torture them, even if the students were attacked first? That is beyond self-defense." Suka sneered. "What kind of thinking is that?" Cyan hesitated, then continued, "Once we control them, I will go get the guards. We have done all we can. Interrogating them is their job." Suka asked angrily, "Wait, are you sure we can trust them? If this were commoners against nobles, would not they just do a half-assed investigation?" San turned back immediately and said, "Harming an academy student is serious. They can take it lightly, and you worrying about all this? You must be pretty good at causing trouble everywhere." Cyan turned and said, "I will turn back right now." "Got it. I am just being cautious. Do not touch their fingers." Hamet looked at Cyan coldly and said, "Fine." Hamet coldly looks down at the people lying there in pain. Hamet cruelly sits down and says, "How much do you all know about me?" The leader asks, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hamet narrows his eyes and says, "I just need to know enough. That is all." "Right here at the Zeta Academy," purple-haired coach anxiously says, "I have heard the news. Luckily, you guys are still safe. It is late now. You should go back and rest. Report to the school office tomorrow morning." Suka's injury looks serious. "Should I notify the nurse?" Suka hesitates. "It is nothing." The three of them say goodbye to the purple-haired coach and walk together down the academy hallway. Cyan speaks up, "At least you should go see the nurse now." "Are you sure you will be okay?" Suka irritably replies, "It is so late. What else can I do but lie down and rest? Besides, you already gave me first aid. A good sleep will fix me up." San glances over and says, "That is ridiculous. Are you some kind of monster?" Cyan worries. "If you move around, the stab wound could reopen. Why do not you go somewhere else to get treated?" Suka crosses his arms and sighs, and magical healing is expensive." Cyan thinks for a moment. There must be a way to get treated for free. Suka and Hamet look surprised and glance at Cyan at the same time. Ollie angrily opens the door. San excitedly says, "Thank goodness you are still awake." Exasperated, covers his face. If you guys do not explain what is going on right now, I will blow you all away with wind magic, Sun awkwardly says. Come on. Do not be like that. We are here to ask you for a favor. Suka points and asks suspiciously. Wait. Is that you? You really look like a girl. Ollie irritably asks. Who is this crow-headed guy? Suka angrily says. Did you just call me that? You daddy-head. Sign quickly interrupts. Worried Suka might say something wrong, Sign awkwardly explains. It is about him. You can see he is hurt. So Allie, you know healing magic. Right, Ollie angrily says. Don't tell me you want me to use it on some stranger or rude guy in the middle of the night. San and Homut exchange worried looks. After a moment of silence, Homut speaks up. Please. Hearing Homut's plea, Ollie nods and says. All right. Come inside. Sun gives Homut a thumbs up. Ollie walks inside and says. Just so you know, this is not free. Do you guys know how much magical healing costs outside? I expect to be paid something. Ollie turns and points loudly. Homut, since you asked, I am letting them in. Isn't he that obvious? Homut coldly replies. Why do you want me to pay you? Allie insists. If I heal him, what are you going to do for me? Homut grumbles. Thinking, what a hassle. Ollie says. Whatever it is, as long as it is within my limits. Lee grins slyly. Don't he forget what you just said. Got it. Homut stops and thinks hard. Ollie calls. Hey. Crowhead, sit next to me. Hurry up. I do not want to waste time. Heal and get out. Sukat angrily asks. What did you just say? You little punk. Homut still deep in thought. What could it be? Homut stands there lost in thought. I should have been more careful with my words. Light shines from inside Ali's old room after some time healing Suka. Ollie says. All done. Suka looks at his legs and arms. The wounds are gone. Ollie looks annoyed. Suka looks at Ali and asks. What is with that look? If you have something to say, just say it. Suka shyly replies. Nothing really. Homut looks confused at the scene before him. Suka mouths. Even though you are weak, your technique is pretty good. I am done here. I'm out. Saying that, Suka leaves without looking back at Homut. Their friends just stand there watching. Ollie angrily says. That brat. Do we really have to heal people like him? San shyly replies. Even though he is like that, he is top of the class. Being friends with him could be good for you. Ali sighed, crossed his arms, and said that all it takes is to chain up a crazy dog and whip it hard, and it will naturally behave. Sign panicked and said. Come on, why say that? Wouldn't it be better to help him? Homut suddenly spoke up. I do not need anyone's help. Sian sighed and asked. Why does he make you so upset? San raised his hand seriously and said. You can't just look down on relationships. Homut, you are good at that. I know. But you can't do everything on your own. You will regret it later. So start preparing to face the consequences. Hearing Sian say that, Homut did not reply. Sian sighed and continued. You are the same. Why am I friends with two kids like you guys? Hearing you complain about me. Ollie angrily says. What? If you do not like it, then do not be friends. I am done with you. Then they start arguing. Shine asks. What do you mean? I already helped you learn about the soul. But Ali quickly snaps back. You also benefit from that. Ahmet stands aside, lost in thought about relationships. Time shifts to the next morning in the director's office. The director sits worried and says. Last night, the four rebels did not just attack Suka in the Bijen town center. They also injured Hevfit and Sign. They failed and were locked up. The director says fearfully and quietly. But I heard they escaped this morning. San says cold and Suka. Hearing this, freezes. After understanding everything, Suka shouts angrily. What the hell is going on? The director nervously raises his hand and says worriedly. I do not know anything more. I only heard this from the prison guards. San calmly asks. Will the students and guards handle it? This threatens the students' lives. So we can't just ignore it. The director replies worriedly. Of course. I am not taking this lightly. I have sent people to investigate. And I will update you if there is any news. Hearing this, Suka's face turns dark with anger. And he storms out of the director's office. Suka says while walking. We should be listened to Hatro Matrat and beaten them up and interrogated them right there. Still angry. Suka asks. How could those four escape so easily? Is the prison wall made of crickets or what? Sian says embarrassed. They are still investigating and trying to find them every day. Turning back and glancing at San, Suka grits his teeth and asks. Do you know what the worst thing in the world is every day? I would rather you do things your way than rely on others. Ahmet says coldly. If you want to fight, do not drag me into it. Suka says. Don't act innocent like you are not involved when you are actually really good at this stuff. Standing just behind, Ahmet says without changing expression. If it is your problem, handle it yourself. If it were mine, I would deal with it myself. Suka pretends to be bored and says. Careless one. Are not you trying to be a model student? Ahmet says flatly. Wasn't it you who told me to be a bit more friendly? San hurriedly says. Do not. Though unwilling, Sanseli says. I have to get back to class next time we meet the director. Hopefully everything will be settled. Suka replies indifferently. I do not think that way. Suka asks in surprise. Where are you going now? Haprumit does not turn back and answers. I have been slacking on training lately for some reasons. Amity follows behind, sighing. So hardworking. Memphin and Suka walk away. One ahead, one behind. Hamit is annoyed someone is following him. Mesty stops and turns, asking, "Why are you following me?" Suka replies calmly, "I need to go this way anyway." "You go your way." With a grim face, Suka speaks up. "Now that I think about it, your skills are pretty good. Do you get annoyed when you see others trying every way to take your place?" Turning to walk away, Ahmed thinks silently. "Now you are the one annoying me," he says casually. "Even so, I do not intend to act like you." Suka shrugs and says, "If you use the ball to hit a kid, you will have to leave the game. I think you get what I mean." "That is," Suka says, pointing at himself. "Don't he let them see the difference in skill when we are fighting. Look at me. Since I am top of the class, they are all going crazy wanting to beat me." Looking at Suka, Amati asks in surprise, "Isn't it because of your annoying personality?" Suka snaps, "What did you just say, jerk?" "I am giving you advice," Ahmet says flatly. "I am not good at starting fights, not with others. I want to stick with you guys in class." Suka smiles bitterly and says, "You are different with that second-rate appearance. You are just a good kid who always listens to your parents. Your parents told you to make friends with those nobles, right?" Holding the key to open the door, Ahmet says coldly and angrily, "I do not have the patience to watch others try to climb over me. You are no exception." Suka watches that scared face back away from behind, turning his head away, crossing his arms. Suka stammers, "All right, get it. No need to interfere." And Pamit does not answer, opens the training room door, and walks in. Inside were training tools left there. Suka stood outside, looking around and asked, "You do not want to train here, right?" "This is not the training center." Homut answered Suka's question. "This is the personal training room of the Kagura trainers. I got permission from the boss to use it when it is free." Surprised by Homut's answer, Suka loudly asked, "What? You are the only one using it? That is so petty. You could let me share it." Homut calmly shut the door and said coldly, "Now go." The door slammed shut. Suka just stood there, glaring and muttering, "Cold jerk." As the afternoon came, Azan opened the training room door and went inside. Chimi anxiously asked, "Have you told them anything yet?" Azan replied angrily, "I said I do not know anything. Maybe Suka spilled the beans. He asked me a lot." Chimi pleaded, "The academy can contact Black Eagle at all. We have noble backing, so there won't be any problems." "But why?" "Sabat. We did stupid stuff for nothing. And now we have to be scared." Sabat sat, clenching his hands, worried. Sabat feared and thought to himself, "Damn it. Those Black Eagle bastards. Just a kid and they still could not handle him. Those country bumpkins can do anything." Sabat nervously bit his nails, thinking the academy won't stop investigating until they get what they want. They can hide forever. At this point, I will personally make you walk out of the academy. Sabat turned pale, scared, thinking, "Don't think it is over yet." Coach Pachi stood up high and said, "As most of you know, the beginner classes will start next week." Homut stood among the students, thinking quietly, "Earlier than I thought." Homut thought silently, "My patience has run out. I can avoid punishment. But if I can end these fake situations with this chance." Homut remembered Suka and thought quietly, "Don't even think about showing them your power gap through a one-on-one sword fight. I mean, even though I am top of the class, they still try to pick fights with me." Homut sighed and thought, "If it does not work, then whatever happens, happens." Coach Pochi spoke seriously. Silence. "I know you are all excited, but do not forget we have another important event before the sparring match. As announced, you will have a surprise test tomorrow. The test will count toward your grades. So study your textbooks carefully." Hearing Coach Pochi, the students shouted, "Textbooks?" Ollie angrily asked, "What? You still have not bought your textbooks? Well, after all that chaos, you probably forgot about the test. But did not they tell you before you enrolled?" Homut stood quietly and replied, "Professor Ethan never mentioned it." Before finishing, Homut remembered what happened a few days ago. Ethan called out, "Homut, after you register for the dorm, remember to buy your textbooks." Homut casually thought, "I will buy a few textbooks when I get back to the manor." San quickly said, "Let us head back to the academy. Everyone. We are going to be questioned too." After recalling everything, Homut suddenly realized, after thinking it over. Homut said he actually heard about this. Ollie sat up and said, "Hurry up and get the permit, then go buy it. If you say you are buying textbooks, they will allow it." Homut replied that even if he wanted to, he could not buy it. He is out of money. Ollie asked in shock, "What did you do with the reward money from the last mission?" "Whatever. I expected this day to come ever since you blew through over 10,000 marks in no time." Ollie sighed and asked, "So what do you want from me now?" With an unchanged expression, Homut said he gave all the mission reward money to Ethan. He thought it would be safer that way. But now he does not have time to get the money back. Besides, he hoped I would show him the fastest way to get money, because I know things he does not. So he trusts me. Thone was surprised by Homut's answer. Ali turned away and asked, "What kind of begging is this? Just say it straight and ask me for the money." Homut crossed his arms, surprised, and asked for money. Ali nodded and said, "Exactly. I give you the money now. And you pay me back later. Humut quickly replied. Got it. If you agree. I will pay you back by the end of this week. Ollie was surprised and said, You really agree that fast? Before leaving. Wait a sec. Let me change first. Humut crossed his arms and asked, You are going? I can buy it myself. Ollie turned back and said, I do not think I can stand lying at home wondering if you actually bought the textbooks with my money, and I am already saving up. So stop talking and just go. Ollie worried, thinking if he lets him go out alone in Beijing, he might run into a situation like Suka's disappearance. So it is safer if two of them go together. The scene arrives at Beijing town. People bustling back and forth. Ollie annoyed, thinking maybe he just imagined it. Going down to Beijing town were not only Humut and Ali but also San and Suka. Suka smiled and said, It has been a long time since you went out. Sian sighed and said, Finally getting some fresh air outside. Ollie angrily thought, How the hell did this situation happen? The day before, San excitedly said, Really? I want to buy books too. So let us go together. Wanting to go together hoping something interesting would happen. Suka pointed himself happily and said, As a swordsmanship student, I am way more qualified to teach those things. Simply wanting to get out of this school. Ollie annoyed, muttering, Somehow these annoying pests have stuck to me. Humut helplessly replied, I never really cared about them anyway. The four of them arrived at the library. Humut looked around. Sign with a happy face said, The smell of new books is always amazing. Ollie pointed in one direction and said, Textbooks about swordsmanship are over there. Ollie turned back and asked, Do you remember the name of the book you need? Humut with a dazed look replied, Now I need the basic common swordsmanship manual, basic business management, and advanced ethics. As he finished speaking, a stack of books was placed in Humut's hands. Ollie asked again, Do you need anything else? Humut thought for a while and said, This is enough. Humut opened a book and thought to himself, I guess it is from the title. But this stuff is all just basic knowledge. Why do I have to buy textbooks when I already know all this? Suka picked up a book and said, Since you are buying books, grab this one too. Humut asked suspiciously, Is not that a textbook? Suka opened the book and said, The personality of the Pachi trainers is pretty unpredictable. So they do not take questions directly from textbooks. They either mix questions from upperclassmen or use tricky, hard to understand terms. So I've practiced these concepts for 4 years. And this is the most accurate and suitable book out of all I have tried reading. Unexpectedly, someone as clueless as Suka could say that. Ollie and Humut looked at him speechless. Suka asked confused, Why are you guys looking at me like that all of a sudden? Ollie said with surprise, People say after 3 years at a village school, you start reciting poetry from the books. Suddenly, you got smart out of nowhere and left me speechless. Suka angrily shouted, I am top of the class, and these guys treat me like dirt. After wandering around bored, Sian held up a book and said to Ali, Since you are paying for the books, can I chip in too? Ali replied without hesitation, You think I am giving it away? Just pay out of your own pocket. Sian sadly said, So heartless. After picking out the books, the four of them went to the librarian to pay. She smiled and said, The total is 2,000 marks. Dear customer. Hamita thought to himself, Only 2,000. That is less than a tenth of what Ali paid. Not bad at all. Behind Ali, Suka and Ali argued. Suka teased, What are you sneaking around for? Planning to steal or what? Ali snapped back, Shut up and keep quiet. The librarian shouted, Thank you for paying. You. Ali awkwardly covered and quickly declined. Wrong person. Friend. After all four finished paying and stepped outside, Suka laughed loudly. Being famous is such a pain. She is your fan. You should be signed an autograph for her. Leading the way, angrily said, You are just drawing more attention. Can you keep your mouth shut for once? San smiled brightly. Isn't it natural to hope you won to get famous, just because you are top of the class, with grades that low? Hamid said nothing. Just quietly watched them chat happily. Hamid silently thought. So this is what human relationships are like, after returning to Zeta Academy. Ali sighed, feeling exhausted. He thought, I really should not waste so much energy on this. Humut suddenly asked Ali, Did you bring textbooks too? Ali turned and asked, What? Do you think I am that kind of person? Someone forgot to buy the books. Humut quickly said, I do not mean that you already know a lot without textbooks. So I wonder if those books would even help you. Ali stopped, crossed his arms, and said knowledge changes depending on your perspective. And textbooks are valuable because they help you see things more objectively. You are extremely talented. But if you keep thinking the world you see is all there is, you will fail someday. Humut sneered but did not answer. Ali pointed at Humut and said loudly, The point is, do not get cocky, just study hard. You better keep your books safe if you lose a test right now. Do not expect me to help you again. Humut was stunned for a moment before finally saying he knew. Who would be guessed Humut's fake face was so insincere. The promise that night was immediately broken the next day. Humut's scary face stared down the student. Suka panicked, asking where all the textbooks had disappeared to. Oh my. I can't believe those jerks even messed with the lockers. Did those guys break into your locker or what? Humut was so angry he squeezed his locker until the wood cracked. The teacher announced, Now, let us start the sword fighting class. Both sides must agree to be opponents. And of course, no cheating allowed. The students below listened carefully. Competing with friends is fine, But facing someone you have never fought before will give you valuable experience. So once you have picked your opponents, we will start the sword fight. The whole class shouted in unison. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from the crowd, "Hey Sappa." Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. Suka was already waiting and said, "Let us get this over with." Sappa wiped the sweat off and replied, "Why are you looking for me?" The top student, "Sir." Suka asked again, "Why are you looking for me? Are you seriously asking me that?" He frowned and said seriously, "Looks like you think I am a pushover. So I am giving you a chance to fight me. If you were really a swordsman, you would not just run away like that." Sappa forced a smile, trying to respond to the teasing. "Sorry, but we are already on the same team. You will have to find someone else." Suka said, "Didn't you hear the coach say to find a different opponent than usual?" That guy stepped closer and said, "Since when did you start listening to the coach orders like that? Why do not you fight the regular guy you are close with?" Those words hit a nerve. Suka's anger flared with every word. "So you plan to play like that?" The guy's attitude shifted right in front of me. Sappa glanced, signaling to the person behind him, "Fine, if you really want to. But what about me when someone interrupts mid-conversation? Afun now wants to join the conversation too. If you guys gang up on me, I do not care. The outcome won't change anyway. Teaming up is just a weaklingest move." Sappa was hit with a cold splash of reality. He was starting to get annoyed. The guy next to him saw this. He pulled his friend back, looking at his fake bravado. "I alone am enough to take down someone like you. If you are confident, then go ahead and try. Listen carefully. If we sabotage their lockers, their 1EB swordsmanship class, they will target us. When that happens, just provoke them enough. Then accept the challenge." The plan sounded a bit strange. Chimi asked Sappa, "Accept the challenge how?" "I do not know about Hefrima mate, but we can beat Suka." "So you are saying we just accept getting beaten?" Sappa replied, "We will use screws." Hearing that, the whole group panicked. "What did you say?" "But the swordsmanship class strictly forbids using screws." Sappa reassured them. "Listen to me. If we call it self-defense against their revenge attacks, we will only get punished. But if their hands or legs get crippled, they want to be able to stay in the sword academy anymore. That is worth it." Chami felt something was off. Wait, Sappa. I do not think." Before he could finish, Jiang and Azan cut in and agreed first. "Azan, if you are not joining us, then step aside." Wait, Sappa. "I will do as you say, but in return, my opponent will be Huntrima mate. Something he had done. I want to personally pay him back." Sappa replied, "Suit yourself. Anyway, I want to teach that bastard a lesson. I am looking forward to swordsmanship class." Chandra here did not dare get involved in the plan and just quietly listened. Back to the present. Everyone had locked eyes with each other. Suka's face twisted with anger as he stared at the guy in front of him. Sappa still wore a provoking smirk, thinking to himself, "That is right. You really want to mess with me, do not you? Come on. Attack me. Then I guarantee you will never hold a sword again. I will teach you why regular folks should know their place." The fight began. Everyone around turned their attention to the two of them. Sappa suddenly broke into a sweat. What the hell is going on? Why is not he attacking first? Outside, Chushmi glanced over to check the situation. He thought to himself, "Sappa, looks like you still do not understand Suka. When Suka picks up a sword, he is a real hunting dog. He will lock eyes on his opponent and wait for the perfect moment to strike. So that means from the start, your plan was never going to work." Sappa was staring so hard he was struggling to breathe. Seized the opportunity. When that guy let his guard down, Suka wiped quickly like a lightning strike and closed in. He wiped it. Then attacked low to the right. "I can block that," without letting him predict the next move. Suka changed the sword's path, slashing down from above, forcing him to struggle to defend. Then he passed out right there on the arena floor. Everyone dared not look, eyes shut tight at what they just witnessed. The sparring match ended. Suka stood triumphantly over the defeated fool. "You are not useless. Just all talk. I should thank you for that. Your lazy bait move made me want to punch you even harder." After a moment unconscious, Asubut regained consciousness, breathing heavily, thinking to himself, "My left side. It is my sword arm. It is broken. How dare this lowlife trick me? Whatever. He attacked me first anyway. From now on, I am just defending myself, so do not blame me." Slowly pushing himself up, he pointed his sword forward. "I will gather my strength and just need one strike." Before he could plan, he got hit again. It looked pretty painful, making him grunt in pain. Next came torture all over his body. Asabia's face showed utter helplessness. He tried to surrender, but did not get the chance before taking a straight hit and falling hard. Looking down, Suka smirked and said, "Do not give up so early. We still have plenty of time. Do not quit now. Why did not you show me half your skills all this time? Watch your mouth. Every time you say surrender, I will hit you 3 more times." Savabi could only look up, gasping for air, while the fight between Hendramite and Azan continued. "That guy's pretty cocky. Taunting, saying you do not look so good. Are not you worried about your civilian friend?" Amath replied. "You worry about yourself." The clang of swords hitting bodies echoed loudly. Sasubit got beaten up badly. Suka looked at him struggling to crawl up and said, "Wait. Do not think lying there playing victim will make me go easy on you. Not even close. So quit the act and get up." Asubit hung his head, thinking this can't be happening. I am a swordsman from the Zolger clan. How could I lose to someone like him? Then he glanced at those he called friends. What the hell are those jerks just standing there for? They should be called the coach or stepped in. Instead, he got cold, heartless stares. What is this? Why are they looking at me like that? I am not someone you can look at with those eyes. Slowly grabbing his sword, he shakily stood up, Suka was quite amused and swung his energy, filled straight at Saibiet. But Sevabit attacked too low, catching Suka off guard. Suka flipped to dodge and kicked him in the back, knocking him down. Suka laughed at the defeated loser and said, "You broke the rules. So I am breaking them too. That is how it is." The energy-charged sword nearly touched Savib's head. A teacher saw the danger and rushed up to deflect Suka's blade. A loud bang it, grabbing everyone's attention in the arena. The sword pierced the floor, but no blood spilled. Lucky for that loudmouth, he did not die. The teacher arrived just in time to deflect Suka's strike. The teacher said, "The match is over. Sezabi, go to my office after you treat your wound." "Suka, come with me now." Suka protested. "Why do I have to go too? He was the one who broke the rules first. If I had not dodged that strike, you would be carrying me out on a stretcher right now," the teacher explained. "Just disrespecting your opponent is already breaking the rules. You still want to do things your way. What is your excuse?" "I just do not get why Coach Pachut would cover for someone like me," Suka said quietly, finally lowering himself to listen. The teacher turned and walked away. "Someone go sprinkle some disinfectant in the infirmary. As for, I understand something bad has happened recently. But I was giving instructions when another student interrupted me." "What is it?" "I am taught. So come back later." "Okay." Waiting. The mom pointed in another direction and said, "It is nothing." "Really? It is just that no one stopped those two. So is that a problem?" Both Suka and the teacher were very surprised. Earlier, in a quiet area inside the academy, Aja, "Why did not you keep an eye on him? You know those little tricks do not work on Suka. Right? Besides, breaking the rules means punishment, no matter what," Ajon replied. "Since when do you get so close to Xabat like this? Eyes are for seeing, not for show. Just by looking, you can tell that guy's finished." After a brief pause, Ajon continued. "Xabat only avoided punishment because there was no proof, but everyone knows that guy used others to frame Suka. For nobles, using a Black Hawk is a disgrace, even if he used it against commoners. Most students at the Magic Academy come from noble families. Do you think their families would see that in a positive light? Xabat was already expelled long ago." Sighing, Ajon said, "Honestly, if Suka beats him and kicks him out, it would be better for us. After all, once the captain's gone, no one will question us anymore. I want to hide it from you. I have wanted to crush that guy named Humut myself. Wouldn't it be great if we kicked Xabat and him out of the academy? I will make him crawl without even using a wrench. Just keep watching." Back to the present, Ajon was facing off against Humut. He thought, "Well, do not be too mad at me for what happened. See back. After all, that is how nobles have survived for generations." Suddenly, Humut spoke up. "I was going to ask you, someone messed with my books in the cabinet. Was it you?" Ajon laughed. "Who else do you think it could be but me?" Humut closed his eyes and took a deep breath, not wanting to talk about it anymore. At that moment, Ajon was fired up. Humut thought, "What is wrong with you, Ajon? How do you defend when you leave such a big opening? Is he overconfident or just ready to leave? Whatever it is, I can take him lightly." First up was Tran. As this guy tried to swipe, Humut quickly closed in and snapped the sword in his hand in two. Humut blinked in surprise. "What just happened?" "I definitely parried that." Before he could think more, Humut landed another unexpected blow. A strike right to the throat made him fall back, clutching his neck in shock. Step by step, Humut closed in and sat down beside him. "In the first lesson, you asked me a question. Now, let me ask you one." With a cold face and indifferent eyes, he said, "Do you think your noble status will protect you outside the academy? I could be broken your neck back there. If you are a noble, do you think you can come back from the gates of hell?" Ajan's face filled with fear, tears welling up. This bastard's not human anymore. What the hell is he? Humut ignored his pain and stomped on his hand. "Sorry, but how can you talk when your vocal cords are torn?" Humut stared at him, anger boiling over, grabbing his collar. The teacher rushed over to stop them. "Stop the fight right now. Drop your swords." Everyone froze instantly. Humut's determined gaze softened as he released Ajan and looked at the teacher. The teacher seemed relieved, treated Ajan's wounds, and said, "Take him to the infirmary." "Humut, come with me." Inside the office, the teacher interrogated them. "I will give you both a chance to explain. If you have anything to say, say it now." Both stayed silent for a moment. The teacher continued, "Look, you are not in a position to defend yourselves. Assuming Yasuka could leave." "Humut, even I did not expect you to act like that just now." Humut was called out. Az said, "You did not follow the rules of a one-on-one fight. Is that all? You really think that is it?" "I checked on Ajan's condition before coming here. His windpipe was torn, and the bones in his right hand were broken. If he had not been given first aid right away, he could have suffered respiratory failure. There might be a way to fix his torn vocal cords, but he will probably never be able to hold a sword with his right hand again." Suddenly, Yasuka stood up and respectfully addressed the coach. "Those scoundrels even tried to kill me by hiring Black Eagles. Did not they? If those despicable scoundrels can't hold a sword anymore, so what? You got your head knocked by Coach Mutt right away. I am not asking you, Yasuka. Suppose you had not broken the rules of the duel. Do not you think you went a bit too far? Mutt responded. Honestly, I do not get why you are blaming me. Coach. Ajin's so weak. Even though he is weak, he is verbally abusive not just to me but to my friend too. I just wanted him to know there are things you do not mess with. Yasuga chimed in. And the coach ignored them. So you are saying that whenever you meet someone you do not like, you use the dual rules to cripple them. Then you do not deserve to study at this academy. That goes against the values of the Swordsmanship Institute. Ma fired back. So humiliating commoners, beating them up, and picking fights with them is the Swordsmanship Institute as standard. Coach, I do not support any of that. Mutt continued. So there is nothing you can do about it either. I just wanted to solve a problem you could not handle. As a student of the Swordsmanship Institute. What is wrong with that? I do not want to hear any more excuses from you. The Sword Region coach slammed a big patch on the wall. His aura tense. Don't twist my words. I am just the strong bullying the weak. If you were beaten down with force to pay for your rebellion, would you accept that kind of justice? In this world, there are nobles and commoners. The strong and the weak. Because you are a noble, you can to look down on a commoner. Because you are strong, you can trample the weak. Do you see what you did today as any different from looking down on others? Because you are a noble. Hearing this, both fell silent for a while before Mutt spoke first. Then what am I supposed to do? The coach replied. The academy and I are at fault for not taking action until now. I apologize. The academy does not aim for domination but equality, from nobles to commoners. From the strong to the weak. We are all just human beings. If you truly understand that, one day you will find your answer. Putting recent events aside, you are all truly outstanding students. Still, I have to punish you for today's behavior. So you are banned from dueling. However, I will allow you two to duel each other. Suka was excited by the coach's idea, glancing at Mutt with a smug look. Sounds pretty fun. Suddenly, the coach held something out in front of them. The coach said darkly, why do you look at me so suspiciously? There is no way this will just be over with a simple punishment. Right. Go write over 50 apology letters. If you do not finish them all, you are not allowed back. Both groaned. Wait, coach. What about class? He replied. Finish writing before theory class starts. Then come back here. I have been pretty lenient with you, so no more whining. As evening fell, Suka's hand was swollen from writing too much. Completely numb. After finishing, it was already dark outside. And to think he said he was being lenient with us, what a cruel coach. Mutt thought to himself, I do not regret activating my power, but I made a mistake. For a moment, I lost my cool. After all that training, I still can't fully control it. How can I after that? Cutting through Mutt's thoughts, Suka asked, what is wrong? Why the long face? Your hand hurts too. Right, Mutt replied. Had to write letters today, so no training. Suka said, oh man. You are working way too hard. How can you still think about training after writing apology letters all day? But it seems like you have not been training that long. Yet you have improved a lot. Suka angrily begged. Have you ever even seen anyone train before saying that? Look at that guy who never cares about anyone. Always holed up in his private training room. Speaking of private training rooms, can I use yours? Ahmet flat out refused. But Suka kept insisting, saying we are friends. So why can't I just borrow it for a bit? Meanwhile, through the upstairs window, the coach looked toward them and thought, Amite, I know you are a good student, but the aura you gave off back then, or rather, your charisma, that theory's going too far. Anyway, he is more obedient than Suka. So I hope he can keep studying well without going astray. Looking back at the mess I made this morning, I guess I will have to use this month's paycheck to fix this room. Cut to an abandoned street. At a place like a castle, a group of people bowed respectfully to someone. A middle-aged man sat arrogantly above them, definitely the leader, staring intently at his subordinates. Time passed, and no one dared to say a word. When the leader finally spoke, I lost the spy at Bajin, the one who helped you escape. The subordinate bowed fearfully and immediately apologized to the leader for the disastrous failure. Suddenly, another man nearby spoke up. But please hear us out. The movements of that guy definitely are not those of a second-year academy student. The other subordinate agreed, saying he must be at least above 2-star swordsman, but was suddenly cut off by the leader. He helped me find someone I have been searching for a long time. This made the subordinates uneasy. Then the leader called Giomo and told him to explain everything. Giomo started confirming the info. Is there a black-haired kid among the academy students you faced, with black eyes, pale face, and looks like a noble? The subordinates panicked, saying just that kid alone beat us badly. Giomo seriously added, that kid's name is Etramite, and he is an official member of the Rapid Mercenary Spirit Guild. He took down 5 of us with just a branch and escaped. Since then, we have been hunting him, but did not expect he was hiding in the academy. The subordinates shuddered hearing about the massacre. Leader Trumti said Bajin was smart to hide in the academy. However, if we are not careful, his enemy could become a threat, and one day he might attack us. The leader decided to assign a new mission. He ordered his subordinates to complete their reports to superiors. Then he promised them leave and reminded them to work carefully for rewards. After hearing that, the subordinates immediately stood at attention. unanimously promising to complete the mission without failure, so they quickly turned and left afterwards. The leader ordered a spy to assassinate the subordinates, right after the mission to prevent betrayal. He thought, maybe we will meet that person soon. Meanwhile, at the academy, Hamid sneaked around, looking carefully as he went inside. He tried not to make a sound, constantly scanning to avoid being spotted. Suddenly, a voice startled Hedramut. You are back, Amuni asked nervously. You are not asleep yet, Ali replied, his voice sneaky like a cat's, saying it is too funny. So he could not sleep. Ali also praised Hamid, saying you knocked them out cold. Ah, that is good. Amumit sat down to talk. But I have to write them an apology letter, and can T go training? Hearing that, Ali curiously asked, you got what you wanted but you are still not happy. Hamid suddenly fell silent. Then he said, sorry, but I lost the textbook. And like you said, I want to ask for help in the future. Ali was shocked, glaring at Etmet like she wanted to eat him alive. She was about to yell at him, but seeing his mood seemed off, Ali reluctantly calmed down her anger. Ali sighed, really not understanding if Hetralit was reckless or just naive. He is upset just because of that. Then Ali calmed down and explained that she did not blame Homut for losing the book. Ali even said if Homut still felt bad, he could just pay back for the book. Hearing that, Homut felt somewhat relieved and thanked Ali. Meanwhile, Ali could not help teasing Homut a bit. She had to change the subject and said she was going to sleep, letting out a sigh. Ali's face turned red with embarrassment in front of Homut. That night ended like that. Until the next morning, Homut went to a room, grabbed the door handle tightly, trying to open it but it was useless. Just then, a maid appeared, making Homut a bit confused. The maid smiled and explained, apologizing but the instructor training room was being cleaned today, and it seemed like he had not been informed. She asked if he minded using the practice room instead. Homut immediately replied it was fine, then went to the practice room. Ethan was writing a letter, then put down his pen and invited Homut in. They were confused and did not understand why Homut came there. A week had passed, and Homut did not expect so many changes in the sword training room. Since the sparring class started talking to him one by one, they began praising him and realized they never really liked him before. But maybe this was the unfair personal relationship the instructor mentioned. They only pretended it was fair because they felt threatened, but out of fear. They also convinced themselves with that superiority complex. Homut wondered, how could it benefit him to be fair with them? Suddenly, someone called Homut, saying that teacher Ethan was looking for him. Homut sighed in disappointment. No practice again today. Then Homut went to see the teacher, standing outside nervously knocking on the door. Ethan was writing a letter, then put down his pen and invited Homut in. Teacher Ethan sent for you, because he wanted to talk about what happened during practice. Homut sighed, realizing this time he would not get through this trouble. So Homut honestly admitted his fault to the teacher for causing disorder in class, and explained his action at that time. I thought it was cool. I believed the strong beating the weak was natural, but after hearing the coach, I realized I was partly at fault. Next time, I will be more careful. While listening, Ethan kept writing quietly, then fell into deep thought. I did not intend to call him just to scold him, but with the current atmosphere, I guess I have to. Then Ethan spoke. It is good you know your mistake. I hope you won't be upset about what happened. The students who bullied you will face proper punishment soon. Hearing that, Homut suddenly felt confused. Ethan was surprised that Coach Ali had not told him yet, making Homut even more puzzled. Sir, he has not said anything yet. Ethan sighed and said, Coach Ali already got a confession from one of the ringleaders. The academy will probably expel them. Besides, even nobles can be forgiven for hiring black eagles. Homut did not expect the teacher to be on his side. Seeing Homut's stunned and awkward face, Ethan guessed he must have been scolded badly. Well, that is understandable. Coach Ali believes in good conscience paired with good actions. Since everything is settled, Ethan told him that standing up against injustice is a swordsman's duty. But the important thing is to know your limits. If you have learned that from this, just keep it in mind going forward. Ethan also reminded Homut that there are often similar incidents in the academy, so be careful and do not get punished. You do not have to be close to everyone, but you should have a few friends at school. Hearing that, Homut immediately thought of Suka and Ali, feeling a chill. Then Ethan suddenly remembered something and handed Homut a pile of new books. Ethan said, your friend lost some too, right? Suka, was not it? Since you are here, take these for him. At this moment, Ethan hoped Homut could take this chance to build a close friendship with Suka. After the meeting with the teacher, Homut returned to his room. Right now, with both Sian and Suka here, Homut immediately starts teasing him. Why do I see your face everywhere I go? San quickly replies, meaning that I am friendly. Right. I will take that as a compliment. Then, Homut hands the remaining books to Suka and says they are from Professor Ethan, who emphasized that we have to take good care of the textbooks. San suddenly wants to ask if Homut is free this weekend, hesitating for a moment. Finally, the three of them decide to head to a local bar in Beijing City, where people come and go noisily and busily. San excitedly talks about the Zipfin bar on Itajan Street. No. 3 being the best. Being the atmosphere too quiet, San stirs things up, raising his glass. Come on. Cheers. Let us celebrate justice winning this case. Suddenly, Cyan says that today Suka will pay for the whole group's drinks. surprising Suka since he does not remember agreeing to that. However, Cyan insists and offers to split the bill with Suka later. When Cyan mentions Ali, Humut just sits silently, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. He recalls last time when Ali scolded him for inviting Cyan along and even bringing that crazy guy. Just thinking about it is enough to make him angry. So Ali told Humut not to invite him anymore. This made Humut very sad. After that, he had to drink, and he wonders, how the hell can anyone like this taste? Suddenly, Cyan curiously asks if he has heard that Humut has been all the rage in the martial arts scene lately. But Humut just shakes his head, clueless. Seeing this, Suka scoffs and says those guys only respect him because they are scared for themselves. They protect him because he is a civilian. But he beats them all up. Tell me, who would dare mess with him now? Cyan laughs and says, let us forget the past and just enjoy this new year together. Humut does not know what to say, so he just nods to let it go. But Humut's sad expression worries Cyan, who immediately asks if he is okay. Humut can't hold back and honestly shares his deep insecurities. Usually, people just look at me and dislike me. So why are you guys different? Hearing this, both Suka and Cyan are surprised. Then Suka can't help but laugh out loud. You worry about that. You are annoying but also kind of lovable. Cyan sincerely expresses his feelings to Humut, saying that from the first time we met, I felt that being around you would be really fun. Cyan tries to lighten the mood with jokes. But unexpectedly, Suka does not feel happy and responds angrily, even threatening him. Then Suka turns to Humut and says, it is just that I like people with real skills, not those loud empty shells, and I hate the way he lectures others. Immediately, Humut quickly denies what Suka just said. This makes Suka frustrated and disappointed, because he has done so much for Humut, but has not been appreciated. He even thought they were close. Angry but now drunk after downing several drinks, he collapses on the table. This scene leaves the other two unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Cyan mumbles something under his breath. Seeing this, Suka says, the door's wide open. There is plenty to drink. And you are already wasted. You were bragging about drinking until you run out of money. So what is up with this? Now I get it. Next time you throw a fit, I will buy you a drink. Meanwhile, Humut sits quietly, taking his last drink. Then thinks about something uncertain. It is late at night now, and Suka worries since the two do not know how to handle him. While confused, Humut suddenly hears laughter coming from across the room. It turns out to be a group of female students chatting lively, their eyes scanning around. Humut can't help but wonder if the person over there is who he is thinking of a few hours earlier. In the academy's reading room, Ollie is searching for something. He rummages around but still can't find the book he needs. Ollie remembers leaving it here but now it is gone. Ali grabs another book. Soon, you will stop by the bookstore down the street and pick up a new book because last time, Charlotte also invited you to go somewhere, with Cyan and Suka coming along, but Ali refused. And now she has decided to just follow them back to Bijen City. Ollie felt embarrassed and shy, surrounded by a group of schoolgirls. They were fascinated and dragged Ali along to get some drinks with them, but no matter how many times she refused, they did not care, which annoyed Ali enough to want to use magic to blow them away. Just then, across the street, Ollie recognized someone familiar. Humut. Ali glared, then stormed straight toward Humut, catching him off guard and freezing him for a few seconds. Ollie decided to use Humut as a way to retreat. Sorry, but I already have plans with this guy today, so you all better move aside and give us some space. Humut still did not understand what was going on. Suka mocked Ali, saying she was ignoring them earlier but now suddenly acting all high and mighty. The schoolgirls were shocked by Ali's behavior. They opposed her hanging out with people beneath their social class, especially those savage types from the Sword Academy. After hearing that, both Cyan and Suka's faces changed, scaring the schoolgirls. Seeing the blue-haired guy from the Sword Academy, they immediately thought of trouble. Suka even threatened them to stop bothering others and get out of the way or she would bite, making the schoolgirls break out in a cold sweat and run off immediately. Then Humut turned to ask Ali what had happened, but Ali did not say a word and suddenly hit Humut, leading to a loud argument. Ali stubbornly denied that she had retreated because of Humut, saying she just saw him about to lose it when he saw her being deceived. Humut replied, I never intended to help you. I figured with your skills, this was not the time to discuss that. Better if I do not say more. Then he asked about Cyan, and Ali ordered Suka to check his bag, which annoyed him and made him leave. Suddenly, Suka found a bottle of medicine. Ali said, that is an antidote. Everyone at the Magic Academy always carries one. Just give it to him, and he will wake up soon. After Suka gave it to him, Cyan immediately woke up, surprised to see Ali standing in front of him, then started rambling nonsense, which annoyed Suka enough to scold him. Cyan still wanted to be stubborn but got yelled at by Suka. Seeing the two of them arguing, Ali sighed warily. Humut also noticed something was off compared to usual. Then Humut suggested visiting the Crab family mansion tomorrow, which confused Ali. She asked seriously, are you planning to bring those people along? Humut denied it, saying no. He just wanted to ask first, because it seemed Ethan wanted him to introduce Ali to him. Hearing that, Ali was still suspicious and wondered why only she was invited. Humut replied, because if you invited others, you would not go. Anyway, Just asking straight up. After hearing Homut's sincere words, Ali nodded in agreement. And that day marked the start of their growing closeness. Or maybe only Homut thought so. When the team battle started, Ali was like a different person. She had never lost, and had put in a lot of effort training Homut thoroughly. So if we lose, it is 100% Homut's fault. Which means we have to try our hardest to win. Homut could not anticipate this, and wondered what the heck was going on in the palace. The academy doors slowly opened, surprising Ali. Why was he here? It turned out Homut came here. Not expecting Ali to be in the room, Ali saw Homut's indifferent face. He did not even bother to respond, which annoyed her. Homut ignored it and asked Ali, "I thought you would be in the library like always." Ali turned away, saying she came to grab some things and would return to the library, but also took the chance to ask about Homut's exam prep. "It is," Homut replied, sounding indifferent. "What is with that? Did Homut just skip the written test? Anyway, I scored enough on the entrance exam. The elective classes do not really suit me." Ali was curious about which elective class Homut was talking about when she learned that it was actually the history of the continent and magic. She finally felt relieved because someone like Homut would not be interested in such complicated knowledge. Homut opened up, saying, "Alright, exchange students do not get priority when choosing electives." Ali immediately interrupted. "But that class prioritizes high-scoring students for selection." She was also very frustrated because exchange students always face disadvantages, and the academy had not come up with any concrete solutions. Homut also told him he should retake the practical test for better scores. This affected Aziz's electives, and she started ranting at length. "Of course not. That is not how it works. Have you seen how they grade? Listen. The practical swordsmanship test is very strict for third-year students. Unlike a simple sparring match, the teacher divides the scoring columns into categories. Ranks 1 to 4 get grade 1, ranks 5 to 11 get grade 2, and so on. Even if you have 150 skill points, the system only gives you 100 points. That means even if you top the chart, at least 3 others will have the same score. So the difference in magic power can only come from electives." Azi was stunned for a moment after being beaten by Suka. He could still say that, seeing Homut as if she realized something. She added, "I can help you. But of course, there are conditions." The whole room fell silent. Homut just dodged by reminding Azi of his initial plan to return to the library. Homut followed Azi down the library corridor to a private study room, saying that outstanding students could register to use it. "You have got a lot of private space. Even in the dorms. I do not have any now. Thanks to someone. Using the common room is a hassle for me, you know that. But I will let you share this one. So make sure to register." As soon as they pushed the door open, they saw Suka and Cien inside. Unfortunately, those two had already registered for this room. It was not a big deal, but Cien's presence made Azi uncomfortable. She questioned, "Why are you guys here?" "So what? Top swordsmanship student and top magic student get to use private study rooms," Azi emphasized. "I mean, why are you two sharing? We share to save space. And since we are in different classes, we do not bother each other." "Exactly," one said, implying Azi and Homut should study elsewhere. Homut sensed something shady and warned Azi. She then pretended she would leave quickly. Cien immediately fell for it, happy to chase off that lizard. But Azi's next words would make him regret it. "Simple, Homut and Suka stay here, and you and I go to the next room. That way, we save space and each room only has students from the same class." Cien and Suka were stunned. They tried to refuse, but Azi cut them off. "Don't you want to study with me? Or are you hiding something from us?" With no choice, they blurted out they were afraid Homut would snatch the top rank and were asking Xian for extra lessons. Suka complained, "Don't you know the result of his last quiz? He was the only one besides me to get it right without using the textbook. I was helping him." Azi said. Turns out Azi was the real thorn in Suka's side. He was jealous because Homut always had her support. Azi sighed. "You are more timid than I thought. So you are afraid of losing your spot and looking for help." "Something like that. You will help Homut too, right?" At that point, Azi wondered why Suka chose Cien over other students. Cien explained that although he ranked lower, he was better than Suka in the elective magic class. Realizing the truth, Cien suggested a match against Azi, betting on who would be the top member. Azi seemed uninterested because she knew Homut would win no matter what. But Cien confidently said, "Luck and tea last forever. If you are so sure, why not?" The bet was, the loser runs 100 laps around the sports field without using magic. Azi hesitated, and even Suka was worried, unsure where Cien got the courage to challenge them. Suka has prepared for the upcoming exam. She threatened Homut that if he did not rank first, he would be treated like a nobody. Starting from chapter 1, Azi set today's goal. If Homut does not finish, there will be no mercy. At the next table, Cien and Suka also liked to bet on their rivals' study fees. The sky was teary, probably because Homut's test papers were full of mistakes, giving Azi a headache. At first, she thought Homut would improve a bit, but it seemed everything was hitting a dead end. Suka started mocking him constantly. Even the great Azi felt stuck. "Don't back out of the bet." "Okay." Azi strictly reviewed the test papers. "Homut, I will give you passing points for the objective questions. meaning you just need to remember their essence. But what the heck are the answers to these vague questions? You are supposed to explain the difference between a normal mage and a dark mage, and the dangers dark mages pose. Unlike normal mages, dark mages are evil creatures. You have to avoid encounters with them. What kind of answer is this? How can you understand them if you meet them? More importantly, how many points will answers like this get? Ozzy was about to chew Humut out, but inside he was calm because Azzy told him to answer based on his own thoughts. This only made Azzy angrier. She emphasized that answers must follow theory, not whether he would actually met dark mages or not. The noise quickly attracted Ixayan and Suka. They were curious about what Humut had written. Just by looking, Ixayan knew Humut had never answered essay questions before. According to Ixayan, exchange students do not have many choices in liberal arts subjects. Suka suggested to Humut that he should give up, even with A's. It is just too hard. This insulted Azzy's dignity. She glared at them and said, I won't let my student lose to someone like you. We will relearn how to answer open-ended questions. Humut wanted to practice a bit, but Azzy immediately dismissed him. You won't be allowed back to the dorm if you do not understand, so get ready. The sky turned to dusk. Everyone took a break and enjoyed some pastries. Finally, the rain stopped, and Humut and Azzy returned to their study routine. He wondered if Ixayan and Suka would come back. Azzy thought since it was late, they were probably full and already in bed. Those two would pay for being so cocky. You really have to work hard because of me. That comment startled Azzy. She shyly replied, then work harder. Unless you want to see me run 100 laps around the field. But how could you lose your top spot? Of course not. Is there a reason you are so obsessed with being number one? Azzy folded the book she was reading. Her voice hesitant. She shared that everyone has secrets they can't reveal to others. And her reason was similar, though curious. Humut respected Azzy and did not ask further. He started to reflect inwardly. Azzy was truly amazing. He would definitely earn the title of Grand Mage someday, meaning, like Addo, he would also discover the seed of darkness within himself. So I have no choice but to separate from him before that day comes. Dinner time was long past. Azzy decided to speed things up since Humut still did not understand the abnormal magic receptor part. She gently approached him and began showcasing her impressive knowledge. However, it seemed Humut was more interested in Azzy. For a brief moment, their eyes met as if something was lingering. Unfortunately, Azzy quickly snapped Humut back to reality. What is wrong with you? I do not want to explain this again. Looks like you are distracted. Want to take a break? That might help. Azzy agreed to let Humut relax a bit. She hugged her book tightly, using it to hide the awkwardness on her face. The next morning in the practice room, yesterday's fight had already reached Njio and the others. He excitedly said, that was a battle for the top spot. I am sure other swordsmanship department classes know about it too, not to mention Azzy was involved. How could I not know? I am sure you would beat me. Well, I do not know. But the Moon Swordsman's intuition tells me you are stronger than Suka. Humut thought for a moment. After meeting Njio in the transfer test, we adjusted our stances like partners. And in class, I got pretty close to him too. Humut sighed. The written test is the real barrier. But like you just said, I do not plan on losing. Honestly, I really want to see Suka lose once. Like, no one likes him running around acting like he owns the place. Before I finished, Suka was right next to Njio, threatening him. Blaming your incompetence on me is pretty funny. Suka immediately shoved Njio aside and told Humut about how the whole group would fight the top male students, maybe some event to hype them up before midterms or something. Njio added, but they said we would have an official match with the top male students after the written test. I heard there are a few really good ones this year. So what? You think I am gonna lose? I am just saying. But I heard there is a girl who is on a whole different level. Suka was shocked that a female student appeared in the swordsmanship department, and Njio kept praising this young talent. But only Suka looked bored. Cut to the room of the mentioned girl. She was mysteriously sharpening her family heirloom sword in the auditorium. The male students had a rough initiation to introduce themselves to the upperclassmen. Most just watched casually without much interest. After a while, Njio nudged him up because he spotted the rumored girl. The whole audience buzzed about this girl, including Dino and Zem. She was really pretty, just like the rumors said, and the aura around her screamed noble. But do not you think she looks like someone? All eyes turned to Humut. Zem and Dino were suspicious they look alike. Right, don't you have any relatives you do not know about? Humut did not understand what everyone was rambling about until he noticed the girl below in the audience. She did share many similarities, but up to that point, Humut still could not remember anything, so he dismissed everyone's suspicions. Down below, some top male students whispered among themselves. They are commoners. Watch your mouth, they are commoners, but also are seniors. I gotta call a commoner a senior. I heard they are leaders of the second year. That says a lot about how strong second year is. But our seniors sure look good. Maybe they rank based on looks. These jokes were aimed directly at nearby Suka, who sighed deeply before speaking in a broad, confident tone. These little brats do not know how scary the world is yet. A little beating will do them good later. Once things settled, the assistant teacher immediately gave orders. As you all know, today the top first year and second year male students will face off, meaning those called will step up to fight. The first years should learn from their seniors, and the second years should reflect so they do not get cocky. Now, I will call the names. The first name on the list is the only female student in the swordsmanship department. Charlotte. Humut followed her footsteps. Judging that appearance is determined from birth, we look similar probably because of where we come from. I wanted to ask her right away. But the second name was quickly called, and it was Suka. I was disappointed. Never thought this would happen. But why is it like this? I can't believe no girl noticed us again. Suka fidgeted. Asking the coach to confirm the match list was correct, he could not believe it because the coach knew his strength, but still matched him against Charlotte way above his level. From behind came some noisy chatter. What is up with that senior? Acting crazy all of a sudden, probably scared of losing to a first-year girl. Suka's gaze turned deadly as the match list was finalized. Suka took a deep breath and stepped straight onto the arena. Charlotte immediately drew her sword. I do not expect you to go easy on me just because I am a girl. What nonsense. I am not going to hold back. So do not cry when you get hit. Hermione and Fizzy will be the second match. He glanced at his opponent and realized his body radiated a huge amount of energy, truly living up to the reputation of being far above the other second years. His aura matches that of a second-year student. Of course. Only time will prove his true strength. After the start signal, Charlotte maintained a pretty solid stance. Surprisingly, Suka asked Charlotte why she joined the swordsmanship department, a bit flustered. Charlotte quickly replied, to become stronger, what other reason could there be? I have heard a lot of rumors about you. I would really appreciate it if you fought with all your might, regardless of gender. If that is what you want, then I will make my move. Suka took the initiative, rushing forward at lightning speed and slashing at Charlotte. Though she blocked it, she was still blown back onto the beam. Charlotte braced herself with both hands against this overwhelming force. I guess the rumors still underestimated the power behind his strike. I am not even warmed up yet. I will see how long you can hold out. So you better watch yourself. Charlotte suddenly changed her stance, her voice turning serious. Sorry to say this, but from now on, I won TB an easy opponent. Suka is the top second-year student in the Zito Academy's swordsmanship department. His swordsmanship can be summed up in 2 words. Fast and unpredictable. For classmates, his speed is hard to keep up with, and his moves are tough to read. These skills obviously helped Suka become one of the top second-year swordsmanship students. As they fought the next round, Suka silently acknowledged something. Her focus is really impressive. I have not gone all out yet, but she still managed to perfectly block my strikes. At least her movements show she has been trained properly. Should I give her a chance to counterattack? Unexpectedly, Charlotte decisively launched her next move, then quickly stepped back. This made Suka think differently. Did she guess that was just a feint? Before he could finish that thought, he saw Charlotte continue her attack. Their swords clashed again, neither willing to back down. Seeing Charlotte's confident gaze, Suka took the initiative to ask, "You are aiming for a draw?" He said, knocking Charlotte's sword aside while expressing his opinion. I do not like stubborn people, but I hate those without pride even more. You gave up winning before the fight even started because you are scared, and I am just a regular guy. Do not you feel ashamed? Your confidence before was just for show. If you are not aiming to win, then stop waving your sword around and just leave. There are plenty of others out there who want to be swordsmen more than you do. Everyone watching was stunned by that statement, and Jing Etra Met quietly agreed. He was right. Despite feeling embarrassed, Charlotte did not hesitate to admit it. She simply tried to learn whatever she could from everyone around her, regardless of status. But you helped me realize I was really thoughtless. Thank you. It has been great fighting with you, she said, gripping her sword tightly and asking for another chance. If you can help me again. Though Suka had no real hope, she changed her stance, knowing it would not change much. But on the surface, the fight continued. This time, Charlotte's moves were much stronger and more decisive. Her sword strikes became more fluid and powerful. Seeing Suka's shocked expression, she thought about the final move to end the match. But just as Charlotte gave it her all, Suka quickly dodged the attack. He confidently shouted, "Brace yourself, this one's gonna hurt if you do not block it." No sooner had he spoken than Suka successfully took control of his opponent. He did not hesitate to physically strike Charlotte with his sword. Before ending the match, he did not forget to compliment his opponent. The winner of the first match's second-year male, Suka. Even after winning, he did not forget to praise his opponent. I was just trying to play it cool. But honestly, I was pretty surprised. You can keep up with my speed just by changing your stance. Maybe you are not used to it because of lack of experience, but if you can master it, I can't believe Charlotte is so pissed off while being restrained. Hey, you are too heavy. Suka just realized his own carelessness and someone else jumped in. Sorry about that. The next words came from the top male student. Suka, you are better than I thought. It left you stunned for a moment. The nearby students deliberately covered it up. You pervert. Do you like sitting on other people's daughters? Did you see him stuffing his mouth? What a freak. While Suka angrily fired back, those bastards. If you want something, come at me. But Charlotte's gaze was fixed on Hedramet. Seeing her cute gesture made him smile naturally in return. The match quickly signaled the next round. Next up, Amite. Chepji steps onto the stage and gets ready. As Charlotte left the arena, Chepji deliberately taunted her. Didn't I expect you to lose to a lowly commoner? You just dragged the top male student's honor down to the bottom of society. But Charlotte calmly fired back. You will regret holding on to that mindset, because talent and effort do not care if you are common or noble. He still refused to give up that arrogant attitude and confidently said, "Just wait and see." Chepji smiled fake as soon as he appeared in the arena. "It is an honor to fight you," Emily politely replied. "Same here." He quietly realized something. So he is that commoner everyone talks about. Not strong enough to kill or be killed. That commoner seemed more skilled just now. As soon as Evmet faced him, an indescribable feeling appeared. That look is so familiar. Like everyone and everything in the world obeys him. But she did not forget to remind him, "Amite. Do not hold back this time." Suka blurted out as soon as he heard it. "It feels weird hearing the same thing you usually say to others." The two opponents were ready to follow the command, ready on both sides. The second decisive match begins. As soon as they joined the fight, they radiate an intimidating aura. Their strength was evenly matched. Their performance amazed the other students. After a while, Chepji nodded in acknowledgement. "You are quick and light on your feet. If you were really blocking, this wooden sword would be scratched by now. Hope you are not just dodging." Emmett also quietly realized something earlier. "Got it. That is all the strength he has got. What a pity. I have fought so many strong opponents. I am sick of it." Still, he focused on dodging without counterattacking. That made his opponent furious. "Stop dodging. Attack already." But Henriette felt satisfied with that. No matter how strong the blows are, it is useless if you do not fight back, because I promised to then I would not cause trouble anymore. Instead of waiting for his stamina to run out, maybe I should just end it now. Some students in the academy started chatting excitedly. "What is he doing? Dragging it out? Does he look down on the top male student?" Suka asked himself. "What is he doing?" Chepgi was exhausted from his reckless moves, but he still looked down on Hedramite. Is that all the plan is? Being taught by a commoner? I do not expect much. Do you know how much family background affects your starting point? Simply put, there is a gap in experience between you and me that can't be made up. A strong body comes from both natural talent and good training. Regular folks can't even afford a sword. So reaching my level is impossible for them. So that is why you dodged my strike. I do not know who taught you swordsmanship. I can also tell your master's level." Humut remained calm despite the insult. Baichai had to step in and speak up. "Jep, show some respect to your opponent. Amite. Do not get distracted. Focus on the match. If you let your emotions control your sword one day." Amit immediately responded seriously to that warning. "Playing around with you is not easy either." He even took the initiative to attack Chep, catching his opponent off guard, making him clumsy in defense. But then he adjusted his fighting style, making the fight more and more exciting. Chepji kept showing signs of excitement. That attack was too weak. Amite. It did not even touch me. But then his legs suddenly went numb. To save a bit of face, he deliberately played defensively. Even if the body is trained to the max, some parts will give out after repeated hits. Emsley purposely pointed this out. That is the difference experience makes. So add this loss as a regular guy to your life experience. Chepgi could not stand the humiliation and charged back. Not over yet. He did not expect Hedramuk to use his sword to block his leg. Jep, kneeling on the bright floor, tried to resist but failed. Amite, feeling like the winner, gave a few words of advice. "I am a transfer student, so I do not have much to teach you, but I hope you spend less time insulting others and more time improving yourself." But she stepped in, not wanting things to go too far. "Amite, that is enough. The duel's over." But he still threw a heavy strike at Chepju, making everyone at the academy shake their heads in frustration. The winner of the second duel is male student number 2. Amite. In the next duel, Zem won easily. He could not hide his smugness. "How's that? You rookie." Bachi also had to remind him, "Show some respect to your sparring partner." That day's match was a tradition for male student number 2. Male student number 1 quickly realized the gap between them and their predecessors. For male student number 2, this was a chance to gain fame. After the tournament, Charlotte stopped to freshen up and saw Hedramite. He greeted him first, making him hesitate. "Charlotte. Should I just ask her now?" The name engraved on the pendant. Margaret Fenner. "But how do I even start? Should I ask directly? That is too blunt. Revealing family ties is like giving away your secrets. If they knew I had the seed of darkness, Lin Mano, or even noble blood, they would side with the city instead of me." Even with his intense gaze, made Charlotte feel uneasy. The scary senior who once caused trouble with Jeff Z. Did I do something to make him hate me? Ametrit quickly eased the tension with a casual comment. "It is nothing. I watched your sparring match. Your skills are pretty good." Praise from his idol made Charlotte genuinely happy. "Really? Thank you. Senior Metit is very talented too." This made him very curious. "You know my name?" Charlotte immediately responded with a calm attitude. "Everyone in the swordsmanship department knows him. One day, can I spar with you?" Seeing Hedramite stay silent, she deliberately explained, "Of course. If you can you do not have to think about it. It is nothing." At this moment, Hamit did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. "Okay." Which made Charlotte even more unable to hide her happiness. "Really? Thank you. Then, I will wait for that day." Hamite was still stunned by her expression when Suka interrupted. "Amite, what are you doing here? Are you two acquainted?" Charlotte quickly explained. "It is just a coincidence. Good luck." As she left, Suka deliberately teased, "Are you happy because a junior started talking to you?" But unexpectedly, Hamut responded coldly, "No way. Take your hands off me." Then he left, ignoring Suka's yelling behind him. "Do not ignore me." After studying for a while, Amunat happily exclaimed, "The problem is," but just seeing her fierce attitude, I had a bad feeling. After years of getting beaten and training in the Black Pine Forest, my senses have become sharper. Right now, I feel like there is a danger nearby. The Neshramet decided to ask, "Are you okay?" Hesitant, Aji decided to speak up. "Amite, I have a question for you. I heard a top girl in the swordsmanship department confess to you today, is that true? Teacher Mector reacted quite awkwardly, making Eiji believe the rumor more. If he does not deny it, it must be true. The rumor's everywhere. And she is new at school too. You must be happy to be famous and chased by juniors. Right. Agi asked. I did not do anything. Are you mad? Eiji said loudly, trying to vent frustration. What? Why would I be mad? Finally, Amete decided to emphasize once more. I repeat, that is not true. I only said a few words because she wanted to spar with me next time. I do not know about others. But I am not lying to you. At this point, Aji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Then I believe you. Not every rumor is true anyway. I have thought about it. Amite. You are my roommate and closest friend. I say this because you seem careless. So listen carefully. Never trust any girl who approaches you, because she might be using you to get to me. Even though Heavenmet tried to deny it, I do not think so. Eiji confidently insisted. It is 100% true. You have seen some girls approach me before. The girls chasing me are smart. Some even pretended to be guys to get into my dorm. That means there will definitely be people good enough to fool you. But when Atramet suggested a solution, so I should stay away from Charlotte. Right. Eiji strongly disagreed. That is not it. I am just saying that could happen. You plan to handle it yourself. Right. Understanding her curiosity, Hamet reassured her. If you suspect Charlotte and want me to keep my distance, just say so. I do not care either way. Though satisfied, Aji still tried to seem kind. Just go ahead. I'm only warning you. Never expect anything from any girl being friendly to you, because you are just a regular guy. Someone will definitely try to stab you in the back. Hamite was the only one who did not notice his charming appearance. That is enough to win girls' favor. While Aji reviewed the results, Emi and everyone else present felt extremely nervous. He could not help but break into a satisfied smile. All right. That is an acceptable answer. Suka could not hide his excitement and blurted out, well done. Amite. You finally passed Aji's hellish test with that last answer. His over-the-top reaction made her extremely curious. Why are you guys enjoying this so much? Also, do not get too full of yourself yet. This is not a perfect answer. Don't forget your goal is to become the club president again. You are still at square one. Give him some time to catch his breath. Cian also started calling for attention at this moment. Okay. Everyone. Listen up. Since the test is almost over, I have prepared a special place where you can all fight all day. You can study all night without food. I know a place with amazing waffles, so I specially invite you all there. With Suka's curious gaze, he asked, you have been studying and eating all this time. Sign did not hesitate to explain. How can anyone live without it? Are you coming or not? Don't you regret it if you do not? Don't you want a hot waffle topped with sweet strawberry cream? What do you think about downtown Baden? This is when the city lights up. There are always restaurants open all night catering to students studying late. The late-night city of Baden made H. Hamed extremely curious. That is the story that led to this event. Seeing the bakery closed, Cian immediately felt disappointed and complained. I have been looking forward to this day. Standing behind, gently comforted. Looks like it is not happening today. If you are feeling that bad, we can try again next time. Are you going to sleep or head to another shop? After thinking for a while, Sun hurriedly made a suggestion. Since we are already here, it is best to eat something before heading back. Do you guys want some bread? There is a place nearby. Aji could not wait and kept urging. All right. Lead the way. After arriving at another bakery, Suka kept complaining. Why is bread so expensive? This made Shion show a hint of disgust. Suka, why do you keep acting like you are broke? If you got into the academy, even if you are a commoner, you would be fine. Right. When he learned that his family did not send him anything besides tuition, Cian immediately came up with an idea. If you become club president, you could get a scholarship. Sorry. I had too high hopes for a disciplined student. Suka felt a bit hurt and spoke up. Do you want to know why I am just an average student? On the other hand, kept praising. This place is pretty clean. Sayin questioned. Do you always inspect every place so thoroughly? Despite being a bit annoyed, she patiently explained. Mages are very sensitive to even the tiniest dust particles, because they can disrupt spells. You are probably not as sensitive as a mage. At this point, the two got into an argument, each trying to prove who was more sensitive. A little later, the waiter started bringing out some very appetizing dishes. Among them was a super special dish from the Zeta Swordsmanship School. Knowing this, Amani chose that huge dish. Suka was startled and panicked. What the heck did you order? Are you planning to eat until bedtime? Facing everyone's curiosity, Sign patiently explained further. It is a business trick to give a sense of challenge. What are you doing? Amite. If it is too much, do you want to split it? Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by Charlotte's voice. Hello, seniors. It is great to see you all here. Unexpectedly, Chepki was also present, bowing in greeting. Nice to see you again, senior. Then Charlotte enthusiastically joined the conversation. But I guess everyone's here for the swordsmanship department. It's a special dish. We came here to eat it too. And Chep just said she wants to challenge me. That made Suka laugh without holding back. Why are you betting big with a body like that? Aren't you embarrassed? But Charlotte was confident and said, wait, Senior Suka, are you underestimating me? I am from the swordsmanship department, and I can finish it all. Didn't you know? The more you train, the more you have to eat. Senior, you believe that too? Right. Unexpectedly, Amita immediately confirmed it. Of course, since we are here, why do not we all sit together? His casual invitation made Azzy uncomfortable. She immediately stood up and stared at the female student. Are you Charlotte? You know I'm Azzy. You know. Do not you? Azzy's reaction made the others widen their eyes in surprise. Charlotte was stunned for a moment, then excitedly replied. Yep. Of course, everyone at the academy knows you are the top student in the magic department. It is truly an honor to meet you. Hamid also held her breath, watching Azzy's reaction. Her sharp gaze toward Charlotte made her feel uneasy. What is wrong with me? Sign just shook his head helplessly. I just realized something. As long as Azzy's with us, none of us will ever get a girlfriend. Emma quietly observed Azzy and thought to herself, judging by her reaction, Azzy seems to be an honest person after all. Starting to guess. Aside from looking alike, there is no proof we are related, since she is careless about revealing personal info. It is smarter to keep distance from her now. Besides, getting stronger is my top priority right now. I need power to overcome all the challenges ahead. After returning to the academy, Suka suddenly felt disappointed in himself. Just half a semester left. I only need to avoid suspension for the next half. Amite, standing behind, asked, if you are not suspended, then what is the deal? Which startled Suka. You scared me. At least make some noise so people know you are there. I was just talking to myself. Do not mind me, by the way. Your match is against Charlotte. Right. What do you think about that fight, considering how much time you spent? It probably was not as easy as I thought. Amut honestly replied. Not really. The match ended pretty quickly. We were late because the coach kept nagging me not to finish too fast. Judging by how calm you are, your practice must have gone well. Suka quickly answered confidently. Of course. Was perfect. If you do not want to be on Azzy's bad side, you better prepare for the theory test. Azzy appeared out of nowhere and agreed. She is right. Which made Suka even more nervous, scaring me again. What is wrong with you two? Did you secretly sign up for the assassination department or something? Azzy then seriously asked. Amite, your test tomorrow is on understanding magic. Right. I will do one last check. Open your book. Seeing her enthusiasm, Met got curious and asked more. What about your test? Azzy reminded her deliberately. I've been preparing for ages. You should worry about yourself. That is the only way to help you. Seeing Hendramet still lost in thought, Azzy kept pushing her. What are you doing? Grab your book. I do not have much time. He took this chance to clear up his doubts by questioning Azzy. You hate running 100 laps around the field that much. It made her frustrated enough to explain again. Why would I like it? I hate losing way more. And most importantly, I am about to freak out thinking there might be some unexpected factor. So I just want to be sure. Being top of the class is not so bad for you. Right. Enough talking. Open your book. Suka just watched and cheered. But man, that was intense. Keep it up. Amite. Anyway. Beating me on the theory test won't be easy. Azzy immediately felt annoyed by Suka's interference. Hey, you are blocking his study time. Get out of here. Because of that, the two of them got into a heated argument right in front of Efremimet, who felt a bit tired. Looks like training's going to be tough for a while. Hamit's training resumed under Azzy's close supervision. Suddenly, the day of the exam arrived, and the proctor quickly explained the rules. You will have 2 hours for the test. You may begin now. While reading the questions, Hamet was shocked by one of them. You have accidentally acquired a forbidden dark spell. If you lose this power, you will die. Describe what you would do in this situation. Just back from the exam room, Emmett heard Azzy's concerned voice. How was the test? He quickly recounted the details. Not too bad. Most questions were like you said, but there was one pretty unusual question. You have accidentally gained a dark cursed power. If you lose this power, you will die. What would you do in this case? After thinking for a bit, Azzy offered his analysis. That professor always throws questions like this, but if you answer seriously, he won't fault you. What did you write? Memson confidently repeated his answer. I would seize that dark power and survive. Control it instead of letting it control me. At first, Azzy was a bit surprised, then confidently said, wait, really? Not bad. At least the professor won't think badly of that. Usually, the model answer is to go to the temple to find the answer, because the temple governs the dark power, and nobles probably can't write anything else besides that, but I answered similarly to you, though that means becoming an enemy of the holy temple. Seeing Hendramat's puzzled look, the temple's enemy, Azzy patiently explained more. Think about it. The temple is ruthless toward dark forces. Plus, voluntarily confessing is like walking into a death trap, so surviving and finding a way to control it is the most reasonable choice. Seems not bad at all. If nothing else happens, you will probably rank high in the class test, but it is best not to mention this anywhere. The academy might prioritize itself over faith, but outside, you would be accused of heresy immediately. Understanding this, Hamitert nodded in agreement. On the day midterm scores were announced at Zeta Academy, results were publicly posted in the school's central square. It really boosted the competitive spirit of noble students who value honor. Definitely an excellent approach. At that moment, Hamet also looked toward what interested him most. Here are the magic department scores. Where is Azzy? He saw Azzy at the top of the leaderboard. Right behind was Sign in second place. Amun silently thought to himself, Sign really studies hard, but this is not the first time, so he is probably calmer than I expected, but I did not expect that guy to be standing right behind me. yelling in disbelief. It is ridiculous, given Azzy's indifferent attitude. Then what makes sense? Axine showed extreme anger. Put your hand on your chest and ask yourself, what have you done? Understanding spirit is a new subject this term. Although I have only recently learned some of the material, I am sure I will still come out on top. Azzy realized he was willing to admit defeat, so he tried to comfort him, sighing. 3 months is enough for me to master any subject in this academy. Then Axine stood frozen like a statue as he watched the praise surrounding Azzy. Afterwards, he sadly accepted it. Maybe I underestimated you, but the game is not over yet. In this extreme case, at least it will be a tie. There is no way I am losing. Then he got sad again when he saw Hatahoba also leading the pack. Azzy looked at him and encouraged him. You have got this. Shuka behind them also felt a bit annoyed for Axine. It is just a 1-point difference. Why is it always so close? It is humiliating. Azzy also very surprised at this moment. You are not as angry as I thought. Shuka then did not hesitate to speak bluntly. Of course I am pissed, but it is still better than letting someone else take first place. But next time, get ready to fight, because I won't lose to you again. That'll be a real test of our skills. No one's allowed to interfere with that test. Seeing Shuka's humility, Axine stepped back loudly. Wait, betrayal. You purposely lost to get me punished. I trusted you, but all I got was a cold response. You were the one who confidently set the stakes. If you lose, own it. At this point, Axine started to feel desperate and beg, Hermas, please have mercy on me. I am begging you. 100 laps around the field is way too much. I am going to die. But Hermas honestly replied, 100 laps 1t kill you. This made Side feel even more frustrated. Don't think everyone is as tough as you. Stamina's about the same. So understand. Wait, right. Can we cut it down to 50 laps? Unexpectedly, she only replied coldly, I 1t. Just like the person who is always complaining about their big belly from too many late night snacks. Serves you right. Soxine had no choice but to accept the punishment and run until midnight, feeling resentful inside. Those useless jerks. The next day, Seem suddenly made an announcement. Heard. We are going camping in the forest near our class. Knowing I have never been camping, Seem tried to give some tips. Everything else is fine. But remember to check the ground carefully before setting up your tent, because if you dig with your hands, you might hit someone else's buried waste. That is why a proper campsite is so important, and the forest bugs are really nasty. So if you do not want to get bitten, do not stick any part of your body out of your sleeping bag. Suka then looked at Hemite. You used to be a mercenary, right? Was sleeping in the mountains like this for you? Seems kinda rough. I only camped along the trail when traveling with a group, but never actually stayed overnight in the mountains. Ahmad understood his worry and tried to reassure him. I do not think it is that serious. Burning incense can keep bugs away, and you can tell if there is waste just by looking. Although feeling more at ease, Suka kept complaining. The place is fine, but I really hate bugs. We probably need to buy some bug repellent first. Hey, want to go camping this weekend? As soon as he heard that, he nodded, confirming he would probably join the run. Early the next morning, everyone showed up in full. Plus, this time Sign was there too. Humut was just teasing him on purpose. You do not have back pain or numb knees and hands after running 100 laps anymore, right? Sign cheerfully announced. Of course. The magic recovery works well. A few days and it is all healed. But Humut did not know that half the day before, Sian had used a shadow spirit to replace himself. Still, Humut decided to let it slide. After all, running a few dozen laps was still impressive. Then Suka hurriedly announced, okay, first, let us buy some bug spray. Should we get bug spray or not? But Humut suggested a different plan. Sounds good. But bugs can be annoying while eating too. Using spray is less toxic and better. And a black light too. It is better on the mountain than you think, but too bright will attract predators. Just get something bright enough to see by. It is better than running into snakes later. Right. But then Suka worried about something else. What if we drop the lamp while sleeping? Would that start a forest fire? San right behind immediately offered a solution. So should we buy one of these magic scrolls to put out forest fires? It creates a vacuum environment to smother the fire. Looks pretty cool. Right. The magic scroll made Suka curious, unable to hide his interest. If used on a person, would not they suffocate? Then Sian switched topics again. Look, this grilling rack looks perfect for roasting meat or roasting veggies. Right. It is thin and light, easy to carry. Their rush to prepare gear left Humut stunned for a moment. Suddenly it felt like going on an eco tour. Then he hurriedly announced, I'm going to buy gloves. You guys keep going. Humut walked while thinking nonstop. Camping outside Badan, I can go there feeling relaxed and normal. I do not think the Black Eagle Society would attack both the academy and its teachers at once. But since it has happened before, we can be completely unprepared. At least I have to stay alert. But it is exhausting always being on guard against them. Once I am strong enough, I will deal with this before they act. The man rhythmically twisting candy caught Humut's attention. Cotton candy here. Anyone want some cotton candy? Try Badan's unique dessert. The sweet look of that candy made Humut feel intrigue. It is fluffy like clouds. If it is a dessert, it should be edible. A female customer, noticing his curious gaze, teasingly asked. Looks tempting. Right. They say it is made by melting sugar and spinning thin strands around a stick. These ordinary skills seem more magical than actual magic. The noteworthy thing is she even called him by name. Humut, the magic understanding student. In response to his question, who are you? She burst out laughing. Don't you know me? We were in the same magic class. You do not seem to care much about others. Well, let me introduce myself. I, third-year magic student. I am a bit interested in you. Are you free? At that moment, Humut recalled Azia's warning, never trust women who approach you. They will just try to get close to trick you. So Humut immediately declined. I gotta go. If you are interested in Azi, why not talk to him directly? After understanding the reason, Dezo insisted firmly, don't he worry. I am not that kind of person. I am just being honest with you. But actually, she was trying to get close to Humut, when in fact she was after Azi. Deza just reached out to him when Azi appeared and stopped her. Then she said something to Humut with a grumpy attitude. What are you doing here? Deza was happy to see her and started chatting. What a coincidence. Did not expect to find you here. Seeing her keep her distance, only replying with a few curt words. A senior student and the top of the 3rd year. What a coincidence to run into each other here. It made Deza a bit embarrassed. There is no need to be so cautious. I just wanted to talk to your roommate. But Azi confidently asked, is there something you want to tell me? It made Deza feel awkward and she stammered without finishing her sentence. Her eyes kept looking at Humut, making Azi uncomfortable. So she pulled her roommate away. As soon as they got to the dock, Azi stayed up late questioning Humut. You already told me what you wanted. So why are you just standing there awkwardly? She does not have good intentions. Even though I tried to explain, I just ignored her. But Senior Faller is a bit rude for someone in the same class. Yet Azi still acted sulky. Like I was being too rigid. If you do not like something, just say it straight. If you were more decisive, I would not have been fooled like that. Humut was helpless and made a suggestion. If you find it annoying, just ignore it. Which made Azi lose her cool and get too worked up. Wait, what? What about me? Then realizing he was too harsh, he toned it down. Alright. Let us talk about it later. Where are San and Suka? When Humut replied, it seemed like they were nearby. That made Azi breathe a sigh of relief. Humut felt a bit touched at that moment. He did not even know if he was annoyed or not. Definitely a hard person to read. If he wants something, he really wants it. San and Suka showed up carrying all the stuff they bought, making Azi shake her head in disbelief. After checking everything, Suka happily announced, right. With this thorough prep, the camping trip should go smoothly. San was amazed after taking a quick look. Looks like we overpacked a bit. Not sure if it will all fit in the wagon. It is because you are always spending recklessly that we are out of money. Suka could not stand Sanya's scolding and shouted back. What? No way. Have you ever spent my money to say that? While everyone was moving into the basement. Although Humut was carefully watching from afar, he had no idea these were the last moments he would spend as a student at the academy, and this time was about to end. That night, a secret meeting took place. A man in a formal robe said he was the head of this branch and had successfully gathered information about the trade route. From the shadows, a dark force slowly approached them. The newcomer replied slowly, I am listening. Go on. The leader lowered his head fearfully. I understand. The one who appeared this time was one of the Black Hawk's elite forces. The assassin clown. He held up a file. As I mentioned earlier, there is a kid at the academy who is really hard to deal with. To learn more about him, take a look at these documents. The clown flipped through the reports, then muttered to a group of level 2 mercenaries. He has killed 2 assassins from the guild and is currently in his 2nd year at Zeta Academy. Is there any teacher at the academy skilled enough to train a kid like that? The leader hesitated. At his current level, he does not even need to be at the academy anymore. He was previously hired by Ethan, one of the nobles from Baiden. The clone asked about the mercenaries' past. Did you find anything? He shook his head. I could not find any information. All I know is that the mercenary group accidentally ran into that kid during a mission, and they started working together from there. His whereabouts are really mysterious. The clown's sharp nails scratched a line on the paper. No parents, no master, and no identity. He has the skills of a top-tier mercenary and is currently studying at that academy. I have never met anyone this suspicious before. The leader asked if we are about to get close to someone we should not be near. The clown's nails punched a big hole in the paper. Does he have skills on par with ours that we are afraid to get close? Nobody knows about us, and our work disappears along with the bodies of all targets, as if they never existed. This guy seems pretty tough to handle. Looks like I will have to step in personally this time. A few days later, on a sunny morning, the students gathered for their outdoor field trip. A teacher confiscated a 32-year-old rare and delicious magical herb from one of the students. I will share it with the other trainers as a token of gratitude. The student begged miserably. Please do not. Teacher, you do not know how much I saved up to buy this. But the teacher insisted on confiscating it, saying, this is for training, not camping. Didn't we already warn you that if you bring anything useless for training, we will take it away? The wounded want to hurt others too. The student pointed at Suka. Teacher, it looks like he is about to go live in the forest or something. Why else would he bring so much stuff for training? Suka calmly replied, these are all things I need. The teacher forced the students to reorganize their gear within 10 minutes. You can T-load all this onto the horse. The lighter the luggage, the better for camping. Suka was confused. I really need all of this. What should I leave behind? Humut was the only one who stayed calm. On the 2nd morning of the week, as the sun rose, the outdoor camping class at the academy began. The students rode horses together to get around. It has been a while since I left Baden. I wonder if exploring the forest now after all this time would be any different. Suka slowed his horse beside Humut and noticed he was not carrying anything, and curiously started a conversation. Since your employer is a noble, is your horse a thoroughbred? Humut did not know anything about horse breeds and thought they were all the same. I do not know what breed it is, but your horse does not look too bad, Suka asked. What do you mean? Just by looking. You can tell these two horses have different values. So what is its name? Humut just shook his head. I do not know. Suka scolded him for being careless. Horses are our partners. They stay with us for a long time. So we usually give them names. Why not take this chance to name yours? Name it after whatever comes to mind when you look at it. Humut looked at the horse's messy mane for a moment, then reluctantly said, Suka. Humut's companion immediately said, Hey. That is my name. Do you think I look like a horse or something? That is not okay. Humut sighed. It is just a name. Why are you reacting so strongly? Suka refused. It is not good to name your horse after a person. But Humut shrugged. I do not see what is wrong with that. Suka got angry. What is wrong with you? Do you think I really look like a horse or what? As evening approached, the group finally stopped at a clearing in the forest. The trainer announced, Everyone, pay attention. We have reached the clearing, so we will rest for a bit. Then I will give you the schedule. Take care of your personal belongings and relax in the saddle. Suka, like a dried-up fish, climbed down from his horse after a whole day just to reach the clearing. How much longer do we have to ride? Amheen stayed silent, calculating in his mind based on what he overheard. The first day of the competition was for rest and an outdoor barbecue. The second day would be the hunting contest. And almost the entire third day was for group activities. On the way here, I did not sense anything strange at all, but if someone's targeting me, then the third day's group activities might be the perfect opportunity. From now until then, I will just be extra careful and stay alert. Just then, Suka called out, Hey, where's your horse? Hamid startled and looked down at his hands, even though he had been holding the reins tightly all along. The reins had been cut with something sharp. Hamid froze, unable to believe it. No way. I was holding the reins the whole time. How could they have been cut so easily? The real problem was that I did not even realize I would lost my horse. Suka looked around and pointed toward the bushes. Looks like your horse is over there. You need to be more careful. Amund spotted the stray horse not far away. He turned to Suka and asked, Can I borrow your sword? Just for a moment, taking Suka's sword, Amhumit cautiously approached the horse. After making sure it was safe, he wondered if he could still sense anyone nearby. Wait, why? Right then, thanks to his sixth sense, he narrowly escaped disaster. Hidden in the grass beneath Hedramut was a huge bear trap. It was concealed so well it was almost invisible. This camping activity strictly forbids hunting. Whoever set this trap must have a specific purpose. Or maybe it is a warning they are signaling that I am the prey. Hamet realized someone was hunting him. Interesting. If I can avoid it, I might as well enjoy the challenge. With that thought, Hamet had called to the horse, still peacefully grazing nearby. Hey, Whitey. Since you are a white horse, I will just call you Whitey. Come here. But no matter what he called it, the horse did not move. Hamidrit was at a loss for words. It just did not understand. He had no choice but to go over and grab Whitey himself. Whoever dares to block my path, I will send you off immediately. He seemed more excited than scared, hoping for a worthy opponent. As night fell, the teacher shouted for everyone to gather. Before dinner, we have a few announcements. From now until the end of the activities, please refrain from unnecessary actions. The teacher held up a communication orb. Each team leader would receive one to stay in contact with the instructors. Report immediately if any issues arise. Of course, Ames was given one of these orbs. Just then, Suka called out, Hey, you are the second team leader. First, let us gather everyone. Amitrit looked around at his team members and coldly remarked, Too many strangers here. The students were startled by his tone. Exactly. But you should have seen us when the groups were formed. Someone stepped forward to clarify. All right, let us reintroduce ourselves. If we are in the same group, it means we are meant to be. Let me start. I'm Agit. The other students took turns introducing themselves. The twins are Michelle and Bassie. The blonde one is Wesley. And the one with green hair is Dino. Amut looked at the red-haired kid beside him and asked, And you are? He snapped angrily. We have talked before. Come on. He pointed at Hedramet and Suka. All right. You guys introduced yourselves too. Right. The Mutti crossed his arms and asked, Do we have to? I thought everyone already knew each other. Hamet turned away and said, Sorry. But everyone get dinner ready first. I want to report something to the instructor. Suka asked curiously. Report what? He recounted. When I went back to the horse, I saw a trap that was still open. He looked surprised. A trap? But is not hunting forbidden while camping? Kochu asked again. You said there was a trap set here. Right. That is why I wanted to report it. He followed closely behind Homut. You seem to be thinking a lot about it. Why is that? I want to see it too. Watching the two quickly walk away, Dino and Wesley probably think they are deliberately doing this to avoid preparing dinner. Right. The forest remained peaceful like that in the darkness. But when I looked back, the trap hidden in the bushes was gone. The coach asked again. You said there was a trap set here. Right. Are you sure it was a trap? Homut said firmly. Yep. I almost stepped on it myself. The female coach stood up but had no evidence. So there is nothing here. Be more careful in case there are other traps. Suka also suspiciously asked if you are sure there was a trap here before. Humut silently stared at the grass in front of him. The grass was clearly flattened. So something had definitely been placed there. But the trap disappeared, like someone removed the evidence. He could have removed it immediately. That means he is watching me very closely. When I was learning to track in the forest before, I realized a few things. That humans have the ability to outlast their prey. Wait, patience. Human endurance is really unique and perfect for slowly wearing down and then taking down prey until the prey collapses from exhaustion. They have achieved their goal. On the way back, Homut thought quietly. He is really formidable, but it seems he still does not fully understand me. If he wanted to scare me, he picked the wrong person. We are in the wild now. Nothing can threaten me. When they returned, the team members had already started eating grilled meat. Omut. Suka. Why did you guys take so long? We were starving. So we grilled some meat. Then he handed over a plate of burnt charcoal to share with Humut and Suka. The two were stunned, staring at the blackened mess on the plate. What is that? That night, Suka personally took over the grill. The grilled beef was delicious and juicy, laid out on the plate. The two brothers admired the grilled meat's results with wide eyes. After eating, they praised how delicious it was. The grilled meat was perfectly cooked. The burnt pieces from earlier just did not compare. Suka still felt insulted by the comment about not knowing how to grill meat, probably never cooked at home. The young students replied, thanks to you. People from humble backgrounds really are good at this stuff. Suka felt like this compliment was actually an insult. If you guys want to eat charcoal, fine. Just then, Quetley slyly whispered, come on. Do not be like that. Buddy, look what I brought today. He pulled out a big bottle of liquor. Everyone was very surprised. Is that Hennessy? How did you bring that without getting caught? Quetley smiled and lifted his magical cloak. I used a cloak with a concealment spell. Even the coach did not notice. Everyone was impressed by his cleverness. He laughed and said, if we are having a barbecue, liquor is a must, but they only brought one bottle. Quetley agreed with everyone. The coach will probably patrol soon to confiscate things like this, so let us come back later and then party. Just like he predicted. A moment later, the coach came over with a suspicious look to check on them. Are you sure none of you brought a single bottle? But if none of you brought any alcohol, that is even more suspicious. The coach's stubborn suspicion made Dino wonder how many bottles they had actually confiscated. Quetley kept trying to lie. We are not lying, Coach. We did not bring any alcohol, because Homut and Suka are on our team, so we would not dare do that. The coach asked Homut, are you sure they are not hiding anything? You actually agreed to cover for Quetley. She could not find anything after searching, so she gave up. Alright, since you are the team captain, you are responsible for your team members' actions. Make sure you keep them in check. You guys keep eating dinner. I am leaving now. After the coach walked away, Dino Quetley grinned slyly. Senza. We did it. Now's the time. Everyone raised a glass of alcohol in their hand. Wait, cheers. Zem took a big gulp and scrunched up his face. This stuff is strong. Quetley told him to just drink slowly. Only Homut stayed quiet, seeming reluctant to drink. Adu asked him what was wrong. Don't you like the taste of this alcohol? He hesitated and said no. Suka realized he was still thinking about the trap from before. Don't worry so much. Just enjoy tonight. The other students also advised him not to overthink it. Yeah, probably there were beast tamers nearby recently, but when they saw us, they took down the trap. You are the best second-year student. No need to be afraid. Zem voiced the question on his mind. Hey, Homut, you are from the city, right? Where did you learn swordsmanship? Homut said he grew up in the forest. He learned swordsmanship from his master. They asked about his master. Is your master someone who likes to stay anonymous? From what I hear, your master is really powerful. Can you introduce your master to us? Homut shook his head, because he is no longer alive. His answer made the whole atmosphere suddenly heavy. Zem and Michelle lowered their heads awkwardly and apologized. But your master was the best student at the Sword Academy in Zeta Academy. He must have been very proud back then. Homut smiled softly and said maybe so. Seeing that he was not sad, everyone raised their glasses together. Come on. Do not be sad. Let us keep drinking. Let us drink quickly before the coach finds out. Watching the other students happily chatting nearby, Homut thought quietly. So it is true after all. Drinking together can quickly bring people closer. It is good to know this. Maybe I can use this tactic in the future. Every party eventually ends. After the alcohol ran out, everyone passed out right there from being drunk. At this moment, Homut quietly slipped away alone into the forest, saying he needed to use the bathroom. Unlike everyone else, Homut was completely clear-headed. Good. Looks like I have figured out how to use the screw to neutralize the trap's effect. He walked cautiously. Maybe he is still watching me right now. I am alone now. Will you appear and attack me? Or just wait? Homut closed his eyes to sense the shifting air around but found nothing unusual. He is being cautious. I also hope that person will be like that. While walking, you accidentally spot a small wooden house up ahead. You guess it is where the camp manager lives. Homut decides to approach the house and knocks on the door. In just a moment, an old man slowly comes out to open it. Who comes at this hour? You are the trainee from the Swordsmanship Institute, right? Homut nods at him. Hello. Actually, I have something I want to ask you. Earlier, I found a trap over there. I am worried someone might step on it and get hurt. Could you patrol more often? The old man looked surprised and doubtful. You must be mistaken. Everyone knows setting traps in this forest is severely punished. Homut seriously replies. I am a trainee at the Swordsmanship Institute, so my eyes and senses are sharp enough to recognize that is definitely a trap. I'm completely sure I saw that trap. Seeing your firm statement, the old man takes this more seriously. If what you say is true, this is a big deal. Starting tomorrow morning, I will patrol more often. It has been a while since I used my walking stick. If the trap is well hidden, it is hard to see with the naked eye. Saying that, he closes the door. However, Homut uses his foot to block the door. His gaze turns cold. But I have not explained what kind of trap it is yet. Homut's words make the old man pause for a moment. Then he replies as usual. Could it be it is not that kind of trap? Because usually, only bear traps are set around here. Can you tell me what kind of trap it is? Homut stares at the old man carefully from head to toe. After finding nothing unusual, he sighs and replies. No need to explain. You are not wrong, because you have not seen it with your own eyes. And besides, I do not like explaining. You are right to warn about hidden traps. Now to deal with the trap. Humut asked the old man for more news about the forest. I heard every year the swordsmanship department holds group activities and a paired shooting contest here. What is so special about this forest? The old man nods and says the paired shooting contest is held in the northern mountain range of the camp area. The group activities are divided evenly into 12 spots around here. Since it happens every year, unless something forces a change, it stays the same. Humut thanks him and leaves. After walking away, Humut glances back at the wooden house with its door tightly shut. I can read anything from that old man. He really is the manager of this camp area. But my gut feeling is still focused on him. What should I do? Maybe if threatened, he will confess. Your hand touched the sword hilt. But Humut thinks again. Better not act rashly since I am not the only one here. I need to strike head on. When he shows his true face, he won't be able to hide forever. Humut returns to the tent. He finds the coach catching his Team S students red-handed. Our eyes meet. I just want to look at you longer. The coach looks angry. What is going on with you? Time passes. The next morning all the students gather in one place. The teacher says loudly, looks like everyone's here. I am going to introduce the hunting contest now. No need for long talks. The most important thing is everyone stays alert and keeps safe. Don't shoot randomly. Make sure you clearly identify your target to prevent injuries. You will go in pairs. If anyone gets hurt, teammates must report immediately to the professor using the communication crystal. You will be equipped with bows, arrows, maps, and food before the competition starts. You can also use your own bow and arrows. Rankings will be decided based on your results. Prizes will be awarded afterward. So give it your best shot. The teacher also emphasized that if you think you can get a top spot by hunting rabbits, forget it. Each animal has a different value. For example, foxes score more than rabbits, and bears score more than foxes. The rarity of the animal also increases its value. If there are no more questions, let us get started. This competition will last until 5 p.m. Today, it gets dark quickly in the forest. So keep an eye on the time. All the students respond loudly and clearly. Then start forming teams. Suka casually says, let us take it easy. We will win no matter what. Hankook confidently says, we are definitely going to win. The other students all oppose this pairing. How is it fair for the top 2 in class to be on the same team? Professor. Even so, the teacher did not intervene, since they are free to choose their teams. Under the angry stares of the students, Suka and Koke walk away. If you think it is unfair, use your skills to beat us. If you do not want trouble, just stay out of our way. The two head deeper into the forest together. Suka chatters. If we are on the same team, ours will be the strongest in the department. That means first and second place will be ours. There are many people around. But if we attack suddenly, I will have to push Suka aside to keep him safe. Suka urges from behind. Do you know any good hunting spots? Are you really that good at this? Thanks to Han's question, Koke thinks he could have sent him off earlier if he would given him prey. With that in mind, he immediately leads Suka to a stream. They hide together behind a bush next to the large stream. Koke explains. There is water here, so plenty of animals must come by. Waiting for prey to drink makes hunting easier, but Suka seems impatient, thinking, if we just wait, who knows when they will show up? Would tea searching be faster? That is completely wrong. Koke says, if we move, the prey will notice and run away. Hunting requires patience. You should use this chance to practice. When I walked here, I saw claw marks on the tree. There must be wild animals nearby. Shortly after, a brown bear appears by the stream. The bear immediately comes into their sights. Suka quickly says, that is a big bear. I will take it down. On the count of 3, I will shoot 2. Are you ready? Koke. Both quickly draw their bows tight, but Koke suddenly has a different thought. Wait, what if killing the animal triggers my dark energy? He inspects the arrow in his hand. There is no time to hesitate. At the count of 3, they both release their arrows. Both arrows fly. But Koke's arrow hits the ground. One arrow is not enough to bring down the bear. It flees with a wound. Suka shouts. It got away. What is wrong? Koke. I should have caught it. Determined not to lose the brown bear, Suka quickly chases after it with his bow. Dante follow it. Koke enchants his arrows with magic and shoots at the bear. This arrow helped him get his first prey of the day. Suka laughs loudly. Got it. But just then, a loud, desperate cry echoes from the nearby forest. Suka wonders if that sound is from the bears. Koke seems to recognize the noise. He immediately turns and runs toward the sound, saying, that is not a bear. Handle the prey. I will go alone. Ako's face looks extremely worried. Time is tight. Koke uses all his speed to leap across the tree branches. As you get closer to the source of the scream, you notice 2 students there. It is Quetley, fumbling, unsure how to use the communication orb, and Bassi, injured in the leg, lying on the ground. Hamut's appearance makes Quetley jump in surprise. Hami's eyes immediately scan Bassi's injured leg. Quetley recognizes Hedromat and quickly asks for help to get him out of the trap, but Hedra refuses, saying it is not possible. If we pull him out like that, he will lose a lot of blood. Let me handle this. You wait here. Emmett quickly springs into action. He moves aside some nearby bushes to search around. Then he pulls up a plant from the ground and chews on it to test. After confirming it is what he is looking for, he brings it back. Emmett picks up 2 stones from the roadside. He washes them with water, then uses the crushed stones to soak the plant in his hand. His skilled movements leave Quetley wide-eyed in amazement. Emmett asks Quetley if he is close with Bassi. Right. After getting a firm nod, He tears a corner of Quetlay's shirt. He wraps the torn cloth tightly around Bassie's leg to stop the bleeding. Then he pulls out an arrow and holds it in his hand. I am going to break the trap to save him. You help me hold him down. Dante let him move. After getting ready, Ahmet slams down hard on the trap. But to your surprise, the trap loosens and easily comes apart. Still, the force causes Bassie to grit his teeth in pain. With the trap pushed aside, Ahmet applies the crushed plant mixture to the wound. He explains this leaf is great for stopping bleeding. This should hold him until we get back to camp. Now hurry and contact the professor. Then Quetlay snaps back to focus and grabs the communication orb to call the teacher. Oh right, I almost forgot. Now Ahmed has time to sit and think. Honestly, I was bracing for something worse, but it seems for that jerk, this is just a game to him. The trap was set loosely on purpose otherwise. Bassius' leg would have been ruined. You hold your head and sigh. The trap was not aimed at you. But these noble kids are reckless. My head hurts all over. What now? You suddenly remember your teammate, right? Suka's still alone. Just then, Suka rushes over, yelling, don't you know what teamwork means? How can you just leave like that? At least explain before you go. You two thought I was slow, so you just ran ahead. Then he notices Quetlay with his torn cloak beside him. Why do you look so beat up? Quetlay says, I have contacted the professor. They will be here soon. Amite. You are really good. Staying calm in a situation like this. I was freaking out too. Did not know what to do. Ahmet honestly says it is because he has been through this before. Quetlay sincerely bows to Hamate. Thank you for saving Bassie. I swear on my noble honor, I will never forget what you did today. Hamidi is a bit surprised. Then says it is not him but Professor Quain who will save Bassie. He needs to be checked immediately. Or if infection sets in, it will get worse. And Pramit thinks to himself, thanks. That is the first time I have heard that since coming to the academy. Soon the professors arrive, and Quain uses magic to treat Bassie right there. He praises the students for their good first aid, saying he did not have to do much. Great job, Amite, says the tough female trainer. Turns out there really was a trap like you said. Someone deliberately set a trap here. I will send a complaint to the area management. She asks Quetlay if he knows why Bassie stepped on the trap. The boy explains he saw something over there, ran after it, stepped on the trap, and got caught. It is hard to keep hunting after that. Now let us get him back to the camp to rest. Quetlay, give me a hand. Will you? As for Homut and Suka, you two keep hunting. But be careful, there are probably still traps around. Suka sends his regards. Do not worry. We will definitely bring back plenty of deer. Seeing off the two teachers now, Suka bragged to Homut that he just caught a bear. So it is his. Right, Homut totally agreed, saying, go ahead. I am not competing with you. I will hunt on my own and head back first. Hearing that, Suka got worried. Are you sure? Aren't you afraid of stepping on a trap? He shook his head. I won't fall for a trap like that. If I am still here, someone else is bound to get caught. Her words made Suka realize everything was connected to Homut. So he did not stop him and chose to leave on his own. I am heading out first. Don't push yourself too hard. Hunt whatever you can, then head back. From here on, we go separate ways. Homut started sprinting quickly through the forest. Lucky. This is my chance. If he had controlled the situation like this from the start, he might still be nearby. Gotta stay focused. It is time to find his hiding spot. I will enhance my senses to search the area. Homut used magic to amplify his body's senses. Suddenly, he saw glowing threads right ahead. Just a thin, long line of light, almost invisible to the naked eye. But right in front of Homut's neck, if he moved a bit faster, his head would have been sliced off. A trap with a thin fishing line, easily cutting through a big tree branch right in front of Homut. He carefully observed and dodged it. Homut picked up the line to examine it, thinking how lucky Baksai was not to have triggered this trap, or else he would be seriously hurt. There might be other traps, but none were seen nearby. Homut noticed something odd behind a tree root. It was an unlucky deer caught in a trap. He thought maybe this was Baxi's bait, and Baksai might also get caught by this animal. Homut reached to pull out the arrow, probably just taking the deer, then turned the deer to gold with his magic. At the hunting trophy gathering spot, countless hunted animals were displayed. The trainees stared wide-eyed at the huge brown bear, unable to believe Suka had caught it. There really are bears in this forest. Zem glanced over and suspiciously asked if Suka's bear was actually caught by Homut for him. Suka got furious and yelled at Zem. Are you kidding? How could he possibly hurt my pride? He should be caught an even bigger one. In reality, the animal Homut brought back was just an ordinary deer. Elin walked by, surprised while recording the results. After the commotion, Elin called everyone to gather and announced, I have reviewed your hunting results, and you all did great. When I announce the winners, I will reveal the prizes. 5th place gets 10 meal tickets at the academy. 4th place gets a fancy pen and ink set. 3rd place gets 10 discount vouchers for the academy bookstore. The runner-up gets a discount voucher for a personal training room. And the champion gets all the prizes mentioned. The rewards for this hunting trip are really tempting. Suka shrugged at Homut teasingly. I do not think I need pens and ink. If you want them, they are yours. It was time to announce the winners' rankings. Elin started reading from 5th place. A long day of hunting and award-giving came to an end. Everyone gathered around a campfire in the forest together. Zem spoke. If you were like Ali, the personal training room prize is pretty valuable, even if it is just for a week. But it is too much for a hunting contest prize. So do not be disappointed. Runner-up Suka, ignoring his friend's pain. Zem kept smirking and teasing. Suka was still fired up. Well, I caught a big bear. It is totally unfair that I am only second. What better prize is there? The harsh truth was that the white fox Badu caught deserved to be champion. Dino agreed. At first, I thought it was a mythical creature. Even the judges were amazed. How did Badu catch something like that? He muttered. Is not Suka the one who wanted a private gym? Besides, the gym has fewer pens and ink anyway. Of course. That is not really what Suka wanted. He also said Mud is not the champion, but the one who guards the academy is food. But anyway, thanks to Suka, the whole group got to eat bear meat. Some agreed to let those who could not catch any handle the butchering. Suddenly, and Du said it is really frustrating that the three of them could not join. And everyone fell silent. Besides Basie, two others could not participate. A few minutes after Wesley took Basie back to the camp, the bridge he crossed collapsed, injuring him. Michael got caught in a trap while hunting and hurt his leg. So he was immediately sent back to the academy for proper treatment. Leaving only 5 people in the group, Suka said their group was really unlucky since no one else but them ran into trouble. And Du said the coach had already asked if the group needed any changes. Mutt thought to himself this was not just a coincidence. Someone was definitely targeting each of them from that person's actions. He must be pretty ruthless. Should I tell everyone about this? Dino comforted him, saying they are probably fine now. Suka figured they were probably relaxing and snoring away in the academy dorms, while we are still struggling and snoring out here in the woods, waiting for this activity to end. Just one sentence, and Dino and Zem both looked confused, wondering if this guy even had a heart. And Du sighed, hoping there would not be any more traps during tomorrow's group activity. Zem reassured in that without the coach's supervision, it was lucky they made it back safely. Mud had been quietly observing the situation and decided it was best not to tell them, as it would only make them more worried. Zem said they should go to sleep to prepare for tomorrow's activity. Mud also thought it would be safer if they stuck together, so it should be fine. The next morning, all the student groups set off to start their group activities. Mud took the lead, finding the route to their destination for the whole group. Standing here, it would take 4 hours to get there. So everyone mounted their horses and set off as dusk fell. The group had nearly crossed the entire mountain. Zem suddenly called Mud over to look at something, and both Mud and Suka turned to see. In front of them was a lake. Zem suggested this was a good place to rest. The water source was not far, which was rare to find in these mountains. Mud got off his horse and went to check the water. Luckily, the water was clear and uncontaminated, which would have been dangerous if it were polluted during their escort mission. Suka stood behind, teasing Mud. You are that thirsty? You just saw water and rushed to drink, leaving Mud speechless. And Du saw the situation seemed fine and asked, shall we rest for a bit? We are moving fast. Have not even taken the full 4 hours as planned. Everyone agreed. With enough food gathered yesterday and some firewood to burn a fire, no one objected. Everyone's backs and waists were sore. No point pushing on. Mutt silently observed the surroundings, staying highly alert. The 5 of them lit a fire and rested, but the atmosphere was very quiet. Mutt thought they all looked down, which was understandable since 3 teammates had already returned to the academy injured. Mutt stood up, and Suka curiously asked where he was going. Mutt replied, the fire's dying out, so I am going to find some more wood. Suka offered to go with him, feeling annoyed staying with the other 3 as it got darker. Suka gathered quite a bit of firewood and asked, is this enough? Mutt bluntly said he tried but it was not much. The wood was damp and hard to use. Suka did not get it. Wood is wood, but Mutt insisted damp wood is tough to burn. Suka blamed the darkness for poor visibility and joked that the other 3 must need sunglasses. Mutt was helpless and stayed silent, but Suka said at least he should say something. Mutt told him it is best to find the right kind of wood. Suka complained Mutt was so cold and indifferent, then mumbled about some people drinking water straight from the source. After eating and resting on the trail, Mutt called out to Suka, telling him to take the wood back first. Mutt had noticed something strange and planned to stay behind to investigate. Suddenly, Mutt said to turn back first, leaving Suka confused. Motiji wondered why he stayed, but Mutt just said he had something important to do. Suka felt puzzled but did not really care, talking as he walked. Fine. Just do not cause a fuss. Then why have you been so quiet all this time? It seemed like he was thinking about Mutt's plan from a different angle, but things did not seem that way. Mutt looked serious, as if he would spotted something suspicious in the forest, so he moved deeper into the woods. Inside that quiet area, the assassin was calmly waiting for him, like a natural and intriguing part of Han's plan. Mutt calmly spoke up, seeming satisfied with Minai's preparations, and sneered and thanked him, saying it was a smooth start, and he appreciated that Mutt accepted the invitation. We have a lot to talk about. Sit down now. Mutt saw a spot on the ground and sat down as Han suggested. That sly and scary face grinned smugly, clearly in a good mood now that Han finally got to meet him. But of course, I have been watching your face all this time. Seeing Mutt's gaze, Han asked how it felt to meet the hunter who had been targeting him for the first time. Mutt criticized Han sharply, mocking him with a sarcastic tone. Your mask is strange. Seems like you are not too confident in your own face. That comment, coming from someone so casual, made Han even more interested because Mutt was very different from what others said. Then, and pointed a sharp weapon straight at him with a terrifying and mocking look. Most people, once they realize they are being hunted, would run away immediately, but you dare to mess with me, constantly tracking my position. Your attitude is like you are the hunter instead. You and I have a lot in common. That is why I revealed myself to give you one last chance. At that, Han thrust the spear he was holding toward Homut, but it was just a bug that fell dead, and revealed himself as one of the core members of the demon force led directly by Black Hung, the dark clown of Eagle Eye. Basu, I have the right to recruit talented people into Black Hung. If you want to join, swallow this poopa. Despite Han's insult, Homut showed no reaction, which annoyed Han and made him offer another proposal. Without the medicine we give, your internal organs will be destroyed, but do not worry. No side effect. But if you refuse, my subordinates will gladly kill all your friends. Think carefully. Homut did not care and calmly replied, you are not the kind of person to use others at will, and chuckled and said it is up to you whether you believe that or not. Homut brought up the nobles, asking if it is okay to kill recklessly like this, but the assassin seemed to know that some nobles were important targets to be dealt with early. It seemed he was referring to friends at the academy, while Homut was deep in thought, and quickly interrupted, don't overthink it. Homut, you have no other choice but to accept my offer. Looking down at the bug crushed under his foot, Homut felt disgusted and loudly told Han, earlier, you said we have a lot in common, which made the assassin chuckle quietly, but then you crushed that bug with your foot and drew your sword into a fighting stance, charging straight at Han. But strangely, Han did not move at all in front of his sword. With one strong swing, his blade hit a tree trunk, causing a huge shockwave that destroyed everything around. Han is that powerful. Even Homut did not expect that, and was a bit surprised. Still, he kept using his powerful strength to attack Han like a terrifying storm. That overwhelming force seemed to crush everything around him, almost overshadowing Han. It would all be over if I finished you off right here. Right. Homut suddenly felt lost, thinking it would be easy to end Han. But why didn't dodge so easily? That guy acted like this was his own stage, dodging attacks and threatening you in a creepy way. You wasted your only chance. You won't make it out of this forest alive. Han's sword suddenly transformed into multiple sharp iron spears appearing above Hermit, lunging at you. The stick resting on the table suddenly shook violently in a strange way, catching James' attention. You felt something was off, so you asked if anyone heard anything. Could it be a landslide? Suka found it strange since it was not even raining. How could there be a landslide? After a while, since Hermit had not returned, and spoke up, asking why he not come back yet. Suka acted like nothing was wrong and guessed maybe Hermit went to clear his head. Nothing could harm him. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps approached, but this time only one dino. James found it odd and asked, weren't you supposed to feed the horses? Why are you bringing grass back? But he looked embarrassed, thinking everyone had tied the horses elsewhere, so he did not see any. Everyone started feeling strange because James had not touched the horses all day. Yet none were around there. The four of them went to the feeding spot but found no horses. Instead, the ropes looked like someone had tampered with them. James guessed maybe the ropes were loose, so the horses ran off. But Suka quickly disagreed. How could 5 horses disappear at once without a sound or a trace? Suddenly, a strange noise came from the back of the forest, making all 4 of them jump. Suka and James secretly looked back and saw a dark figure slowly approaching from afar. Just as panic was setting in, the figure became clearer. It was none other than Hermit. He looked unusually worn out, his eyes seeming like he was about to say something, making everyone worried. Hermit thought maybe it was better to tell them everything. The whole team gathered at the camp, their faces full of anxiety, wondering what Hermit was about to say. After hearing everything, James summarized that Hermit had dealt with the Hawks, and they sent assassins to kill all of us. And that means our friends who were sent back to the academy too. James started pacing anxiously, shocked that they were now being hunted. Anne could not believe it, so they got hurt and returned to the academy because of this. For a moment, James could not accept the truth and shouted, but why? We did not do anything to catch Gobu's attention. Why should we die over your problem? Because of his loud mouth. James got smacked on the head by Suka to shut him up. Quiet. You idiot. We are not even sure if we are being targeted yet. He turned to Hermit, probably still holding a grudge against him. Even Hermit was not sure about that but denied it, saying it probably was not because of that. If so, I used to be a mercenary before joining the academy and killed some HU members. Maybe that is why they have been tracking me here. Everyone froze at the reason Hermit's past had stirred up a hornet's nest. Jain could not believe it and asked again, you killed members? Really? How many did you kill for them to be after us like this? Hermit explained, it is not like you think. It was not that many. And mercenaries are just low-level guys. Just that was enough to impress everyone. You have so much combat experience. No wonder you are better than us. Hermit thought maybe they would become elite warriors too, like you all said. You do not have to bear this because of me. So whatever happens, I will take responsibility. Then he whispered to Suka, are you planning to face that assassin alone? Are you sure that is a smart choice? Or should we report this to the coach first? Suka, you have the communication crystal, right? Use it now. Hearing that, Suka started rummaging through his pants pockets, but could not find the crystal anywhere. In this awkward situation, He could only force a confident smile. Everyone started panicking and shouting. Damn it. Are you crazy? What do we do now? Suka immediately blamed it on the assassins, saying maybe they took it. We do not even know when he stole the horses. He anxiously glanced at Homut, asking what we should do now to get out of here as fast as possible. Homut thought maybe he set traps all around here. It is better not to go deeper into the dark. It is hard to spot if they are perfectly hidden. Homut started thinking if there was a better way to understand the situation. He decided to tell everyone to sleep tonight and leave at first light. Even without horses, we can reach the trainer's place within 12 hours. But of course, he won't let us leave that easily. He is avoiding a direct fight with me because he knows he can beat me in a fair fight. Homut's face turned serious as he said, I will keep watch from behind. He won't dare attack us recklessly. If he shows up and attacks, I will take him down. With everyone's serious and silent expressions, it seemed like everyone understood the plan clearly. After Dem spoke, Homut stood up and told everyone, we need to save energy now. It will be tough if we have to stay alert and move for 12 hours straight. But do we have enough food for tomorrow? We need to guard the food too. After taking turns keeping watch for a while, Dem and Dino left the tent and saw Homut still awake guarding so everyone else could rest. So they decided to take shifts. Sleeping one person at a time is better than both on watch at once. But Homut did not want everyone to waste energy. He advised the two to save energy for tomorrow as well. Dem smiled confidently, wanting Homut to trust him, and said, we are warriors too. I can't just rely on others to protect me. Just that alone goes against the dignity of a warrior. Are you sure you do not want to sleep? Homut calmly replied. Can you handle staying awake for 3 days? Hearing that, Dem was speechless. Maybe that assassin is really cautious, which is why he still has not shown himself. Even so, Homut did not let his guard down for a second. He seriously warned Dem, don't get careless because of that. He is not the type to lose his chance easily. Dem joked a bit to lighten the mood, but seeing Homut's serious face, he suddenly signaled everyone to be quiet. Dem stopped talking and looked worried toward the forest. It seemed like the noise was coming from there. The three of them got ready to fight and slowly moved into the forest to check what it was. To their surprise, it was the horses that had gone missing that afternoon. But Homut noticed something strange about one of the horses and warned Dem and Dino to be careful with it. Just then, it transformed into a monster and lunged at Dino, who had not even recovered yet, and got caught off guard. It grabbed Dino and threw a thick smoke bomb to block Dem and Homut's vision. The noise and smoke alarmed everyone inside the tent and woke them up. Suka and the others curiously stepped outside, but still did not know what was happening. Dem started pacing anxiously, holding his head and shouting, worried about what the attacker would do to Dino. So Homut carefully tried to calm him down. Calm down, Dem. It is just smoke bombs. We do not know when he will strike again, so stay alert. But Dem was still scared that things would get worse since Dino had been captured. In this state, Homut could only comfort him and advise him to stay calm. I think Dino is still conscious. If he wanted to kill him, he would be done it already. Dino won't to give up his life that easily. If you do not want to die, we have to stick together. Despite all the reassurance, Dino had no energy left. Maybe things were getting worse. He knows how to manipulate people's minds and has way more experience than us. Suka looked around anxiously and asked, where did he disappear to? Though we do not know exactly where he is probably still nearby. Dem started to calm down and asked everyone what we should do now. We can't leave Dino alone. Although Dem really wanted to rescue Dino right away and urged everyone to hurry, Homut thought it was not the right time yet. If we stick together, that guy will just toy with us like we are in the palm of his hand. But if I go alone to save Dino, it will be hard to keep an eye on the others. The atmosphere seemed to sink. Everyone's mood dropped, and no one could come up with the best plan right now. The more desperate Duong got, the more he started snapping, grabbing Humut's shirt and scolding him. It is all your fault. If you even think about leaving Dino behind, I won't let it slide. Angel had to step in to stop him from starting a fight. Now's not the time to blame Homut. Calm down and think this through. Homut spoke up too. Of course I won't abandon Dino, but I also do not want to risk everyone's lives just to save one person. What I can do now is make sure you all survive. Hearing that, Dem struggled harder and glared at Homut. So you want to leave Dino behind? Right. Then lunged at him. Homut thought what Dem said was not entirely wrong. Even Anjo shifted his stance and spoke up, siding with Dem. Homut, it is not that I disagree with you, but I feel the same as Dem. We just can't leave Dino behind no matter what. When Dem calms down, we will talk this over. We will figure out a way together. Just have some patience. Homut sighed and waited for Dem to calm down while observing the situation. After a while, Dem approached Homut looking embarrassed and awkward. Realizing his mistake and apologizing, Homut said nothing but stood up, making Dem nervous. Unsure if he was still mad, Homut began to say a few necessary things to everyone. In this situation, we do not know where Dino is, and we can guarantee that everyone will survive and come back after finding him. Honestly, I think surviving is almost impossible. Homut then turned to Dem and asked, do you still think we can leave Dino behind? Dem hesitated a bit but spoke up. Friendship is more important than anything. Dino has been a friend since childhood. You can just leave him alone here. Azo also agreed, saying leaving a teammate behind in danger is shameful. Even Suka, who is not close to Dino, said he could not just run away like that. They showed Humut their determination. So they agreed to go rescue Dino. So Humut continued explaining the plan. From now on, they have no time to rest. They need to find a way to defeat that assassin and save Dino. Just as he finished, a sharp object suddenly lunged at Humut. Luckily, he dodged just in time. It seemed the assassin had started to act, but it was not. That the object was a needle attached to a small strange pouch. When they opened it, their faces fell even more. It contained a human finger bone. Azo thought maybe it was Dino's. But Humut was more cautious. There is no way to know if it really was Dino's finger. Dian reassured himself that they could not be sure. But in this situation, it was very likely. Humut looked closely and saw the finger was cut while still bleeding. So at least they could confirm Dino was alive when the finger was cut. And maybe the assassin did not want to kill them yet. Azo stared at the pouch like he would noticed something strange and told Humut to check if there was something inside. Inside was a map. Probably the place they wanted him to go, along with a message. If you want to save your friend, come alone to the marked location before sunrise. From a quick look, Suka recognized some places on the way there. Looking closely at the map and following Suka's finger, it is a big rocky hill. And Humut planned to run there in about 15 minutes. Not believing it, Suka asked again. Wait, run. Are you serious? Judging by their plan, it seemed the assassin wanted to separate Humut from the other three. That is why Zem stopped Humut from following the assassin's orders. We can go together to save Dino and defeat that killer. Zem said to wait. If we rush in, Dino might be in even more danger. It is better to just listen to him for now, because that is our only option right now. Ames will go rescue Dino alone. And we will have to wait until he gets back. Hearing that, Emson spoke up. I am fine going alone. But the assassin will definitely target you guys first. Suka sighed and said, we just need to wait here for 30 minutes until you return. Right. Then the three of us should be enough. Honestly, I want to face him head on. But what can I really do? Besides, I just came up with a plan. Everyone stared at Suka, curious about what he had thought up this time. After quickly moving to the meeting point, Hamet only found Dino injured, lying alone in the wild forest. After scanning the area, Hamet looked around but saw no one. He needed to get Dino back quickly. Everyone at home was likely in danger. Hamet approached and called out to Dino, thinking to himself, wake up quickly. There is no time. Get up and let us get back to the camp. When Hedriot turned Dino over, he was shocked to see it was just a dummy. He did not expect the guy to be this cunning. Maybe the assassin has already taken control of everyone. Dino was not himself anymore. He started growling loudly, his chaotic magical energy forcing Hekami to quickly dodge away. He thought, this is serious. I did not expect him to use this method. Magic is the pure embodiment of chaos. If unrefined magic enters a normal person's body, the pure human spirit and magic will clash until one is destroyed. When the pure blood runs out, the body stops functioning. It is even worse now that he is turned into a huge, violent monster with no control left. Amumi drew his sword, ready to fight. As the monstrous creature charged at him, just one punch surprised Hechumat with its incredible power. How strong has that magic made him? One punch could easily knock Amat away. Luckily, with his assassin's quick reflexes, Amity blocked the next attack. Their powers collided, causing a massive explosion that shook the ground around them. Amat jumped out of the rubble and started thinking. Although a lot of magic had entered him, Dino had only just turned into a monster. Taking him down would not be too hard. But how could Hedamet bring himself to hurt his teammate? Gradually, the magic seemed to consume him. Amat sensed a huge amount of magic reacting with the dark seed inside Dino. It has been a long time since I have felt such pure magic. After a brief pause, Dino's strength increased, and the monster charged straight at Hetrimet again. But Hetrimet swung his sword around Dino, blocking the attack. They clashed repeatedly, neither showing signs of stopping. Dino's punch nearly hit Hetrimet's head, but he dodged just in time, and the punch smashed into a nearby mountain instead. Its terrifying power was enough to destroy a whole hill, sending rocks tumbling down. Even the beastly Dino hesitated as rocks fell on him. Seizing the moment, Hamete struck a vital point where the magic was strongest, causing the magic inside Dino to clash violently. Hamet said, hang in there. It will hurt, but I will get you out of this. Just stay still and meditate for a bit. The falling rocks knocked Dino unconscious, temporarily stabilizing him. Hamit approached Dino's body to absorb the dark energy inside him. Thanks to the dark seed within, he could absorb the magic. Although the magic was strong, it was still weaker than the magic in the primal forest. If Ephramet could burn it all away with the virus, it would be over. Looking at Dino's body, the cursed magic inside gradually disappeared, helping Dino return to his normal self. All that magic transferred into Ephramet. Though weak, it was a large amount and would still take time to burn away completely. The absence of the crowbar here is actually a stroke of luck. Anyway, Dino is safe now, so we need to get back quickly. Hamet started removing the rocks from him. You will definitely get out, so hang in there. The situation is urgent. We have to get out of here fast. Suddenly, the ground around started cracking, probably because of the old age and the fight earlier. Now it is collapsing. At the same time, Suka and Anjo's group were on high alert, waiting for Amet to return. Suka told the other two not to expect much from Hetramut and said, our fun is just getting started over here. That assassin, he came to the tent to take out the three weaker ones. Just like everyone expected, Suka and Anjo stood back to back, watching carefully as the clown-like assassin casually approached. He gave a sinister smile, and they immediately realized he was the one who cornered Dino. Suka warned, "Don't turn around. Just keep looking forward. Do not mess up the plan I came up with." You tense up, thinking his invisibility skills are terrifying. Then remember what Heteromatsu said: normal people can detect him, but if you keep the area as open as possible and watch all three directions, you might be able to defeat him. At this moment, he counts them one by one and says, "The one who is not here. Doesn't he matter? These are the 4 guests left." Zem is confused. 4 people left. So that means Suka interrupts. "Don't you believe a word he says?" The clown laughs. "One of you is pretty brave, that is Suka, and the other 2 are Anjo and Zem. Let me introduce myself. I am the cursed assassin. You have bet on the wrong people. I am here to hunt him down." The 3 look at him, full of suspicion. The clown continues. "If it is between 2 nobles, even if they are black eagles, it is too risky. So if you help me hunt him, I will spare the rest of you. Anyway, this is a chance to get rid of that commoner from Vin Kim Thut, who has been causing you trouble. I promise to keep it secret." Seeing his 2 friends silent, Suka panics. "Don't tell me you believe him. Don't be stupid, he is trying to trick you." Zem replies, "Actually, I have come to my senses." Then he shouts, "That cursed assassin, no fool, would sacrifice their teammates during a fight. We will beat you, and all 3 of us will make it out alive." He laughs. "My mistake was trying to negotiate with the fools from Vin Kim Thot. I will make this place your grave." Suka warns everyone, and suddenly the clown starts fading into thin air. The 3 are shocked. Looking around, you say, "He is just hiding himself, not disappearing completely. We have no openings for him to exploit, so we can beat him." But after waiting a while, nothing happens. Why is not he attacking? Zem and Anjo grow impatient. Suka says, "He is waiting for us to lose focus. Don't let your guard down." Suddenly, Basesi appears and attacks Zem. He raises his sword and blocks 1 strike. He continues, "Among the 3 of you, you are the weakest. I will kill you first." Anjo warns. He is targeting you, but right after, he jumps down in front of Anjo and suddenly lunges at him. Anjo can't block it and gets injured in the arm. Now he realizes, we have been tricked. Bises keeps his distance and mocks them. Lots of bragging. But the skills of the Sword Institute are worse than I thought. That is why I can enjoy this hunt peacefully. Now I will strike faster, hope you can handle it. Then he keeps using his shape-shifting power to launch surprise attacks at terrifying speed, leaving them no time to react. After a while, all 3 are badly injured. Meanwhile, he casually sits in a tree, laughing mockingly. Though it is just for fun, he is having a great time. Suka replies, "Looks like someone's really enjoying this tough situation. Don't touch those 2 anymore. The 2 of us will play together, because with these 2 dead weights, I can fight at full strength." You say, "Let the 2 behind handle themselves. Just you and me playing for a bit. I will put on the best show you have ever seen." He says, "You want me to let them go? Why should I listen to you?" You answer, "I told you, playing with me is way more fun. If someone's got your back, you want to be able to swing your weapon freely at me. Don't he know if you are really that strong? Always like picking on the weak. You have not even seen my skills yet. If you like bullying the weak, then I am out of options. But if you can beat me, you want to get a chance to fight Helmet." That guy heard this and jumped down, replying, "Honestly, that taunt was useless. But if you are targeting my taste, I admit your effort hit the mark. I get more excited when the prey fights back. I will give you a chance to take care of the 2 behind you." Suka turned around and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get out of here." Zem hesitated. Anso said, "If the bleeding does not stop, things will only get worse. Just listen to Suka and heal yourself first. Then you stretch your muscles, grip your sword tight, and say." The priestess instantly teleported behind you, then swung her sickle at your back. Suka turned around, swung his sword hard, but the guy vanished. Then he dove down from above, slashing your back again. Suka wildly counterattacked, missing again. But then you shifted into a different stance, energy radiating around you. The clone realized something, jumped to the ground thinking, his swordsmanship has changed. No info on this, so it is not arrogance. It is a real plan. Then he attacked again. Suka gritted his teeth, focused, sharpened all senses. As the sword rushed in, he swung in a circle, hoping it would be more precise that way. Meanwhile, the 3 priests kept attacking. Anso and Zim watched from afar, saying that technique looked like a freshman girl's sword style. He jumped high. Suka blocked with his sword, then suddenly laughed and said, "Good. I see your skill now. You are not just talk. The more desperate you get, the sharper your senses become. You are good, like my other prey. Actually, I wanted to enjoy this more. But it is time for the main act. I really appreciate you, Suka. So now take a break." You replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who said I am going to die by your hand?" Just as you finished, the 3 priests lunged straight for your neck. Anso and Zem panicked, but you raised your hand to block the sickle. The clown thought. He blocked it. Looks like he focused his strength in his hand to defend. But it won't last long. Suddenly you said, "Have you learned how to grit your teeth and endure pain yet?" Then you remembered. Earlier when we restocked supplies from the city, I bought a magic torque that activates when torn or ripped. If I can bait the opponent, there'll be a moment when he tries to finish us off. At that moment, I will make him attack the arm with the torque. That is the perfect chance to counterattack. The two fought fiercely. Sukada's sword cut his arm, but that was all. Suka could not sever his arm. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, not enough damage. In this surprise situation, he can still defend against me." Later, he got kicked far away by the clown assassin, falling hard and rolling several times on the ground as he could not help but clutch his chest in pain, coughing several times. The slash wound kept bleeding. He got furious and cursed. "Damn monkeys dare to." Then his eyes caught a sphere on the ground. Suka was staring at it too. The other guy panicked. Could not believe it, wondering if it was a communication orb. No way. I destroyed all of them already. So he focused on watching Suka lying on the ground, then realized the orb came from the back pocket of his jacket. Suka quickly grabbed the orb and shouted, "Professor, help us. That assassin wants to kill us all." Before he could finish, the guy brushed it off. Something flew through the orb in his hand, shattering it to pieces, even broken into shards. The orb still transmitted the professor's worried voice. "Suka, is that you? What is going on over there?" The two sat facing each other, both injured and breathing heavily. "Not moving," Suka taunted. "You still got the energy to lie face down there. Just one teleport from the professor, and they will be here immediately. You get it?" The clown assassin gripped his fist and replied, "Not even a moment to spare." Then he lunged straight at you with sharp fingernails, shouting, "Before they get here, I am taking your life." But he suddenly froze, sensing a powerful aura surrounding him, and panicked, shouting, "That guy's turning back." The next moment, a strong burst of energy slammed down, causing the ground beneath to explode, and he quickly dodged. Through the thick dust, a figure gradually appeared. Homut, holding a long sword in one hand and carrying a man on his other shoulder, staring at him with fierce eyes. Seeing this, he panicked and ran, thinking to himself, "This is too much. Can he handle it?" The plans failed. Soon after, his figure vanished into thin air. "Adieu." Seeing this, asked in confusion, "Disappeared already?" He ran away. The injured one on the side also spoke up. "We did it, Homut," he said, lowering the man from his shoulder. "Yeah, at least that much. Everyone looks pretty beaten up." Suka, hearing this, could not help but shout, "Hey, Homut, you said 30 minutes. If you had taken any longer, we would all be dead." Homut replied, "Sorry. I tried to get back as soon as I could but ran into some trouble. Anyway, everyone did their best." Hearing that, they could not help but smile with satisfaction. Adu also said earlier that he found the communication orb and called the professor. "They will be here soon." Humut's face remained expressionless. His eyes flashed sharply as he said, "All right, everyone wait here. I have to go settle things with that guy." Scene change. On the run. The three-masked assassin clown was deeply regretful after just retrieving a spiked fence. He thought to himself that Homut would not let him go, and would chase after him. But this was a deadly forest he knew well. If Homut chased him, there'd be no way out. Thinking this, he smugly believed that retreating, though regrettable, would at least eliminate Homut. Suddenly, an aura rushed toward the three-masked assassin clown. He sensed something and turned to look back. But it was too late. The powerful energy slammed straight into him. Though he raised the spiked fence to block, the force sent him flying. From afar, a cold figure raised a bow, aiming at him. It was Homut, looking like a demon from hell, his eyes full of deadly intent. He was thrown far and then slammed hard onto the ground. Seeing this, Homut coldly said, "Congrats. You are the first to trigger the Black Hawk's trap and still survive." The three-masked assassin, badly wounded, spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to push himself up. Incredulous, asking, "How could someone get past all those traps and come here?" He gasped. Could it be? He destroyed all those traps. Before he could recover, Homut fired another arrow at him. A wet sound echoed as the arrow struck, the ground exploding where it landed, dust flying everywhere. The assassin quickly dodged, saving his life. Seeing the branch stuck in the ground, he realized the other 5 must have been killed by Homut the same way. Then he arrogantly said, "Cornering me like this is impressive, but that toy won't take me down." Homut ignored his words, coldly saying while drawing his bow, "Watching a desperate prey is truly satisfying. Too bad. I am not interested in playing with someone like you." His eyes were sharp, surrounded by a dark aura. Homut stood silently among the tall trees, quietly observing. The three-masked assassin was sneaking around nearby. Seeing Homut standing still, He smugly thought that in this deep forest and narrow mountain pass, Homut would not be able to avoid his attack. Homut seemed to sense something, drew his sword, and stood still. Waiting, the three-masked assassin suddenly appeared behind him, excitedly shouting, "Got you!" But just as he moved to strike, Homut turned, staring at him with deadly eyes, his cold face slashing down hard with his sword. The assassin was shocked and amazed. Unable to believe Homut could detect him like that, he quickly dodged. Though he avoided that strike, his face showed tension, sweat pouring down as he thought. How did he know? Homut kept staring at him like a demon, eyes full of deadly intent. He had regained his composure by now, flashing a smug smile as he said, "No problem. This time you seem lucky. But I am just getting started." With that, he darted around the tree canopies at lightning speed, silently thinking to himself. The darkness and tree cover blocked vision and masked the sound of falling leaves. With human-limited hearing and sight, you could not catch him, not letting him gloat for long. You struck him again with a critical blow. This shocked him so much he blurted out, "What? No way. It can't be. It is impossible for anyone to see through my invisibility." Then he gathered his strength and launched another attack at you. You gripped your sword tightly, closed your eyes to focus, then swung another precise strike at him and said, "No matter how good your invisibility is, you can hide your intent every time you strike." Hearing this, he furrowed his brow, thinking, this guy senses intent instantly, pinpoints direction, and reacts immediately. Dealing with a madman who has survived countless traps and still fights like this, he is no longer human. Seeing him sit still without moving, you sneered. "What is wrong? Out of tricks. Now it is my turn." Suddenly, a powerful aura surrounded your sword. The three-clan assassin clown saw this and said, "An aura spreading out, this person's got skills." Feeling a bit tense as he calculated his next move, "I have lost too much blood, almost out of energy. It would be dangerous to use invisibility again since the aura won't at last long once I am drained." Thinking this, he quickly hid behind a tree, but the next moment, that tree was split in half by a scorching strike, and he could not help but grunt, "Damn it. Are you crazy?" Deep in the forest, the three-clan assassin clown collapsed. Bleeding heavily, you stood nearby, expressionless, and asked, "You have lost your weapon. What else do you have?" He sneered and replied, "What about you? What else do you have?" There was only one answer. Then he raised both hands and said, "I surrender." Amunite frowned at his attitude, then kicked him hard in his injured spot. He fell to the ground but still taunted. "Is this how the Sword Academy deals with foot soldiers?" You ignored his words and replied, "Who cares? This is not a competition." Then you stomped hard on his leg, breaking it in two. He screamed in pain, and you said, "Don't even think about running." The three-clan assassin clown desperately bargained, "If you spare me, I will never follow you again. I will tell the Black Eagle and make sure no one chases you anymore." You coldly replied, "How can I trust you? If I let you go, the ones chasing me want to stop. That is the better choice." He tensed up and said, "Think carefully. Amite, I am just one member of the Black Eagle. If I do not return next time, there won't be just one person chasing you. You really think you can survive and protect those around you like today?" You said nothing, took a few steps forward, then stomped hard on his arm. His fingers snapped. Then you stabbed his hand, causing him to scream in agony. Finally, you coldly warned, "You are mistaken. Let me make this clear. You will die here, and anyone who comes after you, I will personally send them to the other side. That is your fate." Then you pointed your sword at him and said coldly, "If you have nothing else, disappear." The assassin clown's eyes widened in fear. "Wait!" A voice called from behind. "Can you stop?" The young swordsman. It was a man in a black cloak. You stopped and turned around. The mysterious man smiled and said, "You know, losing you would mean a lot of trouble for us." Intermit turned to look at the man in black behind him. He raised his hand and said, "I have something to ask you. Can you stop for a moment?" Amite did not know who he was and looked at him cautiously, thinking, "I can sense any presence. Even though I am looking right at him, I have no idea what his strength is." Suddenly, the assassin clown stammered, interrupting your thoughts. Seeing the terrified expression on the guy's face, Talon immediately understood everything, looked at the man in black, and thought, "So this is the head of the Black Eagle." Seeing you staying still, Talon immediately made an offer. "I am not asking for him to be released unconditionally, but if you spare him, I promise to compensate you fairly." Hearing his unreasonable offer, you turned your head and refused. "The one who has to pay is this guy. Killing him is the only choice that benefits me." Talon sighed after hearing that and said seriously, "Then this is trouble. Lately, the Black Eagle has been short on manpower. I can't afford to lose someone as skilled as him." He raised his hand toward you and continued, "I can only offer you a fair amount of money or information. Is that okay?" Talon raised his eyebrows and looked at him. You felt the heavy aura radiating from him and thought to yourself, "This guy is pretty strong, and I am not in my best shape, so I do not stand a chance to win. Besides, if I kill the three masters, the Seed of Darkness will react violently. He seems to dislike fighting, So ending this battle is a good idea. Talon saw you still hesitating and said, "Of course. As the head of the Black Eagle, I guarantee to stop chasing you and refuse any contracts related to you. That is what I mean." "Sounds fair. Right." Talon looked at the clown's trembling hand. Your eyes softened with a bit of pity for him. Then you replied, "Both the money and the information." Talon saw you were a bit greedy and happily agreed. "I will give you everything you want." After saying that, he threw a black bag onto the ground. Talon said, "There is about 300,000 here. You can check if you want." He used your sword to slice open the money bag and checked inside. He continued, "As for the information, I will give you one piece of info you want." Hearing the unsatisfactory answer, you immediately objected. "It can be just one piece of information." You pointed your sword at the clown and added, "At least 5. That is the price for this guy's life." Seeing you rejected the offer, his eyes suddenly lit up. Talon replied, "Is that? I guessed you would say that. I have been trading information for many years and met many clients. Just by looking at your face, I can easily tell you need a lot of info. And you have that look." Talon held up 5 fingers and continued, "But I have my conditions. We will provide you with 5 pieces of information, including about him and me. More than that is not possible. That would be too much of a loss. I can't afford to lose more." You thought for a moment, then turned to the clown and asked, "Where are our horse gang hiding?" The clown was silent for a moment, then answered, "East of here is a large cave. All the horses are trapped there." You asked further, "Does the Black Eagle group want to get revenge on me for what I did to them?" The clown replied, "The Black Eagle operates separately. Even if they follow the group, they avoid gossip. Some will be happy, but there is no brotherhood here." Your face showed a bit of sadness as you heard this. You slowly moved your sword toward the clown's face. Seeing that, he panicked and screamed in fear. You used your sword to pull off his mask. His face was revealed, ugly with sparse teeth. Seeing that, you frowned in disgust and pursed your lips at him. You turned and walked away, saying, "It is better to keep the mask on." That last thing was something I did not want to know, so it does not count. I still have 3 more questions. What information can you provide me? Talon put his hand inside his shirt and pulled out a blood-red orb. Talon explained, "Since you have used this before, you probably know it is a secret communication crystal used to contact the head of the Black Eagle. Whenever you need information, use it to get in touch. The next 3 questions. Even state secrets will be provided free of charge. However, this crystal orb is only valid for 10 years. After that, we won't provide you with any more information." You raised your sword toward Talon and asked, "That shirt you are wearing is enchanted to hide your aura. Right? If I hold that orb, I might get noticed. So give me that shirt." Talon smiled upon hearing that, then put his hand inside his shirt. He then handed the shirt to you. Seeing this, you gently grabbed it. After laughing and taking off his shirt, Talon appeared in the form of an old man smiling at him. He was quite surprised when the person in front of him turned out to be the camp manager. He spoke up, saying he really did not expect someone to disguise themselves as him. Talon smiled smugly and said, "To disguise is my specialty, so you do not need to be surprised. I revealed my real face to build your trust." After saying that, Talon's face changed into that of a handsome young man. Helmut turned around and saw the guy stirring. Then he grabbed the guy by the collar and threw him toward Talon, who gently caught him in his arms. Helmut's expression tightened. "Warning, seriously. I am letting you off this time. But if I catch you again, I won't be so kind." Talon thanked him softly. "Basu. Look, his condition is critical. We have to head back and treat his wounds immediately." Helmut ignored them and turned to leave. Talon suddenly remembered something and called him back. "I am curious about something. From your actions and attitude, seems like you do not hesitate to take someone's life, but before swinging your sword, you seemed hesitant. Are you a kind person? Or am I overthinking?" "Sometimes you need to swing without hesitation." Helmut asked back, "Is that advice?" Talon laughed happily and replied, "Maybe. If it bothers you." "I apologize." Helmut replied irritably, "You are not wrong, but I am a swordsmanship student at Zeta Academy." Hearing that, Talon smirked and asked, "So because you are a student, you do not kill people? You are really funny. Then I will wait for you to call me when you need me." Helmut, Talon said. Then he and Basu vanished with the wind. Waiting through the night, the sound of galloping horses still echoed inside the forest. It was Talon and Basu on their way back to base. Basu recalled the earlier events and thought, "Talon really embarrassed me. He not only saved someone like me, but also gave me money, clothes, and information." Talon replied, "Do you think I overpaid for a life? From now on I will do my best to repay you for today's kindness. But next time, I will be the one to kill him and repeat what you did to him today." Hearing this, Talon just chuckled quietly, then asked, "Basu, do you think we really defeated him today? From what I see, it does not look like it." Hapong won't touch anything related to Helmut. Basu understood Talon's point and suggested that if he was not strong enough, he could recruit more people. "If we fully use Hapong's power, this could work. Besides, we need to eliminate the root cause before it becomes a bigger threat." This time Talon could not hold back and burst out laughing, mocking Basu for having his mask removed by someone else. "I never thought you would talk about something so annoying, and if I use all of Hapong's power on him, Maybe I could destroy him. But have you thought about how many people I would have to sacrifice for that, while other plans do not work? This is not a threat that requires me to throw away so much just to kill him, Talon continued. Actually, did not he get orders not to take lives? Maybe he is ruthless to enemies, but he is not the type to abandon his teammates. If you have a good relationship with him, it is better than being his enemy. Don't make trouble, that is my judgment. At this point, Talon immediately became serious, saying Basu still had a lot to do and needed to focus on recovering, looking up at the sky. Talon then suppressed Helmut's incredible power after their encounter, admitting he was a monster in every way. Meanwhile, deep in the old forest, Aelin and Baichi came to Helmut's side after hearing the news from their comrades. They were constantly worried about Helmut's condition. May replaced Helmut and was fine, but his behavior was a bit unusual. He glanced at his teammates, all wounded from the battle, some even needing magical healing. Aelin questioned, "You were alone, why risk chasing after a killer like that?" "Nothing happened. But he was so fast I ended up letting him escape." "That is not what I meant. What if something had happened?" "But no. So you do not need to worry." Teacher. Finally, Queenie has finished treating the wound. Umut anxiously waits for news from the old man. "How's Dino?" "Umut's back already. As you can see, his finger has been reattached, and the teacher has fully treated him. But there are traces of dark energy still lingering on him. Can he do anything about that? They told me you saved Dino." "What happened? Can you explain?" Umut hesitates a bit, his voice trembling like he is afraid of something. "I do not know either." Suddenly, Dino turned into a monster and went crazy. Then at some point, he just collapsed like he was drained. Quen guesses that someone injected with dark energy won't survive, because their veins get burned out after going mad for a while. Maybe because he only absorbed a small amount of dark energy, he was able to purge it. He has got a strong life force. If we take him to the temple to cleanse the remaining energy, he will recover quickly. Seeing Dino's condition worsen, Chi blamed herself. Who would have thought they would send assassins right to the camp? I should have been more cautious when I heard about the trap. This happened because we were careless. Sorry. Everyone. To now, Umut has been silent, thinking that everyone got caught up and the danger came because he showed up here. At first, he kind of liked having strong enemies all around. But when the sword was pointed at his friends, he was not like that anymore. Right after Umut returned to camp after saving Dino and saw them collapsed on the floor, an indescribable anger burst out inside him. He wondered if he was changing since joining the academy. The old man's call broke through Umut's thoughts, waving his hand vaguely, making Umut curious and look over. To his surprise, it was Aziz standing there. Not only Umut was shocked, Aelin wondered why a student from the Magic Institute came here. Aziz said the professor called her here for several reasons. Aelin gradually understood and asked Aziz to keep an eye on Umut since he just arrived and has not been treated yet. Umut tried to say something to her, but was stopped by her professionalism. Aziz told Umut to sit over there and roll up his sleeve. According to Aziz, the deep cut on his left arm became visible when Umut rolled up his sleeve. Aziz quickly stopped the bleeding, looking at the wound, and said it seemed worse than she thought. If he got hurt this badly, he must have been in a fierce battle. Umut just silently watched without replying. After a few seconds, he drifted back to past memories. Aziz, when you taught me about ethics before, you said that saving someone in danger is a virtuous act. It is true that people always live in fear and danger. But if we can save them, the pain lasts a lifetime. Aziz was a bit confused at first, but when she looked at the guys across from her, she understood something and said, "You feel guilty because of them. Everyone's alive and well, but they died because of me. And I am not sure I can save them all next time." Umut admitted he is still not strong enough. However, Aziz changed his mind with just one question. Do not you think saving someone is like an act of charity? Saving only exists because there is someone who needs saving. So you can help whoever you want. Save them. Right, exactly. Humans survive by cooperating with others because no one can do everything alone, even if not many people can help you back. Just think about what role they played in keeping you alive today. You have done most of the helping, but you do not know it yet. Maybe in the future, they will help you. Umut wondered. They died because of me. So why do not they hate me? After a while, the wound healed, and Aziz stepped back, saying, "Enough. If you are that curious, why do not you ask them yourself? I am going to talk to Professor Quaini." Following Aziz retreating back, Umut seemed to understand something. He approached his teammates who died for him, then bowed his head in apology, creating a very awkward atmosphere. Umut, do not blame yourself. After all, everyone is still alive. Azo added, "Thanks to you, I realized how weak and unprepared we are compared to the outside world. This kind of thing probably won't happen again in our swordsman lives. Shouldn't I say I am lucky to have survived because of you? Thanks to you, my goal has become clearer. I want to thank you for that." Umut. Their reaction was exactly like what Ozzy told Umut. Your move looked pretty reckless. Suka stepped up to start a conversation, asking Umut if he had caught the culprit yet. No luck. But I am pretty sure he won't dare show up in front of us again. After a scoff, Suka bragged, "That is enough. You know you can fight him comfortably because I already injured his hand. Right. The reason he said that was just to ease Homut's guilt. As for Homut, he suddenly realized the hand reaching out to him was Zem's. They shook hands warmly. And Zem said Dino had been injected with dark energy and gone mad. Honestly, I thought I was done for this time. Even though you tried to save me. Everyone heard me say I was determined not to leave Dino behind. I am the one who caused this dangerous situation. And honestly, I regret it. But you really helped all of us. And no one died. I won't forget this debt. Homut. One day, if you need help, I won't hesitate to come to you. Homut still felt a bit reluctant. He avoided the hopeful looks from everyone but remembered things from the past. The sincere thanks from Quetley, the honest words from Azzy, and the lessons Alan once taught him. Homut once again fell into his own thoughts, realizing that instead of using power to dominate others, it is about connecting and joining hands, standing shoulder to shoulder. The strength of trust and helping others, that is the power of humanity. The mood gradually lightened. James then said, besides that, after facing death once, I think I have improved a bit. Now I train with the kids in remote swordsmanship like it is for beginners. You mean you just got your first achievement because you got beaten up badly? Suka chimed in. Exactly. But for teammates who've gone through life or death moments, what does it matter? Surviving is what counts. Laughter erupted again, while Homut sat in a corner, staring at his palm as if he suddenly understood something. Finally, dawn broke. Homut sat in the middle of the camp when Azzy approached. She said she would return using teleportation magic with the hawk and asked if he wanted to come along. Basically, Homut witnessed everything and had enough reasons to return early. In response to Azzy, Homut just smiled softly. It is. I will head back with the hunting team, with no other choice. Azzy left, and they said goodbye with heavy hearts. When Homut returned, the special teammates grilled him about his earlier conversation with Azzy. Hearing he would not come back but stay with the team, they all breathed a sigh of relief, of course. That is how it should be. Stormy camping trip had ended, and sunlight filtered through the thick canopy of Becca Forest. For some reason, Homut felt more renewed than usual. Master Tam. Who would have thought this feeling would pass so quickly? I never thought sunlight could feel so uncomfortable. Scene change. In the barren desert, a lone figure appeared. He stopped before a vast territory and muttered to himself. This is where he was born and raised, the kingdom of 3 hours. The town returning to its usual scene. After the camping trip ended, a week passed in the blink of an eye, and the academy gates opened. The students were amazed, saying, "Look who is here." It turned out Dino had returned after many days away. He said, "You guys are so excited to see me. I do not even know what to do." A bunch of questions came up. "I heard you were kidnapped by enemies. Is that true?" "That is embarrassing. You really got kidnapped. I heard your team had a tough time rescuing you. You should be grateful for the rest of your life." Dino's face turned pale at the harsh words. Quickly, the person who said that got smacked to set him straight. Suka was blunt. "You idiots. Look at how you talk without thinking. Try getting kidnapped and coming back on your own." The students were shocked that Suka spoke up for Dino. Suka defended Dino. "Am I seeing things? Is this some kind of brotherhood?" Suka hurried to explain. "I am not defending him. You guys started it first." Zem stepped forward. "But in the end," Homut said, "I am the one who chased the assassin away." "Right. But I am the one who stabbed him. So why does he get credit just for chasing him?" "The assassin ran away because he was afraid of Homut." "Right. Then Homut did it all." "Suka, you should be grateful for the rest of your life." Suka grew even angrier, glaring fiercely at the students. At that moment, Azo noticed Homut was missing and guessed he was probably in the private training room. He had always been diligent, but after the escape incident, he seemed even more dedicated. Meanwhile, in the training room, Homut was fully focused on controlling the aura around his body. Though he probably had not mastered it completely yet, Homut could only sense that the seed of darkness inside him had grown stronger. It was faint, likely because it had absorbed a large amount of dark energy. But at the same time, Homut could also feel his viz increasing. He sharpened his sword, watched himself in the mirror, fought strong opponents, consumed and recovered a large amount of his new experience. Emotions. This complex cycle made him stronger. I do not know how strong I have become, but I hope I get a chance to test it out. Just as Homut was about to test his strength a bit, there was a knock at the door. It was Pai. Her presence surprised Homut a little. "Professor Patchy, what brings you here?" "I knew I would find you here." "Homut, Professor Ethan is looking for you. Go to his office." "Professor Ethan, what is this sudden business about?" Filled with suspicion, Homut went to see the professor. Seeing Homut, Ethan said repeatedly, "You are here. Homut, come here. Sit down. How's your body? Feeling okay?" "Yep. The wounds are nothing serious. You might be the only one in the academy who can face a top-tier assassin and come back with just minor injuries. If Dyson knew, he would be really proud of you." Homut did not answer but just looked at the professor, because he knew if he lost, the professor would scold him. Probably he would get praise if he won. Ethan continued, "Anyway, let us get to the main point. The reason I called you here is, as you know, The final exams are over and the break is starting. I am wondering if you have any plans for the break yet. Humut hesitated and replied. Yep. I plan to travel while working as a mercenary, no matter where you travel. You do not have a specific destination yet. Right. Yep. Ethan lowered his voice. I am just asking. You are not planning to leave the academy. Are you? If you plan to leave, I can stop you. But at your age, I think there is still a lot to learn here, Humut said. I also think I still have a lot to learn. If I plan to leave, I will inform you in advance. So do not worry. Hearing that, Ethan finally relaxed. While Humut was thinking, Ethan asked a bit more. If you have any difficulties with training, let me know. Actually, I am asking because I am worried no one in the academy can teach you swordsmanship. Humut suddenly remembered that issue. He said, recently, because of a certain event, I feel like I have reached a different level. I am thinking it would be great to have a chance to test my strength. Really? That is good news. Actually, I have something else to ask you, and it might help you. Saying that, Ethan went to his desk. He took out some old papers. Have you ever heard of the 3 O'Clock Kingdom? The 3 O'Clock Kingdom? Yeah. That is right. There is a martial arts tournament being held there during the holiday. 3 O'Clock has many outstanding swordsmen, so it is a good place to test your skills. Ethan handed Humut the information sheet. Aside, it mentioned the martial arts tournament, according to him. But Ethan warned Humut, if anyone recognizes you using the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, if anyone finds out, it will be a big problem. Humut was speechless. That is exactly what Ethan is worried about. He continued, the first time I met you, you said you still could not reveal to anyone that you are a disciple of the Sword Saint. Especially to the people at 3 O'Clock. Sword Saint Dedan is their pillar, symbol, and pride. If you use the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, someone will notice. If others do not notice, then those led by Sir Dedan, the warriors of the Panama Legion, will pay attention. Humut's attention shifted to the Panama squad. Ethan said that if Humut joined the competition, he could only use basic swordsmanship, but even the basic swordsmanship was excellent. So with Humut's skills, it probably would not be too hard. Humut replied, I will think about it, and if possible, I will find a way to cover my face too. I do not want to end up being chased by anyone. Ethan shivered a bit. Get it? Since you were just chased by the Black Hawk, but you are sure everything's still okay with the Black Hawk. Right. It is not that I do not believe you when you say the Black Hawk won't chase anymore, but I am worried the Black Hawk won't keep his promise. Humut told him not to worry too much about that, because he has solid proof. Alright. Take good care of yourself, and think about the competition. Are you heading to the training area? I have to go to class to hear the announcement about the final exam. Get it? It is today. Right, Ethan exclaimed. Humut, I think you won't have any trouble. But do not get too annoyed with the professors who made the test. Humut looked a bit confused as the scene shifted back to the academy. Aland was in charge of announcing to the students that this final practical exam would test their proficiency in fighting monsters. The students were all a bit shocked, but Humut did not understand at all monsters. After Aland's announcement, the students quickly caught on. Monsters, known to have 10 levels in total, and each person would enter the testing area one by one to take the exam. Students could quit midway, but the higher the level, the bigger the score. Aland continued, judging from what happened with Dino, I am sure you all realize this. Monsters are never far from us. Even now, monsters still live in the forest, and encounters with humans are not rare. As swordsmen, you will have to face them at least once in your life. Originally, this exam was for upperclassmen, but after what happened during the camping trip, we decided to prepare you all earlier. Someone asked, so what kind of monsters will we be fighting? Secret. But do not worry too much, you will fight magical illusions of monsters, so no one will get hurt. Hearing this, the new students felt less anxious, thank goodness. I thought they would bring in real beasts. That is a relief. Suka added, if it is just illusions, I can take them down without breaking a sweat. Unexpectedly, Elon smiled mysteriously. His voice was eerie and his expression frightening. Even to the upperclassmen, every year, those who take this exam start out more confident than you all. I hope you all do your best and get as far as you can. Astonishment began to settle on everyone's faces. As for Humut, he was still thinking about the monsters Island mentioned. For him, the academy might release something like Legahai Naho, so he was a bit excited about the exam since he was used to fighting monsters already. Suka then turned to ask, hey Humut, did you do well on the written test? About the same as before. Then this practical exam is what really matters. I already told you last time, give it your all in the final match. Humut fell silent at this suggestion. I plan to go straight to the last level, so do not quit halfway and embarrass yourself. This time Humut was more surprised. He replied, feels like you just said exactly what I was thinking. Seriously, this kid's starting to talk like Ali now. Fine. Just wait and see if I can get through all 10 levels. Shortly after, the students began the final exam. Contestant number 15 was Suka. He ran out of the testing room after finishing level 7. Gasping for breath right in front of Humut. When he tried to say something, Suka stopped himself. No way. This is ridiculous. What kind of test this? Don't even talk about swordsman, no senior has ever faced anything like this. Look, no one but me can do it. Are you sure this test was designed properly? Just like Suka said. The other students were all crushed. Humut replied, You do not have to clear all 10 levels. Right. Isn't it okay? That is not the point. Next, contestant number 16. Homut, please step into the testing area, Suka shyly said. From what you see, you will level up faster. You have to reach level 8 at all costs. Then you will understand why I had to run outside. Hamit immediately worried. Not knowing what inside had driven Suka crazy like that, the door opened. Hamunat entered alone. Besides you, there was another judge here. He called Etramut over. We meet again. This is our first time since the camping trip. Right, I am the professor. You still remember me. I usually do not interact much with magic students. But I remember you clearly. You wrote an interesting answer on the magic theory test after reading only logical answers from other magic students. Your response was really fresh. Honestly, I am also looking forward to your performance in this practical test. Saying that, the professor activated the orb with his tail. Can you show me your determination to face dark power once again? In response, Hamite gently drew his sword. So you just need to do what you have always done. A mystical green beam appeared before you, signaling the start of the test. Level 1 is the rabbit monster. Met switched to combat mode, slicing the monster in two with one strike. The powerful attack amazed the professor greatly. Hamit had also understood the feeling of facing an illusion. The professor thought silently, without hesitation even for a moment. This is not just talent, but the result of experience at a different level. I want to see how far your limits go, Amite. The level 2 monster appeared, and then went off to sell salt afterward. Amitek took down level 3, then level 4, and easily swept through levels 5 and 6. Even the level 7 horse could not challenge Hedramut until round 8. A magic circle appeared with overwhelming momentum. Moment was a bit tired now. He knew this was where Suka gave up, so he was curious about what it was. A red streak appeared in the middle of the circle. A giant snake emerged from the circle, leaving Etramut wide-eyed. This snake was 10 times Amite's size, with a deadly venomous gland. Amumit was stunned for a few seconds, realizing if this was his first time seeing something like this. No wonder Suka could not handle it and had to run away. But the snake started attacking, charging at Etametite like it was starving. Its massive body filled the arena, dust swirling everywhere. However, Amunit completely dodged its sharp teeth, using its body as a springboard to launch himself upward. He kept rising higher and higher until reaching a certain height. Amit delivered a powerful slash to its head. After the attack, the giant snake was cut into many pieces. Because this attack was even more shocking than the others, the professor could not believe his eyes. What he saw was an overwhelmingly victorious Amit, who judged this snake was not as bad as the one Naho had fought. It did not take long for Hatramus to land after defeating the last monster. He successfully passed the 10th stage, meaning the test was over. Unlike other students, Ami did not get tired but felt nauseous, even though it was just a test. But the monsters on the 10th floor gave him the feeling they were judges full of hostility. The professor approached him directly. You did great just now, Amite. I have to admit, that was an impressive achievement since this test began. Only a few can pass the 10th stage. Of course. You are the first second-year student to succeed. You should be proud. I understand. Maybe you have not heard, but any student who passes the 10th stage gets a reward recognizing their achievement, a unique artifact made just for them. Mutt was quite excited hearing this for the first time. According to the professor, the reward was added by the provincial governor. If Ainamrit wants any artifact, just tell him. If you do not think of anything now, just come to the lab later and tell me. I will make it exactly as you want, the professor advised. Ahmet thought for a moment, then asked, can I have an artifact that changes my appearance, like face or hair? The professor nodded eagerly. Then it is simple. But are you sure you only want that? Your request is more modest than I thought. Yep. I just do not want to deal with any annoying situations when I go out. The professor with the tail did not ask further, because he knew better than anyone the recent hardships Humut had been through. He said he would call Homut after finishing the creation you requested. Right then, a huge explosion shook the spot where the two teacher and student were, judging by the shockwave. It came from the magic department's testing room next door. At that moment, a magical arm appeared casting a spell. The staff in charge there were terrified, blending into the surrounding debris. In the center, Ollie was the cause of the chaos. She seemed out of control, continuously destroying the place. Ollie's expression was extremely proud. The tail professor and Humut ran over. You freak. How many times have I told you not to destroy the arena? Ali glared at him fiercely. You make a test like this, and expect the students to meet your ridiculous demands. This kid really has no respect at all, talking to the professor like that. Impressive? Suddenly Ali noticed Humut beside her. She startled and stopped all her foolish actions. She landed next to him, brushing past with flushed cheeks. No matter what, you have passed all 10 challenges already, right? I will go back to work on the creation and report to you later. So do not forget, this girl here. The professor shook his head helplessly. If she were not the top of the class, I would have seen change at the academy. Suka was shocked to learn Homut had passed all 10 challenges, slumped over the table in disappointment, muttering, not bad at all. First place goes to you. So what is with the 10 monsters? Hard, but still doable. However, it seems the test's purpose was to help students overcome their fears. Fear. What scares you so much that you are shaking like that? Humut found it hard to answer. He recalled the challenge at the 10th gate, telling the story with a heavy heart. Hundreds of giant centipedes swarming, clustering and separating constantly. Are you okay? The army is not scary, but I feel pretty nauseous. Nearby, Scene listened intently. He downed a huge glass of water, then smiled happily. Luckily, we did not bet anything this time. Shortly after, Humut followed Suka back to the classroom. There, Charlotte started a conversation with him. Hey Humut, congrats on being the first second-year student to pass the 10th gate. Humut was surprised the rumor had spread so fast, but Charlotte said everyone in the swordsmanship department was watching him. She also congratulated Suka for passing the 8th gate. He was very embarrassed to be outdone by Humut. He even thought Charlotte was teasing him. Are you mocking me? I am serious. Most people only pass the 4th gate on average, so passing the 8th gate is a big achievement. Suka just shrugged it off, but after about 3 seconds, he remembered something. He turned and shouted at Charlotte. Listen up, I do not think it is because of you. I am a genius in applied magic. You know. Charlotte did not understand what was wrong with this guy, and just hummed. Seeing Suka walk away, Charlotte quietly asked, what do you think he meant by that? I'm not sure. Then Charlotte left with Humut. Where are you headed now? Senior. Probably back to the dorm. Are you going home for the midterm break? I will try no. I will probably just travel somewhere for a bit. Travel. I am so jealous of you. Charlotte confides that she might also travel somewhere, because staying at home feels suffocating. Humut turns to look at her. He instinctively thinks she might be the one somehow connected to his birth. In the silence, Humut finally speaks. You are the only second-year student who has ever treated me so warmly. Charlotte becomes flustered. I am sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable like that. It is just that you never said you felt uncomfortable. Charlotte explains. I am talking to you. Senior. I feel really comfortable. I can't explain clearly, but I feel so nostalgic. Amidrit looked at the girl again and fell silent. Charlotte apologized again, feeling like she was bothering Hedra might. Sorry, you were about to leave, but I held you back too long. I am heading out too. After a few steps, Ahmet said. After the midterm break, if you feel stronger now, then I will accept you anytime. The glow behind made Etramati look cooler than ever. With Senior's green light, Charlotte was very happy. She excitedly waved her hand. You promised. Remember. Even so, Hamant still felt a bit worried inside. If Ali finds out, she will definitely be mad at me again. Meanwhile, at Ali's place, Ahmet was given a bracelet by her. Here, this is yours. Ahmet looked at Ali suspiciously. What is this? She instructed. Just pass the trace into it, and it will send a signal to my bracelet. No need to say anything to it. Why are you giving me your reward? Ali said she planned to do it for Hedramati from the start. The reason is that Hatred always has doubts. That is why she told you to contact her if anything happens. Amath replied. I thought you hated dealing with stuff like this. Do you want to or not? I will try not. Will try not to use it. She said she will try to use it. Are you planning to go home during the midterm break? Yeah. It is not that I do not want to. Why does it seem like no one at the academy wants to go home? Who else said that? Ado is that kind of person. It has been half a year since they left the Fey Forest, leaving behind all the connections they had built. They entered their first midterm break at the academy. In the office, the journal entries were written skillfully. Black Glasses mumbled. I did not think we would meet again so soon. Hamet. The Fey orb suddenly lit up. The person on the other end is Hamout. You are looking for his money just to get some secret info. The guy with glasses kept calmly writing in his journal. Did not expect us to meet this soon. Hamet. The silence between them slowly shrank. Have you decided what to ask yet? 1 week from now, there will be a martial arts tournament in the 3 of the Clock Kingdom. I want details about the big events at 3 of the Clock. The king, the royal family, and the key nobles, everything the organizers and powerful figures there know. As much info as possible. Black Glasses interrupted. The 3 of the Clock Kingdom. Planning to join the tournament. The voice from the Fey orb came through. I am the one asking the questions here. My bad. When you say the more the better here, do you mean that includes personality, abilities, and relationships?
Okay.
Wearing glasses is momentarily startled. You are being too careful. You sound clear, but the scope of info is still good.
Okay.
Wearing glasses was startled for a moment. He was being too careful. He spoke clearly, but the scope of information was still good.
Okay.
Wearing glasses said the more you say here, the better, meaning that includes personality, ability, and relationships. Right, self-assess it. A rough report is fine, but if Black Hawk's intelligence is poor, that is the handler's fault.
Okay.
Wearing glasses was startled for a moment. He was being too careful. He spoke clearly, but the scope of information was still good. He is trying to exploit our weaknesses most effectively, while leaving few traces. Thought he was a tiger, but turns out he is a fox inside. Think about it. His intelligence is from the Black Hawk. The Black Hawk's intelligence is a human error. Den with glasses. The more he talks here, the more it means those things include personality, ability, and relationships. Right, judge for yourself. A rough report is fine, but if the Black Hawk's intel is low quality, that is on the person. The guy with glasses. What he said sounds clear, but the info scope is still too vague. He wants to exploit our weaknesses most effectively, leaving minimal traces. Thought he was a tiger, but inside he is a fox. After thinking for a bit, the guy with glasses agreed to Hermit's request. Alright. I will prepare it your way. What kind of file do you want? Hermit said just send them to the mercenary guild at Ban Mui, and sell some more to Ham. Okay. I will get back to you when the report's done. Just wing it. Never miss a cent, that is the signal. Remember that. Hermit with glasses wants to add something else. His voice was shady. Saying, hope you do well in the tournament. I am rooting for you. Hermit did not bother replying. Just cut off the connection. Then he sighed again. I was prepared. But every time I talk to him, I feel drained. He is the kind of guy you can let your guard down around. Not even a little. The 3 o'clock kingdom. Hope it is an easy place to live. Soon after. Before him stretched the vast 3 o'clock kingdom. Under scorching hot weather, he set foot in this kingdom to prepare for the tournament. But he did not come here as himself. Instead, he used a different identity. It is so hot. Just being here is uncomfortable. I have not even entered the country yet. Not surprising. A third of the territory is desert. The Fey forest stays cool all year. I can handle cold. But heat. Never have. Lucky me. At least I am not someone who gets hot easily. Looking at the ring Ali gave me before. Hermit thought. Heat is one thing. But this look is hard to get used to. The communication artifact Ali gave me. And the disguise artifact I earned from finals. I do not mind changing my appearance. But I wish it looked more like a swordsman. Hermit feels his appearance looks better. Finally reaching the city gate. Hermit breathed a sigh of relief. It is free and works at night. So I guess I am just picky. Inside. People were busy with their work. He walked straight in, drawing everyone's attention. Turns out Hermit came here because he was really thirsty. He hurriedly ordered a cold non-alcoholic drink. He decided to sit right at the counter, even though there were plenty of seats. But as soon as he touched the chair, a thug caused trouble. The guy put on a smug look, staring at Hermit. Hey. Little lady, came here alone. Looking like that. You must be some noble's daughter. Right. A crazy old man nearby warned. Don't mess with kids. What? The guy just stole the chair you were about to sit in. Result. Hermit glared. Kicked the chair away, making the guy lose balance and fall backward. The thug was furious. Started mouthing off. But immediately got a slash from Hermit. The guy's hair got cut into a mess. This time the thug was really scared. Hermit gently reminded. 3 o'clock is not just hot. There are a lot of troublemakers. And now there is a sniffling pest here too. No one in the tavern dared to say a word, leaving the thug scared all alone. But seconds later, loud laughter broke out. Everyone cheered. You really hit that guy hard. That kid looks handsome but sure knows how to fight. The thug suddenly turned around and hugged Hermit. I like you. Bartender. Put this guy's food on my tab. Move aside. It is too hot. Hermit started doubting everything. What is going on? Is everyone in 3 o'clock like this? They are so different from the people in Biden. I am so hooked. I do not know if I can hold out until the tournament ends. To stay alive, Hermit stopped by a tailor shop there. He asked the staff to add a spell to his shirt to expand space. It was pretty easy. So the female employee told him to come back in 3 hours to pick it up. Hermit then looked for a place to stay, after settling everything from the lodging to the heat. Tomorrow is the tournament registration day, so today, Hermit will rest at the inn. Gotta stay in top shape. At that moment, he noticed something nearby. A huge statue stood right in the center. Hermit seemed a bit impressed. I think get where his bad temper comes from now. Living in a place this hot all the time. It is no wonder he is always so grumpy. Just wait. I will prove myself worthy of his name. Hermit moved to a fancier spot, quietly opened the door. After a few steps, he was called back. Excuse me. Hey you there. The voice came from an older man and a teenage boy. Hermit approached cautiously. Wondering who they were, the old man asked. You are the one who rented the room on the 5th floor. Right. Yep. That is, sorry. But could you move to another room? You see, my boss has nowhere else to go. Hermit's face darkened with displeasure. His eyes narrowed. The old man added. I will pay you a fair amount. Since you are alone, a smaller room should be fine. Right. But inside, Hermit was suspicious about the receptionist. Customer info is not something shared easily. Looks like I am being looked down on. Hermit thought, so he loudly told the man. I have paid for this room. So I have no reason to leave. Sorry. But why do not you try finding another room at a different inn? This made the old man angry. He grabbed Hermit's shoulder. Hey. Did not I say I would pay you? Hermit turned sharply. Let go. Touch me again and I will snap your wrist. The threat made the old man step back. Clearly scared. Just then, a voice rang out. Wait, do not be rude. Robert, it was Michael, the old man's boss. Michael smiled and apologized to Hermit. My night here is a typical bazarate. Robert bowed to Michael. Meanwhile, Hermit stared at Michael with a mysterious look. Michael continued apologizing for Robert's rude behavior. He explained, my body is weak. So finding another room, where I can rest comfortably, is harder than you think. But Hermit did not care much. Fine. Then find another room. I need to rest. Michael panicked. Wait. Please hear me out. Unfortunately, this is the best place we found after searching many inns. Since we both want it, I have a proposal. Simple. I will cover all your expenses here. And in return, why do not we share the second room? Hearing this, Robert shouted in shock. No way. Michael. Sharing a room with some unknown guy is too risky. But Michael calmly said, are you willing to take responsibility for whatever consequences come from an uncertain future? Or accept reality and protect yourself? Honestly, I do not need a dog that won't listen. Hearing that, Robert just bowed and followed his boss's wishes. Michael gently told Robert, "Don't worry too much. He is not the type to attack anyone easily. I have a good eye for people." So Robert agreed. "I will follow your orders." Michael. Meanwhile, Hermit kept watching Michael, trying to read his true intentions. Michael cheerfully said to Hermit, "Then let us continue our conversation." At that moment, Hermit realized that although he seemed like it, Michael really had authority over his men, so he blurted out, "Do you have to go this far?" Michael laughed and replied, "Don't worry. I will do my best not to invade your privacy. Should we add another bed in here too? You are not scared of someone weak like me, are you?" Hearing that, Hermione thought, "That is right. Except for Viet and Manadza. I have never seen anyone so weak. Feels like if you touch him the wrong way, he would just shatter. Do people like that even exist?" Hermione wondered, seeing him hesitate. Michael asked, "What do you think? You are starting to consider it." Michael then realized, "You are testing me, are not you?" Hearing that, Hermione fell silent for a moment. Michael continued, clearly understanding the other's intention. "You are planning to join the 3 of the clock martial arts tournament, right? A Phi Bassarai swordsman would not be at 3 of the clock for any other reason. I came here to watch that tournament. I will cheer for you. Having someone rooting for you gives you extra strength, right? What do you say?" This idea truly caught Hermione off guard. He then asked, "Are you serious?" Michael laughed and replied, "Yeah. Is not that enough? My support is not something you get easily." Things were getting out of hand, making Hermione dizzy. He sighed. "Do whatever you want." Michael smiled smugly, then turned to the staff and asked for another bed to be added to the room. But just as he was about to leave, the staff suddenly stopped. Hermione suddenly slapped him hard across the face, the blow sending him crashing into the wall. At that moment, both Michael and Hyder were stunned. Hyder immediately warned the staff, "Next time, watch your words," forcing him to bow and apologize. Although Hyder did not really like doing that, in this country, you have to be decisive to survive. After some time passed, Michael sat down on the bed. He started talking to Hyder. "Come to think of it, we have not introduced ourselves properly. Like you heard earlier, my name is Michael, and you are?" Hyder responded with the name he would adopted since arriving at 3 of the clock. However, Hyder was not used to using his alias yet and almost slipped by saying his real name. Meanwhile, Michael's curiosity did not fade. "How old are you?" "Hyder. You look about my age." Though Hyder found it annoying, he answered, 16. Michael was surprised. "So you are older than me." "I am 40. He kept asking, "Are you from a noble family?" Hyder. "A noble. A swordsman. And not from 3 of the clock. Are you a student at Biden Academy?" Hearing that, Hyder was surprised. Michael added, "No need to be surprised. That thing on your hand looks like a magical artifact. Biden is known for magic, and nobles our age usually attend that academy." Hyder did not hesitate and asked, "Are you trying to investigate me?" But Michael said he was just interested in. Hyder admitted, "Sounds weird, but I feel really connected to you. I wonder why. I even think it is strange myself. Maybe it is because our vibes are similar, but you have something I do not, a healthy body. For example." Hearing this, Hyder paused slightly. Then he asked, "Can I use that small space in front? When I am not around, you can use it." Michael agreed. However, Michael could watch Hyder train. He explained, So I watch swordsmen fight to gain energy. That is why I came to watch the tournament, just to satisfy myself. If it bothers you, I want to push it. Do whatever you want." Hyder replied. This made Michael happy. "Thanks, Hyder. You are a good guy." At that moment, Hyder thought to himself, "This guy does not show his true feelings. But I am not sure if he is sincere about this. Definitely a strange one." That night at the hotel, while Michael was asleep, Hyder secretly contacted someone through a crystal ball. On the other end, someone anxiously asked, "Has the document been sent? Is the tournament preparation going well?" But Hyder just replied, "That is none of your business." Shocking the Black Hawk intelligence agent. "You do not trust me at all, do you?" "You might be interested. There is a standout candidate among the contestants, the youngest to join the Panama Knights, who could control the screw before turning 18. But that number did not impress Homut, since he could do it even earlier. Then he asked the intelligence officer, "So what?" The guy replied, "He shares bloodline with the missing swordsman. Dazen, are you even a little interested yet?" That name made Homut gape in shock. "What?" Homut was still stunned. He realized it was Dazen's of bloodline. The intelligence officer continued, "More precisely, they said he is the grandson of that day, the son of the swordsman who left 3 hours, and was considered missing apparently. He is still alive somewhere and left descendants." At that moment, Homut thought to himself. He would heard about this before, that the swordsman had a son late in life, but Dazen said his son was no longer alive. So there were no descendants. The intelligence officer sneered. It seems that truth has not been officially revealed. Only high-ranking officials at 3 hours know. and it is being hidden for some reason. Humut could not help but be curious if the swordsman's son had been gone from 3 hours for so long. How could he prove he is the swordsman's grandson? Hearing that, the intelligence officer joked. Interested now, making Humut frown. A bit annoyed, he replied, I just want to size up my opponent first. The intelligence officer added a secret. He looks like the young swordsman, and can prove his father's identity, but the most important identifying trait is his swordsmanship. Everyone thought the swordsman's technique was lost when he disappeared, but it was fully passed down to a young man from an unknown place. Humut could not believe it himself. Daydan never told me why he was in the Fey Forest, but for some reason in the human world, he was considered missing. Maybe I will pretend I do not know and ask later. At that moment, Humut asked again. Missing swordsman, what do you mean? The intelligence officer was surprised. What? You do not know? Come on. The monster who ruled the desert at 3 hours and then vanished, that is the story everyone knows. Humut got curious if that is the known story. Then what is the secret version? The intelligence officer thought for a moment. Then he realized. There is a theory that the temple intervened and took him away. If the temple is expanding its influence, he would be a thorn in their side. That news really confused Humut. However, Humut was not curious anymore, and he would check the rest of the documents. Much to the intelligence officer's regret. This has been an interesting talk. I hope you will use the 2 remaining chances wisely. Then, they ended the conversation. Humut's mind was still tangled, but he also realized that the place where Dazen disappeared was also 3 hours. If the temple saw Dazen as an enemy, then there is no way they would not know. Dazen would not let his guard down against the temple at 3 hours. So there must be a traitor inside 3 hours who helped stab Dazen in the back. Someone like the Panama Knights. Humut kept thinking about that. Dazen. Did he want me to take revenge? I inherited a lot from Dazen, his swordsmanship and his later life. He probably hoped I would take care of the rest of the world. So Dazen's revenge is no different from mine. More than anything, that idiot needs to know how stupid it is for a coward to think he can live comfortably forever. Putting that aside, about Dazen's grandson. Humut does not think anyone else but him inherited Dazen's swordsmanship. His son might not have endured Dazen's harsh training and ran away, but it seems the swordsmanship was passed to the grandson. That only made Humut more curious about the kid's real skills. Early morning at the arena. The crowd had gathered densely. Michael and his butler were already seated. The announcer's voice rang out. Welcome to the 3 hours Royal Martial Arts Tournament. The preliminary rounds will start soon. Contestants, please take your positions and wait for your turn. Right then, another contestant, curious about Hyder, wondered what that rich kid was doing here. Are they really letting these street punks into the tournament? They gradually approached Hyder, then chased him out of there. Still, Hyder just looked at them without saying a word. Just then, a girl walked in. Hyder, are you here? I am here to escort you to the arena. Hyder appeared immediately, nodded, and said. Hyder also explained that those two seemed to have a crush or something. If it is their turn soon, consider rearranging the order. Outside the arena, the atmosphere was more chaotic than ever. Michael was also waiting for the first match. Before stepping onto the fighting floor, Hyder had to laugh, take off his shirt, and put on protective armor. The announcer's excited voice rang out again. The qualifying matches start right now. Our first contestant is the youngest in this tournament, Hyder, and his opponent, the undefeated swordsman who has ruled the backstreets for 3 hours straight, Chaco. Butler Robert then explained to Michael. He is the enforcer for the Oil Leaf Gang, a notorious gang in the 3 Hour District. He calls himself undefeated but mostly just bullies weaker guys. Michael did not find it interesting at all. Entering the match, Chaco spoke first. What are you doing here? I was hoping to fight someone stronger, but turns out you are just useless. Moreover, the newly announced rules said any injury short of turning to stone is allowed, which made Chaco even more eager. The tournament is where seasoned fighters battle to the death. This is not a playground for spoiled brats with some pocket change. Now you know your place. Chaco taunted, but Hyder just said, it is, which surprised him. I spent 3,000 to add an ice spell, so I gotta finish this quickly and get my shirt back on. Hyder's words made Chaco furious. Is that? Then I will send you off early. He growled and lunged at Hyder. Hyder showed no fear or hesitation against Chaco's attack. Easily dodged every strike, which only made Chaco more aggressive. But then something unexpected happened. Blood started pouring out, and Chaco's arm went numb. His scream filled with pain. The audience watched in shock and fear. Michael found the fight very entertaining. The referee's voice announced. Chaco is no longer able to fight. Hyder advances to the next round with superior skills. The first match in the arena ended. Michael invited Hyder to a big meal. Great job today, Hyder. You are amazing. Cheering for you was totally worth it. But Hyder felt worried. Did you order too much food? Michael said. So swordsmen need to eat a lot to get strong. I promise to cover all your expenses, so do not worry. Hyder suddenly doubted. If you are planning to use this to get me to do something, do not. Michael laughed. Who do you think I am? I am not that kind of guy, and I am not planning to let you owe me. I am investing. Debt means you have to pay back. Investment means I might lose out. But Hyder still did not understand why Michael was doing this. So Michael explained. Debt means you have to pay it back. Investment means I might get something bigger. No risk, No reward, although Hyder insisted. I can promise I will bring you anything big. Michael remained calm. Then consider me at a loss. But I have a feeling one day you will be a huge asset to me. Hyder, don't worry. I am not expecting anything unreasonable from you. Still, Hyder felt uneasy inside, but then he thought, just eat for now. That night, when everyone was drunk, in a certain room, the door creaked open. Michael was sound asleep. Hyder stepped into the room, thinking, if he is carried off like this, he probably won't even notice. Then Hyder placed some documents on the bed. I asked him to investigate everything he could about that Black Axe guy. Didn't he let me down? If this keeps up, I will be able to read the tournament like a book. Hyder thought, then checked each collected document. After some digging, Amented discovered useful information. The commander of the Panama Knights, Ludit, the man bearing the burden of inheriting the Holy Sword, still successfully leads the wild beasts on patrol, and is considered the most suitable person for the role at present. Lud is also one of Daejeon's teammates. Someone other than the god. Which is strange since the master never mentioned anything about the knight lineage or similar matters. This made Hedramutwit wonder what kind of man Daejeon was in this person's memory. If given the chance, he would find out, but then a thought struck him. Wait, why did Daejeon bring me to the god's place and not Ludit's? When Daejeon was still commander, Lutut was the deputy and should have been close to him. Master did not choose that person but sent me to the academy instead. Daejeon was cautious. Normally, he would have told me about Ludit. Tragedy always creeps in silently. Even being alert might not guarantee safety, and running away might not guarantee escape. But no matter the situation, do not lose yourself. That is what the master once said. Things got more tangled. Daejeon already knew someone would be betrayed and abandoned in the Fey Forest. Even a high-ranking soldier could not easily imprison Daejeon. But it is different if it is someone close. The person Daejeon trusted most, who betrayed him and benefited the most. All the evidence points to one person. Lutut is the traitor. This is just Hermut's current theory. But if it really is Lutut, he won't leave for 3 hours until the old man pays the price for his betrayal. Meanwhile, Michael quietly waits for me. He still has not slept. The next morning, the arena was still buzzing with excitement. The first match to decide who advances to the final round. The newly risen Tanbine 2-1. The crowd kept cheering loudly, celebrating the first victory. At that time, Hermut thought if all opponents were at this level, winning would not be difficult. Besides, the final match would take place at the same time 2 days later. After retrieving his robe, he walked while thinking that since his match was first, he still had some time, and maybe should return to the inn to finish reading the materials. But then Robert came over and called out, "Hey, Hater," making Hermut pause, so he decided to stay. Seeing Hermut, Michael greeted cheerfully. "I am not wasting your time. Right. Since your match ended early, I thought it would be great to watch the remaining fight together." Hermut hesitated a bit and asked, "Is it okay for a contestant to watch?" Michael immediately replied, "There is no rule against contestants watching." Of course. Zirate usually prefers not to observe opponents beforehand to keep her edge, but with your skills, you probably do not need to analyze your opponents, just for fun. So Hermut stayed to watch. Hermut introduced himself as Kai, the famous master of the Kendall-Bazir dojo, and his opponent was. When he saw him, Hermut could not help but be amazed. The youngest genius ever to join the Panama Knights, a rising during the game. Hermut was suddenly shocked he recognized that guy. He looked very familiar. The two started chatting while asking their opponents to go easy on them, but his eyes were different, very fierce. Hermut still could not believe it. Daejeon looked like that at that age too. If so, he was curious how far this guy's skills would go. Then the match continued as they drew their swords. The tense atmosphere made the audience on the grandstand hold their breath. They watched closely as both immediately took fighting stances. Kai thought, even though he is young, he is still a Panama Knight. I do not see any weaknesses. At one point, Kai spoke, "If we keep standing like this, the match will never end." It seemed the crowd started shouting too. "All right then, little one. I will make the first move." With that, he immediately surged forward to attack without hesitation. He aimed straight at Kai. Low stance. No wasted movements. It seemed he was underestimating me. Kai quickly realized that. Then at the moment their blades crossed, Kai was stunned. The sudden flash of light from Kai's body caught him off guard. Meanwhile, Luck's eyes remained coldly fixed on his opponent. That scene inevitably caught Hermut's attention. Kai was knocked out just like that. But Luck kept a grim expression before quickly rushing off. The crowd in the stands was confused when Luck suddenly disappeared, while Hyde stayed calm and observant. At that moment, Luck turned to Kai, who was lying motionless, and said, "Sorry. I need to win this tournament." Sure enough, he won by defeating Kai with a single strike, successfully advancing to the final round. Hyde immediately turned to Michael and asked, clearly annoyed, "Is something bothering you?" Hyde looked down at the arena and judged Luck to be very skilled, a strong opponent. Michael was surprised that Hyde held him in such high regard. Hyde bluntly said, "If I were not here, he would have taken this tournament. So this is what people call a declaration of hostility. I like your fiery spirit." But Hyde was secretly assessing Dyson's lineage, noting he did not learn swordsmanship halfway. Honestly, His skill level was more refined than I expected if he learned swordsmanship from Dyson. Then maybe. Hyde stopped speculating and told Michael to head back to the inn first, saying, I have some things to take care of, so I will be back a bit later. Michael wanted to know if he could help, but Hyde straightforwardly declined. Cold as always, Michael had no choice but to accept. Meanwhile, in the stands, Hyde's footsteps quickened in a strange way. He thought to himself, I left the forest and made some connections at the academy, but I have never felt truly connected with them. But Luck and I share something in common. Dyson. He is as talented as I am and inherited Dyson's swordsmanship. I am bound to meet him in the arena. But I need to know what kind of person Luck really is first. Meanwhile, Luck shyly said, this tournament is not fun at all. No sooner had he said that than his senior scolded him for letting his guard down and warned him not to say things like that outside, especially in front of the three elders. Luck hurriedly apologized but argued, I am not serving here. It is just us. So who is listening anyway? But it seemed it was not just them. Because Hyde, without anyone noticing, was standing coldly behind. The three of them were silent for a moment, when Luck suddenly felt the person in front of him looked familiar. He quickly recognized Hyde and excitedly said, I watched your match. You are the only one who impressed me. If you came to see me right after the match, does that mean you are declaring me your rival? You two want to impress me and become my fans. Luck jokingly said, sorry, only women can be my fans. Hyde, annoyed, asked, are you the grandson of Dazan? Luck firmly replied, yep, I am. Suddenly, Luck covered Hyde's mouth with his hand, his face very serious. At that moment, Luck stopped and looked confused. Wondering how Hyde knew, the other person curiously asked, Luck, is something wrong? He quickly made an excuse. This guy just wants to talk to me a bit. Let us step outside. As soon as they stepped outside, Hyde was pushed against the wall, standing face to face with Luck. Luck angrily said, I can't believe I am being pinned against a wall by some guy. Who are you and where are you from? Hyde still wondered why he did not use his last name to expose him, and when he was angry, he loudly reminded him. Hyde coldly stared at Luck and sighed, I have not spread that info yet, so do not worry. I have heard about the Sword Saint's descendants, and was just curious because I am pretty good at gathering intel. Hyde wondered why Luck hid the fact that he was the Sword Saint's grandson. Hyde wonders why he hid the fact that he was the Sword Saint's grandson. But you inherited the Sword Saint's swordsmanship, right? Hyde asked. Confused, Luck grew more anxious and said, how do you know about that? Keep listening. But you inherited the Sword Saint's technique, right? Hyde asked confusedly. Getting more puzzled, how do you know that? Keep going. When my father taught me swordsmanship, he never said it was the Sword Saint's technique, but I do not deny that I am his descendant. I plan to officially announce that if I win this tournament, I inherited the swordsmanship of the Sword Saint, but mastering it and joining the knights was all my own effort. When I said I wanted to be recognized at 3 o'clock by my own skill, not by the Sword Saint's name, Hyde was a bit surprised, then thought about it again. He scratched his head in confusion, wondering why I was telling these things to a guy I just met. But hey, do not tell anyone. Not even at 3 o'clock, only the commander and vice commander know. Hyde then realized, if Commander Ludus was the traitor who helped the priest push Dyson into the forest, why would he accept the Sword Saint's grandson under his wing? Suddenly, a pair of golden shoes stepped forward. While Ludus and Hyde were still facing each other, both turned around awkwardly. Standing before them was Ludus himself. He spoke excitedly. You are out here. Perfect timing. I was shocked to see the commander here. Hyde did not feel friendly when he realized this was Ludus. He also curiously asked who the guy next to me was friends. I introduced him as Hyde, a contestant in the tournament, one of the semifinalists. Ludus judged Hyde as young but impressive. Sorry I did not recognize you. At my position, I do not have time to watch the tournament. But then Ludus suddenly said, using magic to hide your identity. Hyde. That made his face go pale. He patted my shoulder reassuringly. Don't be tense. I am not here to interrogate you. You are not the only one hiding your identity in this tournament. He said he just stopped by to encourage us for the final round. Good luck in your upcoming matches, both of you. I hesitated and said, Commander, at least please come inside and rest a bit. Ludus left, saying, I will definitely come watch the semifinals. Seeing Ludus wave goodbye, both of us had awkward expressions. Hyde said the commander seemed to think highly of me. Proudly, I said, I should be grateful because he is the first to recognize me since I got to 3 o'clock. He is also the one who advised me to prove my skills in the tournament. Hyde silently wondered if he was trying to make excuses to Dyson's grandson or what. I then asked, more importantly, did you use magic to change your appearance? And I do not care what your son looks like. Do your best in the next matches, and do not tell anyone what I just said to you. Unexpectedly, Hyde said, sorry to disappoint you, but even if I do not say anything, you will still have to wait until next year, because I am winning this year. Hyde declared bluntly. I was a bit helpless since Hyde came all the way here to declare war. Then he waved and left, saying, just wait and see. Hyde looked at me coldly, then decisively walked away. I do not know what your plan is, but I won't let you make me do what you want. Ludus. Back in the bustling city, Michael saw Hyde and asked if he had a good chat with me. Hyde was a bit surprised and asked Michael, "Did you secretly follow me?" He laughed and said, "I just guessed. You did not deny it. So I guess I am right." Hyde reluctantly admitted it. But Michael asked again, "What did you talk about with him?" He decided to ask straight. "If the Pama Knights want to recruit you, would you agree?" Hyde coldly glanced at Michael and asked, "Why would the Pama Knights want to recruit me? The Beijing tournament attracts a lot of talent. The Knights pay close attention to that tournament. If you win, they recruit the champion." Michael replied. However, Hyde firmly said, "I want to join. Begit is too hot." Michael thought that was good news, said the place I live is not hot at all. Then both fell silent. Michael spoke up. "After the tournament ends, do you want to join my side? You want me to become your knight?" Hyde wondered. And Michael explained, "I want you to be my ally, not just a knight, but completely on my side. But I do not belong to anyone." Hyde said. Michael gently told him, "You do not have to decide now. Just accept it and think about it later." Hyde really did not understand what he was thinking. Hyde suddenly realized something and asked Michael, "You are really good at gathering information, right?" Which made Michael stop and look puzzled. He wants to know what kind of information Hyde wants about the Panama Knights, details, about the commander, the members, and the missions they are carrying out. Hyde said. Michael guesses that basically, "You want me to investigate their working conditions." Hyde says, "I need something to consider." Right. Hearing that, Michael agrees to investigate and adds that even though I am the one who needs to consider things here, I will gather objective information. So do not worry. Shall we eat now? Michael invited, but Hyde is still thinking that if he is lucky enough, he might find out what Ludus is really thinking the next day at the stand. Then Kim is slowly put into the shell. That is Hyde with blonde hair, who just secured the first victory of the finals. The referee announced, but Hyde feels that the nickname blonde hair does not suit him at all. Suddenly, Ludus's voice comes from behind. "You barely wave to the crowd. At least do that." Hyde casually replies, "Relax, man. If you do not get nervous, what can you do? Aren't you the most charming guy at 3 o'clock? Enjoy that feeling while you can. Once you meet me, you won't enjoy it anymore." Ludus provokes. Actually, Ludus is the one making Hyde worried. Honestly, he wants to smack him on the back of the head. He wonders if Michael has finished the investigation yet. Suddenly someone says, "Wait a minute. Is that him over there?" Countless beauties get excited when they see Hyde and rush over, begging him to have tea with them. Hyde feels like he just got slapped across the face. Then at Michael's spot, Michael looks calm as Hyde returns. "What happened?" Michael immediately asks when he sees Hyde's exhausted look. Hyde helplessly says, "The women at 3 o'clock are targeting me." Hyde is sure someone is sabotaging. "They want to disrupt my next match." Michael thinks Hyde's imagination is vivid. Anyone who reaches the finals naturally gets attention, and the reason you are especially popular with the ladies is probably because of your face. Hyde. Hearing that, Hyde looks a bit annoyed. Hyde says he is not the type of face people at 3 o'clock like. Michael looks a bit sympathetic, feeling sorry for Hyde who knows nothing. Right after, Hyde brings up the last time. "Knowing you would ask." Michael says he has prepared everything. Hyde did not expect it to be so quick. Michael excitedly asks if he trusts him a bit more now. Hyde does not answer but happily reads the new info he just got. The Knights operate based on seniority and rank, plus a private estate. But he is not interested in that stuff. Hyde keeps reading and finds out the Panama Knights commander usually does not get involved in politics, but has confirmed that Ludus supports the Crown Prince. Based on info from Black Monkey, the Crown Prince is the son of the Queen from another country, a loyal follower of Dao Guangthong, and is trying to bring their temple to the bazaar. Ludus supports the Crown Prince. Hyde is a bit suspicious and continues investigating. He is curious what is the desert monster Kan Pao. Michael explains it is a notorious monster in the bazaar. The mother was slaughtered by the Holy Sword long ago, but the offspring are still alive and being hunted. The Panama Knights usually run campaigns in the desert, partly to limit the spread of the Kan Pao. This year's campaign happens right after the tournament ends, which immediately affects Hyde's mood. Reads info about Ludus and quickly realizes Ludus won't accept luck under his command to protect him, because people will do anything to erase past mistakes. Maybe he wants to monitor someone who might become a threat later, then take the chance to hunt the monster to deal with Ludus and clean up the mess, then spin it as a hero's story. Hyde feels lucky to be at 3 o'clock right now. That means he is still at 3 o'clock. He can't let Dazen's nephew suffer the same fate as others. Hyde is determined to stop Ludus' evil plan with all his might, but after meeting the old man directly, Hyde realizes a few things. Ludus is very strong. So strong that Hyde wonders if he could defeat him even at full power. If it comes to this, Hyde guesses he needs to tell Luck the truth and ask for his cooperation. Hyde looked toward Michael, who was drinking tea, surprised that he was also glancing over with a knowing look. The first semifinal match to decide the finalists of the 3-hour tournament began, with Hyde and his opponent stepping into the arena one after another. "We will start right now. Your opponent has a scar near his left eye," he said, opening with, "Let us have a good match." Upstairs, the butler and Michael were already present. "Damn. This guy is a top-tier mercenary named Hotan. His rank is low, but he managed to defeat a Panama Knight in a match that lasted an hour. Michael was quite impressed with Hutan's record. But compared to Hyde, he still did not stand a chance. You said he completely defeated stronger opponents than knights. But that is not certain yet, the butler replied from his observation. Whether the match is easy or hard, the important thing is victory. Michael did not argue and just glanced toward the arena. Hyde was now ready to fight, gripping his sword tightly with determined eyes. What he aimed for was the highest observation point over there, where the royal family presided, the crown prince, the second prince, even the knight commander, now in the semifinals. They were gradually revealing themselves. At this moment, Hutan called out to Hyde.
Hey, kid.
You should not get distracted when your opponent is right in front of you. Being overconfident can backfire. Hyde quickly snapped back into fighting stance. I did not mean that. Hyde's thoughts shifted to Hutan, a 1-level mercenary, meaning this guy was on the same level as Paso Sao. Although this guy's strength was not that high. Let us see what his first move is. I will bait him. Thinking that, Hyde charged at Hutan with his sword until the distance closed. Hutan remained motionless, holding his stance. Unexpectedly, the next second, he suddenly raised his sword toward the sun. The sunlight shone directly into Hyde's eyes, limiting his vision. At this moment, all Hyde could see was half the opponent's shadow. Seizing the chance, Hutan used his speed to approach from below Hyde. Then he launched a finishing slash. But luckily Hyde dodged to the side. Both opponents immediately kept a safe distance. Hyde used the floor as a springboard and charged with full force. As for Hutan, he was also ready for everything. Struck the rocky debris below with the tip of his sword, turning it into a hidden weapon aimed at Hyde. These could not really harm him, but they distracted him from focusing on his opponent. As a result, Hutan closed in unnoticed and was already within his sword's trajectory. Hyde regained his composure, countering each slash like a storm. Shortly after, Hutan, exhausted, was blasted away by Hyde. Hyde's transformation made the audience hold their breath. Both Michael and the butler closely followed the match's progress. Though having the advantage, Hyde was already very tired. He did not see Hutan as more troublesome than other opponents. He only delayed Hyde's attack by half a beat in an unexpected way, then swung his sword precisely into that half-beat delay. Overall, Hutan did not neglect the fundamentals. He did not rely on luck. Hutan said, I think I have prepared pretty well for this fight. But your reflexes are crazy. Even if I were as young as you, I do not think I could keep up. If this were a mercenary mission, I would wait for another chance to fight you. But here, I can't afford to lose face. Saying that, Hutan exploded with power. His fighting stance was completely different from before. He charged at an incredible speed. It turned out the preparation Hutan mentioned was inside his sword. His earlier words were just bragging to throw me off. Thanks to the mechanical system hidden in the sword, Hutan's attack range slightly increased. Hutan swung his sword as planned, thinking Hyde was cautious because of the half-beat delay, so he would not react in time if Hutan suddenly sped up. Unfortunately, things did not go as Hutan expected. His sword was quickly cut in half. A classic aura appeared as Hyde swung a crescent-shaped slash, directly shattering Hutan's plan. Before he could recover, the sword flew again, finally resting right beside Hutan's neck. It turned out Hyde had stopped his reckless move just in time. He blamed himself. Damn it. He never meant to kill him. Hutan lightly brushed the sword's tip aside, surprise washing over his face. The organizers announced that since Hutan's weapon was destroyed, the match could not continue, and Blonde Hyde advanced to the semifinals. After the fight, Hyde deliberately extended his hand toward his opponent. Sorry. I hate losing my temper and wanted to finish it quickly. It is nothing. Was that sword move just now meant to chop off my wrist? I heard as long as you do not kill him. It is. He is way too patient. Hutan picked up the lower half of his sword. Thinking hard, a real genius exists at that age. He is already that sharp. Maybe I just fought someone who will be remembered in history. Hyde replied. If you focused on training instead of tricks, you could be stronger too. Hutan laughed. Maybe, but I am a mercenary. In real combat, I was taught the more tricks you have, the easier it is to win, especially if you are average like me. Strategy is a powerful weapon to fight stronger opponents. Though facing someone strong like you, tricks are all the same. Hyde seemed to realize something. Above, Michael thought silently about the unusual power, and what always happens every night. His goal is not just the 3-hour tournament. Apparently. So what exactly is he after? Right then, a whisper nearby caught Michael's attention. He is not allowed here. Damn it.
Wait.
Stop him. Do not let him through. What is going on? Nothing serious. Just a stranger wanting to see you. Michael. Before finishing, the old man with more gray than hair pushed through the logistics team's circle. Here you are. You are Michael. Right. I came because it is urgent. What a rude old man with no manners. Michael thought. It is. Before we talk, can you tell me who you are and where you are from? The old man said. I was in such a rush I forgot I am a blacksmith from 3 of the clock. The swords supplied to Panama's knights come from my workshop. I see. So why are you looking for me? I heard a guy named Hyder is close to someone called Michael. So I came here. The blacksmith asked if he could talk to him for a moment to confirm his suspicions. Michael was puzzled. What suspicions? About the sword he uses. About its origin. The man replied. Michael stared intently. Can you explain in detail? In the second semifinal, Luck won easily. Finally, the finalists were Hyder and Luck in the waiting room. Hyder was a bit surprised because Luck came to him with a stern look. He stayed behind the door without saying a word for a while. Hyder asked Luck. The second prince came here.
Yep.
He came to encourage the semifinalists, but I think mainly to see me. Luck said. Hyder wanted to know why the second prince wanted to meet Luck, so he asked. Luck said the prince knew he carried the bloodline of the Sword Saint, and probably thought that if he had luck, he could get support from Panamas Knights. Right now, you need backing from Panamas Knights to have the right to sit on the throne. That makes sense. Because the current commander of Panamas Knights supports the crown prince. If the second prince does not recruit you, it could weaken the commander's influence. Exactly. For someone indebted to the commander like me, this meeting will be awkward. After a while, Luck realized Hyder already knew everything and reacted strongly. How do you know? Are you a spy or something? Hyder explained he just had light information, no choice. Luck sighed. Anyway, the second prince is here, so I can just sneak away. Hyder, can you tell him I am busy or something? But the second prince's voice echoed in his ear. If you are busy, I will come back later to scare you. Luck jumped. Your Highness, I did not mean that. Don't you worry. I understand. You have a weird sense of humor, and Dazen is always a bit eccentric. So sometimes I wonder if you share his blood. Hyder showed clear surprise when he heard the second princess story. You lost a corner of your lip. Dazen. The Sword Saint, what kind of person is he? The second prince turned to Hyder. You want to know? I was really impressed by your fight. You have got great skills. Hyder's face went blank. Then the second prince recounted from memory. That Dazen. When I was a kid, I met him a few times. But I remember him as extremely loyal and determined. Especially the strength I saw in his eyes. I think that is the embodiment of the spirit of the 3 hours even today. This much info amazed Hyder. His expression looked like the second prince had just enlightened him. Naturally, the second prince questioned. You approached the Sword Saint's grandson. Why were you poking around like that? The atmosphere immediately got awkward as Hyder cut him off. How much have you heard already? The second prince laughed out loud. Since this seems important, I do not want to interrupt. Got any more questions? Hyder cautiously looked at him. Your Highness, do not tell that guy everything. He knows too much. It is like he is spying on the Sword Saint. Hyder said. I do not think he means any harm, so do not worry. The second prince replied softly. A swordsman's mindset shows in how they wield their sword. His sword pursues power, purity, and simplicity. So it is no surprise he is curious about the Sword Saint. Hyder muttered. You are more insightful than I thought. Did you hear what he just said? But this time, the second prince considered bringing Hyder under his wing. Unfortunately, Hyder firmly declined. Startling the prince, he was so straightforward even with royalty. Anyway, I hope you both have a great match in the semifinals. Hyder, I wish you learn more about the Sword Saint right here at the 3 hours, and after the semifinals, I will call you. Then we can discuss details. They shook hands with concern. Are you planning to find me again? After that, I do not want to. Your Highness, you said you understand that if I keep meeting you, trouble will come to me in Chai. The second prince suddenly became serious. I want to talk about your safety. My safety? What do you mean? Hyder asked. Confused, but the second prince hinted. For now, just know this. I will send someone to quietly watch over you, so you do not have to worry about nosy people. Then he left. All right. Hyder sighed in frustration. Hyder spoke up. You two seem pretty comfortable talking to each other. What? Well, he treats others pretty unpredictably too. Actually, I think you are a good person. But sometimes depending on the situation, can he just act on impulse in front of you? Hyder was silent for a long moment, then advised him to listen to the second prince's words. Did you hear what I just said? Damn it. However, he had to rethink after hearing what Hyder was about to say. You said no one is responsible for your life. If you just let life sweep you away, and then it abandons you, you won't be yourself anymore. At that moment, I briefly saw Dazen's shadow hidden inside Hyder. You do not believe your eyes. You know something, right? You act like this is a matter of life and death for me. From now on, just do what you can. I will do my best on my side too. Or you could just go on dates with a few girls like usual, to relieve stress after the competition. For example, I shouted in denial. No way. What do you take me for? Hyder left with many thoughts. I hope you understand how dangerous your situation really is. Scene change. At Hyder's resting spot, he returned to his room after a long, mentally exhausting day of fighting. Surprised, Teacher Michael was already waiting. Hello. Hyder. Are you enjoying the conversation with the second prince? Hyder was surprised for about 3 seconds. Then he shook his head. I am not surprised anymore. When it comes to a prince matters, whether you want to or not, you know how they act. Laughing, he pulled his round jacket outside. By the way, Hyder, Something interesting happened today. Want to hear about it? Michael mentioned the name Leighton to Hader, who was shocked to realize he had never heard of him. Michael recounted that he claimed to be the best blacksmith in the 3 of the clock district decades ago best, but also the most hot-tempered. Will never claim the sword unless he acknowledges the sword's origin. Michael described this guy as an eccentric, but today, I met a blacksmith named Kevin, Leighton's apprentice. He said Leighton has 3 swords that he considers the greatest achievements of his life. All 3 swords were forged on the same day. I do not know if it is obsession or what, but all 3 look identical. These swords are regarded as the divine weapons of the 3 hours, and were offered to the royal family, with only one given to a person for life. But Kevin said Hader's sword looks exactly like Leighton's masterpiece. Hader paused for a few seconds, seeing your reaction. Michael continued. The only sword kept by the royal family is Dyson's sword. The atmosphere seemed to tear apart as Hader drew his sword and aimed it straight at Michael. He warned Michael about his next words, saying Michael better think carefully. Hader pinned Michael to the bed, holding the sword tightly. He spat out frightening words, telling Michael to think carefully about what he says next. Michael tried to force a smile but clearly could not fake it. He turned pale and quietly said, judging by your reaction, I guess I hit a nerve. Can you put your hand down? Having trouble breathing, Hader immediately released his grip, letting Michael explain. I do not know why you kept this secret, but I am not planning to expose it. I will have someone deal with blacksmith Kevin. Only my son and you will know this secret. You want to set a trap. I told you already. I do not like owing Hader any favors. Besides, I did not dig this up. The blacksmith came to me himself. This is just a small favor from me. I will let you hide whatever you want to keep secret. This information will never get out. I promise. Hader looked at Michael with mixed doubt and trust. You have decided to trust him, so you better keep your word. Michael finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was freaking out just a moment ago. There is definitely a difference when someone makes it to the finals. Michael asked Hader about something else, conveniently on this topic. What is your relationship with Kim Than? I am Daison's apprentice. Hader replied. Michael showed clear excitement. Turns out Kim Than has an apprentice too. So I am in the middle room with Kim Than's apprentice. Awesome. Unable to hold back, Michael kept asking Hader whether he learned swordsmanship from Kim Than before or after he died. So the reason Hader came to the 3 hours is not for the tournament, but maybe. Michael. Hader's too clever. You should start thinking about how to pretend you do not know me. Michael paused for a few seconds, then said softly, sounds like something's about to happen. Seeing Hader not respond, Michael said, all right. I do not intend to dig deeper. I should pack up and escape quickly when the time comes. Hader paid attention to the sword accompanying him. I did not know the sword was so famous. I just thought it was good and sharp. But if it is that famous, why has not anyone discovered it until now? According to Michael's explanation, it is the royal family's private property, and only the royal clan has the chance to see it. It looks pretty ordinary, so unless you are an expert, no one can recognize it. Hader said to be safe, it is best not to let princes or kings see it. Michael quickly changed the subject. So how's your preparation for the finals? You seem cautious, but not at all. This moment, Hader remembered tomorrow is his first time entering the tournament. He hopes the match won't end too easily. Scene change. In the vast desert, hot air constantly blows over the sand dunes. A mysterious figure has arrived here. This person wanders alone under the scorching heat of the 3 hours. He casually scooped up a handful of sand, then let it fall back down. Unexpectedly, the spot where the sand landed formed a hole that sucked everything in. It quickly collapsed, forming a huge pit. Then, a large shadow appeared in front of the mysterious figure. A highly venomous royal scorpion suddenly emerged from the sand, apparently targeting the mysterious figure. At this moment, he reached into his shirt and pulled out a transparent crystal orb. This thing connects to the orb on top of the Scorpion King, stabilizing its mind and making it submit to him. Good. Very smart. You remembered your master. It is time to wake up and get back to the arena. The finals between Luke and Hader are about to start, with the crowd cheering loudly. The glorious finals of the 3 hours tournament. Who would have expected this scene? A match between the young genius of the Pama Knights, the future of 3 hours, and another mysterious prodigy. Now, both opponents have entered the arena. Hader heard the introduction and thought he was the villain, but I told him not to mind, it was just for the 3 hours audience. Hader continued, feeling a bit pressured. Right. If you lose after all that praise, it won't just be criticism. You got a little annoyed when your opponent looked down on you. You really know how to piss people off. You better not beg me to share the prize money if you lose. The next second, the command to start the battle was shouted. If both fighters are ready, the match begins. In Hader's eyes, he saw the hidden power of Daisen and was initially surprised, but then felt an indescribable satisfaction. Facing this swordsmanship brought back nostalgic feelings. Suddenly, a divine hawk appeared in the sky. Michael was quite concerned about its presence in the tournament. Moreover, it kept circling above the center of the arena. At that moment, someone dropped down in free fall below. At the same time, the signal to start was given. Hayden charged at his opponent without mercy. Just as both were about to strike, that figure was about to land. Both fighters immediately noticed this unusual event. Something that looked like a human body landed in the middle of the arena. All eyes focused on him. What is that? Did someone throw something down? It fell from the sky. Wait. Looking closer. It is. Even the royal family was in a frenzy. Back in the arena, Hayden was horrified to realize what had just fallen. He looked up at the sky and saw the divine hawk still circling. That is, someone recognized it a monster. That is. More screams rose as the divine hawk gradually descended. A monster Hayden still had not fully grasped the situation. He was both terrified and curious about its presence here. However, the match had started. Hayden shouted loudly to focus until he realized. Hayden charged at him. What the hell are you thinking in a situation like this? Hayden signaled for him to look up, and he seemed to understand his intention, quickly using his hand to block the sword and lowering his body, creating a springboard for Hayden to launch straight up. The plan succeeded brilliantly. Hayden made a stunning leap and reached the divine hawk. The battle mode was ready. Hayden immediately swung his sword. He slashed an X, wiping out the monster. Its body was split into 4 pieces, falling pitifully to the ground. At that moment, he stared blankly at Hayden. Hayden immediately returned the same look. After this event, the royal family quickly sent people to handle the corpse the monster brought. After examining the body's identity, the royal family confirmed he was a resident of the wealthy village in the south. They quickly gathered the knights and planned to head there soon. Now, a question arose. Why did the monster drop that corpse here? It felt like a declaration of war. Looking at Hayden, who was unusually silent, he knew very well that was a monster, the enemy he would have to face from now on. Asked Hayden if he had fought monsters before. If not, why did he react so quickly? Hayden replied, at least faster than you. Now, do you still want to pick a fight? But the more I learn about you, the more you do not fit your appearance. Do all monsters look like that? You have never encountered a monster before. I confessed. I only just became a knight now. How often do ordinary people get to see monsters? Hayden casually told him a few details. They are huge but not smart enough to talk. They are easier to handle than humans, so you do not need to be afraid. Who is scared? Definitely not me. Speaking of which, Hayden remembered Liga, a monster smart enough to fight him. But a smart monster is a different story. For now, the semifinal match has been postponed due to an unexpected accident. The 2 contestants were invited to the waiting room to receive the latest announcement. When he started to suspect, why do we have to go to the waiting room? Shortly after, at the arena, Lud and Hayden were still resting in the waiting room. Lud suddenly startled. Commander, why are you here? Lutut said time is limited, so he will get straight to the point. The wax the monster brought is believed to be from the people of the Olodero region, in the south. In other words, that area was attacked by monsters due to this unexpected incident, and the Panama Knights will immediately set out to conquer them. First, Lut, as a knight, you have to join this mission. Get ready to depart. Understood? Commander, he said, then turned to Hayden. And Hayden. Unfortunately, this happened before the semifinals, so the match will be postponed at least until the monster suppression is over. Can you wait until then? Hayden thought to himself. Get it? He called me here just to see if I would agree. To test, Hayden asked Lutut back. What if I say no? Another option is to declare the semifinal a draw and split the prize money. No one wants that outcome, but there is no other way, Lutut said. Hayden quickly thought, then wanted to propose another plan. How about this? I will join the monster suppression at the same time, and we will decide the winner based on how many monsters each of us defeats. Lut was stunned by Hayden's words, feeling very anxious. What? Lutut interrupted. Suppressing monsters is not child's play. I know that well. I think I have proven myself by handling that flying monster earlier. Lutut fell silent. After some thought, he finally agreed to Hayden's deal. Get it? You are the one who made it to the finals of the prestigious 3 of the clock tournament. I admit. All right. Both of you finish preparing by 3 p.m. and gather at the square. After receiving the order, they both left. Hey Hayden, are you really planning to join this trip and you want to decide the winner by the number of monsters too? You already have the advantage. Hayden smirked. We do not always run into monsters, so it is fair. And I am not joining just to win. I am worried about your safety, he said. But Lut remained completely silent. Then he joked a bit. You think I will get fixed by monsters? Keep dreaming. Just kidding. This is what the second prince mentioned. Right. I have thought a lot about it too. It kept me up all night. Next, Lut asked Hayden to tell him who was really trying to kill him. Hayden stared at Lut for a long moment. He thought, if I tell him what I know now, he will just stare at that person, and that would be bad. So he changed his answer. I am still not sure who that person is. So do not fully trust anyone in the night group right now, even the commander. Lut almost got swallowed by Hayden's scary glare. At that moment, a voice called from behind. It was Michael, Hayden's butler, who had come looking for them. I think this is the first time we have met outside. Hayden. And the guy next to you must be Lut. Right. Lut fumbled, asking Hayden, who is that? Your brother. Just someone I know, Michael said warmly. Sorry to interrupt, but can I talk to him for a bit? After we are done, I will return him to you. He is not really mine, so go ahead. Lut left feeling annoyed. Packing up. We will meet at the square. Remember, after Lut left, Michael spoke up. You seem pretty close to him. Hayden, so what do you want to say? Tonight. I will leave the 3 o'clock tournament. This might be our last conversation. One day we will meet again. So this is not the last time. You are going to help Lut on the monster suppression mission. Right, lately. You have seemed interested in Lut. So I am guessing that is it. Hayden looked at Michael suspiciously, making him a bit awkward. Michael added, so your reason for coming to 3 o'clock is related to Lut. Is he some kind of noble? Hayden grew even more confused. You mean that is all? He just noticed Michael's smile had changed. You said. 2 days ago in the southern desert of 3 o'clock. There was info that the Lumen priest passed through there. Hayden suddenly snapped alert. So you already knew. Ah. You too. Right. Seems like you did not just come here to watch the tournament. I will remember that. Hayden quickly left. It was already 3 p.m. that day. The cavalry was fully assembled at the 3 o'clock kingdom's exit, waiting for the signal. Here. They were all wearing sturdy armor, including Lut. Even though he was just an apprentice, he sighed again, feeling a bit tense. Not like himself at all. He did not expect the first expedition to start so early. Suddenly, someone quietly called Lut. Lut, today's the day. Who was that? After handing something to Lut, the masked figure quickly left. When checking, Lut found it was a small piece of paper tied in a very special knot. Hayden also noticed him but did not want to interfere. The next moment, Lut gave the order for the entire army to move out. The cavalry immediately rode out of the kingdom, leaving the scorching desert sun behind. The expedition that would change the fate of 3 o'clock began without any warning. After half a day's travel, the expedition decided to set up camp and rest to recover inside Lut's tent. He was strategizing with other knights. The place attacked by monsters was a southern oasis called Olodiolo in 3 o'clock. We have received detailed damage reports through the Fail Orb. The garrison troops quickly assessed the situation and immediately helped the people. But the number of monsters was too large, so they retreated after saving only one survivor. Damn. Only one survivor? You have got to be kidding. The honor of the Panama Knights is at stake here, Lut warned. Do not blame them too much. The number of monsters is huge. And one of them is a type we know all too well. The knights suddenly turned pale, because what Lut mentioned was the bloodthirsty scorpion, which had grown from a juvenile to a full adult, without them realizing it. The knights stammered. That can't be true. No way. So all our efforts were for nothing. You know better than anyone. Commander. We never thought this was just an investigation mission. As for the 2 lives, he thought to himself, if it is a scorpion, then it must be the monster Dazen defeated. The Holy Sword fought it alone. Lut got angry. Stop talking nonsense. Goth ditch. Fear 1T helped this mission, and now, unlike before, the Holy Sword was alone. But we are going together. I know I'm not as reliable as Dazon, but you all make up for my shortcomings. So the current Panama Knights are the strongest team, proud to call on the Holy Sword to protect order when needed. Lutot's encouragement quickly boosted the Knights' confidence. He followed the map to divide the plan. First, the group would go to Deezer to reorganize after meeting with the Knights stationed there. Units led by captains would scout the entire southern Deezer area. Surely some monsters would have split from their packs. Meanwhile, the main force led by Lutot would head straight to Oladero to eliminate monsters and assist the people. Once scouting was complete, units would regroup at Oladero to support the survivors. Lutot added, now I will list the main force. Captain Sotan, Horton, Akajed, and so on until the last captain. The chosen one was Lut, closing the 12 captain positions. If no one objects, we will move to Deezer after resting. At that moment, a hand went up. I object. Unexpectedly, it was Hyder, who expressed his desire to join the main force. Lutot and Horton's eyes turned sharp. Lutot said, Hyder, you will act under Deputy Commander Dasim. The responsibility of the main unit in this campaign is huge. I know your skills, but I do not trust an outsider enough to give them this task. Hyder glared at him, emphasizing, before we go, do you remember what we agreed on? The tug of war will decide the winner based on the number of monsters we collect during the expedition. To make it fair, the chances have to be equal. While I am circling around with the main unit, the main force has already started suppressing. That is not fair. At least we should be in the same unit as me. Horton thought Hyder was too arrogant, so he raised his voice. Bluntly, we are discussing an important campaign, and someone wants to steer it based on personal reasons. Don't be so harsh. Horton, he is not wrong, but as Horton said, changing the plan like that will be very difficult. If that is your problem, can we just start once everyone's regrouped at Old? Hyder continued to refuse. Then it is unfair to me. He will be exhausted since he already fought monsters earlier. Surely if you saw monsters in front of you, how could you just sit there eating like a Panama Knight? Ludus gradually lost his temper and sternly shouted at Hyder, act with Dasim. That is an order. In response, Hyder did not hold back either. I have no obligation to follow that order because I am not a Panama Knight. The whole group became tenser than ever. All eyes from the knights fixed on Hyder like they wanted to tear him apart anytime. Meanwhile, I was worried about Hyder's safety. A few seconds later, Luda sighed, then laughed wildly. What do you think? I also allow Hyder into the main force. When Horton heard this, He strongly opposed it. Commander, are you really going to give up so easily just because of a kid's request? Orton, before being a kid as you say, he is the one who made it to the semifinals of the 3-hour tournament. And for an outsider, that is no small deal. However, since the main force now has 13 instead of 12 people, the formation will be unbalanced. So Hyder, you will be placed on the outer edge of the main force, which makes it hard to protect you if monsters attack. Do you agree? Ludus then turned away. Good. Meeting adjourned. Everyone rest a bit. Then we start the operation. Understood. Hyder left immediately after. Ludus is not as strong an opponent as I thought. Does he really think I am a variable he can handle? Looking at the knights, Hyder circled in his own thoughts. But only within the Panama Knights could he see clearly. The knights' loyalty to Ludus is very high. If I confront Ludus, that means turning the knights into my enemies. I also need to be sharp. Ludus has been watching Hyder from the start, but has not defied orders. Scene change. At the desert. The Panama Knights have reunited with the station knights here. Ludus immediately discussed strategy with the desert commander. Then, following the mission, they quickly set off, horses galloping across the desert. But when they arrived, Ludus felt strange because this place was originally Oladera, but now it is nothing but ruins, with no sign of monsters here. They must have moved elsewhere. Monsters do not usually change habitats often, but they attacked Oladera and even flew to the bazaar capital. So we think maybe, but if that is the case, there is a high chance they are hiding under the sand. Right. Ludus agreed with this idea. Therefore, he commanded the entire army to maintain formation and advance into Oladera. Inside, everywhere was rotten ruins, ignoring bloodstains and tear marks above. Dong, on the other hand, carefully observed every corner. After a full round, everyone was disappointed because it was too quiet. No sign of monsters, not even villagers. I told it, Commander, I have a bad feeling about this. Let us get out of here first. He hesitated until a knight was grabbed by something and screamed. Everyone thought he was causing trouble. Then from behind, a huge shadow appeared again. The scorpion's strength was so overwhelming they could not react in time. Only stammered. That is a scorpion. That is all for my video. Above is the summary of the story. If you have any opinions, please leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave me a like, subscribe, and hit the bell to catch more exciting videos. For now, goodbye and see you next time. Bye bye.